This is an emergency broadcast from Marrow's Hollow. Burn every doll you find. Do not keep them. Do not pray near them. They whisper the names of the children buried beneath the churchyard. And when they start to sing, it's already too late.
Nora Hale drove into Marrow's Hollow as if she could measure the weather by the way it pressed against her windshield. Rain was not polite here. It came with a kind of tenacity that stripped color off the trunks of trees and left everything saturated down to the grain. Her little rental coughed and sighed as she turned off the county road, the chapel a low, damp silhouette against a washed sky. She had been away a long time. The town had the same bones she remembered, the same narrow main street, and the same bent sign proclaiming Marrow's Hollow in letters softened by wind. Everything else had been softened by rain and time, and the way people's lives fold inward on themselves in small places. She parked where people always did in a loosened triangle of mud and old stone and sat for a long minute with the engine off, watching the rain run in tiny, patient rivers down the chapel's buttresses. It was an honest ruin in a way she approved of, not a whitewashed relic for tourists, not a theatrical folly pretending at age. This building wore its decades on its skin, moss in the mortar, copper gutters oxidized to green, a bell tower that leaned like an old man in prayer. The door was closed and the padlock looked like it had been there long enough to have its own history of rust. For a moment she only listened, rain, a gulling wind, the occasional thump of a distant door, closed against weather. There was a murmuring inside the town itself, voices folding into one another under awnings, the soft movement of people deciding whether to watch her or let her pass. She had expected a little of that. She had not expected the way the town made its silence a thing with weight. When she stepped under the chapel's porch, the air changed. It was cooler and dense with the smell of old wood, beeswax, and something like iron under dust. She had catalogued older buildings in colder towns, churches with vaults like ribs, and warehouses where grain had gone grey under cotton tarps. This smell of a parish was different. It was a mixture of sacraments gone dry and damp cloth, of wet clay and something the town had been pulling back from saying aloud. Her raincoat beads clipped and she tucked it beneath her shoulder. For a job she traveled with the tools of patience, a battered field notebook, a digital camera, a leather case of quality pencils that she kept only in churches. Pencils were merciful and precise. They did not demand a conversation. The nave smelled like breathed prayers. The wood of the pews was blackened on its edges where hands had rubbed years of oil into it, and the floorboards had the kind of give that whispered of repairs done handsomely but sparingly. She walked slowly down the central aisle, her boots leaving soft prints on the pew-run dust, and made small, invisible measurements with her eyes. She let them collect the high craning windows with panes fogged at the edges by time, the pulpit hand turned in a style she could place maybe to the 1890s. The faded painted stations of the cross along the walls, faces of saints softened, a woman saint's lips worn away by light. For all the decades of neglect, the place was not sacrilegeless. Candlesticks sat at angles like small metal moons. There was a pew about 3 rows back on the north side. That made her stop. The handrail of the pew on the aisle had a faint hollow, just where a child's hand might lie, its polish smoothed into a lighter sheen than the rest. She crouched and ran her fingers across the wood. It had the small warmth of a habit, of repeated small touch, and under her nail she found a thin line of grit, the kind you get from outside gravel dragged in on shoes. Whoever had sat there had done so with a regularity that had kept the wood from growing dull in that place. Nobody came to this chapel much any longer, yet the pew bore a small, stubborn proof of repeated presence. Small things like that told her more about a place than any ledger, a child's persistence, the daily small inheritance of Tuesday evening prayers, the fact that some small person had believed things were going to remain the same. That belief left an indentation in the world. She took pictures, hands working quickly. Her hands were steady but not calloused for the work she did. Catalogue, observe, label. She sketched the pew arrangement in quick lines in her notebook and then, because she could not help herself, sat where the child would have sat, let one palm lie in the faded hollow. The wood creaked a tiny complaint under her weight. She felt stupid and childish at once. There was a tug in her chest she tried to name as something practical, the need to measure the angle of the pew arm, to note a chip in the armrest for her report, but the tug came with an old, private ache that pressed at the ribs and made the small dragon of insomnia she lived with stir. A sound at the sacristy doorway shifted the air. The little bustle of skirts on stone, and then a figure standing there as if he had been waiting in the periphery for someone to arrive. Father Emmett Cole was smaller than photographs had led her to expect. He had that softness older men kept like a secret, soft because their bones had been used to an industry of gentleness. He had paper cups in his hand and a teapot stained with decades of use. He smiled at her in the way people who have learned to smile while hurt do slow, considered, a practiced tilt. "You must be Miss Hale," he said. His voice was a hush that had been in church sermons for a very long time. "Nora, is it? From the city?" She blinked. "Yes. Miss or Mems or Nora if you prefer," she said. Her voice felt professional at first, then narrowed to clarity. "I'm here to make a condition assessment. We'll be looking at structure, fabric ornamentation, any potential for safe excavation of the foundations." He stepped aside and put a paper cup into her hands like an offering. "The kettle's been patching itself all week. I wasn't sure if the electricity would hold." His hands trembled slightly as he brushed back hair from his forehead. "You can sit. Sorry about the mess. We've not had many visitors for the ledger in some time." She sat on a pew near the center and felt the plane of the church settle around her. Father Emmett pulled another cup and sat opposite, elbows on his knees. He had the look of a man who had been wearing the same coat of responsibility for a long time. He looked like the kind of priest her grandmother would have liked, not theatrical, not burning with fire, but steady in ways that suggested reliability. Yet his eyes, those glassy, old glass eyes, kept skipping away, as if there were a humility in him that would not allow his stare to hold on the same thing for long. Jonah Mercer was at the doorway then, shaking rain out of his jacket like a dog. He came in with the solid, easy movement of a man used to earth and muscle, and the shape of things that settle in the ground. Instead of a prayer he carried practicalities, a notebook of his own, a shovel slung against his shoulder like a scepter. His face was all wind and rope, and he wore his suspicion as other men wore coats. He tipped his head toward Nora with a half nod, half grin. "Miss Hale," Jonah said. He had the voice of someone who'd learned how to talk to people he respected and those he didn't, the two cadences mixed. "Welcome to the Hollow. I ought to warn you, the ground here remembers things." Nora did not answer immediately. She wanted to be thorough. It was a comfort. "How long has the building been out of regular use?" she asked. "I can see localized repairs, but it's clear there's been nothing major in decades." "It's been this way since the war," Father Emmett said. "Not that many hands left. Families move away. Those who stay grow used to smaller congregations." He took a slow sip of tea and seemed to find courage. "There's always been," he stopped, as if the words might be too heavy for the cup. "Habits," Jonah supplied, "and secrets," with a dry half-smile. A woman at the back of the chapel coughed once, half of a laugh. There were others beyond the threshold, faces like driftwood in the dim. People who watched from the edges and then melted back into the town once they'd done what tradition demanded, look at strangers. A little boy peered from behind a post, his hair plastered to his forehead by rain. He had the Hollow's look, pale, watchful, as if the weather had taught him to keep his expression constant. Nora did the thing she did when people gave her pieces instead of the whole. She listened. People in small towns jam their truths together into fragments, leave them in the corners like old coats, and expect a visitor to find the rest. She filed the impressions away in her mind's catalogue: Father Emmet's hands, Jonah's shovel, the child-worn pew. The locked vestry door in the sacristy that had a brass plaque darkened fatigue. The plaque read vestry, and the lock had a film of white rust. Someone had cared enough to guard it. "We don't go in there often," Father Emmet said finally, and his voice did something small. He folded it inward. "We keep things in there that belong to the old mass, relics, things belonging to those who can't be replaced." She wanted to ask what things meant. She wanted to ask why some things felt guarded like family secrets rather than panes of glass. But she kept it professional. "I'll need access to everything," she said. "If there are liturgical items, they'll be vital to the catalogue. Also to determine if anything in the foundations has shifted." He blinked, and in the cross-illumination of the nave her camera found a flicker like a moth. "The council might prefer limited access for the moment," he said slowly. "There's been rumors talk." "Rumors can be documented," she said. She could see their calculation. Some towns were allergic to external scrutiny. She had seen it. "My job is to list things as they are. You will get a written report." Jonah's eyes narrowed. "You don't come to places like this to stir anything up, Miss Hale. We have our own ways of dealing with our dead." Nora felt the old thing, her own carefulness, bristle. "I'm here to help make sure the excavation happens without bringing down the building. That's my only interest." He made a sound that might have been humor. "That's plenty of interest," he said, and that was true in another sense entirely. They walked the perimeter together. Jonah led her through the graveyard because in small places, whoever keeps the ground keeps part of the past's ledger. Stones leaned like tired people, names eroded. P. Holloway M. Mercer, a child's stone with a flower pot of plastic marigolds sagging against the base. Some plots were tended with an affection that had the smell of boiled meat and sweet vinegar. Others were left with the solemn negligence of those who had done what they could and then let time do its work. "Any spots we should avoid?" Nora asked. "There are plots Mima wouldn't cross," Jonah said. "Not for anything. Folks leave them to rest," she used to say, "because sometimes what lies under isn't meant to be seen." He laughed, but it had no happiness. Water pooled in furrows of grave markers, reflecting the battered sky like slashed tin. Someone had draped a child's knitted hat over one stone as if to satisfy an impulse to clap a small garment over loss. That particular arrangement lodged in Nora's chest with an old ache she had trained herself to keep folded away like a spare set of gloves. In the hotel room that night she would line the photograph of her brother against the window to see if moonlight could argue with memory. Here the hat seemed to be a signal. In a town where grief operates on customs, people do not talk freely about things they bury. They gesture, they stitch, they leave gifted objects. She had been a teenager when she had left this hollow, and what had smuggled her away was not any one event, but a crooked accumulation of small silences. They were always dangerous. They gathered the rain. At the edge of the graveyard a woman in an old coat watched them tilt their heads like birds listening for a new sound. She came closer finally, as if permission had been granted by the porch light. Her eyes were not young, and they held histories that made weather of memory. "We don't talk about some things here," she said in a voice that carried that careful, worn economy of small places. "Best for you to know. You come for stones and beams, yes, you come to count cracks. But there's a hush to this town that was paid for a long time back." "By whom?" Nora asked. The woman's eyes hovered toward the chapel door. "By old vows and the people who made them," she said. "Promises don't free the world. Sometimes they bind it." Nora had catalogued rot before. That was part of why they'd brought her. Someone who could look without flinching, who could write decay into a neat, numbered report and send it back to the county with the blandness of facts. In the city, buildings left to memory diminished into neat case studies for grant requests, the kind of casualty that could be measured in joists per foot and pounds per square inch. Here in Marrow's Hollow, the rot had a voice. The vestry smelled of dust and basil and something older under both, beeswax, the soreness of paper kept too long. The faint iron tang Nora felt when a story was about to break what was inside it. Light came in thin, grey bands through a high, narrow window. On the table between them sat a handful of things that were both simple and dangerous: a chipped brass candlestick, a sealed jar of what looked like dried oil, a rosary whose beads had been rethreaded with brown twine. Father Amet had led her here with the slow, apologetic gait of a man walking through rooms thick with his own past. He closed the vestry door with a precise, grateful click and then hesitated, as if the room itself required permission before it would surrender anything. His collar was a softer thing than Nora had expected, more frayed cotton than symbol, resting like a pale band against a throat that moved with breath that had tasted prayer and whiskey in equal measure. "I don't," he began, then swallowed. He had the kind of voice that had been used for a lifetime to soothe a small crisis, and now sounded like a weathered sheet of paper. "I don't take kindly to surprises, Mies Hale, but I promised the council it'd be transparent." His eyes drifted to the ledger in the center of the table. Transparent up to a point. There are things. He flipped the ledger open like someone turning the skin of an old apple, careful, reverent, afraid of making it bruise. The book was small, leather softened by decades of handling, the spines scored and the corners rounded. Inside, ink had browned. Some lines were written in a hand so small Nora had to lean in until the words blurred and resolved. There were dates, names, small notations, a tiny cross next to several entries, asterisks that led to marginal notes. And then, in places, the ink had been scraped away. Someone had taken a blade and tried to remove lines. Nora felt the cataloger's compulsion stir. She wanted now to document everything, to photograph the ledger, to number the pages and transcribe and file. It was the professional reflex that had gotten her out of the city and into the rain-bleached hollow in the first place. She reached, blinking at the dust motes that pooled in the shaft of light, and an absurd childishness flicked across her, like someone about to touch something marked "Do not touch." "You shouldn't," Amet said again, the priest in him, the man who had spent years cloaking the past in sacraments. "There's nothing good for you in some of these pages. They're not for cataloging by strangers." Nora smiled without humor. "I'm here to make it possible for someone else to do that work properly. If the chapel is to be excavated," she hesitated, "the professional language doing its work like a plaster mask. Someone has to know what we are dealing with." He closed the book a fraction, a bare motion of denial. "We used to do things differently." We thought. He tapped the table as if the point would lodge there like a nail. "We thought we were protecting ourselves." That was a phrase she'd heard before. Protecting themselves. Nora had watched it in her own childhood household. The silence wrapped around grief like a blanket, and she'd learned how quickly it could curdle into a different, more criminal thing. She opened the ledger, this time with permission, and ran her fingers over the page edges. There were names she recognized, old families that still had houses with porch swings and lemon trees, and dates where entries clustered close together like bees. Beside some names were fragments of scripture, shortened prayers, a notation that read bounded with a small symbol next to it. In the margins, in a hand less careful and more frantic, someone had sketched a line of notes that looked less like ink and more like memory scraped into paper. "What does bounded mean?" Nora asked. The question had the gentleness of a probe. She didn't want to scare him into shutting up. Amet's fingers went to the collar of his shirt. It was a local phrase. "I suppose people meant he stopped." It's not a doctrinal term. We used it the way you might say tended or kept close. It meant something different here." "Kept close how?" He made a noise that might have been a laugh or a sob. "By vow, a foolish thing done when we were frightened. We thought vows could be anchors. I thought they might stop the H." Nora sat back, the ledger on her palms like a small, living thing. "Vow?" The word rippled through her like a cold that started at her temples. The ledger was not a neutral record. It had been a place where people had tried to codify their fear. He watched her with a kind of tenderness that made the hairs on her arms rise. "You left, Miss Hale. I know that. My housekeeper, my sister, she used to tell me about you. Always drawing, always leaving. I don't think you ever came back to make peace with what happened. I can't tell you I'm sorry for that in the right way. But I can tell you this, when something like this sits in your parish, you don't get to be a stranger to it." She didn't tell him about the photograph she kept in her jacket, a small, creased image of a boy with a gap-toothed grin and a coat too big for him. She didn't say that she had carried that paper like a bone, sometimes warm in the dark, and sometimes sharp enough to draw blood. Instead, she traced another, less personal question. "Why was the vestry locked when I first came in?" He blinked. "We've tried to keep things orderly. The vestry contains records, sacramental records, things that make people uncomfortable if seen out of context. I didn't expect anyone to come through the county the way you did. His hands made a small, inadequate circle. We wanted to be slow about it. Slow was a good word for compulsion." Nora thought of the excavation plans, of the men who would come with machines and teeth and light, of the policy memos and the photographs for the press release. Slow was not what the county would approve if it promised swift reporting, and slow was not how grief behaved when it was roused. She put the book down finally and walked the chapel. The nave swallowed sound like an upturned shell. Floorboards had the soft lisp of relief where strangers' footsteps had become familiar. A child's scuff marked a pew near the front, an indentation so small and smooth it spoke of years of knees and small hips. The varnish there had worn away in a pattern that looked like a crescent moon. Jonah found her in the churchyard before noon. He had the shovel over his shoulder and the kind of practical expression that meant he had already arranged his grief into something that could be managed with muscle. He smiled at her with a grin that was a little too quick, like someone hiding a fact that hurt. "You owe us a rain check, Nora, for telling you the place doesn't always like being poked at," he said, as if this were a joke. She looked at him and saw how small the joke was. "You told me the same thing when I first walked the grounds." He shrugged. "It's tradition, superstition. People in this town have long memories for things that bother their bones. They say don't make noise at the wrong stones, and they mean it. Not that I am one to carry a candle." They walked the edge of the yard. The rain from the morning had left the grass damp and black, and the row of stones along the oldest wall had the softness of things softened by time. Jonah pointed with the butt of his shovel to a stretch of earth where the turf was denser, darker. "There's spots that settle different," he said. "You'd think after 3 generations of graves they'd be all the same. But there are places that hold. Old people say the ground remembers what you put in it." Nora knew that at a technical level, soil compaction, older fill. She was a person who could translate ground into argument and present it to a committee with bullet points and quotation marks. But Jonah's words had a different texture, a communal superstition. The language of people who had their hands in the earth for a living and had learned to listen to its moods. "Best leave em alone?" she asked, because it was the question she hoped to shove away with a blast tone. He gave her a look that pretended to be flippant and was not. Best left alone for some people. For other folk, it'll make them sneak around at night with flashlights and promises. You can't tell the good from the curious until it's too late. He said it like someone reading a weather report. Nora looked at the line of stones and at the chapel, its spire a dark tooth against the cloud. The ledger's word bounded sat under her tongue like an olive pit. Back inside, she catalogued a handful of ritual objects at Father Emmet's request, a brass plate caked with wax, a half-burned candle with a strange scent of herbs, a child's collar lovingly mended and folded into a drawer. The collar was small enough that it might have fit a toddler. Somebody had taken the care to darn it by hand, stitching a pattern that looked almost like a prayer. Nora ran a thumb over the stitches and felt the roughness of someone else's devotion. Why would someone, she began, and then stopped. The ledger had shown her the answer to that question in principle, vows and measures made in fear. Amet hovered nearby. We used to have a children's choir. They sang like small bells. After the incident, well, people wanted to hold on to something living. So we accepted offerings. They were kept here for safekeeping. Nora's hackles rose. Children's choir, offerings. He nodded. People would leave toys, letters, prayers, small things. Folk thought it would keep them close. Kept them close how? He shut his mouth like someone pinching off a pain. In ritual we sometimes think words will do what we cannot. We coax things into order. But words turn into contracts if enough people speak them together. Contracts. Sometimes learn to ask for payment. She had read anthropological accounts of similar rituals in other places, books that narrated how communities, when struck by grief, perform quasi-liturgical acts to reassert a sense of control. Those accounts were clinical, bloodless. Here in the chapel, the abstractions had texture, the candle smoke that left a greasy residue on the nave beams. The child's collar smelling faintly of starch and the composted scent of old prayers. It all seemed to rearrange her bones. She understood, in a way that had nothing to do with the ledger's scripts or the county's timetables, what a small town will do to a loss it cannot accept. The more she catalogued, the less separate her history felt. The creased photograph of her brother felt like a thing vibrating on the same frequency as the varnished pew. She did not have to open her jacket to know the photograph was there. The paper lived in her pocket temperature the way bone remembers heat. That night the rain began again, soft as moth wings. Nora lay on the cot of the little rental shed taken above a closed bakery and let the ceiling's paint flake at the edges of her sight. Sleep fled like a skittish animal. She turned the small photograph over and over in her hands. A boy with hair like a thrown stitch and the lopsided grin of someone who had known mischief but been spared consequence. The city had taught her to dress pain in schedules. The hollow taught it patience. She listened to the distant bell of the chapel, a clumsy, complaining sound. It is strange how sound can press on memory and rearrange it. The bell reminded her of the shape of her brother's voice when it cut across the yard the last summer they'd lived here. She heard shapes of hymns in the wind, as if the town were half singing even when it slept. The ledger's scraped ink made the edges of those memories sharper. She could not unsee the scrawl where the ink had been removed. When she drifted, her dreams were not the cartoon nightmares of a city girl, but a slow film shot at the edges. Hands with dirt under their nails offering things to a dark hole. A chorus of small voices saying words Nora almost knew, and then couldn't. The image of a small porcelain hand lying on a sheet of black soil like a moth. She woke with a small animal's start and listened for the whisper she had yet admitted was there. In the morning, she went back to the chapel before she was due at the site. The light was different then, rinsed and clean, and the chapel smelled like it always had smelled, like odd prayers and broom dust. She ran a finger along the worn child's scuff on the pew until the varnish left a pale smear on her fingertip. The chapel's silence felt like a held breath. She wanted to catalogue, to preserve, to number, but the ledger had taught her humility. Some things ate the neatness right out of you. As the county men arrived later that day, and the machine engines put their small, mechanical voices into the world, Nora realized that whatever she wrote in her report would be inadequate. The ledger's lines were more than records. They were an argument made in ink and secrecy, an argument that the town's grief might be bound into objects, and that binding, once spoken, had a stubbornness like concrete. She put the photograph back in her jacket. The ledger sat like an accusation on her mind. Father Emmett had asked her to be transparent, but the book's redactions hissed at transparency like a secretive thing that had been trained to survive exposure. Jonah's shovel showed up in the chapel doorway as if on cue. He nodded to her, a small, ironclad salute between two people who tended grave matters literally and figuratively. "You staying for the first digs?" he asked, though she had not planned on it. Her professional distance was eroding into the more dangerous curiosity that made a person pry under old stones until the story was ready to bite back. She looked at the men preparing to take the ground, at the small congregation of town elders who had convened with muffled faces, and then down at the ledger she had not yet photographed. "I'll be here as long as they let me," she said, "partly because I owe it to the chapel, partly because there are things I have to know." He tipped his head as if he understood more than she said. Jonah had that way of relating to pain, practical, unavoidable, slightly crass but honest. "Careful with curiosity," he said, echoing the same warning had given in the yard. "Curiosity digs holes you don't mean to make." Her smile was thin. "Isn't that what we do for a living?" she asked. He tapped the shovel like a metronome. "You make it look pretty when you're done. We put it back together different. But you can't put everything back in the same place." His eyes flicked toward the vestry window. Some things should stay where they were set down. Nora's jaw worked. She thought of vows, of columns of names, of bounded written like an epitaph. She thought of her brother's face, and the way the ledger's scraped pages seemed to be calling across time. The machines would tear. The ledger would be read. The town would begin to open, as if it had been stitched up for a long sleep. And at the center of all this, like a small, patient heart, was a book with lines erased as if someone had tried to hide a name. Who had done the erasing? Why? And why did the act of erasure feel less like concealment and more like a plea? She did not know. But she was sleepless now in earnest, and curiosity had already shown its teeth. She left the chapel with the ledger's image carved thin against the back of her eyes, Jonah's shovel clinking behind her like a punctuation. She went back to the vestry to tell Amet she would be present for the first day of the excavation. Though the truth was she had already decided she would not leave until the book told her everything it had to say. Amet's hands were far steadier when he took the ledger from the table. "You will tell me if you find anything that would harm the people?" "Yes," he asked. His voice was small in the room, the priest pleading for a confessor. Nora looked at him. "I will tell you what I find," she said, "and I'll tell the county. Not to punish, to record, so nobody can say later they didn't know." He nodded, and then, with the suddenness of a man afraid of his own courage, he added, "There are names in there that mean more than parishioners. They are attachments. Be careful." Nora lifted the ledger in her hands for a moment, as if it were something she'd been given to keep safe or to bury. The book was warm from the morning light, and the leather creaked softly. She slid it back onto the table and turned to leave, feeling the weight of someone's past like a stone in her pocket. Outside, the rain had stopped. The clouds had been torn into ragged strips, and the slate light made the chapel's stone grain sharp. The county men were setting stakes and painting lines. They moved like a blue and orange choreography that did not know how intimately it would intrude on human memory. Nora pulled her jacket tighter, the photograph still near her heart, and walked up the lane where the graves tilted slightly like teeth. At the top of the hill, she paused and glanced back. The chapel loomed, quiet and patient as ever, and somewhere within its walls the ledger waited for fingers that might reveal or wound. She felt the old ache in the center of her chest, the one that had sent her away years ago, and now had dragged her back like an undertow. She rubbed the crust of dirt from under her thumbnail and tasted rust in the air. Somewhere behind her a crow bleated, and the sound made the skin along her forearm prickle. Curiosity was a tool, but it was also a hunger. She had come to catalogue a building. Already she had catalogued a secret instead, and secrets had a way of asking for blood. As she walked down the lane, Jonah's voice came to her from the yard. "Don't say I didn't warn you." She smiled despite herself and did not answer. She only kept walking, because walking let her think in a straight line, and for now that straight line led back to the ledger and forward toward an excavation that would, in a matter of hours, begin to tear the chapel's heart out. The ledger's scraped ink waited in the vestry for a hand to brave what was written, and for Nora Hale that hand would not stay idle. The town had taught itself to bind grief with votive objects and strange vows. Nora had left to escape one binding. Now she was back to see what it had done when it had been left to itself. It was the beginning of a hunger she couldn't name. And when she lay awake that night, she felt the thing at the center of the hollow open like a small mouth, learning the shape of a syllable. The word it might be forming was not yet intelligible, only the cadence, a liturgy in the dark. The ledger had given her the first stanza, and she had a sense sharp as the crack of a dropped teacup that it would not be the last. Outside the chapel, in the deep gloaming of the lanes, the town of Marrow's Hollow turned a page it had kept folded for years. The sound was a soft, ominous rustle, like leaves rubbing together over something buried. Nora held her photograph and thought of vows written in fear. She wondered if vows, once spoken enough times, remember how to become prayers. She did not yet have an answer, but she had a book, a shovel, and a promise that she would not let the ledger's scraped out lines become silence again. She would press them into the light, even if the light showed her only the thing that had been trying to learn to speak beneath the soil. Nora Hale was used to finding rot and things that could be fixed. She had spent a decade teaching herself how to see what the weather and generations had done to wood and stone, the patient, slow violence of water and cold, the way a roof could be coaxed back into doing what it had once been meant to do. She had not come to Marrow's Hollow to chase ghosts. She had come with a clipboard, a laser measure, and a sense that the ledger of a ruined building could be made honest again. Rain ran from the brim of her hat and threaded down the collar of her jacket, and she kept her hands in her pockets because the wind took the heat from them like a small theft. They were working under a grey sky the color of old pew varnish. Jonah had chosen the day without a flourish. Best light for what we need, he said. Though the sun had given nothing but a murk that made the chapel's stone look like the back of an animal. The crew had already opened a shallow trench at the west end of the nave, where decades of silt and leaf mulch had lain heavy against the foundation. Nora crouched at the rim of the pit with her notebook balanced on her knees, the pages dampening as she wrote in a hand that had learned to be readable even when the wind wanted otherwise. Careful, Jonah told the man with the pick. He was old at the edges, a man who carried his bones like a record of winter. This ground keeps its own. Mick, one of the crew, tapped the blade into a seam, and the stone gave with the small, betraying sound of a mouth opening on a secret. Mud slid from the collapsing face, black and full of the small things the ground held in storage. A shard of brick caught the light, then a coil of old wire, then the bone-dry whisper of something brittle. When the spade hit porcelain, it made a sound that had no place in the pit. It was a clink that might have been a name. Nora felt the spade vibrate through Jonah's hands up into the wood, and through the man into the air where her own pulse, for an absurd second, matched the sound. A small, white hand rose from the dirt, at an angle like a child's reach, the fingers half bent as if frozen mid-plea. The mud on it was a soft brown, streaked with a pale underglaze. It caught the light that the clouds gave grudgingly and seemed at once too small and too deliberate to be dismissed as ordnance or rubbish. "What in God?" someone said. The exclamation hung, ragged. In that split second the crew's conversation stopped being a background beat. It was a held breath. Nora was the first to move. Habit was a kind of training that could sound like faith when you were alone. Protect the find, record the conditions. She slipped down the bank and knelt properly this time, closing the notebook with a practiced tap. Her gloved hand hovered, then she peeled the mud away with a gentleness she reserved for old houses and thin glass. The porcelain beneath it was cool and alive as bone. There was paint flecked near the wrist, half of a cuff. The hand was too small for any practical use beyond child's play. It had the careful, unthriving detail of an object meant to be both lifelike and eternally still. Around them, the field of the graveyard smelled of rain and iron-damp earth, and the faint ghost of something older. Jonah's shovel made a short, careful arc, widening the aperture of the hole. One by one, objects emerged: a slat of rotted wood, a rusted tin with no bottom, a fragment of lace, then a knuckle, a tiny porcelain chin, an eyelid of glass. Nora catalogued automatically position, orientation, material, her pencil crossing the page like a surgeon's blade as she kept one eye on the pit and one on the chapel. She had the strange professional mixture of fascination and distance and interest that translated ruin into vocabulary's value, salvage, safety. And then the dolls came into view. They were not scattered, they were arranged. Nora's cataloging hand faltered because the scene refused the simple vocabulary of debris. Rows like pews, like people at prayer. The dolls were placed in a pattern that made sense in a human heart. Small hands folded, cloth dresses browned and threadbare, painted faces with hairlines of cracking glaze. Glass eyes that when they caught the light reflected it back, as if 100 tiny lighthouses were trapped beneath the floor. Some were whole. Others had been repaired with a clumsy devotion, hair stitched with thread that had once been white and had gone the color of old milk. There were dolls with legs missing, faces relined with a crude gesso, a child's sock stuffed into a torso where stuffing had long since dispersed. Nora felt the air change. Not the cool of the river or the damp of wet fabric, but a weight the way a door closes on a room you did not intend to enter. "Jonah," she said quietly, "how far down is this chamber?" "Not far." He kept his voice low, though there was no law that commanded it. The men at the lip of the pit were suddenly children in an old picture, their shoulders tight, their glances seeking bravado. Tagged it as a void in the old plans. Nobody supposed his mouth tightened. We didn't suppose it was dolls. They hauled one up on a plank. A worker passed it to Nora as if it were a document. The doll's face was a small, cracked world, the paint on its lips worn away to a pale suggestion, its cheeks like washed berries, its eyelashes a few flecks of finely applied line. Its eyes were made of a glass so clear you could see the pit reflected in them like a map. The mouth, when Nora tilted it up to the light, bore a single thin stitch across the porcelain where it had once cracked and been sewn. Someone had threaded cotton through glaze and knotted it on the inside. The sight of that stitch did something to Nora in the place grief sat. She had a photograph in her field bag she took from habit, though she seldom opened it in work. At night she had traced with her finger the blur of a younger face, her brother's left for reasons she could not fully name. That stitch was a human hand's defiance against rupture. It was the way a repair could become the thing that kept a wound open. For a moment she forgot to record measurements. She forgot other people's eyes on the pit. "We need to call a met," Jonah said. He had the manner of a man balancing on a thin rope. No sense in the town getting wind of this before the priest sees it. He should be the one to. He stopped. His mouth said confess and cover in one breath. The chapel's bell, that squat, stubborn thing in the tower, was wound tight with age, and it did not peal. Father Emmet came with a slow walk that looked wasted by the stone steps. He smelled faintly of whiskey and lavender soap, the sort of paradox that read as human instead of saint. He stood at the edge of the pit and did not speak at first. He only looked. When he did, it was with a hand over his mouth. The gesture of a man who had thought he had been absolved by time and found he had been claimed again. "My God," he said. The words were not performative. They held an honest smallness that made Nora's chest hollow. "Who would why here? We don't know." Jonah's jaw worked. "We haven't opened what looks like a cavity. Could be old foundation stuff. Could be chest," or he swallowed a look that suggested less clinical possibilities. There were no easy answers. The graveyard around them had been in use for a century, the stones leaning like old people whispering with their neighbors. The present congregation had shunted the chapel a little out of civic life. It was a building that served the rituals of grief enough to be loved in a careful way. To find dolls beneath its floor felt like learning a family had stored its dead in the cellar, an intimacy transmuted into something else. The line between piety and eccentricity had been crossed, and someone along the way had made that crossing a thing of clandestine ceremony. People began to come to the perimeter. Word in a village moves like a quick rumor of foxfire. It appears at the hedgerow, then the bakery, then the doorways. Faces gathered over the low wall misses. Pike with her tidy coat pressed against the chill, old man Rourke leaning on his cane. The children keeping a frightened distance because they had been taught that certain sights were not for them. Someone started whispering the name of the past in a way that made it more present, vanish, the missing child, the story that had lain like silt beneath the town's surface. Parents moved their children away with the fingers of habit. Gossip is a kind of mercy in small places, an attempt to fold the strange thing back into the known. Nora kept cataloguing it was an anchor. Position aligned to an axis that ran with the chapel's nave material: porcelain, cloth, thread decorative elements, hand-painted hair, blue eyes. The faint remnant of a hymn stitched into a padding. She tasted the words as she wrote them, and her handwriting grew small and careful. There are at least 20 in this layer, she told Jonna. At least 20. Jonna's voice hollowed into disbelief. At least we haven't cleared the far side. The men began to clear more carefully, like archaeologists who had learned their caution at the cost of other people's impatience. Wheels squeaked as they set a makeshift plank across the pit. The rain, which had been an indifferent patter, increased to a fine, steady needle that made the stones shine like the backs of drowned things. The dolls were placed on tarpaulins with a reverence that was practically religion, hands protected with clean cloth. A small circle of respect formed by men who had become caretakers whether they liked it or not. "Do you want me to catalogue them all?" Nora asked. The professional impulse was a sturdy thing. It could be used as a hammer or a hand. If this becomes evidence, her voice cracked at the end, as if the possibility of needing protocols suggested the world had a version with harder edges. Father Emmett put a hand on her shoulder with the sort of clerical softness that had been practiced over 100 Sunday handshakes. "Do what you need," he said. And Nora, he hesitated, "Be careful." His eyes were not pleading for her bodily safety, but for the preservation of something else, a fragile social tissue made of unspoken rules. He had been in Marrow's Hollow too long to think that facts alone would settle anything here. The first of the townsfolk to speak to Nora, once the crowd had thinned and the immediate spectacle of uncovered dolls had been moved into a somber hush, said, "We kept things for the children." It was a woman whose hands were knuckled with years, who smelled faintly of starch. What she meant was one thing in the grammar of small towns: charity, memory. A way of holding on to the vanished, and something else when translated into the language of the pit. Nora's mind supplied a half-formed translation that someone, once, had bound toys and prayers together in an act that in some moment had felt like salvation. She lifted another doll, a small figure with a dress that had been embroidered with an almost invisible floral motif. Tucked into the dress hem was a scrap of paper browned like old bone. Nora eased it free with the tip of her pen. There were no words she could make out at a glance, only fragments of ink and a smear where water had once kissed the page. She slipped it between the pages of her notebook more by instinct than design and kept working. Her fingers smelled of damp clay and something sweet, an old perfume of lemon and beeswax. "Christ," someone said behind her. It was Jonah. He had found a small cluster of fragments that, arranged, suggested the impression of a child's face pressed into clay, a painted nostril, the curve of a chin. A hairline fracture where a face had been reassembled with the tender brutality of necessity. Who'd do this and bury them like he could finish the sentence? The comparison that lurked in small places is always worse than what's factual. Like a funeral becomes like an indictment. Nora had the ledger of the chapel in her head, the index card of its life she had been writing that morning. A list of roofers' names. A notation about the vestry door being locked. She added a new entry in her mind, a sort of private rubric for this new evidence: cultural deposit, non-funerary objects, possible votive deposit. That language kept her in the world of technique and away from the world of myth. And yet, when she lifted her head, the pit looked different. The chapel's stones felt like a cage, and the road dolls like an accusation. A woman at the low wall had a hand over her mouth. A small boy in his arms rubbed his eyes with the back of his fist, and looked like he was trying to scrub the image away. The town breathed low and held 1,000 small judgments in place. At the end of that day they covered the pit with tarpaulins and sandbags. A rope line was strung. A placard would be tacked to the church door. Father Emmet stood again at the lip as the men worked, and Nora felt a peculiar kinship to the chapel itself, two things stacked with history and complaint, both needing care. She took photographs and made sketches until the battery of her camera was dead. She wrote until her hand cramped. By the time the crew had packed up and the crowd had thinned, the rain had become a steady curtain. Jonah gave her a lift back to the inn in the back of his truck. He drove slow and the road smelled of steam and damp earth. Nora held her notebook to her chest like a small shield. The dolls sat under plastic like secrets in an evidence locker. The chapel's bell, which did not ring, watched over them. She slept badly that night, though she did sleep. Dreams arrived because that is what sleep does in places where the day has thrown a stone into the well of the unconscious. In the dream she knelt in a darkened nave and the dolls sat upright in the pews, their glass eyes reflecting the candlelight as if dozens of little altars had been kindled. A child's voice said a syllable she almost recognized, and then it was gone. She woke with the taste of iron in her mouth and the H of a photograph's edge under her palm. In the morning the town would talk and decide what to do. There would be practicalities. The county's archaeologist would be called, someone from the diocese, perhaps a journalist. But the first shovel had broken more than earth. It had broken a seam in Marrow's Hollow's tidy account of itself. Objects do that. They are not only things. They are accusations against forgetting. Nora kept thinking of the small hand. It looked as if it had been placed with intention, an offering or an apologia. The dirt had kept it waiting until someone moved the wrong stone. She would make a formal report, she told herself, take measurements and photographs, list materials, and make notes on preservation. She would do what she knew how to do. But something else had been started. In the quiet of her room, she pulled the small photograph from her field bag and smoothed the corner with a night roof-in thumb. It was a picture of her brother holding up a newspaper like a triumphant child. His teeth were crooked, his hair a messy hollow. The photograph had been a hinge on which she'd left herself swinging for years, an answer that never came. Beneath the chapel someone had lain dolls like little saints. Nora imagined hands, adult hands, trembling with a need to keep tucking glass eyes and stitched mouths into the dark. She imagined them saying short prayers over them and lowering them into the earth because that felt like the closest thing to keeping someone near. The imagination does its work efficiently. It links grief to ritual in a way that almost makes sense, and in doing so becomes a trap. Outside her window the rain kept falling, and the town around the chapel held its breath. The first shovelful had been small. The consequence of it would not be. The day had revealed an order beneath the ordinary, and in doing so, had flung a door open a crack. Nora fell asleep finally with her notebook on the nightstand, the page she had filled with catalogue entries, a small raft of evidence. When she woke, the town would be different in degrees. she could not yet measure, and she would have to decide how far she was willing to go to read what was written in the earth. The rain had stripped Marrow's Hollow to a single varnish of color, grey stone, darker green of the wet hedgerows, the washed-out wash of siding on houses that remembered better summers. Nora had, by inclination and profession, learned to reduce weather to data. Rain altered surfaces in predictable ways, wood darkened along grain lines, mortar bled a lighter shade at points of stress. Copper turned to a blue-green where it had been kissed by years. She had made entire lists in her head as she walked the lane toward the chapel: note damp stone, check for efflorescence, photograph masonry joints. Measure the nave, note child-sized wear on the first 3 pews. She could do her work as if it were surgery, clean, measured, an attempt to return the body to functional shape. That mind pulled taut over the strange thing they dug up like skin from the roots of the building. Jonah waited at the edge of the chancel with his hands in the pockets of his jacket, the flannel smelling faintly of damp earth and diesel. Dirt flecks clung under his fingernails as if the ground itself had decided to hang on and remember. He watched Nora as you would watch a woman who had returned from an old wound and kept the bandage on too long. There was respect and a protective distance. "You seen what I left on the table?" he asked by way of greeting. He kept his voice low, as if tradition or superstition might be offended by volume. Nora nodded. She stepped over the uneven stones and into the chapel's dim body. Light came through the high lancet windows in pale, smeared planes that turned the dust into a thing you could almost taste. The vault smelled of old beeswax, pew polish, and a faint animal musk that came from the cellar under the chancel, a place the church kept dry shelved hymnals, and, apparently, things they had not meant to unearth. On the long worktable, amid tarps and gloves, sat the dolls. They were lined like sorrowful parishioners at a wake, porcelain skin glazed to a soft, dead sheen, tiny hands folded or splayed, hair either molded into waves or actual spun fibers, eyes of glass that at first looked like marbles until they arranged themselves in Nora's mind into a choir. They had been washed in earth and time, and the craquelure of their faces gave them the look of saints who've been prayed over too long. The first thing Nora did, because that was her training, her defense, was measure. She took a tape, quiet as a confessor, and ran its metal ribbon along knees, the span from shoulder to wrist. The tiny circumference of a porcelain waist, meant to wear threadbare frocks. She wrote the numbers into her battered notebook with the small, precise script she'd kept since graduate school. The dolls' mouths were sewn really soon with silk that had been threaded through flesh-white porcelain and knotted on the inside. Some mouths had been stitched in a neat line, others in jagged crosses that made Nora's fingers itch. She lifted one up. The doll's dress, once white perhaps, had the color of tea, and the edges of seams looked as if someone had tucked things into them and then sealed them away. That was when she found the scrap, a paper so fragile it might have been missed. It was folded and tucked between the doll's arm and the seam at the shoulder. Nora eased it free with the point of a scalpel, breath held because procedures told you to treat every material with the same degree of reverence you might give to bone. It was a hymn line, printed in an old serif font, ink brown to the color of old marrow. Part of it read, "Hold them. Oh, keep them in light." The rest had been creased into illegibility. It smelled faintly of oil. The chapel's air seemed to change around that scrap. Nora's pulse, which shed thought she'd gotten used to grief, had taught her a kind of steady ache to carry tugged sharp and useless against her ribs. She had been a professional for so long that it sometimes took the particularity of a detail to cut through her practiced distance. The sewn mouths, the hymn slips, the tiny knots of sacramental residue in the fabric suggested an intentionality that was not simple commemoration. Someone had hidden rites in children's things until the things themselves became carriers of ritual. Jonah cleared his throat. "Found any more?" he asked. She showed him the paper. the way you'd show a bruise to someone who'd know how to read it. He crouched, the flannel creaking, and turned his broad shoulders so that the light from the window caught him in profile. "This town's got more than secrets in the soil," he said. "It's got debts. Mama told me once, don't dig under the front of the chapel. If you do, you'll pull out names that don't want to be said." He tried to sound like a man who knew the rhetoric of warnings, but his thumbs were white against his shovel handle. "Who would hide things like this?" Nora asked. Jonah shrugged. "People grieving, people scared, people with hands they couldn't stand to look at." Her pen had paused above the notebook. The administrative mind is a poor match for existential answers. It likes people in boxes. Grieving and scared were categories Nora could file, but they left edges uncatalogued. In a file she didn't have private. Stark was the memory of her brother's missing shoe by the apple tree and the way adults had bowed their heads like a curtain being drawn. It was absurd, the way small objects could make a room open up to old air. They were joined then by Father Emmett, who came in the back door like a weathered amendment to the building itself, stiff with habit, but not unkind. He smelled faintly of whiskey and confession. There was a ledger tucked under his arm. The spine bubbled with time and ink. "A professional review," he said, setting the ledger down and smoothing the cover with a gesture that was more ritual than utility. His voice softened when he saw the dolls. "My God," he breathed. He did not touch. His hands hovered where hands had touched for decades, palm to knee, palm to pew, like a man unsure whether his skin still fit the shape of a clerical life. "We have had practices once we justified as comfort," he said, and the words fell clumsy as a man getting used to a new language, not sanctioned, not in any sermon. "Something done in the nights after the child vanished. We told ourselves it would help us keep them near." Nora's field notes became a different thing on the paper, then less a ledger, more a record of confessions. Father Emmett's face held exhaustion made visible, and she could see that his service of duty had been a slow device for burning shame to ash. She knew, in the way you know a weather front, that he had been part of a congregation that had tried to sew grief back together with superstition. That was when Elsie came. She arrived like a shaken hymn, hurried, small, smelling of mothballs and boiled sugar. Her shawl was gathered tight. Her hands, despite their age, were deft as a seamstress. She moved among the dolls as if coming home, taking one in her lap with an affection that looked like prayer and guilt braided together. She hummed as she worked under her breath, a lullaby Nora had never heard, a tune whose intervals slipped between major and minor like a question. Her mouth worked knots of thread into garments with fingers that had sewn costumes for a church pageant a lifetime ago. Her voice had the curious effect of making the air seem slightly colder, or maybe it was Nora's skin tuning to the small, intimate sounds of someone who'd kept a secret so long it had thinned and become part of the furniture. "You shouldn't have been buried like that," Elsie said, more to the doll than to the room. Her voice was a rasp of moth wings. "They were children." Nora sat back on her heels. The detail of Elsie, her seam-stained fingers, the way her thumb absently smoothed a seam made the story smaller and therefore more terrible. Portraits of sin often look like grand gestures, towers and torches. Here the sin wore a shawl and hummed a lied as she mended the garments of things that could not be hurt or helped by thread. "Who?" Nora asked. "Who did this?" Elsie's eyes flicked up. They were pale and veined, the color of the inside of an oyster. Some of them thought it would help. A promise made between parents and priest. A little oil and a prayer, sealed where no one would forget. We thought, she coughed and gathered sound like a cloth. We thought if the children's tokens were kept close, they'd be kept safe. We were too young to know how vows could go sore. Father Emmett placed his palms on the table as if bracing to hold himself up. "A misbegotten baptism," he said. "Not a sacrament, but a mimicry. We hoped to bind their absent sacrifice, a symbol to ease a wound. It was wrong. We were wrong." His voice frayed, then steadied into the kind of fatalism that comes when someone has been rehearsing guilt for decades. Nora felt the bind tighten. Documentation, she thought, had always been an objective tool: placement, decay, intervention. Sometimes description can become a weapon against abuse. But here, description unlocked a series of moral decisions that were not hers to make alone. She had come to catalogue mortar. Instead, she had pulled at a loose brick and found a whole town's underpinnings in the tangle. The dolls themselves resisted simple readings. Some faces were cracked like dried riverbeds, fine lines spidering from the nose and mouth. Their glass eyes reflected the window like distant moons. The stitches at their mouths were not neat. They varied, one a pious line of thread, another an X, as if someone had tried to pin silence shut with a cross. With a blunt probe, Nora pried gently at a seam and found the faint residue of something dark and tacky oil, maybe still clinging to fibers like the ghost of a benediction. It was sacramental residue, not unlike the olibanum you'd find in a charred censer after a funeral mass. Father Emmet's hands trembled when he reached for one of the dolls, but he did not close his fingers. It was a priest's old etiquette not to touch what you could not consecrate. He muttered a line from some prayer under his breath, as if the muscle memory of rites could steady him. "There are names," Elsie said, and her voice made the chapel feel smaller. She ran a finger along a seam and pulled out, gently, a loop of faded thread. Attached to the seam was a slip of fabric folded like a secret. Nora eased it out. Embroidered in a child's careful hand was a name splotched with time, but legible. "Mary Grafton," it said. Nora's pulse tightened. She had seen the name in her research notes earlier, not in the public records, but in a prayer list someone had kept and hidden. Names that had been read over in the small hours of the night, like a litany meant to hold the town together. The coincidence snapped the rational wire of her detachment. The dolls were not votive trinkets or children's cast-offs. They were vessels that had been intentionalized, names sewn in, prayers folded around cloth, the residue of incense pressed into a seam. Somebody had performed a ritual with dolls as its altar. "We thought we were making a circle," Elsie said. Her hairline had pools of vein blue, the skin papery over bone. "We tied them and hid them under the choir floor. We swore to keep watch. We meant protection." But promises. She stopped, and her mouth became a clenched seam. Jonah made a noise, then half laugh, half bark, something that was not humor. "Promises be damned," he said. "People get frightened, and they act like the frightened do. They make bargains with whatever darkness'll listen." Father Emmet's face tightened. It wasn't darkness then. It was fear and sorrow. But fear does what fear will, distorts the best of our intentions. His knuckles whitened around the ledger, and for a moment Nora had the peculiar impression of watching a man look at the ledger as if it might open and swallow him. There were practical questions, archaeological ones and moral ones, braided so tightly they were difficult to separate. The practical: how many dolls? How were they arranged? Were there any more chambers under the chancel? Who had placed them, and when? The moral: who carried the responsibility for binding these rites to objects? Who had encouraged the secrecy that allowed the dolls to lie like a truth waiting to itch free? Nora answered with measurements and notes, because those were the things she had been trained to offer. But the notebook did not keep the warmth left by Elsie's hands. It did not catalogue how Father Emmet's voice broke when he said the word baptism, as if he'd been tying his sins to that syllable. It couldn't measure the way Jonah's jaw clenched as if he held the town's bones in his teeth. Outside, the rain gave up a soft insistence. Somewhere on the green the town began its habit of gathering people, drawn as if to a minor calamity at first, then to the magnet of scandal. Voices would come later, like a crowd of small animals, curious, hungry, afraid. The doll's presence would make a thing that had been private into something public. It would rearrange the town's usual furniture of gossip and piety into a new, sharper topology. "What do we do next?" Jonah asked. Nora looked at the dolls and then at Father Emmet. Her training told her to secure the artifacts, to catalogue, and to consult protocol lists for finds associated with human remains or parish relics. Her personal history, folded tight since childhood, tugged on the hem of her decision. She felt suddenly unmoored, a professional whose trade was precision now standing at an ethical fault line. "We document everything," she said finally. The words felt thin. "We keep them safe. We don't let them become props for curiosity. And we ask the town quietly what they remember." Father Emmett's lips thinned. He opened the ledger and turned to a page with names written in a cramped hand that had aged into something like ruins. "I can tell them part of it," he said, "but some confessions will hurt more than help. I fear what truth will do to the living." Elsie looked up from her sewing. Her eyes were shiny. "It already has," she said. "You can't put honesty back under the floor once it has found the air." They put a tarpaulin over the table and covered the dolls like corpses being readied. The ritual of covering felt necessary and absurd at once at an attempt to hold back whatever breath might leak from their mouths. As Nora walked the nave to the door, she paused and looked back. In the dim, the line of porcelain faces caught the light in their glass eyes and seemed to hold it. For an instant she felt the sensation of being observed by something that was both small and congregational. A chorus that had been rehearsed in private and now found a public stage. The chapel door closed behind her with a sigh, and the rain sounded over the roof like a congregation shifting. She had come to Marrow's Hollow as if it were a patient in need of repair. Instead, she had found a litany sewn into dolls and a past that had been placed beneath the feet of the present. That, more than anything, was the thing that made the hair all along her arms stand up. Not simply the objects themselves, but the scene they suggested, a community that had been trying to bind grief with ritual until the ritual itself had taken on a life. She thought, briefly and with a clarity that felt like a swing door in her head, of the missing child whose photograph she kept in her field notebook, back at the inn, the photograph she traced every night until the edges of the paper softened. The doll's soon mouth seemed, in a strange, private way, to answer her own silences. Perhaps, she thought with a breath that tasted faintly of church wax and rain, some things buried are meant to be found. Perhaps some are not. As they stepped out into the wet air, sample bags packed and notes stacked, there was the faintest sound from within the chapel, a breath, or a settling, or the memory of a lullaby humming under a shawl. Nora stopped, hand on the door, and listened. The sound might have been the settling of a wooden pew or the sigh of cloth under fingers, yet it set her teeth on edge. It was an ordinary thing made slightly, monstrously other. "You'll sleep badly," Jonna said, half to her and half to himself. Nora wanted to answer with rationality's sleep deprivation skews perception. Grief reshapes memory, but instead she said, simply, "I already am." They left with the table still under tarpaulin, the dolls under a cloth like a secret in a coffin. The rain washed the chapel stones and made them shine wetly like a child's eye. As they walked down the lane, the hollow seemed to gather around itself the small noises of a town that had been holding its breath for an inheritance of terror it had not known it carried. That night, when Nora lay awake in the inn's narrow bed, the hush of the town pressed against her window like a thumb. She reread the hymn fragment Shed photographed earlier until the letters blurred. In the dark, the stitches in the dolls' mouths seemed to shift into a suggestion of words, half prayer, half command, that she could not remember learning. She imagined the dolls lined like cowboys beneath the floor and thought of all the small things people did to keep their grief from spilling out. Outside, the rain changed its rhythm to a soft, insistent tapping like a knuckle at a door. From somewhere in the village a dog barked, a single stray note in the slow hymn of weather and old buildings. Nora turned on her side and hugged the photograph of a small boy to her chest like a talisman. The image was as flat and final as any relic. It smelled faintly of damp paper. Somewhere under the chapel, where the woodworms had long given their assent and the foundations had settled into the sleepy calculus of a century, the air shifted and a faint, near breathing sound threaded through the ground. It could have been nothing. It could have been the settling beside a seam. But to Nora it came like a promise or a threat, a sound made by many small mouths closed with thread. As if the dolls were already rehearsing a litany they had been given, and had learned to keep between their lips. In the morning the town would come to see. In the morning gossip would be a thing she could no longer control. In the morning, Nora thought, someone might have the courage to name the missing child out loud. Or someone might try to put the dolls back, where they had been, and pretend nothing had happened. The moral stakes of those choices were heavy as stones. For now, however, she lay awake, listening to the rain find its patience, and wondered how a promise made in haste and fear could grow into an altar for things that were not meant to be worshipped. She slept in fits and starts and woke as the doll's glass eyes might, feeling watched in the way you feel when an unanswered prayer turns into a question. By breakfast the cloud had thinned and the hollow looked, astonishingly, like a painting someone had washed in too much solvent, details softened, edges bleeding. But the dolls had been revealed, and that, once done, would not take the secret back into its place. The soon mouths closed the dolls, but the town's mouths were beginning to open. Nora left the inn with her notebook and camera, and a certainty that work had become obligation. She had come to repair and record a chapel. Now she must learn to hold things for a town that had buried one of its worst choices under the floor, and then, perhaps in its fear, spoken over that choice until the words themselves had taken on an impossible weight. The discovery of that weight material, literal, soon into child-shaped porcelain, had introduced an arithmetic of consequence, for which Nora had not been prepared. At the steps, she paused and looked up at the tower, where a bell had not rung in years. The stone face of the building seemed to frown at the one light. For a moment she allowed herself the thought that the church had always been a vessel for more than prayer, an instrument people used to craft their own solace. She thought of the hymn scrap and the soon mouths and the possibility that someone, once, had decided the only way to keep what they had lost was to make objects remember for them. She had not yet decided whether to tell Ruth about the hymn fragments, whether to call in an archivist or an anthropologist, whether to demand legal oversight. Those were the small, bureaucratic choices whose consequences would ripple into the human sphere like stones dropped into a pond. The larger, more intractable question stayed with her as she walked back into the weather. If you could make a prayer into a thing that spoke for you, what did it do to the thing being prayed for? And if the prayer became a chorus of its own, who would answer? She pushed the question down and set her pen to a fresh page in the notebook. The facts could not be wished away. The soon mouths were facts. The hymn scrap was fact. Elsie's confession, even partial and bent with age, was a fact. What those facts would do to the town, she did not yet know. But she had the terrible, precise sense that the toys of a grief-bound ritual did not remain inert forever. Things meant to carry memory could learn to speak it. They might, she thought with a cold certainty, learn to ask for more. And as a last thing before she left the square and its wet shops and post office, Nora turned once toward the chapel and imagined small eyes reflecting light beneath the floor. She could not help but feel that, having found them, she was now part of their story, and that some small wire of obligation had tied her to the place where promises were buried in porcelain and prayers had been folded into the hems of children's dresses. The hollow seemed quieter than the rest of the country should be, as if waiting for someone to start a song. Nora folded her coat tighter against the damp and walked toward work, the image of the doll's soon mouths following at the edges of her vision like a hymn she couldn't quite remember. The day was only beginning, and the town's air was already thick with possibilities for confession and denial. A slow, humming dread threaded through Nora's steps the sense of being at the threshold of a thing that would not be neatly catalogued, a dread that tasted and smelled of old wax and rain and the small, persistent breath of porcelain mouths learning to keep time. Nora had always told herself that things made of stone and timber, kept to their own honest rules, stress cracks, rot, the slow arithmetic of weather and time. People were messier, she would tell anxious town councils and preservation boards, but at least people usually spoke and could be reasoned with. Dirt, on the other hand, was obedient. It yielded in predictable strata and revealed its secrets in polite, explainable ways. That evening, as the rain ran in thin silver maps down the chapel roof and the sky closed like a book, the dirt refused to be obedient. They had pushed the tarp back over the pit, because the storm had taken the edge off the day's light. Jonah had his jacket cinched up to his chin and his shovel stained with the day's earth. The crew clustered around a wooden crate they had propped on cinder blocks, a rosary here, a cracked doll's shoe there, rows of small faces packed like prisoners. They had covered the crate with a tarpaulin but left one end exposed. The doll's narrow, pale faces turned in that half-light, as if listening for something. It began almost too quietly to notice. At first it was an intake of air, the kind that passes through a crowd when someone says something sharp, when a word lands and every head turns. Then a whisper settled into it, not a single voice but a small layered thing, like a chorus of children coughing the same syllable. There was no wind that carried it. The rain had grown steady and made a grey patter across the chapel stones. And yet the whisper rubbed against the workers' ears as if the soil itself had become a throat. Nora was the first among them to stop pretending this was only an echo of excitement or fear. She had been crouched at the rim of the pit, sketching the layout of the dolls, her pencil making a small nervous rustle on her notebook's paper. One of the younger men from the crew, Tommy Lyle, who had never in his life expected to be part of anything other than digging foundations for chicken coops and basement steps, raised a hand to his mouth like a boy who had eaten something bitter. "You hear that?" he asked, and his voice was the smallest, brittle thing. Jonah put a large hand on the boy's shoulder, half to steady him and half to steady himself. "We all hear it," he said. His voice had rasped at the edges, the kind of sound someone makes when the world asks for answers he doesn't have. "Don't start. We don't need superstition. It's the pipes or the rain in the stones." But Nora had leaned in. The chorus was cool and small, and lined with consonants you could almost make sense of a bye, something like a child trying to say grace without knowing which language to use. It was less a sentence than a feeling, the way a first prayer feels on a young tongue, earnest and slightly wrong. The sound tugged at Nora in a way that had nothing to do with preservation and everything to do with remembering. Her insides folded. The photograph of her brother that she kept folded in the inside of her field notebook was a small, grey window, his smile, grubby and slanted. His hair like a child's bad haircut. She had tried to keep the edges of that memory wrapped in reason. Whoever had buried these dolls in the tight chamber under the sanctuary had wrapped something of their grief into them, she told herself. An act of make-believe that had gone too deep into the ground. Still, there was a part of her that had no name for what she felt, a tightness like a hand closing on lung. "Listen," Elsie said suddenly. She had been at the rear of the group, tiny and stooped but with a voice that could anchor a room. Her fingers were bloody with dye and thread. She held a small frock no bigger than a postcard. "They're saying the lullaby." "Nora," Father Emmett said, stepping forward from the chapel doorway with his collar a pale white that looked almost luminous in the dim. The priest had a habit of hovering at doorways the way certain men hovered at thresholds at the end of long lives. He reminded Nora of a photograph she'd once seen of her grandfather, a man who had been exhausted by decades of trying to keep things good and small in a world that continually cracked. Emmet's hair was wind pressed down across his forehead, and his hands were knuckled and raw, where the cold had bitten. He closed his eyes as if to find something to steady himself on. "It's not," he began, and then the whisper wrapped around the words like smoke around a candle. When he spoke again, his voice was smaller. "It's not just a sound." Nora had been trained to compartmentalize, catalog and date, note the material, record the condition. If superstition crept in, she would note it in the margins as an environmental factor and leave it at that. She opened her notebook now, and hands that were not steady began to write. The letters slanted somewhere between professionalism and something more intimate. Whispering seems vocalized from soiled children's syllables, seems liturgical echo patterns. She underlined liturgical as if she could force a flat categorical word over whatever small, trembling thing was happening. After the men left, after they pulled on their wet jackets and went back down the hollow road, shaking their heads and telling their wives and girlfriends that it was the wind, Nora stayed. She sat on a stout wooden crate and watched the chapel settle itself into shadow. Rain threaded the bell tower like a thin voice, and an oil lamp inside the sacristy burned orange and honest against the dark. The whispering had a clock to it. It came in small breaths and paused, not at all random, it seemed, to Nora's ears, to fold over itself as if trying variations. One voice would begin a syllable, and another would finish it, like a child finishing the sentence of their friend in a schoolyard game. The composition was imperfect, but insistent, the same little knot of sounds returning like a tide. She tried to imagine the mechanism, the soiler resonant chamber, beads of water magnifying muffled speech. A trick of humidity and air making human noises. She told herself that. But all of her training could not unfurl the chill that knotted right behind her sternum. These sounds were not merely echoes of the present. They were echoes of intention. Someone had done something to tie words to dolls and then tie those dolls into dirt. It was one thing to say a prayer over a child, to weave grief into ritual for comfort. It was another to have that comfort creep back at you like an animal with teeth. Inside the chapel, Father Emmet moved among the pews like a man who had stepped into his own bones. He flexed his trembling hands and then made them do something he hadn't done in years. He picked up the ledger, the small prayer book he kept near his desk, and his eyes closed over names he had tried to forget. Nora watched him cross himself at the altar, a motion both automatic and raw. It seemed to stitch him together and then fray the seams again. "Are you all right?" Nora asked when he settled into the second pew as if drawn by an unseen weight. Rain threaded against the window panes and made the stained glass pale and wet. He laughed, a small, breathy thing that didn't reach his eyes. "I am many things," he said, "all of them problematic." "You never drink during the day," she said. It was the bluntness of someone trained to cut straight to need. She had watched him last night, had watched him pour neat measures of amber from a bottle tucked at the back of his small closet. The bottle looked like a confession in glass. "No," he agreed, "no, I don't. But tonight is a night like many nights. I keep expecting the past to sit up and look me in the face." His voice folded into that phrase and then dissolved. It's a curious little thing to fear souls that haven't been given a chance to rest and then sing back. He pressed his palms together as if his fingers could hold the world steady. Nora found herself thinking of the photograph again, those eyes on paper that had once been alive. She thought of children taught to sing hymns on small laps, and how easy it had been for her to think if you taught the words, the world would be tidy. Words, she had learned growing up in Marrow's Hollow, could also be instructions. By her account, the whispers should have been a phenomenon contained to the dig. By midnight, they had begun to leak. It started in small domestic ways. Mrs. Delaney down on Birch Street hummed a line of prayer under her breath as she shelled peas. A man Nora had seen earlier in the day, Harold, who ran the feed store, caught himself saying something at the bar that was not his habitual litany about tractor parts. Deputies wrote down the reports in neat columns and then stuffed the columns away into drawers that closed with the weight of civic denial. Molly, who worked the counter at the diner, told Nora that she had awakened with the smell of baby powder in her nose, though there had been none in the shop for years. These were, some argued, the beginnings of mass hysteria. Others said simply that sadness was contagious. Nora's nights knotted with the whispering. She rented a small room above a laundromat, the building humming with the anxious mechanical breath of dryers. The landlady's cat watched her cross the thin carpet like an impartial judge. She lay awake staring at the plastered ceiling and the rain's muted patter, writing observations on the back of old conservation receipts. No discernible source. Spatially consistent with Pitt. Vocalization small, childlike. Tone near Litanic. She wrote until the sentences grew thin, and then folded the notebook over the photograph she had not meant to look at tonight, but did anyway. The whispering moved through her sleep like a second pulse. Dreams slid into her like a hand into a glove, a pew that opened into a hollow chamber, dolls arranged in neat rows like sleeping infants. And from among their ranks a single face lifting and mouthing a name. She woke with her hand pressed to the small square of paper, and the rain still playing its thin music. In the dark she thought she heard it again, a soft syllable that might have been a name, an eroded thing. The sound of her brother's nickname, so near that her breath lodged in her throat. She told Ruth about it the next morning, because Ruth would laugh or because Ruth would not. Ruth did neither. She sat at the town archives, hunched over parish minutes while Nora recounted, in a voice that kept breaking, the small syllable she had dreamed and perhaps heard. "You didn't hear it then?" Ruth asked finally, adjusting her spectacles with a finger that trembled in a way Nora hadn't noticed before. "Yes," Nora said, "at the pit." "Last night," said she, stopped, because there is an intimacy to saying a name into the air, and a corresponding danger in letting others hold it. Ruth's face folded into something like comprehension, and then something like fear. They can find a thing they know to speak it. Where sorrow is kept, names will sometimes leak out. The idea horrified Nora. She imagined sorrow like a soaked cloth left in a basement, stain spreading, color changing, muffled smell pushing out through the slats. If sorrow had a language, it would be the whispering. If sorrow had a mechanism, it would be this chorus of pale mouths. That afternoon Jonah tried to make practical sense of ghosts. He paced the graveyard in his heavy boots, shovel propped against a yew. The Mercer family always warned about working too close to the foundation of the old nave, he said. Old bones, old things you don't poke. Folks told tales to scare off the townsfolk, but you can't ignore the fact that the ground's been kept tidy for a long time. Nora looked at him. His jaw was hard, a thing she had seen when he set teeth against the weather. "You think they're a calling to the living?" she asked. Jonah spat into the mud because men like him always had to spit when the world became too thin for ease. "I dunno. But if they're feeling anything, it's not all charity, there's a hold there. People do rites to keep grief from eating them raw. Folks take vows when they don't know what else to do. Sometimes those vows," he made a small gesture with his hand as if threading something invisible. "Sometimes they hold." Elsie answered by placing a doll's frock between them, as if it were an offering. She had cleaned her hands in the chapel basin, and the creases on her knuckles were an embroidery of a life. "They're only trying to be sung to the way they were promised," she said. Her voice was small and frail but not brittle. It held a stubborn, animal tenderness. "We told them we'd keep them close. We sang when we were afraid. The soil took it like a promise." Promises were, Nora had learned the hard way, the same thing as instructions sometimes. They sat in mouths, and then into actions, and then into the world. A vow that had become a kind of manuality could, perhaps, inform matter. She hated how reasonable that sounded. She hated worst the way the whispering touched the brittle place inside her where regret and memory sat together like two old friends who had stopped speaking. At dusk the chorus lit again, softer now as if rehearsing a piece with its breath. Nora sat on a stump at the edge of the pit and scribbled lines until the pencil point wore down. She tried to capture inflection. She tried to make of the squeal and breath a sentence. It kept dissolving into a feeling like the H before a storm breaks, and the salt of someone else's tears. "They're beginning to get under people's skin," Jonah said. "You hear the way Molly started humming at the diner. The way old Hartman held his wife and said things he never said before. Grief is a contagious business." That night Nora lay awake and thought that if the dolls wanted anything, it wasn't those small domestic things. It was voice. It wanted to be heard. And if voice wanted to be heard, it would find any shape that would carry it children's mouths, a town's broken hymns, the damp throat of the earth. When the whisper brushed her again in the darkness, it carried a syllable precisely shaped like the beginning of a name she hadn't spoken aloud since she left Marrow's Hollow. It was a tiny thing, the way one drops a pebble into a deep well and waits for the small return. Her body went cold. She pressed her palm to the photograph in her notebook to make sure it rested there. She wanted, with a hunger that felt like fright, and a grief she had learned to hide like a splinter beneath skin, for it not to be her mind playing tricks. The sound might have been coincidence, it might have been suggestion, and yet, on the threshold of sleep she heard it again, as clear as if someone had knelt at the foot of her bed and breathed. Nor the syllable collapsed into the rain, and Nora sat upright in a tumble of sheets and lunging breath. She thought of Father Emmet's ledger, of the ledger's tight columns and little notes that looked like apologies. She thought of Elsie's tiny hands and Jonna's stubborn mouth. She thought, with a clarity that left no room for the comforts of reason, that the earth was keeping a record and reading it back to them in a voice the size of a child's mouth. She took the photograph from between the pages and looked at her brother's face, the way a picture can be both a beginning and a test. Outside, the chapel bell tolled once, the sound dull with distance and weather. The whispering threaded through it like a seam, and in the seam she heard what might have been a word, and what might have been an invocation, a name called back to the dark. The sound snagged at the edge of her vision like a hook. She did not sleep the rest of the night. The rain became a steady hymn, and the whispering its fragile counterpoint. By dawn her eyes were raw and her notebook filled with shaky transcriptions, intoned fragments and notations that read more like a liturgy than a field report. She knew the town's rhythm was changing in ways that would not be contained by municipal notices or kind words. Something that had been buried had found its way to a voice. And voices, once they learned how to stitch themselves into other people's breaths, were difficult things to put back in the ground. As the sky paled into a thin, brittle blue and the creek beyond the cemetery made its habitual, small noises, Nora slid the photograph back into the notebook and closed the cover over it, as if hiding a thing from a child's sight. She stood and brushed the mud from her knees and felt, beneath it all, a small pulsing sense like a thread ready to snap. The whispering would not be a puzzle solved by cataloging alone. Someone would have to speak to it, someone would have to tell a story that could bend grief into a shape the town could live with. She didn't yet know whether that story would be honest or deforming. She only knew that it had started at dusk, when the world softened into rain and the earth, finally sick of holding its secrets, gave up the smallest sound of its own sorrow. When she walked away from the pit that morning, Jonah called after her, "You'll keep the notes, yeah? Don't let them toss this in a box they want to close." She paused, the rain hesitating on her shoulders. The chapel bell sounded again, twice, and the whispering rose like a promise. "I want," Nora said, and she meant it in the way one means to keep a wound from scabbing over until someone looks and names it properly. Behind her, in the damp hush, the dolls seemed to settle into the unsettled day, their glass eyes reflecting a world they could not yet touch. but Nora had heard the syllable that might have been a name. The sound lived now in her like a small, dangerous thing. She would follow it until it led her into the open, or until it swallowed her in the dark that had been waiting just beneath the chapel floor. Nora had come to Marrow's Hollow for the stones. The survey, she told herself in voices and scaffolding and a cold, professional eye on mortar joints and sash weights. The stones were precise, measurable. They had no malice. They held only the memory of weather and the math of load bearing. She had flown her instruments out of the work van at dawn, the camera swinging from her shoulder. Rain tipped hair plastered to the nape of her neck like a dark ribbon. By the time the town had died into the churchyard shadows, Nora's fingers smelled of dust and something old and sick that no chemical log would ever place on a material report. The parish office sat tucked against the church like a misplaced sacristy, windows small and piggish with age. A single lamp burned on a folding table. The light fell in a cone that made little islands among the ledger spines. Nora had the lamp's warmth on her wrist, a pen between her fingers, and Ruth Vance perched opposite her like a book's margin note so small in the chair that she might have been a bookmark herself. Outside, the rain took up a steady, disinterested tempo, a sound that had nothing so much as patience behind it. It had all the patience of a thing that had been waiting to be asked again. "You should not be doing this tonight," Ruth said, and when Nora looked up, Ruth's eyes were dry but edged with something like an H. "Parish business is parish business, but the ledger hasn't been touched in months. Emmett has been. He has reasons." Nora smiled in the way of those who have learned how to be disarming without being dishonest. "Histories like this are never convenient, Ruth. And you taught me that omission is often the loudest thing in a file. The rain can be an ally. It keeps people indoors." Ruth tapped the ledger in front of her with a fingernail. The leather edge was cracked. "It rattles when you close it," she said. "Old sins have a sound, even if no one wants to hear them." Nora thought of the dolls, of the porcelain hand blinking in the light of the dig site, soil tucked like a curious child's fingernail under its cuticle. She thought of Jonas' shovel and the neat, formal way the dolls had been laid out like a child's funeral. She thought of Father Emmett letting her into his office with a key and a look. A man who had never quite learned how not to carry the weight of his parish on his collarbones. She opened the ledger. Old ink smelled of lamp smoke and time. It held the fragile fear of timetables and births. Names crowded the margins with the stuck-together quality of millstones. Some lines were precise dates, baptismal fonts, the crispness of signatures. Other entries were notations scrawled over with a darker, hurried hand where the nib had been forced into the paper, as though the writer had changed their mind mid-sentence and tried to gnaw the truth back into silence. A hand had jotted private in the margins. There were short lines where entries had been struck through, not simply edited but erased with a slow, intentional pressure that made the paper thin. In places, the ink had been lifted with a damp cloth, leaving a ghost of letters that was less like reading and more like feeling. Nora's stomach pitched. She had catalogued enough plaster fragments and replaced enough broken cornices to know the difference between a simple clerical correction and the deliberate hands of an erasing that sought to unmake memory itself. Who did this? She asked, but it was the wrong question for the room. Whoever had the keys, Ruth said. Whoever sat up late and decided what would be public and what would be buried. Nora, Ruth added softly, there's a ledger of its own inside this one. People don't always write the worst things down. They leave them in the spaces and between the names. The entry that had been now a smudge had a margin note in a script. Nora recognized Father Emmett's hand, smaller than his frame should allow. It was a squeezed confession, initials, a date, the impression of a child's name half formed and then bitten off. Beneath the blot was the hint of a birth date. She traced it with her pen until the tip dragged into the paper and made a neat scratch, as though she were marking a line in a map. You see it, Ruth said. Nora had never been comfortable with mysteries that produced cold spots on one's skin. Her thumb found the photograph she kept folded into her notebook. A sunburned boy, one gap-toothed and grinning as though the world were a thing made for ease. She had not told anyone in town why the photograph lived in the back of her field book. No one knew the softness with which she pressed its edges, as if they might breathe. In that lamp light, the boy looked smaller than she remembered. Loss had scaled him down to a child's ration of air. Be careful, Ruth said. It was 2 short, ordinary words. They sat on the page like a benediction and also like a warning. Nora nodded. She should go. There were invoices to file and mortar samples to take and a report due in 60 days. But she did not go. She turned another page. When Deputy Miles arrived, he moved like someone who had rehearsed 1,000 ways to enter a room and chosen the one that said least. His uniform was unbuttoned at the collar, his breath smelled faintly of coffee and someone else's cigarettes. He closed the door behind him with a caution that might as well have been a prayer. Nora, he said. He did not come in with the easy rustle of small-town familiarity. He came like a man who had been given a task, hold this together until something worse happened. She had seen him at the site the day the dolls were unearthed, the blue of his uniform a sad sky against the brown damp. He had watched the way Jonah arranged the dolls with a look that was less curiosity and more calculation. In the chapel office, Milas' hands found his pocket rosary and rolled the beads under his thumb. It was a habit he kept when the job demanded silence. You read the ledger, he asked. Nora met my director at the Days and used that window to look through time, she said. Because if you could make an unnecessary thing sound architecturally precise, you could keep from reading your own motives. There are redactions, struck pages, someone has been careful. Milas' jaw worked. Careful's the word folks around here would use. But there's also a difference between careful and cosmetic. He smiled and it made his eyes look smaller and more anxious. We don't need panic, Nora. Not yet. Who decides that? Who gets to decide what stays and what goes? People whose families have to live here after the tourists leave, Miles said. He spoke the economic language because all of Marrow's Hollow lived with the arithmetic of how secrets weighed on a town's ledger. You know that. Agnes has been talking to the council. She thinks if word gets out, the excavation gets shut down and grants dry up. People lose jobs. The church gets a smear and the funeral home sows silence for economy's sake. Nora's voice wasn't quite a question. Containment, Miles corrected. Containment buys us time to figure it out without the whole county panicking. He sat nowhere near the lamp's light and looked like a man whose hands were too small for the things he had to hold. Just, if you value your report, keep the ledger to yourself. Work with Ruth on public documents. Let us handle the rest. You mean, let you sanitize it. Nora's boots found purchase in the churned clay the way an old grief finds purchase on a rainy evening, unstable, slick, but stubbornly where it had been placed. The pit glowered like a mouth opened too wide, worked edges revealing strata of stones, roots, and the pale specks of bone dust. Jonah moved at the lip with the slow, careful movements of someone who still treated the earth with more respect than it got from most people. He laid the next porcelain figure on a tarpaulin and stepped back, shoulders a barricade around a child's curiosity and a man's private dread. They were under the altar, he said, answering no question, and every one. His shovel was propped against the grave marker that leaned at a crooked angle. Rain ran down its face in dark filaments, not in a corner, not in a niche, rows, like they were sitting in pews. Nora watched the doll for a long time before she noticed Jonah had finished speaking. The doll's face was a fine, pale crescent, hair painted in a single brown stroke, a painted rosary looped on its neck like a noose grown soft with age. A hairline fracture mapped from temple to chin. When she reached out, she did not touch the porcelain. Her fingers hovered as if hesitation might translate into ritual and bring the thing alive with more knowledge than it was meant to hold. She felt the village press against her then, a hush that rustled collars and angled heads, the way Marrow's Hollow did best, watchful but resigned. People had gathered along the outer path to the chapel like ships riding a slow list in fog. There were whispers, of course, and those whispers were the tide that had first let her know this place was not hers to map cleanly. Her notebook was clutched under her arm like a flotation device. Jonah, Ruth Vance had said earlier that morning, voice bright as a study lamp against the grey, have someone's descendants been keeping something? Jonah had only grunted. Had done that a lot lately, grunted at questions that reached into the town's belly. It was why they wanted him running the digging. It was why he was the best person to hesitate with when the ground offered up things that weren't meant to be at the surface. The rain eased into a thin cry as Nora walked the perimeter. Each time her boot pressed into the wet earth, she could feel a tiny flip somewhere in the pit. Not the earth itself, but the thought of it. Here lay framed childhoods, arranged and boxed and promised something the living could not give. It was practical to say the dolls were the work of a grief unmoored. It was cleaner to string that sentence across a page and tuck it into a drawer. But here, crouched and cold, she felt the sentence want to finish itself in a way that would not be tidy. My father's father always said, Jonah began, when she found him pausing by a trailer where damp gloves lay abandoned, there's ground you don't dig. Not because it's holy. Not because of anything God says. Because people put other things there. Promises. Vows, things that rot if you bring them up. Nora thought of Father Emmett's ledger the half glimpses had shown her, pages written in a cramped, shame-filled hand. The ledger was confession by inches, an H disguised as penmanship. She had asked for it because it was necessary. She had been surprised by which parts of it made her stomach clench. What did your grandfather mean? She asked. She kept her voice even. The professional tone had always been a thin veneer. It would crack now as surely as the porcelain. Jonah's hands dug into his pockets. He meant don't make ghosts where they can rest. Don't make a thing into someone else's altar. We used to bury animals in the field, old things, but never where the children were. He said you could pick at the skin of some memories and they'd bleed. The words sat between them, and the rain took them back like a soft hand. When the workers left, the pit still hummed. Nora went with Ruth to the municipal building because there were two kinds of bones, those you could see with your eyes, and those traced only on paper. Ruth had invited Nora there with an eagerness that felt almost like vindication. We have to look, Ruth had said. If there's a record, if someone filed it, even poorly, there will be a trace. They sat in the archive room beneath the clerk's office, where the air always smelled of lamplight and the paper's particular dust that made Nora sneeze. A lone bulb hummed and cast the pair of them in a yellow circle. Ruth produced a crate of ledgers with the care of a surgeon uncasing instruments. Her fingers moved like they had been trained on this. She had been a teacher, a keeper of small histories. She opened a ledger and the pages sighed. The ledgers of small towns were honest in a way modern records could not be: awkward, messy, full of erasures and the tremor of a hand that wanted to forget as it wrote. Nora learned to read the gaps as quickly as the script. There were births, a string of deaths, donations for a new roof, notes on bell maintenance. Then, almost as if the clerk had taken pity on the pages and decided to spare them the shame of clarity, a sealed envelope had been tucked into a book of sermon receipts. Who left that? Nora asked. Ruth shrugged. Who knows? Sometimes these things are deposited by anxious hands and then overlooked, or deliberately set aside. Nora slid a fingernail under the envelope's flap and lifted. The paper inside smelled of old oil and dried flowers, a faint perfume Nora had the absurd recollection of smelling in a diner decades ago and naming it the scent of churches. Inside there were slips, a program for something called a Mass for the Missing, a small typed list of names with certain lines scratched out in a heavy, decisive hand, and a child's choir registry names written in a mixture of adult script and the hurried scrawl that suggested a child had tried to copy the adult's hand. There was a date on the program, almost illegible at the crease. Nora held her breath as though the paper could breathe back. The year matched the one she had learned from the ledger Emmett showed her, a time of a child's disappearance, a time when consequence had become superstition, superstition then habit. It read, Mass for the Missing, Chapel of St. Jude, in dedication to those gone across the stream, with the children's choir to raise prayers for the lost. The registry contained names. Some were familiar old family names Nora recognized from headstones. Others she did not recognize until she widened the reading. Some were the names of parents who were now prominent in town. Near the bottom a name had been written small, the ink faded, and someone had, when pressed perhaps by panic or shame, tried to erase it with a fingernail. The groove remained, a pale valley. Ruth and Nora looked at one another. The room outside was the same day going on with its business, but in that held breath between them the town had shifted on its axis. The registry was a thin document, but thin things cut. They organized them, Ruth said finally. Not just a bunch of dolls, a choir. Nora's mouth was dry. In her mind's ear a memory unspooled, a small room, a child's voice a half octave too high, someone saying a line of prayer and someone else ignoring it. She pushed it down. She had come to Marrow's Hollow to count stones and rates of decay. Instead, she had stepped into old arrangements that had the weight of liturgy. If they were a choir, she said, who led them? Ruth's eyes slid to the penmanship at the top of the program. There's a name here. Elsie Harrow. They didn't need to go far to find Elsie. The chapel, after the rain, smelled of pew polish and damp wool. Elsie sat in the front pew like a relic, hands folded over a basket of tiny garments in an economy of motion that made it clear she had been doing this for hours. When she saw Nora and Ruth, she gave a small nod, the sort of acknowledgement that was not invitation but recognition. "We found your name," Nora said. She did not expect confession. She expected memory to be a thing like a muscle that might twitch and then still. Elsie did not look surprised. "Names live," she said, and her voice had the tremor of lace. "They don't die the way we tell them to." They sat in the back of the chapel. The pews kept a familiar squeak that made Nora think of schoolrooms. Elsie took a little doll from her basket and worked a tiny sleeve with the meticulous action of someone who had been sewing since her hands could hold thread. "I taught the children their hymns," Elsie said finally. "Not the whole town's children. Little ones. Those whose mothers asked me because they couldn't stand the silence. We sang to keep them from unraveling. It was an attempt at first. A way to bring order back to a messy thing. To name what was lost." Nora watched her face for the way it would change when she reached a line of confession. The lines in Elsie's cheeks tightened the way paper folds into itself. What happened? Elsie looked up at the stained glass window and did not speak for a long time. They thought that if music could be given voice enough times, prayer could be made to stick. So we sang. We wrote names into the hymns. We pinned prayers to their clothes. We asked every family who wanted it to bring a donated doll, and we stitched into each little thing a scrap of paper with a line of prayer. We thought we were making comfort. It became something else, Ruth said softly. It took its shape under the floorboards where no one looked close enough. We buried them because we promised we would keep them close. It was meant to be a consolation. It was meant to be a way of remembering, and after enough remembering the thing Wave remembered refuses to be only a memory. The confession settled over them like dust. Nora felt the wool of her jacket scratch at her neck. The chapel hummed with a memory of the children singing. She could hear the thin echo of a child's voice in the rafters, as if sound had been pressed between the beams and left an impression. She asked Elsie about the names in the registry. Elsie's fingers trembled over a tiny sweater. "Some of them I remember, some I do not." Memory shifts. People change their names or die, and then memory is crowded out by other things. Nora thought of her brother then, the way in small rooms she'd learned she could name him to make him closer for a minute, and then the minute would slide away. She thought of the way a child's voice could fragment into a choir, if enough people decided to hum the same note for long enough. Old Man Rourke's place was colder than Nora had expected. He welcomed her onto the sagging porch with a hand that felt like the town itself, hard, a little splintered, habitually steady. Rourke told stories the way people tell storms, not all at once, and with a natural pause between the facts and what the facts meant. He spoke of the choir not as an idea but as a phenomenon, the way an old man might talk about a season. They sang right near the brook that winter, he said, the porch light painting the weather into a sepia tone. Not because the brook needed singing, because the parents couldn't do it. You could hear 'em some nights, the kids, when the fog kept the world close. They sang like they were spelling things out. Do you remember the night it stopped? Nora asked. Rourke's eyes were small pools of something hard. It didn't stop so much as change. There were prayers then, real prayers, and then there were promises and fear. A man can't stay with a child's hurt forever. Sometimes he turns it into something else to survive. He spoke of a mass held late, of people gathering with candles and names tucked in handkerchiefs, of a vow made in panic words that began as an appeal and hardened into an obligation. They wanted the children close, he said. They thought if they pinned every good intent to something small and obedient, it would protect the town. Nora felt something in her chest unthread like a seam. No one had used that language pinning, but the image was right there. Obvious in the way Elsie sewed tiny garments and in the way the registry had been kept and hidden. She thought of the dolls laid out in rows, their glass eyes reflecting the sky like a congregation of small stars. Back in the archive, Ruth had photocopied the program and the registry with a methodical care that made Nora respect her even more. We have to be precise about this, Ruth said. If we put it in the wrong words, we'll make it into something it wasn't. Or we'll make it into what it was, Nora answered, which is worse, perhaps. The names on the registry made maps in Nora's mind. She drew thin lines with a pen in the margin of her notebook, connecting names to headstones, to families, to the people who now wore power in the small offices of the town. Some of the lines touched her own, faint and nearly evaporated. She had not wanted personal entanglements in this work. She had come because she could read structure. She had come because memory lay in mortar as surely as in ledger entries. And now she discovered that mortar held names she had the dangerous habit of recognizing. That night Nora's sleep was ragged. The whispers made a soft sifting at the edge of consciousness, half phrases, lullabies out of time. Once, in a dream bright with mud and the taste of stale bread, she saw a small hand reach for a hymn book and hesitate over a page where a name had been sewn into the margin. The dream left her gasping and swaying as if some hymn had been sung inside her ribs, and the wrong note had split the sound. She woke with the memory of a child's voice in her ear that was almost, but not quite, her brother's. The difference between almost and exact set her nerves on edge. She could pinpoint the sound of small voices better than most people. She had been around grief's echo long enough to know its timbre. The choir in her head had not yet found its full song. It hummed like a kettle about to boil. In the days that followed the discovery, the town's demeanor fractured. There were the practical consequences of meeting at the town hall, where Egan spoke in clipped phrases about mitigation and tourism, and the need for careful messaging. There were quieter consequences, neighbors, who once nodded now avoided one another in the grocery aisle, eyes darting to the floor, like someone watching for a shard of glass. And there were the more immediate, visceral consequences, the way the workers moved differently around the pit. The way Jonah began to sleep with lights on in a trailer that had been dark for years. Nora sat with Jonah one afternoon on his truck tailgate, the sky a clean, empty thing that made the chapel's spire look like a darker scratch against it. "So the choir," she said. Jonah's hands were folded around a thermos, thumb rubbing a groove into the metal. "My gran used to tell us about odd rights people thinking if they put something where the grief could settle, it wouldn't spread. Lot of ways to make a good-minded thing turn dark. We don't have a right to go picking at those things because we want to see inside. And yet we have," Nora said. He gave her a look that was not unkind. "You couldn't have known. You couldn't have come here and seen the town as if it was just a pile of rubble. You feel things because you were there once. That makes you thicker to it." She wanted to tell him that she had not been there for long, only a handful of years, but the words caught in her throat because they were, in one sense, true. She had left the Hollow at 17 and only returned as an adult with blueprints and a ledger and the capacity for professional detachment. Yet detention in her chest suggested she had never truly gone. The registry had given part of her a map back to a room she had not intended to enter. The pit and the papers had been enough to open old doors, but it was the shape of those doors that frightened her. Not simply that there had been a choir and a mass, but that people had decided to make an object out of absence. That their invention, a repository of dolls and prayers, had remained hidden until the seeping hands of the excavation startled it awake. The thought of something meant to soothe the finding in itself another appetite was a thing she could not bear to finish thinking aloud. When she went to the chapel that evening, Elsie was already there, stitching in the hush. The light through the stained glass fell in a mosaic of bruised colors. Father Emmett was in the vestry. Nora could see his profile through the door, a thin silhouette against the pale light. He was not alone in his suffering. She had been beginning to see that suffering was a communal thing here, shared like a dish passed around at a wedding where everyone tasted the same spice and no one knew how to stop. Elsie looked up as she entered. "You brought questions," Elsie said. "I brought a registry and a program," Nora replied. "I brought a ledger copy from the archive." Elsie's face moved through shame and then, oddly, a kind of relief. Good. Names need to be said." Nora's voice lowered. "Why would they bury these things?" "Because sometimes things are too loud when left to say themselves," Elsie answered. "If you fold them into something small enough, they might learn to be quiet." "And did they learn?" Nora asked. Elsie's suing paused. "Sometimes quiet gets busy in the quiet. Sometimes it learns to sing for itself." Nora thought of the dolls in the damp pit, of the registry with its erasures, and the program that named a mass someone had felt obliged to hold. She thought of the music she'd heard in drafts, and the way small voices can take on an authority when adult mouths give them weight. She felt both the professional imperative, the need to map truth, and the personal dread that in mapping truth, she might set a chorus loose that had once been an attempt to heal. "If the town finds out," Ruth had said earlier while poring over the registry copies in the kitchen of the little rental Nora used, "they won't all hear the same thing. Some will hear confession, some will hear threat. The ledger won't fix what we've done. It will only force people to choose. Choice." The word looked small on the page. But choices had gotten people to where they were now the dogs of decision set loose and sniffing at old bones. Nora felt the edges of her own choices as if they had colossus forming on them. She had chosen to come back, to look, to keep her own ledger of observations. Those choices had roots, and digging at them would unearth more than she had bargained for. The chapter of the town was begun now in 2 languages, paper and whisper. The registry told one story, the pit told another, and the people who remained told both in partial bursts that slid around the full truth like a hand trying to hold liquid. It was a kind of archaeology of shame. When Nora closed her notebook that night, she wrote only one line in the margin, a sentence she had learned to trust when the world felt too slippery. Names, once spoken, demand to be answered. She underlined it twice, and then, because habit was a human anchor, She pulled the photograph of her brother from the inner pocket of her jacket and stared until the image blurred at the edges. Outside, the hollow breathed. Somewhere under the chapel, the dolls lay in their ordered rows as though they awaited a conductor. Nora imagined the registry, the program, the tiny garments, and the thread connecting them all, a single, human strand of good intentions braided into a cord that had strangled itself into something else. She couldn't say whether the thing beneath the earth was evil. She could name it as consequence, as the thing that happens when grief is not allowed its proper shape and is instead folded into ritual and hidden beneath stone. And yet as she fell asleep that night, the whispering came again, not loud or accusatory, but persistent, like the memory of a hymn you almost remember the words to. It threaded through her dream with a voice that was a chorus and a claim. It said nothing she could hold as proof. It offered only the sense that the world had shifted, and that the bones of small voices had been arranged into a song with a direction of its own. Daylight would bring ledgers and meetings and choices. For now, in the dark, Nora understood with a vivid, private clarity what the archive had only hinted at. The fragments of a choir do not vanish just because you cover them with stone. You may silence them for a time, but the act of silencing is an address in itself, a name spoken to the earth. And the earth, in Marrow's Hollow or anywhere else, keeps its own ledger. She did not yet know what would happen when more people, more names were added to that ledger. She only knew the question would not let her sleep. Outside, in the chapel yard, rain began again with the thin patience of something relentless. The pit drank it down, and the doll's glassy eyes caught the wet and held it like a small, endless witness. Nora had imagined arrival as a neat, surgical thing, the cataloguing of defects, the flattened bureaucracy of reports and photographs, the steady, comforting arithmetic of damage and repair. Marrow's Hollow had been in the bones of her work before it was flesh in her memory. A map of stone and seam where English sparrows nested in broken gutters. Rain made all edges simpler. The day she walked the lane to the chapel, turning the hollow into a watercolor of blurred grey. The chapel itself was a page of damp, diagonaled slate. On that morning its hooded windows held the drizzle like a secret. What she could not have foreseen, what she had, in a professional hubris, assumed would remain distant, was how a thing buried could knit itself into the texture of small days, so that a prayer would come out with the peel of a potato, or a hymn fitted into a man's hum like a second skin. She catalogued stone and timber in the morning, and then walked, unwilling, into a village that was beginning to change, like bone going porous under some slow acid. It began with trimmers so small they might have been ordinary eccentricities. The grocer, a woman named Maeve who had always worked at the counter with the steady patience of someone who measures her life in tins of tomatoes, stood on her stoop and, without looking up, said a line Nora could almost not pass. Nora had gone into the shop for paper and her notebook, and the fall of rain on the roof made everything too loud to listen properly. She heard Maeve's voice like an instrument tuned a hair flat. Maeve's hands were wet from rinsing the potatoes. Her knife made thin spirals of skin fall to the wooden step, and her lips moved with a cadence that belonged to church, the rise and small fall, the thin insistence of vowels that lengthened like old cloth. Nora stood outside, rain soaking the collar of her jacket, and the sound lodged where professional curiosity and private H intersected. She could not say the words from where she stood. They were fragmentary, but the rhythm of them matched something she had pulled from the chapel pews only days before, something that had hummed in the ledger entries Father Emmet had shown her. It is one thing to find a file, it is another to listen to a living town recite its margins while you stand with your hands full of receipts. At the bar that evening, Jonah muttered of the weather and the difficulty of opening the new trench. The bar smelled of pint brine and old wood. Men whose faces were carved from the same stone as the surrounding walls leaned close and told Jonah jokes, that did not have endings anymore. A farmer named Ella hummed at the back counter soft, almost conversational, and the hum folded into a childlike cadence Nora could not shake. It started as hum, then settled into a phrase his lips turned without conscious thought. When it reached her ear, the melody was a lullaby sewn in a different key and threaded, like a worm, into an old hymn none of them had been taught to sing. There is an economy to small towns as both practical and moral. Everyone knows some measure of each other's debts. Secrets are currencies as palpable as coin, and in Marrow's Hollow they trade in small mercies and larger omissions. That economy began to topple as the whispers seeped outward. Parents then noticed their children saying odd sequences of words as they played. A schoolteacher reported a child naming a series of saints in a voice too young for the catalogue. Clara Holloway, when she came to the chapel, clutched her boy Sam's hand and told Nora his phrases had started the week the excavation hit the second vault. Sam, who had been the sort of child who watched dust and counted it the way other children collected stickers, now repeated lines as if they had been rehearsed. Nora wanted a model that reduced these observations to a set of variables she could measure. She visited Ruth Vance, who kept archive boxes in the cool back room of the library like a woman who lent herself to history so she might keep company with the dead. They lit a lamp and pored over pages. Ruth's reading glasses slid down her thin nose, and she clicked her tongue at the smudged ink of a choir roster from 1941. An entry had been crossed out by a trembling hand. In the margins someone had written a pastoral note that could be read one way or another depending on how desperate a reader wanted redemption. Nora found, folded between the brittle pages, a hymn fragment with a misspelled line that matched a verse Elsie had hummed to herself while sewing in the chapel. Nora felt the net tightening. This was not coincidence. It was a conversation transacted in the dark. She read with the fevered clarity of someone looking for a medical diagnosis in a set of symptoms that would not submit to simple causality. Agent Pike, who had a face that never warmed beyond businesslike politeness, called a meeting the day after the barroom hum. Agnes sat at the head of the table like a woman braced on a ridge. She spoke about tourism, about the potential damage a scandal could do to the Hollow's fragile economy. Her language was executive, her gestures clipped. It was as though she were pressing the town's mess into a capsule that could be thrown into the sea for safekeeping. She told Father Emmett to write a statement for the parish and instructed Jonah to limit photos and access at the dig. Containment, she said, and the word was designed to be comforting. Father Emmett, who looked as if he had not slept since the lignum vitae of the world had hit the earth, kept his hands folded in front of him. His voice had a softness that made people trust him. It was the same voice that had read funerals for generations. He chose his words in the way of someone who measured confession like a recipe, balancing ingredients so as not to burn the house down. "We must avoid panic," he said. "We must be pastoral." It was less a command than a prayer. It landed in the room like a candle whose wick might gutter at any second. Nora wanted to tell them all that the whispers were not a thing you could contain the way you board up broken windows. She wanted to say that whispering is a contagious architecture. Things buried beneath stone do not always stay put. They find fissures in ritual and in ordinary life and worm their way up. But the voice in her head that belonged to a younger, more professional Nora counseled restraint. There were permits, there were municipal consequences to wild public statements. Still, she spoke. "They're appearing in the margins," she said, and used the language of documentation to make the thing real. "You'll hear them in ordinary places. They're not confined to the excavation." The room inhaled, Agnes' jaw tightened. "So what do, Ms. Hale? We panic, we arrest people for muttering. We torch the chapel." Her tone was sarcastic because her heart was practical. She was always calculating cost. Jonah, who rarely spoke in public, said in his gravel voice, "You don't stop it by hiding it. You stop it by telling the truth." The last word came out like a flint thrown into a pond. The room bristled. Truth is a currency that bankrupts some and enriches others. For Jonah, who had spent his life with his hands in graves and knew the cleanliness of good work, truth meant unearthing and laying out what was found. For Ains it meant risk. For Father Amet it was a cross to be borne in private. After the meeting, Nora walked with Ruth to the library, the two women close in the street, as though proximity could keep the rain from their bones. They spoke not only in archives but in gestures. Ruth's hands fluttered like pages as she explained a marginalia she had not mentioned in the meeting. "Look," she said, producing a slip with a child's name penciled in and then erased. Someone tried to scrub it out. They matched that pencil to the hem of a little dress Elsie had been stitching. When Nora inspected the fabric the next afternoon, the phrase sewn into the seam was faint as breath and older than the name scrawled in the ledger. It was the same misphrased hymn, the same extra syllable. Elsie, who had once been the chapel's choir director, and who now occupied the same pew on certain afternoons like a woman returning to a bench in a house she had helped build, kept her hands busy. She made tiny garments with an economy of motion. Her fingers trembled, but deliberately, like someone who had been practicing penance for years. She hummed tunelessly, repeating a pattern that felt like an incantation. When Nora sat near her, she smelled the faint metallic tang of old thread and beeswax. The light through the chapel windows painted Elsie's white hair with a halo that felt both tender and menacing. "They like ceremony," Elsie said. Not looking up. "They like the seams." "Who is they?" Nora asked. Elsie coughed softly and blinked. "We called them a koa once. We made them a koa." Nora felt the old narrative she had been stacking in tidy piles begin to dissolve into something messier, which was what fear often looked like when it arrived in the body. If the koa had been bound into dolls as a sacrament, and those dolls were now speaking into ordinary life, then the town had traded remembrance for a presence that was not consenting to being only remembered. Night's habit was to make small terrors large. The whispers took on teeth in the hours after sunset. Nora's sleep narrowed to tight fragments. She woke to a small song that seemed to anchor itself in her throat, a child's cadence that had no origin she could place. The more she tried to trace the music back to a source, the more it multiplied around her. The laundry woman down the lane muttered a clause while turning pages of a quilting pattern. A man Nora had passed on the street at dusk folded groceries into his arms and said the same syllable with a cadence that had the authority of habit. It scared her because it suggested that the koa had found not only a voice, but a grammar. The difference between saying a prayer and being moved to pray is as wide as the difference between a bell and a storm. The koa's language had the architecture of worship. Tucked into the syllables were the pressure points that compelled confession. Once you heard the right pattern, you felt a need to name something. The need looked in the small town's economy like absolution and, in others' eyes, like accusation. The dig at the Jonah watched men and women move like actors on a small stage. He had the sober face of someone who appreciates limits. One does not confide in him without paying the price of blunt honesty. He told Nora that he had heard the men hum in the wheelbarrows, the way a man hums when he isn't sure whether he remembers enough to believe. His worry was not abstract, it was specific. "It makes 'em confess in pieces," he said. "You watch 'em and they can't help it." "Confess what?" Nora asked. He shrugged. "A lot of things." Nora found herself thinking of the ledger Father Amet had shown her, the page with names half scrubbed and words that might have been excuses or vows. Memory is a fragile instrument. You can tune it with thumb and nail until the strings slacken. The koa seemed to have hands on those strings. In the days that followed, small miracles threaded through greater fears. A woman Nora had known as reticent for years suddenly described the day her husband had saved a child from drowning when no one else had known. The town congratulated herself on having produced a hidden hero. but the memory arrived like an urgent topsoil flower, bright, improbable, and suddenly ubiquitous. It was as though missing pieces, once prompted by the right phrase, wanted to fall into place even if those pieces made other things tumble. Mayor Agnes used these phenomena as proof that a scandal might be contained if the town could craft the right narrative. She suggested, in a press-managed voice, that the chapel's discovery had prompted a communal prayer and a rekindling of faith. It was the sort of statement that could be used to sell the Hollow to weekend pilgrims. But when Agnes met with Nora privately, her smile was thin. "We can harness this," she said. "Look at what people want to believe." Nora's jaw tightened. Harness it to what? A tourism brochure, a revival tent. "Stability," Agnes answered. "Hope is a product if you package it right." Ruth, who had become Nora's ally in the dark work of cross-referencing, warned against any marketization. "Once you make a thing profitable," she said in the library that smelled of glue and dust, "you remove its sacrament and make it commerce." The choir will not respond well to being sold. There was truth in Ruth's caution. Nora could imagine the slotted sincerity of a revival tent and the way it would call, with its cheap floodlights, to something neither sacred nor humane. The choir, born of grief, wanted a completion that wasn't for sale. Those who tried to cajole it into civic use would be disappointed in ways that are worse than mere embarrassment. Nora found herself waking at odd hours to lists of names she did not remember learning, as if the town's memory had threaded into her own. She tested herself by saying aloud fragments of hymns in the dark, feeling the syllables like stones in her mouth. They seemed to settle differently when she said them to herself than when she heard them spoken by someone else. There was a communal quality to the sound, an authority that belonged to more than one set of lungs. Late one night she went to the chapel because it was the only place that made any sense. Elsie was there, bent over a tiny dress, and the chapel felt smaller than it had during the day, the shadows thickening into something almost sentient. Elsie hummed and stitched. Her needle caught the candlelight and sent small, reflected sparks like fish scales across the pew. "They like ceremony," Elsie told her again, and this time Nora could hear, in the repetition, the wondrous peace of someone who had persuaded herself into complicity. "We taught them the songs, we kept them close, so they wouldn't leave us." "Did you know what it would become?" Nora asked. Elsie paused and then said, without looking up, "What does any of us know? We do what we can." It was a small, wary thing to say and a monstrous one to hear. The choir was not only a thing of the dead. It was the result of a town trying to salvage its children from the dark. The dolls had been a sacrament enacted by adults who could not bear absence. It was an act of mercy that became a living, hungry prayer. Nora left the chapel feeling both nearer to and further from a solution. The town's daily life had become an altar where ordinary gestures were repurposed for an unfinished worship. A woman peeled a potato and recited a prayer that was not hers, and in that instance the domestic became a liturgical act. The danger of the choir was not that it wanted to harm. It was that it demanded completion and would settle for anything that resembled it. As she walked home, the rain had stopped and the air smelled like the Hollow before dawn, sharp and mineral. She passed a young couple on the lane. They spoke in soft, clipped sentences that slid into the cadence she had heard all day. Their words were not their own, she thought, and the thought felt like a small splinter under her skin. At the edge of the lane she heard a child's voice, high and too clear, reciting a line she had found in the ledger. It was Sam. He stood on his mother's stoop, the light from inside a soft yellow. He was not playing. His mouth moved with deliberation as though someone had taught him to say each syllable exactly. Nora stopped and watched without making a sound. The night wrapped around the boy like a shawl. The hymn, the lullaby, the extra syllable, they were the same thing now, braided into one song. She made a note in her battered field notebook. The choir moves through ordinary life. The entry felt inadequate. It read like a diagnosis without remedy. And there, beneath the thin light in the hollow's street, Nora felt the old private grief her brother's absence shift into the larger grief of the town. Sometimes grief wears a shape and is recognizable, a photograph on the mantel, a box of toys in the attic. Sometimes it is a wall under the skin that pushes you to do things you cannot account for. The choir was the town's hall made audible. For the first time since she arrived, Nora understood that her arrival had not been neutral. She was not a technician in the cold service of preservation. She was a returning person with a past that resonated against what the Hollow had done. That resonance would make her choices louder, more dangerous. Where others might see a small miracle, a man recalling an act of bravery, a woman remembering a name, she saw a liturgy being rehearsed in the wrong key. She slept badly that night, sound broken into the small hours. Before the small grey sliver of morning, she dreamed of porcelain hands, of dolls on a sun-bleached table opening their stitched mouths. The song in the dream was not meant for her, but it included her name like a note bent out of tune. When she woke, it was raining again. Life in Marrow's Hollow continued as if accommodating new, strange rules. The roulette of ordinary and extraordinary kept spinning. Nora tied on her coat and set out for the dig, for the ledger, for Ruth's cramped room, for whatever measure the town would allow. There was a gathering sense now that the small miracles had altered the scale of fear. If a potato slicing could become a prayer, there was no borderline left to defend. Each ordinary action was potential altar, and every altar wants an answer. The chapter ended for Nora in a late afternoon that bruised into purple. She walked past the schoolyard and heard children chant in a cadence she recognized. Their voices were young and bright and wrong. Sam, perhaps, or a dozen other small mouths said the liturgy's fragments as they might learn a multiplication table. Parents watched with the thin, animal confusion of those whose children begin to say things they cannot explain. Nora recorded it all in her notebook, each entry a small, desperate attempt to make evidence of what was happening. The rain had stopped, but the air thrummed with the same low note that had followed her since the first shovelful. She closed the book and, without meaning to, hummed the extra syllable under her breath. It was only then, the hair on her arms lifting, that she recognized the sound as her own voice echoing the town back at itself. The knowledge was a small terror and a terrible promise. The choir was not only outside her, it had entered her. The last image before she turned the corner toward the chapel was a child's hymn half remembered on a passing radio, a cracked voice singing along to something older than itself. She kept walking, and the Hollow watched, and somewhere beneath the stained floor of the chapel the dolls listened, like saints whose mouths had been unstitched. Nora had thought the worst of the weather was the black, slick road and the leak that would not be coaxed from the chapel roof. She had been trained to catalogue gravity in materials the way mortar had been mixed in a certain decade, the telltale scar that showed a past repair, the way wood grew tired and slatted in a certain pattern. Rain, to Nora, had always been something that emphasized detail. It beaded on carved stone like a lens, pooled in a hairline crack to reveal the direction of a seam. Today the rain made everything look older and more hurt, as if the village itself had been set in a jar and shaken. She sat in the third pew from the back, a place where she could be both observer and invisible. Her field notebook lay closed in her lap, a small private weight. She had expected that being here, in the sanctuary whose foundations had been pried open, would be clinical data in the form of pewware and notations about environmental damage, an itemized list to send back to the firm. Instead, the room pressed at her from the inside. The candles along the altar burned with a slow, patient flame, and the wax smell was sharp under the damp smell of wet wool, and the mineral undertone of the stone. From somewhere beyond the chapel walls, crows argued. The organ breathed like something in long, slow sleep, and then woke to exhale a single low note that seemed to set the stained glass panting. People had come with the weather, damp coats pulled close, umbrellas dripping. Jonah sat by the door, dark coat clinging to him like a second skin, his hands folded over a thermos as if it were a rosary. Father Emmett sat near the front, thin as a prayer card with the collar hugging his throat. The congregation had thinned since the find. Curiosity and fear made the old regulars stay away in favor of private pews at home. But still there were faces Nora recognized, the Pike couple in town colors, a few of the older women who had spent their lives making small ironies of their religion into habit, and then the Holloways. Sam was smaller than she'd imagined, only 11 at most, hair flaxen and clinging damp to his forehead. He sat 3 pews forward, clutching a ragged cloth doll the color of a rain cloud. The doll had one dark button eye and a stitched mouth, and Nora found her attention snagging on the tiny clothesline stitches before she could stop herself. There was nothing theatrical about him. Sam did not try to appear serious. He was serious by accident, as if seriousness had been born into him and given the rest of him a narrow, unsentimental channel to live through. Clara hovered at the edge of his pew like a shadowed mother bird, fingers worrying at a scarf that would not keep her warmth. She greeted Nora with an H of a smile and no words. The village had already made 1,000 small conspiracies into how and why Nora had come back. They were kind enough to pretend ignorance. Nora, in return, made a detachment a little habitual talisman. When Father Emmett stood, his voice was softer than the organ, shaped in slow consonants that fit like small stones into the mouths of words. He spoke at first of memory, of the weight of absence that church held as both scaffold and burden. He used phrases that were practical counsel to the anxious, a request for charity in prayers, but they had the careful cadence of someone who had been saying the same things for many years and had, along the way, learned how to halve their sharpest edges. There was an undercurrent to his speech, though, a tremor in the vowels that suggested a man who was holding the line between confession and concealment with both hands. Nora's attention moved like a child's between the small, sensible details, the way the light caught the organ's jilt. The furrow of a woman's brow as she mouthed an air prayer, the knuckle-white grip of a man who had never in his life learned to be still. She had expected to catalogue. Instead, she was catalogued herself, items of her own history set before her in a slow inventory of sensation. The tiny photograph she kept in her notebook, a picture of a boy on a summer stoop, laughing at something only the camera, and he had known had become less of a relic than an H that bent the direction of her curiosity. She had left Marrow's Hollow with that photograph folded in her coat pocket more than 2 decades ago, and the fold had never fully soothed. The liturgy progressed, ritual phrases stepping like old shoes across the floor. Somewhere in the middle of a psalm, when the congregation had settled into the tide of expectation, Sam stood. It was not the way children stood up then, not a scurry of small movement, not a child making a scene of himself. He rose with the composure of someone who was not so much making the choice as fulfilling something already written on him. His voice, when it began, cleared the church like a bell announcing a time no one had set. It was the sound that cut the room open, not loud in itself, not a shout or a scream, but certain. The syllables held a patina of oldness, like a line of verse someone had taught to water, and so it had absorbed every little mineral to sound like that place. The words were not from any psalm Father Emmett had called. They were not the hymns Ruth had documented. They were older in flavor, a litany that threaded between the usual prayers and settled into a place that made the organ go quiet, as if respect had been summoned. Nora felt the air fold around each uttered word. Each syllable landed with the soft thud of a child's foot on a stair. She listened as the room listened, the half-breaths of those who thought it might be a recitation learned at home. The full silence of those who felt the phrase as a thing laid upon them. Sam did not look up. His eyes were set somewhere over the heads of those in the pews, directed toward an architecture of thought that Nora could not see. There was a steady, archaic quality to the cadence, as if the words had been shaped to fit into a particular space and had been waiting, patient as stone, for a voice small enough and empty enough to pass through. A few people began to whisper. Jonah's jaw set. Father Emmet's fingers pressed together so tight that the knuckles whitened. Nora felt, with a physicalness that made her stomach go dry, that this was the tilt point, the instant when something private stepped into public, and everyone had to choose whether to believe what they had heard. The low organ note resumed, and then shouldered the litany into an odd duet of living flesh and instrument. A beam of rain speared through a high window and flashed across the floor like a blade. Sam's final words were a string of phrases that did not map onto Nora's public religious memory. But one of the phrases, a small, parenthetical line, almost a breath, was a fissure down which everything she had tried to bury could fall. It was a lullaby fragment she had been sure she'd dreamed. For a wild half-second Nora thought she would rise and cover her face. When she had been small, before she left this town, her mother had hummed a particular line when tucking the boy in the photograph into bed. It had been a line that had never left Nora. It had stayed in the soft places of her mind like a scar. No one knew that lullaby now. Nora had assumed in the long dry years. It had been private, one of those domestic small graces you keep like contraband. Yet here it was, carried on a child's public voice, folded into a litany that belonged on paper to no one. The pews erupted into small noises then, a gasp, a woman crying out low, the scrape of a shoe. Clara's hand flew to her mouth and then forward, as if to steady or to protect the boy. Sam's voice stopped. His face did not flicker. For a second there was a tableau, a mud-slicked square of parishioners forming a ring of attention, and within it one small, blank young face that had been a vessel and was now an object of communal vision. "Where did you learn that, Sam?" Clara whispered, not yet able to make the question a demand. He looked at her, slow as a tide. There was no show of innocence. His gaze was something else, older perhaps than his years. "They sang it downstairs," he said quietly. "Downstairs where?" Jonah asked, voice rough. Not a question, it was a test. Sam only smiled in the way children do when they mean something that is too large for the adults in the room. "The choir that lives in the dark." The phrase landed like a pebble in a too still pond. A woman a row over made the sign of the cross with a shake so sharp it looked like she was trying to dislodge a flying thing from her sleeve. Father Emmet's eyes were two glassy things. For a priest who had been trained in the very exactness of words, the liturgy had always been a tool and a covering. It lived in him like household appliances taken for granted, practical. To see it used this way, or to see language suborned into something else, eroded the neat scaffolding had built around his conscience. He had the look of a man who had woken in the wrong room of his life. Outside, the rain had gone from a practiced drum to something that hammered a neat apology across the countryside. People spilled out of the church, congregating as if heat-seeking for confirmation. Rumors, a thing Nora had always found both pitiable and dangerous, began to sprout. The dolls were talking, the dead were speaking. The child had been taught this by someone in secret. There was also, beneath all the speculation, a harder current, the raw human need to have an answer that fit into the story they preferred. For the town's revivalists, it was an omen. For the cover-up crowd, it was panic. For others, it was a wound that could not be seen. Clara did not wait for the crowd. She gathered Sam into her arms the way people grab hold of roofs in storms, fierce and tremoring. She pressed her forehead to his, murmuring, "Baby, who gave you that? Who taught you?" Her voice was an animal sound, more plea than question. Jonah moved to them as if a magnet pulled him. His hands were large and clumsy when they were meant to be steady. "We need to get him inside," he muttered, though the church had never felt like an unsafe place until this morning. Nora felt an old, hot thread of something twist up inside her, not just curiosity now, but an ache. Seeing Sam small and sunken in the collective gaze, tugged at the same string that had long ago made her leave this town, the photograph folded into her wallet. The way she had run from a silence that tasted like responsibility. She found herself moving toward them, propelled less by the rational need to document than by the private need to know whether the lullaby she had thought was buried was really being excavated by a child's mouth. "Please," Clara was saying into Sam's hair, "please tell me you learned that at school, okay? Tell me someone taught you. Tell me it's nothing strange." Sam's hand was small and cold in hers. "They asked for a promise," he said, in a voice that carried the clarity of a bell. "They asked us to remember their names. They wanted to be sung back." It was at once impossible and perfectly clear. A knot in the center of the world unspooled into a length of thread, and everyone looking at it had to decide whether to follow. "Whose names?" Jonah asked, though he may have known in some backward way. There are things in a graveyard that a gravedigger knows without ever being told. He had a crease at his temple that came from sleeping with the radio on the lookout for any sound that suggested disorder. Sam looked up at him, and there was a softness in his small mouth that made a kind of sense to the village's older men. "All of them," he said simply. "They don't have words for it. They have the songs." The rest of the morning blurred into something Nora would later try to pass rationally. Words and faces and the rain were all pooled into one memory she could not quite shelve. People debated theology in the middle of the square. A revivalist woman with a voice like splitting wood read aloud from a pamphlet shed printed that morning. Father Emmet withdrew for a time into the vestry, where the light came like a thin coin through a high window, and the room smelled of old ink and boiled tea. For a little while he and Nora were alone with a quiet that had the weight of an indictment. "We should keep order," he said, not meeting her eyes. "We should not encourage that kind of spectacle." His voice held its usual gentleness, but there was a rasp underneath like an old hinge. And yet he frowned, then uncapped his teacup and set it down. And yet the child did not lie. He didn't invent the cadence. Nora watched him fold his fingers around the mug. He looked smaller when he was afraid. For all his sin and all his lapses into private penance, he was not a man given to hysteria. "Someone's been using the chapel as a wom for their music," she said, and the metaphor surprised her by how apt it felt. "Or the dolls are." Emmet's laugh was barely a thing. "Either way," he said, "this makes the whole affair harder to hide." He looked up at her then, a priest who had been forced to manage small human catastrophes for decades, and now had one he could not shelter with a prayer. "We can't keep this beneath a rug. You know that as well as I do." There was the moment, then, when Nora realized that whatever plan she had for a clean, professional departure was gone. The litany Sam had recited had pushed her personal grief into a new alignment with the town's wound. She had come to make an inventory and leave. Now she had to decide whether she would be a witness, and whether she would risk the discomfort of making public what others wanted to keep silent. By noon the square was a seething map of rumor and scripture. Some knelt on the steps and chanted in accents they had never used publicly. Others, pale-faced, whispered that the dolls were to be buried again at once. People looked at Nora with a new curiosity, not merely because she was an expert on stone, but because she had a history here, and she had not yet fled with the ledger of dust. Clara pulled her aside in the shadow of the old yew, her eyes raw and steady. "Please," she said, "you saw him. Will you tell me what this could be? Am I losing my son?" Nora heard the terror in the question. She put the notebook into her coat and felt the weight of it like a promise to herself. "Not losing him," she said slowly, because that felt like the smallest, truest comfort she could offer. "But something is listening." Clara let out a breath that was almost a sob. "What should I do? Take him away? Keep him inside? They look at him like he's a sign. They stare." "Keep him safe," Nora said, and the words had the firmness of a professional recommendation. "For now, don't let them touch him. Don't let anyone make him perform." And she stopped, because the rest of the things she wanted to say were not instructions, but were made of bone and old apologies. "Tell me everything," he said. "Write it down, to whoever you trust." She found herself thinking of the photograph in a way that broke her with a sweetness so sharp she expected to double over. The lullaby phrase that Sam had folded into his recitation burned like a match struck in her chest. If a child across the square could speak it publicly, then whatever had lived under the chapel had learned more words than anyone had guessed. That night Nora lay awake in the single room she had taken at the Mercer boarding house. Rain tracked down the glass outside, making maps she could not read. Her notebook was open on the bedside table, and she copied the litany as people had remembered it, the words written in a cramped, urgent hand that made the letters look like birds. She tried to keep to method, date, time, environmental conditions, but her hand shook when she wrote the lullaby fragment. She could not, for the life of her, say why that particular string of syllables had seared into the child's mouth. She kept replaying the sound like a key turned again and again in a lock. Outside, somewhere under the chapel and the town, something waited. The thought was small and black as a beetle, and it crawled along the underside of her ribs until the skin shivered. Nora thought of the dolls they had pulled from the earth, their tiny mouths sewn with stitches like decisions. She imagined them stitched into a liturgy, each seam a promise, each promised syllable a thread pulling on the loose dress of the living. She thought, with the dull, terrible knowledge of someone who had once promised to be quiet, that the town's past had found a way to ask for its due. When she turned off the light, the dark was not empty. It was threaded with the echo of a child's voice, and in that voice she heard, impossibly, the lullaby her mother had hummed long ago. She had not known it would return in public like a gauntlet thrown. It was not a name she had expected to be called by, and yet the sound shaped itself into a question that would steer the rest of her days. Who else could hear it, and what would they do with what they heard? The last thing she heard before sleep took her was not the weather or the distant clock of the town. It was a tiny phrase on the radio in the room next door, a child's hymn from someone else's sermon. The melody half swallowed by static, and Nora felt in the marrow of her hands that the voice from the chapel had learned new words. The hook tightened in her chest like a wire. The town had moved from whispers to names, and names have a way of calling people home. She woke with the rain still in her ears, and the weight of a decision pressing like a band across her forehead. She closed her eyes and tried to remember whether the lullaby had a last line she had never sung aloud. The memory was slippery. The thing she was sure of was that someone else had found it, and now the world would have to answer. Outside her window, rain fell with the patient insistence of someone who knows secrets will out. In the market down the lane, voices raised in argument and in prayer wove together like thread. And somewhere beneath the chapel, among orderly rows of cracked porcelain, the core of dolls, or whatever that name was given, locally waited on the syllables of a name they had been learning for years. Nora had expected the ledger to be a ragged thing like the parish registers, thumbed through at 100 sleepy churches, blotched ink, hymnal annotations. The occasional child's scrawl pressed into the margins. She had not expected the weight of it, an object born of private contrition that sat on the vestry table as if it belonged to the chapel's true heart rather than to a frail man who smelled of boiled tea and cheap whiskey. Father Emmett set it down with a care that looked like fear. The vestry smelled of lemon oil and laundry starch, a clean smell meant to mask years of stale incense. Outside, rain stitched itself along the roofline, and through the thin glass of the high windows the churchyard was a smear of dark stone. Nora sat on a wooden chair scarred with someone's initials and tried not to let her knees tremble. "I didn't bring it out for," Emmett began, and then the sentence folded under itself. He pushed his glasses higher on the bridge of his nose, fingers lingering on the leather spine as if he might coax confession from the book by touch alone. "You brought it because you want me to understand," Nora said. She had the field notebook at her elbow, a pen uncapped, though she did not feel she could write fast enough to catch the ledger's implications. "Because you couldn't say it in sermons." There was a small, half-humorous shake of Emmet's head. "Sermons don't hold everything. This it holds things I cannot bear to say aloud unless someone is prepared to listen and to remember them properly." She was prepared, if prepared meant that she could not leave, and that her old axe had sharpened into a blade that wanted to know and cut. She thought of her brother Tommy's red hair in the photograph at the bottom of her field notes. His grin caught in a summer freeze, and how that photograph had been the last thing she touched every night on the jobless flights between sleep and waking. The ledger and the photograph had the same trait. Both were maps of what could be lost. Emmet opened the ledger at a spot near the middle. The ink had browned with age, and something of the script had smeared in places where an impatient finger had dragged through. Names lined the left column, family names Nora recognized from market gossip and official luncheon lists, names she had found and folded in her own investigation. Dates were crisp. A small notation repeated a flourish, a caret, the word vow underlined. "This is the part I can't," Emmet said. The tremor in his voice was not wholly from age. He tapped the page. 3 days after she disappeared. Nora's eyes fell to the date. The day matched the pale newspaper tear she had copied from Ruth's archive, a column about a missing child, the town's clipped alarm. She tasted iron in her mouth. On the opposite column, the ledger recorded a sequence of signatures, names in hurried hands, sometimes only initials. At the bottom of the page, in a cramped hand, there was a single paragraph. It read in part, "We bind these offerings to the ground until such time as the lost may yet speak with us, and until our hearts may contain the remembering. Let no hand take without recommitment. Keep them quiet, lest quiet be taken from us." There was a word "keep" scrawled again in the margins, as if the writer could not trust the first insisting. A child's name was tucked between the lines like a ghost. Nora's throat closed. The photograph in her pocket felt suddenly heavier. "Who wrote this?" she asked, though the ledger had made the question less abstract and more dangerous. Emmet swallowed. "I did not write it alone. God forgive me, this book was my attempt to keep a record. I kept what they would not keep in their hearts. They. Who were they?" He named them like a litany that had been rehearsed over years of private prayer. Mayor Pike's family name was there. A merchant whose son's laughter Nora had heard in the market. Jonah's family name, too. Jonah's grandfather signed, with a blur that Nora could have sworn matched the curling script she had seen on an old cemetery docket. One name made Nora reel the way a sudden cold wind makes a window rattle, Hale. Her own family name, though the handwriting was not her father's. For a moment she was no longer in the vestry, but standing very small in the hollow between two hearses at the funeral home of her memory. The whole of Marrow's Hollow looking like its own funeral. The knowledge on the ledger's page would not stay private. The town had a way of cleaning its face for visitors and of polishing over rot. "You didn't tell me this at first because," Nora asked, keeping her voice flat. She felt the peculiar outrage that comes when one recognizes an old city's hypercritical arteries. "Because you were afraid, or because you participated?" Emmet's hands trembled, both. He told her then in interrupted fragments the part of the story that matched what she already suspected and what her heart had forecast. After the child's disappearance decades earlier, no, years and years ago, when the solid men of the town had been younger, and their voices had had the tremor of panic, they had held a private service in the dead hours. They had sung over a table of donated dolls and pledged themselves to a strange sacramental promise that they would not let absence claim its fullness. They called the pledge a keeping away to tether hope to tangible things. They had, impossibly, meant it as a kindness. Nora imagined the room as Emmett described it, lamplight on cracked linoleum, mugs staining paper, men's hands set on one another. A clumsy prayer that was half liturgy and half thing invented out of fear. They had pressed salt into seams and anointing oil into doll hair. They had written the names of the lost and tucked them into seams. Elsie had been there. Jonah's grandmother, someone from the Pike family, a baker's wife, a schoolteacher with a voice like a bell. We were trying to hold her where we thought she might be, Emmett said, and for the first time his voice unclenched into something like absolute ruin. We thought if we made a place, if we made them into witnesses, the absence would be less complete. Nora thought of the dolls in their rows, porcelain faces like small altars, glass eyes glinting with a light that was not the sun's. She had catalogued them earlier with an almost professional detachment, measurements, hair-type markings. Now the dolls were not merely objects, they were promises. We bound prayers to them, Emmett continued, not just prayers, oaths. We swore we'd remember in ways that were institutional. If any parent took a doll, they would have to pledge anew. If any ruder hand desecrated, the sanctity would be broken, and he let the sentence hang like a choked-off amen. Why didn't someone speak then? Ruth's voice from the doorway was soft but edged. She had been there longer than she liked to admit. Her hands folded around a brittle stack of clippings. The archivist's face was pale, spectacles catching the vestry light. Why make that private thing public now? Emmett looked at Ruth as if he had been waiting for the question his whole life. Because the keeping became its own thing. Because people wanted to believe they had done something sacred when they'd only done something secret. And because some of those who made the vow did not want their names known either, because they were ashamed or because they feared the consequence of being known. Nora leaned forward until her elbows rested on her knees. And Elsie, she asked. She sued the names. He nodded, and for a moment the vestry was the interior of an old photograph. Elsie at a table with a thimble on her finger, humming the same tune Nora had heard earlier, little garments piling like soft evidence. They found Elsie in the nave, hands crooked over a half-made coat for a doll. The pews cast long teeth of shadow in the late afternoon. The chapel had that strange clear hush that made every sound too intimate. Elsie looked up when they arrived, and for a moment Nora saw the small woman as if through a lens of pity, the stoop of age, the papered skin. The quickness in her eyes that was more keen than complaint. "I expected you by noon, Father, but time slips," Elsie said, as if they were late for a quilting circle rather than for the confession of a town. Her hands smelled faintly of starch and thread. In her lap lay a doll with a dress the color of old milk. Nora had catalogued that doll in the pile. She had written unmarked in the margins of her notes, because she had not yet found the blood bead of ritual tucked into its seams. "You sued their names," Nora said plainly. Her voice felt like a file on a tombstone. Elsie closed her eyes a fraction. "I sued what I was told. We all did what we thought would hold back howling. The confession was small and terrible and precise." Elsie told them, while the boys outside the chapel thudded as they kicked a ball, about the way hands had crowded the table. How the townspeople had pressed their palms to porcelain and vowed. How they had cried together and then gone home and painted over the grief with the bright domestic strokes of breakfast and market days. "We thought we were making something to keep them, when they would not come back to us," Elsie said, and her fingers traced the hem of the doll's dress. "We did not mean harm. We only wanted," she could not finish the sentence. The thing she wanted, closure, presence, did not have a single name. It had many names and none were clean. The more Elsie spoke, the more Nora felt a cold calculation knitting in her chest. The choir was not an accident. It had been engineered by adults who were afraid, and who then neglected to imagine the consequences of their pious superstition. They had turned grief into apparatus and called it devotion. Ruth produced a thin file of newspaper scraps she had taped for years, a funeral announcement, a small, apologetic town column about strange donations to the church, a letter to the editor warning against turning mourning into spectacle. She matched a name in the ledger to an old society column. Mrs. Pike had been present at the meeting, her name slightly misspelled in the ledger but legible. Jonah's family had been there, so had the Hales, in a scrawled hand that made Nora's chest constrict like a fist. "Your family?" Ahmet asked, gently. "Are your Hales still here?" Nora felt heat in the center of her face and then an ice that steadied. Her father had left the hollow not long after her brother's disappearance. Her own leaving had been less of a flight than of a displacement, an evacuation from the town's remembered places. The ledger made that evacuation suspiciously incomplete. "My father was he wasn't at that time. He wasn't she had to stop." The sentence did not want to be true in any tidy way. Elsie raised her head. It was a swarm of people, some to stay, some to be seen. We told ourselves if we could bind memory to a thing, the thing would not be empty. We said the prayers because we didn't know what else to do. Somewhere outside a bell rang, a warm sound that in other circumstances might have been a comfort. Today it sounded like a metronome counting off the possibility of guilt. Nora thought coldly of the vows, keep, keep, keep. The word had become an imperative and then a tyrant. "They start small," Ruth said, almost to herself, the archivist's voice like paper folded carefully. A little ritual. A small object, then habit encrusts it. The worry was replaced by governance. The keeping became a rule. If you took a dole, you took on the covenant. If you refused, you were shunned. Nora thought of the children at school repeating phrases they could not have learned. She thought of Sam Holloway's litany last week. She saw the pattern now. The town had not merely made a memory device. It had institutionalized remembrance to the point where memory itself seemed to move and to insist. So what made them? Nora started and found she could not finish the question, because the ledger and Elsie's confession reached out beyond motives into manufacture. The choir's voice was not sung into being in some accidental way. It had been assembled prayer by prayer, stitch by stitch, until what was once an offering learned to speak. Ahmet closed the ledger and looked at them all in a way that suggested he had for a long time measured his own failings against the faces in the room. "I kept the records because someone had to. I thought that if the truth was written, we could control it. I was wrong. A record does not sanctify an action. You kept it private because you feared what would happen if the town knew that its leaders had." Ruth's voice rose, slightly in the way of a woman who lived in archives and cared about the public record, that they had turned grief into a practice that bound children to a memory. Ahmet's hand lay flat on the ledger, like a benediction or a plea. "If we speak of it now, those whose names are on that page will be exposed. Families will fracture. People will lose standing. Livelihoods might be at stake. But we will also stop pretending the dolls are harmless." He looked at Nora then, a broke old thing that still tried to be fierce. "I brought it to you because you are not of the town in the same ways. You might carry it farther without being them." Nora felt the ledger's future like a physical weight. If she carried it beyond Marrow's Hollow, if she made the recorded wrongs public, then she would be the instrument of exposure. If she let it remain locked in the vestry, then the core would remain unexamined and in the earth's teeth. Either path would cost. She thought of Tommy, and the ledger whispered her name, as if it were a small thing sewn into a doll. The H that had lodged in her chest since childhood rearranged itself into a decision-making geometry. What did she owe the dead? And how would the living be made to suffer or to heal by her choices? Outside, Jonah came in dripping mud and apologies. He lingered in the doorway like a man who understood the more primitive stakes, graves, soil, the bone's dignity. He did not need the ledger to know wrong had been done. He had felt it in the ground. "They're saying the dig should stop, or else the museum people will make a spectacle," he muttered, more to himself than to anyone. Ahmet folded his hands together like a man about to say grace. We did something we thought would save us. It did not. The vestry's window caught a last shaft of light and held dust in a column like a glass of suspended time. Nora ran her hand along the ledger's edge. It had been written by persons who thought in panic and who had the best of intentions wrapped around an ugly center. The record made them human and monstrous at once. She thought of the choir's whisper, those childlike syllables that had infected sleep and prayer. She thought of Elsie, of Jonah, of Ruth, of Emmet's wary pen. She thought of Sam Holloway, whose voice had become a bell none of them could quite put back in its case. "We have to tell people," Nora said finally, and the words felt less like an ideal than like a necessary wound. "We have to make it impossible for them to keep this as a private fix." The dolls were bound deliberately. The town needs to own that. Ruth's eyes went to the ledger and then to Nora. That will not end quietly. It was Jonah who supplied the precise, ugly distillation of consequence. If you tell them, you'll make enemies. People will turn on you. They'll say you're stirring up ghosts where none need be stirred. They'll say the town's fine as it is. He stopped. It was not just a rhetorical list. He had been in graves long enough to know what exposure could do. Nora looked at the 4 faces in the vestry and felt the small, hard capsule of resolve that had formed inside her. She had not come back to Marrow's Hollow to be comfortable. She had come back because home had a memory that would not be satisfied with polite forgetting. The ledger was a thing that could not be allowed to remain a secret. To do so would be to help the choir learn new words. But confession had a price. Even as she thought the next step, she pictured the market square meeting, the town's neat rows of houses, the pikes polishing the town's public face. She pictured Mayor Agnes' smile when the town was tidy and presentable. She pictured the way townspeople could fold old sins away with the practiced economy of those who had to live side by side with their pasts. When the vestry door closed behind them, sealing them from the rain, Nora felt as if the world had contracted to the size of that room and the ledger on its table. She carried the knowledge like a key that fit a lock she had not known was there. It might open something that released more than she could foresee. They agreed tentatively, with the slow, halting motions of a committee of the damned, that the ledger would be documented. Ruth would make copies. Nora would write. Emmet would prepare himself to speak. Elsie, small and trembling, would be asked to tell what she knew in public if she could. Jonah would guard the site. The arrangements were fragile, as if someone had taped a cracked pane of glass and expected it to hold a house in a storm. Night came on like an answer. Nora walked out of the chapel into rain that had turned the world to an impressionist, painting edges blurred, colors merging. The churchyard glistened. The newly unearthed dirt looked like a wound from which something had been painfully stitched and not quite healed. She paused at the iron fence and watched Jonah stand with his shovel, shoulders hunched, the whole of his body a thing in readiness. He looked toward the hollow as if it were a patient he could not help. She could not tell if what she carried as truth would comfort or destroy. The ledger had named the thing, they had bound dolls to memory, and memory had become a voice. Now, with the names recorded and the town's elders implicated, the small chant of vows was at the cusp of being either sanctified into accountability or buried again under happier lies. Tummy's photograph lay against her sternum, a cold reassurance. Nora slid her fingers into her coat and felt the paper there an anchor to the small human thing that had always guided her. Behind her, the chapel bell tolled midnight with a slow, measured sorrow. The sound echoed down the lane and through the hollow, as if the town itself had answered to the ledger's record. Nora stood in the rain and felt the ledger's future like a shadow climbing the inside of her skull. She had chosen, in whatever small way the choice already existed, to open the book. Beyond that, everything tumbled, people's livelihoods, the town's peace, perhaps even the choir's next word. She pictured Elsie stitching names into the inside hems of doll dresses, and she pictured, in the immediate, simpler future. The market square split like an open wound at the next town meeting. She did not yet know how to stop the choir from learning new words. But with the ledger in hand and the town's brittle privacy exposed, she had set the gears turning. The whispering beneath the chapel soft, persistent was not the only sound in her ears anymore. There was the rustle of paper. There were the slow, certain footsteps of a town about to remember out loud. As she walked, the rain washed her cheeks in cold lines and the town's lamplight made small halos on puddles. She thought of confession and of who deserved absolution. She thought of the promise of resurrection the dolls had been given and how promises could become devils if you did not name them properly. When she reached her car, she paused and looked back at the chapel, its silhouette like a black tooth against the learned sky. From somewhere within its foundation a sound, faint as breath and folded into the rain, might have been a child's syllable, or it might have been only the wind. Nora could not tell. She put her hand to the photograph of Tommy and slid it back into her pocket. The ledger's implications a warm, heavy pressure against the bones of her palm. Inside her coat, the photograph was pressed flat, and in the vestry the ledger lay open like a wound that had been stitched into existence. Neither would close completely tonight. The chapel bell tolled again, and the sound carried with it a sense of things set moving. Nora turned the key in the ignition and drove away, a small streak of headlight through rain, the ledger's names turning like a wheel in the dark behind her. At the edge of the hollow, near where the road bent and the trees pressed in, a child's hymn half remembered and endless slipped from some open window and lay itself over the night. Nora's shoulders tightened. She had read the ledger. She knew the town's secret. The question that followed was a thin, terrible thing. When she opened the ledger wider, what else would step out? Nora had thought the mud would be the worst of it for the day. The kind of everyday ache-in-the-knuckles chore that excavation required, boots sliding, kneecaps given over to cold, fingers bruised from grappling with rotten beams and the sour, dusty smell of old places. But when she stepped off the truck and smelled it coffee burning, motor oil, the wet stink of a market square after rain, she felt instead the electric, brittle smell of something about to split. It lodged behind her teeth like the memory of an unfinished prayer. She told herself she was being dramatic and then, privately, aloud in the small, practical way she had for years, she said, "All right, Nora. Look." She jabbed a finger toward the propped-up folding chair where a woman with hair like a rusted crown was cradling a cracked porcelain doll and saying prayers under her breath as if that soot-streaked face were a host. Around the woman people were gathering with it the quick-motioned curiosity of those who have been given a confirmation of something they'd long suspected, that there is more to the world than routine, and that the more terrible thing might be true than they had hoped. This was the heart of the trouble. The woman, her name was Judith Clary, or something like that. Nora learned later had started showing up at the chapel site every morning with a battered hymn book and a tote bag full of dolls that looked like they had been passed down like heirlooms from one hand to the next. She arranged them on an appended crate and began, in small, musical words, to tell them things. Around her gathered a cluster of other faces, people who had felt the whispering at dusk, who had woken with the same liturgy pressing against their teeth. Some of them wept quietly, some whispered confessions. A few, the younger ones with brighter eyes and a kind of theatrical hunger, began to speak as if they were at the start of a revival meeting. Ames Pike arrived an hour later, wearing a pale blue suit that refused to be dampened, hair done with an exactness that suggested hours were measured in such small, still things. She floated at the edge of things like someone testing water with an immaculate fingertip. She watched Judith, then made the calculation that made her lips purse. Tourists would come if the story grew teeth. Tourists meant dollars, which meant shops and the preservation funds the town needed so badly. To Agnes, a miracle might have been a commodity she could sell with the same zeal she once sold municipal bonds. She slid from one person to another, nodding, hands shielded against the rain, saying the right small words: "We must be respectful, we need to keep calm. I urge prudence," and all the while she was thinking of the couple of historic plaques that would finally be funded, of renovations that could be applied for if a story of divine visitation made the paper. Nora could see it in the eye that sweeps the room like a ledger. "Please, everyone," Father Emmett said when he reached the small knot of people. He sounded hollow sweet, like church bells played from a long distance. His voice did something in the crowd. It put hands to mouths. It unhooked a shout before it left someone's throat. He stood awkward in his collar, the thin fabric damp where rain had smeared his shoulders. He did not approach Judith. He did not make a point of denying what she did. Instead, he folded his hands and watched, his knuckles white, and his lips moved as if in prayer or confession, the movement indeterminate. It was all theater and yet not. The difference between the two was what Nora felt under the skin, how people needed theater to feel their own emotions taken seriously. Grief is a theater, she thought, and so is relief. Both can be conflated into miracle. Jonah watched from the edge, a broad silhouette against the mud. His jaw had that stubborn ridge it always had when he was thinking of the things he had to keep closed. He did not like public prayer in the way Judith offered it, noisy and fervent. He liked rites to be private, sealed, done with the reverence a grave demanded. He rubbed his palms on his trousers as if to cleanse them. Etta stood at his shoulder like a second shadow, still as a coffin, wary as embalming fluid. "Keep your voice down, Nora," Jonah said at one point, his whisper low, practical, the voice that had told her to watch out for footholds when they worked the site. "This is what gets people hurt. This is how things go wrong. And so we do nothing." Nora shot back too loudly, and then the reply was snatched up and swallowed by the bubbling edge of Agnes' smile. She had to remind herself which side she was on. She'd come to catalogue and uncover. She had always thought cataloging was an act of mercy. The ledger of a place its true name deserved to be read aloud so the future could not mispronounce it. To keep it hidden was to allow myth to fill the places facts should occupy. That afternoon felt like a hinge. Nora and Ruth retired to Ruth's little study, where the light from the lamp was bland and honest, and the tea was better than Nora remembered it. Ruth's house smelled of old paper and lemon polish, one of those homes that seems to have been built by people who respected the past without being obsessed with it. They pulled out 2 of the brittle parish registries Ruth had rescued from the damp storage beneath the school. The pages rustled like dry leaves. Nora set the battered photograph of her brother between them, an unsteady talisman, and then they began to read. "See this?" Ruth said, finger tracing a name scrawled in a cramped hand. The handwriting was not a Met's older ink, probably from a registrar who had been used to writing in a more ornate age. "They redacted it here," she said, and there, in the corner margin, a single slash like an axe stroke across a date. "They don't like to erase in this parish. They strike. A strike means someone told someone else to cut this out." Nora folded the photograph into the ledger's shadow. Her hands trembled, not from cold, but from something that wanted to be called rage and then guilt and then fear at the same time. "Do you think Agnes knows?" she asked. Ruth hesitated. "If she doesn't know, she will. The mayor's not the sort to let an opportunity pass. She can charm and she can bury. Both are terrifying." They worked like thieves. They unrolled a map of the chapel's repairs, found the annotations about special interment in a margin of a ledger that also held a list of parishioners who had contributed to the choir fund. A ledger Emmet's private book, the one Nora had been allowed to glance at, had one of those names circled. Ruth's fingers stopped on it. Crawford. That name had currency in Marrow's Hollow, financial weight, a reputation for wanting things kept tidy. They tied vows to objects before, Ruth said gently. They bound grief to something tactile, Outside, Agnes had moved through the crowd like a woman adjusting sails. She spoke to a man with a camera, made a show of answering questions, then ducked out to a phone call and lowered her voice. Nora could not hear the words, but she watched her. The lines at Agnes' mouth tightened and softened the way a politician's mask does. It occurred to Nora that Agnes probably thought of herself as a guardian. She probably believed sending an upbeat press release would protect everyone. It was a small, dangerous sort of sin optimism dressed as management. When Nora walked back to the chapel, the air had changed. The cluster around Judith had grown. People had brought quilts, candles, an electric lantern that spluttered like a dying firefly. Someone had strung a string of cheap prayer cards, and they fluttered like a smoking flag. Voices floated in edges, recitations half drowned by the murmur of rain and the distant cry of a gull from the river. Nora heard Father Emmet's voice again. It was as if he had decided to be silent and noise had taken his role. Someone in the crowd began to lead a litany and others followed, and each voice made the beads of the chant more solid. Jonah crossed to Nora, his face set. "They're making it a spectacle," he said, more to the air than to her. "People will come from the paper boys to the pilgrims. It will break things. Somebody will profit," Nora said, "or they will think they do. Sometimes believing you profit is the same as profiting." Profiting with what? With broken children. Jonah's hands were folded on his ribs, stubborn as an animal's. "With our bones." It was then a small group stepped forward, led by a wiry young man named Calvin Pike, Agnes' cousin, who had lately found a voice that sounded louder in the presence of dolls and sin. Calvin had been an altar boy once, or so the older people said, and he had a preacher's cadence in his speech that made people believe he had been speaking in tongues since he was a boy. "We must not hide the signs God has given us," he said, taking a doll from Judith with a steady hand. "If we bury them again, we bury opportunity. What if he has given us a way to be pure again? Will we turn away?" A woman near the front began to sob. She said softly, "My Madeline, I thought I was alone." Then louder, "They pray for us." It was as if the city of sorrow had opened a valve. People started to kneel without thinking about it. The act was catching. Nora felt the tide and the pull of it, as if she were being dragged beneath a current she could not resist. "Do you see what they do?" Jonah whispered. "They take grief and they make a ceremony out of it. They dress a hole with a ribbon and call it a door. But a hole is a hole." Nora wanted to say, "Those ribbons are not holy." She wanted to say, "Those ribbons are the work of people too frightened to name what they had done." Instead, she felt herself being edged into a role that frightened her more than mud and rot. A person who would have to speak now, publicly, and risk being called the one who spoils a miracle. She could see the headlines, "Local architect spoils miracle." She could see also the ledger they'd found, the names struck through like small crosses of guilt. "You cannot argue with people who need a God," Ruth said beside her when Shed returned, carrying with her a folder of photocopies Ruth had made in the library. "You can only show them the ledger and hope the ink is heavier than the feeling." But feelings were dense and heavy too. They rolled like fog. They had mass. They pressed against tongues and held sentences back. That evening, a small contingent of townspeople gathered in the chapel proper, under the carved angel that had looked indifferent since the world began. The revivalists wanted the dolls moved indoors, to be arranged on the altar for a night of vigil. "Judy, no," Judith pleaded with Father Emmet in a tone that was both worshipful and accusing. There was a fervor, hands clasped, eyes closing, and a hunger that looked less like devotion than like a child reaching for shelter in a storm. Emmet, who had been avoiding decisions like a man trying to keep his shirt clean at a muddy table, finally said, "We will have a vigil. Let us remember and keep calm." He said the right small words, but his private ledger burned in the back of his head. For the first time in Nora's life, she saw a man who believed in a sacrament he did not trust. He had decided, perhaps wrongly, that a supervised vigil would channel a tide. A supervised vigil was the kind of compromise that gets people killed, Nora thought. She felt the ledger like a plate spinning in her palm. If she let it fall, the things inside would crack. Jonna and Etta met after dark in the graveyard. They moved with the practiced hush of people used to night work. Jonah carried a small tarpaulin and a box in which he had earlier stowed half a dozen dolls they'd taken from the site when no one was looking. Dolls that had been left out on the edge like forgotten things. Etta's face was a map of concentration. "We cannot let the altar become a circus," she said, voice low and dry. "We cannot let people think." Her hands tightened like a clamp. "We're custodians of bodies, Jonah. The dead trust us to be sensible. These things are messing with that trust. We don't have the right to decide for everyone," Jonah said. "But we have the right to keep children safe. If the vigil goes wrong, if someone gets hurt," he did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. The silence said the rest. The town would break into factions, and someone would try to make the dolls into an object that demanded a price. "What would you have us do?" Etta asked at last. "Hide them, destroy them, bury them deeper." "We keep them hidden from the public," Jonah said. "We box them. We keep them where people can't get to them until this nonsense passes. If things get worse, we'll have to make a hard choice." The revivalists were already making theirs. They hung lanterns, set up folding chairs, and the vigil began with an untrained kind of intensity that felt unsanctioned. People came with stories and prayers, and the peculiar way of the newly convinced, who believe their discovery makes them part of an unfolding providence. There were handkerchiefs, and someone read psalms with an accusatory fervor, and a woman began to lay rosaries around the dolls as if admonishing them to be quiet. Nora stood near the doorway, notebook closed in her palm like an accusation. Calvin Pike's voice rose again. "These are not playthings," he said loudly. "They are vessels. The Lord uses what's given." He held a doll high as if she were a chalice. A cluster of people repeated the litany. When he spoke the word vessel, it landed like a throw rope around Jonah's neck and tightened. And then, because story has the habit of moving when you least want it to, someone in the back, an ill-favored man who liked gossip the way moths like flames, stood up and announced that he had seen a child outside the chapel mouthing words to an empty porch like a prayer. "It was Sam Holloway," he said. The name was a sound like a pebble plunked into a bowl of water. Sam had been the quiet boy who had lain sleepless and then spoke the liturgy. He was a neighborhood child's child, a lithe thing with 2 old eyes. Some people gasped. Some crossed themselves. Others rolled their eyes and muttered about attention and staging. Judith's prayer tightened into a wail. The light in the chapel felt suddenly too bright, and then too dim, as if someone were mercilessly adjusting it. Father Emmett began to move down the aisle, slowly toward the altar. He must have felt the pressure of the vigil as a physical thing. He might have imagined the ledger blurring in his hands. He may have thought he could control it. He may have thought he could reconcile himself with the past in the small, neat way that careful men imagine penance can be achieved. Nora thought, with the frank and terrible clarity that sometimes comes when one has nothing to lose. This is a story that will not be contained once it's been told on a public stage. She had felt that before, when a building had been stripped of its wallpaper, and the story beneath was a darker color than anyone expected. The ledger was like wallpaper. Ruth and she had begun to peel at corners, and the plaster underneath had hairline cracks that webbed into something larger. She also knew how people like Agnes would spin it. At the end of the night, when she saw Agnes stepping into a small pool of camera light and whispering into a microphone with the practiced smile of someone arranging a display table, she understood that a miracle could be marketed. Agnes' face was the face of a woman weighing the cost of truth against the town's economic future and finding, as such women often find, that denial was a currency. It was not that Nora wanted to be a contrarian. It was not that she sought to ruin solace people found. It was that she feared what solace would cost. If the dolls were turned into talismans, who would be allowed to pray? Who would be permitted to ask hard questions about the child no one could quite define? If revivalists turned the dolls into the thing the town could rally around, would the ledger Emmett's notation, the redacted lines, Elsie's name be allowed to be messy, to be ugly? Would the missing child be allowed to remain missing because naming the child complicated a marketable miracle? On her way home, Nora walked past the river where damp light made the surface look like torn sheets. She put her hands in her pockets and thought about her brother. She thought about the way facts can be wishes in disguise and how wishes can be forged into vows that bind. She felt very small and very exposed. She also felt an old, familiar act, one she had tried to bury with learning and neat margins and professional distance. The vigil would attract cameras in time. The cameras would bring money and strangers. The strangers would bring new categories of sin. Back inside the chapel, as the vigil continued and the litany swelled, Father Emmett lingered in the shadows. He had let his hands fall into his pockets and turned his face to the carved angel above the altar as if in supplication. His little ledger rested on his breast pocket like a brave, mute animal. He had read Ruth's copy that day, had felt the sting of the redacted names, and what he felt was not relief, but a kind of retribution. To name was to free. To keep silent was to be eaten by what silence became. Emmett looked at the congregation, eyes wet, voice hoarse, and he thought of the cost of opening his ledger to the light. He thought of his life of half-confessions and small absolutions, and the bottles he kept, where no one could see them, but the bottles kept him like a partner who would not forgive. When Nora left the chapel that night, she stepped into a world that had shifted in a way that would not be easy to reverse. There were lines being drawn in the wet dirt, and the town would soon be divided into people who believed the dolls were a blessing and those who thought them a curse. There would be those who wanted to study them in museums and those who wanted them burned. There would be politicians and priests and mourners and opportunists. The revivalists would call Nora a skeptic, and she would be fine with that. Worse would be the whisper that she was the spoilsport who had ruined a miracle by asking an inconvenient question. She knew what question she needed to ask. That ledger had names, not miracles, and that question would have consequences she could not fully measure. At the tail end of the vigil, as candles guttered and a thin rain began to beat again against the chapel roof, a voice called out from the back. Tremulous and small, "Do you mean to tell us the church didn't bind the dolls with hope?" It was Elsie's voice, older and frayed by memory, and yet still sharp. She had come, as she tended to do, carrying a satchel of tiny garments she had been mending in secret. She had been watched like a relic herself in the days since the dolls were found. The crowd turned. For a half-second the chapel held its breath. Then Judith began to sing a hymn in a clear, bright voice, and the fervor rose and drowned whatever could have been said. Nora stood at the threshold and felt something like a cliff opening beneath her feet. The town had learned a new word, and the word was power. It made people feel as if they had climbed out of mourning into action. It made them dangerous. She stepped back into the rain and, while thunder rolled somewhere far off like a delayed footfall, she said something that surprised her with its steadiness. "We need to get the records straight. We need to tell the whole story." Ruth, waiting by the door as if she had been listening for that very sentence, nodded. "Then we will," she said. "We will tell the truth and let the chips fall." Jonna's voice reached them from the graveyard, low as the sound of a locked gate. "Tell it quietly. Or don't tell it at all. Loud truth is a shot fired into a crowd." Nora thought of the ledger again, of the names that had been struck through, of the small, desperate choices that had been called vows. She thought of her brother's photograph, and the way the porch light in the back of the house, in the picture, had been turned away from the camera, as if someone was trying to hide it. She thought of consequences of families shattered by accusation, of children drawn into a liturgy that seemed older than them and younger than reason, of a parish that might tear itself into tokens of grief. She also thought of a single line in a Met's ledger she'd been allowed to glance at, and how it had felt like a hinge. If she opened it fully, the hinge might swing and let cold air in. If she left it closed, the damp would continue to grow and rot the plank until one day it broke and something unnameable fell through. There was no elegant solution in Nora's pocket. There would be only a series of choices, each of them messy and human. She folded her collar, set the photograph back inside her field notebook, and began walking toward Ruth's house where the lamp waited and the pages needed to be read. The hook at the end of the chapter is the memory of that small, quiet ledger page, its ink bleeding into another page, a name half visible and a date that did not match any burial. It is the promise that the ledger will be opened, that secrets will be named, and that someone, perhaps Nora, perhaps Father Emmet, will have to choose whether to publish a truth that could save people from being missiled, or destroy the fragile peace that still clings to Marrow's Hollow. The town had lit its candles and chosen its voice. The question left in Nora's mind as she walked into the night was the oldest kind of question. When the past finally speaks, who will be brave enough to hear it? Nora had not meant to stay the whole night, but she had learned early in this project that the chapel did not dissolve its mysteries on schedule. It moved in slow increments, like rot working under a window sill. And once she had caught the way it breathed, she could not turn away from the inhale and the exhale. She crossed the threshold with her voice recorder in her palm and the battery of small truths she told herself professional distance, cataloging. A ledger of faults folded into the back pocket of her jeans, where they quickly went damp with the cold. The sanctuary smelled of cedar polish and old incense, of dust and the faint metallic tang that seemed to linger since the excavation had begun. Rain made the stained glass panes look like watercolor washed with sorrow, the colors run thin. Inside, the nave was a cathedral of small sins, pews worn in the shape of children's knees. A weathered hymn board with yesterday's hymn still jammed in its slot, as if someone had left mid-verse. The lectern's brass flaking with the slow crust of time. Nora set her gear on the front poo beside her field notebook, the way she always established a perimeter for her attention. She switched the recorder on and felt ridiculous for the staginess of it, then turned the small red light toward her and watched how it burned like a false promise. At first it was nothing more than the chapel's usual nocturnal complaints settling timber, the distant cough of a truck on the hollow road. Then the voices came, not from the rafters or the ground she had watched men pry open with shovels, but from that place between thought and hearing where memory leaks through. They were not one voice but many, stitched together like a chorus of mismatched toys. The sound was mostly consonant, the way children try to make the syllables of an adult prayer fit in their mouths. Yet the cadence had the weight of practiced liturgy. Nora's pulse found a rhythm with the recording's red light. She kept her jaw unclenched so she could listen without the old reflex's grief's immediate leap into denial. Her ears picked up fragments first, the flitting of vowels and consonants that might have been anything, us, keep, close. But then a string of words slid into place that had the rigor of recited lines, remember. Bind us, keep them near. The phrase landed with the solidity of an invocation and set her teeth on edge. She leaned forward and, from habit more than plan, pressed the recorder a fraction closer to the nave floor where the first trench had been cut. The device swallowed the whisper and made it mechanical, a piece of evidence she could later dissect. But recorded sound made the whisper real in a new way. It turned it from a shiver into a thing with edges. Nora tried to pass the language. It wasn't simply devotional. It was mothering and pleading and command all at once. It sounded like lullaby and liturgy braided into a single strand. She felt an odd sickness in her mouth, as if the words wanted to sit on her tongue and grow. "You hear it," a voice said at the door. It was Ahmet's voice, low and roughened by sleeplessness. He came in without ceremony, a small silhouette framed by the wet orange light of the porch lamp. He carried a small glass bottle wrapped in a handkerchief that kept slipping, and his collar was askew, as if he'd forgotten to adjust it after a long day. In the dim, his eyes were glossy, and he moved like someone who'd learned the vocabulary of guilt and was trying to keep it from toppling out. "Yes," Nora said. Her voice sounded thinner than she wanted. "It's clearer tonight." She turned the recorder in his direction without thinking. Ahmet caught the motion and gave her a look she couldn't unpick, equal parts plea and apology. He sat at the end of the pew, well away from her, and placed the bottle on the floor like an offering he was ashamed to make openly. His hands trembled as he unwrapped the handkerchief. "I thought I could pray them down," he said. "I thought if I spoke loud enough." He stopped. The chapel swallowed the rest. "You cannot shout at what has been buried," Nora said. A fact that felt like warmth in her mouth because she had rehearsed it privately and it had gotten her this far. "Shouting only makes it listen harder." Ahmet gave a humorless smile. "Shame makes liars of us all," he said. "And confession, well, confession sometimes feels like an invitation to violence." The voices moved around them like a saturated fog. One moment they were a child's half murmur. The next they were a litany rolling through their mouths with a precision that made Nora look up reflexively toward the high altar, half expecting to see rows of dull faces turned toward the congregation like a congregation itself. "Bind them to the ground," one small voice said, and it carried the accusatory calm of a psalm. "Bind them as you promised. Keep what was given close. Let none take them from our hands." Nora's fingers found the edge of the pew until her knuckles whitened. There was the tiredness of ritual in those words, the same geometry that stitched a sacrament together. She thought of the ledger she had seen once, of Ahmet's cramped names and notations, the way certain entries had been circled in a shaky hand. The phrase sounded like a sentence from that ledger turned into breathing. "It's telling us what to do," Ahmet said quietly. He sounded, for once, less like a man whose primary language was mitigation and more like a frightened parishioner. "It's telling us to honor what they asked." "What they asked," Nora repeated. She should have said the civic phrase, "We should notify the authorities," open the site, but the words lodged like a bone. Notifying the authorities felt like naming a wound before it had been cauterized. She was not sure which would hurt more. Who are they? The dead, the dolls, the people who put them there. Ahmet's response was a prayer half said and half swallowed. All of them. He lifted a hand and then lowered it, as if the movement had been too large for his shoulders. "It's a chorus. It repeats what we braided into it. The vow. The promise. They keep asking us to keep our promise." Nora thought of promises and how they hardened into contracts people could not break without losing a part of themselves. She thought of the photograph she kept on her nightstand, a small, curled image of a boy who had the angle of her cheek and the stubborn line of the jaw that might have been hers. Her brother's grin in that photograph had always looked like a vow she had not kept. She tightened her fingers on the recorder until she thought it might bend. Ahmet reached out and rested a palm on the pew a few inches from her, not touching, but offering. She did not move, which interested her more than it should have. She had come to Marrow's Hollow precise as a conservator's brush, determined to measure and list and leave with her objectivity intact. But in the chapel, in the dark, her certainty thinned. A soft sob sounded near the lectern. Nora could tell before she turned that it was Elsie's high brittle, like the thread she pulled through the doll's garments. She had been coming at odd hours, making tiny garments under the halo of a desk lamp, hums curling from her throat in tuneless loops. Tonight she was not alone. Her breath hitched between words, and then the vow slipped out of her mouth as if her lips had no jurisdiction over it. "We said we'd keep them close," Elsie whispered. The voice was an instrument whose strings had been polished too much. We said we'd keep them near so the children would not be gone. She laughed once, a sound that could have been either memory or madness. We thought if we stitched enough words into them they'd carry the children. We thought her body folded with the last thought like a book snapped sharply shut. Nora was halfway across the aisle before she registered the movement as hers. She crouched beside Elsie on the flagstones and found the older woman's hands were shaking. Her palms were inked with thread, and beneath the skin, the veins stood up like thin cords. Elsie's eyes were wide and glassy, and she mouthed the same phrase over and over without breath. Keep them, keep them, keep them. Emmett moved to her other side and pressed his own hands on her shoulders, because there was an old clerical muscle that told him to anchor, and people like anchors sometimes became islands. Elsie, he said, voice brittle. Elsie, talk to me. He sounded like a man reading from a book he had once loved and no longer recognized. It was love, Elsie said, and there was no defense in the word. We were mothers. We held mass by the river because we were afraid. They were gone, and the town. She turned her head and looked at Nora as if she were a mirror. You remember the boy who left? You remember the name we said into the clay? Nora's throat closed. The old ache that sat under all her muscles, the slow, familiar grief that had moved her away from this place when she was a girl, rose like the smell of damp earth. I don't know if that's mine to carry, Elsie, she said before she could think better. She had told herself she would not bring her brother's ghosts into a professional ledger, would not let personal sorrow tangle with civic duty. But Elsie's eyes were urgent and small, and the chapel's light seemed to sharpen the past into something it expected her to recognize. Everyone sang it, Elsie said. Her words were urgent now, clipped by a fear that made her voice a weapon. They sang it into dolls. They sang it so the town wouldn't forget. They sang promises with oil and bread and words they'd been taught in the old church. We thought we were keeping them close. Instead she gagged on the rest, and Emmet's hand found her chin with a tenderness Nora felt like a violation. The recorder in Nora's hand hummed on, a small red eye keeping watch. She leaned down and held it close as if distance would amplify truth. The chapel's floor took the voices and made them someone else's. Listening to the playback later would be the kind of thing that mattered in courtrooms, that small corroboration of what had happened. But the present held more weight. Elsie's collapse was a document, too unwritten in tremor and sorrow. Miles came in then, late and wet, his undeveloped certainty kept at bay by department hours and the weather. He stood in the doorway like a man who'd been woken by a bad dream and had to swear to himself it had not happened. I was told to check on you, he said. His voice sought authority and found fear. Etta called it in. Nonsense, Emmet said, because he could not allow the town to stay calm for long. Nora has been keeping ours. Elsie, he looked at the old woman as if he felt for the remainder of his own courage there. Miles wiped his sleeve across his mouth. You need to be careful, Father. He looked at Nora and then at the recorder as if it were a live animal. People are talking. People are always talking, Nora said. The phrase tasted like a small cruelty she was not proud of wielding. What matters is whether they remember rightly. Rightly. Miles repeated. He sounded like a man for whom truth had always been an administrative inconvenience. When dreams start telling you how to live your life, you tell the dreams to get in line, not start a town meeting. Nora wanted to tell him she had listened to dreams all her life, that some dreams were closer to maps than to sloth. Instead, she put the recorder on the floor between them and let the device pick up the air. From the playback later, the line that slid out was a child's voice, small, sure, and iced with the kind of conviction that makes adults look at each other as if something had sharpened. Remember the vow. Keep what was promised. No one takes them from our hands. They sat in the hush that followed, as if someone had lifted the chapel's roof and let the weather of the world press in. Emmet's knuckles whitened around the bottle. Elsie's breaths came in a staccato rhythm, like someone trying to keep lyric afloat in a fierce current. Nora felt the ledger she had not yet made rows of facts and names, and the slow arithmetic of who had harmed whom currents through her like a draught. She thought of her brother in a way she had avoided until tonight. Not as a single, sealed memory, but in the arrangement of how and where he had been loved. She had catalogued artifacts all her working life, objects that carried other people's histories. Perhaps that was why the doll's soft liturgies felt like a trespass. The dolls had been woven into vows. Vows had been stitched into children's names and exported down grave shafts to rot or to rise. Nora's job, the professional one, should have been to record and walk away. But grief is a compass that doesn't care for job descriptions. The voices outside the chapel's walls rose and fell as if carried by the weather. Some neighbor had opened a car door and slammed it in the rain. Someone else had a dog that barked at nothing. In the chapel, time stilled to the span between a syllable and its answer. The doll voices kept finding purchase. A mason in the next village muttered a phrase he did not know as he worked. A woman in the tavern hummed a line while washing plates. A child at the school recited a half-verse in math class and got a detention for it because it frightened the teacher. Nora felt the edges of her training blur. She reached for the ledger page she had started weeks ago and added a line, night, voices clearer, recording enabled. Emmet present, Elsie collapse. Miles warned. She wrote without the flourish she sometimes allowed herself, circling words when they mattered. The act of writing steadied her in a way that listening did not. "We can do a proper reading of the ledger tomorrow," Ruth had said earlier in the week, when Nora had been able to keep the professional mask. "We can look at watermarks and paper, see if any notations correspond to the right. Facts are things you can put down and weigh." Ruth's voice was always the one that asked for scales and measures when everything else wanted prayer. Tonight fact and prayer tangled. Nora could hear the way the liturgy shaped what had been an ache into an instruction. The choir's voice wanted an answer. Keep, bind, remember. It was not satisfied with mere remembrance. The verbs were verbs of action. That had always been the fear attached to vows they expect performance. Emmet's eyes closed, and he began to whisper aloud, not to the chapel but to something that might answer within it. His words were clumsy at first, the syllables of borrowed psalms, then steadied into a cadence that had the ring of a man trying to buy his sins back. "Forgive us, O Lord," he said. "Forgive us for the promises we made in fright, and let no more blood be tied to our name." Nora watched his mouth move and felt something like a bruise press at her sternum. The bottle at his feet seemed to breathe with him, a living thing. She understood then with a clarity that might have been cruel that Emmet's penances were private and particular, and that confession in a ledger did not unmake a thing that had been woven in bone and word. There was a geometry to that binding she felt in the palms of her hands, obligations looped into obligations until they were fiercer than any single human will. Outside, the rain eased. The stain of sound the choir left in the air trembled and took shape into a single new line, clean as bone. "Bring us what was promised," a children's choir intoned inside the recorder, a phrase that had the inevitability of a command. "Bring the promise, bring our names, bring them home." The chapel answered with a silence so absolute Nora felt the small sound of her own breathing was a sacrilege. Emmet's shoulders slumped. Elsie's fingers still moved in the air as if stitching. Miles looked at the recorder as if it had become a judge. "If they want performance," Emmet said finally, voice ragged, "then they will name what they require." He tilted his head as if listening for an inaudible bell. "And if they name it, we will be forced to choose." Nora's hand closed on her notebook until the spool of her pen dug crescents into her palm. Choice. She had believed, foolishly, that truth freed people. Now she saw how truth could make demands just as brutal as lies. The doll's liturgy was a machine of obligation. It asked, and then required. She pressed the recorder's stop button, the little red eye dying like an eyelid. The device sat quiet between them, a small sealed vessel with the night's evidence inside. It felt to Nora both like salvation and a grenade. They moved then in the after silence like people who had been part of a ritual and did not know the order of the next gesture. Ahmet leaned forward and bowed his head. Elsie's breath hitched. Miles stepped out into the rain to make whatever calls would be polite and imprecise. Nora stayed with the recorder and the notes she had written and the small, private litany that had begun to thrum in her chest. When she left the chapel that night, the rain had stopped altogether. The path back to the car lay slick and metallic in the streetlight. She expected the night to have cleared everything and found instead that it had only rearranged the furniture of fear. On her drive back toward the rented house, she kept thinking about the voice that had said, "Bring us what was promised." What had been promised? To whom? By whom? The questions folded the way maps do when they have been used too much. Nora felt the ledger she had promised to keep growing not only with names but with obligations. She had begun this job certain that matter-of-fact documentation could hold the place of holy things. Tonight she had learned that records themselves could be instruments in a larger litany. At home she set the recorder on the kitchen table with the care of a person handling evidence and pressed play. The voice came back out of the little speaker, clearer recorded than the chapel had allowed, children's breath, the hush of a pew, the precise cadence of the vows language. And then, as if someone had stepped close to the microphone, there was another whisper. It was a fragment, thin but unmistakable, a phrase that made her shoulders knot. "Remember the bridge," it said. "Remember the river, bring him." Nora's eyes stung with sudden, hot salt. The name of a place she had thought shed left like a stone in a pocket. The old bridge at Miller's Bend sat in her mouth like an accusation. It was a detail no stranger could have provided. It was a memory that belonged to the geometry of family and place, to the shape of a childhood that had been measured in steps and small transgressions. She rewound the clip and listened until the line repeated and settled into her like frost. The recording hadn't lied. The choir had not only been issuing generalities, it had begun to gather specific coordinates. Nora realized with a sudden, stomach-deep dread that whatever this chorus wanted, it was learning to speak with a cruelty that sounded like knowledge. Her hands shook as she turned off the device. Outside, the world kept its ordinary noises, the distant buzz of a highway, the occasional bark of a dog. Inside, a small light above the stove blinked and steadied, as if uninterrupted. But Nora's house felt different. It felt watched by the detail that had once been hers alone. It felt as if the ledger of her life had been opened and annotated in someone else's hand. She slept badly, in the thin way of people who have listened to old radios and heard an unwanted voice in the static. The dream that came was of hands, many hands, small and warm, pressing dolls into the dirt and singing in a chorus so tight the sound had no room for air. She woke with the taste of earth in her mouth and the impression that waking would not make anything clearer. When morning came, the town would have new whispers. By then, the choir would have a longer memory and a clearer tongue. Nora tried to imagine the ledger she would make, the list of names she would have to give to the light. She imagined the town reading it like scripture and then tearing at the edges. The chapter of night had closed, but the prayer that had started there had found its voice. It wanted a response, and with that desire came the terrible logic of obligation. If the choir could ask, then someone would have to answer. The recorder sat on her kitchen table like a sleeping thing. She picked it up and, against a small, private resistance, pressed the red light back to life. The chorus came through again, but this time there was a new certainty threaded through the children's syllables. Bring the promise. Bring him where the water remembers. The hook of the night settled into Nora as something like a vow of her own. The choir had learned place names. It had learned to ask for details. And once a chorus of corrupted children learns how to name what it wants, a town becomes a map of possible sins. Nora had come to Marrow's Hollow with tape measures, color chips, and the kind of professional detachment that makes other people's decay tidy and comprehensible. She catalogued rot, noted structural failures, and counted the years by the layer of moss on the sill. She had meant, at least at first, to be a clean instrument, to measure what needed repair, and to walk back out into a world where grief sat properly in private rooms and did not inhabit the soil beneath an altar. The underground chamber changed that, and it did so with the small, noiseless cruelty of things that insist on being seen. The second chamber wasn't where Jonah had expected it to be. He had been working the corner of the sanctuary foundation with a pick when the ground collapsed into a pocket beneath the nave. The sound of breaking brick was not dramatic, no cathedral door slamming open. It was a grinding, intimate failure, like a rib giving way inside a breast. Jonah had called Nora over because that was the habit of the man. Show it, mark it, let someone else weigh it. And when she crouched and shone her headlamp down through the new hole, the light fell on a floor made of delicate, brittle things. Rose. She swallowed, and the air tasted like the inside of an old missile papery, faintly sweet with dust, and something oily she imagined was sacramental. Porcelain faces turned toward her lamp with glass eyes dulled by years, but still reflective enough to catch the light and bleed it back like small, flat moons. The dolls lay prostrate in concentric rings, as if arranged for a service, their limbs tucked, their mouths stitched shut. Some had little garments stitched onto them, fragments of altar cloth, collars trimmed with what might have once been gold thread. A rosary lay knotted into the dark hair of one, the beads splayed like a miniature body. A smear of something dark and dried oil, she thought, streaked a wrist. For a moment she forgot the training that kept her hands steady. She forgot tape measures, conservation concerns, the distance between buttress and nave. She remembered only a photograph, a yellowed picture of her brother at some summer picnic, his grin too wide, the shadow of something behind him she had never named. The memory sat on her mind like a splinter. Jesus, Jonah said, though he meant old world nouns and not the man in that book. He was a blunt instrument of a man. His voice had the same weathered quality as his hands. They climbed into the chamber carefully, the three of them, Nora, Jonah, and Ruth. Ruth moved as if she had been expecting this. She had been, of course. She had been combing parish lists and margins of parish histories like a moth in the rafters. But Nora's vantage was new. The light from their headlamps pooled in the hollow and fell across a doll whose face had a crack that ran from temple to chin. The crack made the porcelain look like a map of the face's inner geography. Ruth knelt and picked the doll up as if it were a vital instrument. Her fingers were steady, and there was that small, clinical reverence people acquired when they made catalogues of grief. "There's stitching," she said. "Look." At first Nora thought she meant the mouth snug, shut, but Ruth was tapping at the hem of the doll's little dress. Tiny, uneven stitches had been worked into the fabric in faded thread. The letters were not at first legible. They were abbreviations and Latin contractions that had been folded into seams and then rubbed by time. Ruth tilted the fabric against the lamp, and her face took on the shape of someone who had found a key. "It's a phrase," Ruth whispered. She spoke in the tone of someone reading a new line of a poem and being startled to find they recognized the meter. "From the communion rite, I think. Or an invocation, not full Latin fragments. Remit nobis." Per, the syllables had the sound of cold water. Nora should have catalogued them, written them down, photographed them. She did that with a mechanical part of her brain. But another, older part folded herself inward until she was small and listening. "Why would they sew that in?" Jonah asked. He had a child's bluntness about him. His suspicion ran down into the dirt the way rain ran down an old roof, to keep him quiet, to keep him near. Ruth's hand found another doll and peeled back a sleeve. "Not just quiet," she said, bound. "Like a vow. Look, see this knot? That's rosary thread woven through the hair. These little seams, they're old folk liturgy. There's a pattern to the fragments. It's not random devotionality. She closed her mouth on the word and then opened it. It's a rite, she said, an aborted rite, or a ritual fragment soon into a surrogate. I've read something about stopgaps in folk practices where mothers will create votive objects to keep the dead near. But this is liturgical. Someone tried to make a mass into an object. Nora's chest tightened. The ledger's margins slid back into her mind, Father Emmet's cramped handwriting, names crossed out and re-entered. Odd notations that the parish had once treated like a crossword puzzle. There had been entries about masses held at odd hours, and there had been a line about a binding vigil language that read like someone answering a question they could never sleep with. They carried more dolls out on an improvised stretcher, white-limbed things, tiny beads of oil congealed into crusts on eyebrows, the ghosts of perfume provoked by age. Elsie appeared at the edge of the pit, as if she'd been summoned by some old muscle memory. Seeing her there, hunched against the rain and the smells of disturbed earth, Nora felt a prickle run behind her collarbone. Elsie had been quiet in recent days, more insistent with her suing, but quieter with her speech, and now she held herself with the small dignity of someone who had been expected to give testimony. They were meant to be near, Elsie said without preamble when Ruth handed her a doll. We were told to keep them. They were company, child. They were promises we made when we didn't know what else to do. Promises. Jonah echoed, not unkindly, but with a man's practical suspicion of the ways women used small things to hold large grief. Elsie blinked as if she had stepped into the light. Not promises to the dead exactly, she said. Promises to each other. A vow. To keep our babies close so they wouldn't be taken again. We prayed with them. We bound them. We called it keeping faith. Nora felt the ledger in her pack like a hot coal. She thought of the way promises could calcify into law when spoken aloud enough and stitched into things. She thought of her brother's smile and how some nights she had rehearsed words that might have kept him if she'd said them loud enough. They set the dolls on the chapel floor where the light could reach them and the air could circulate. Father Emmet arrived with his collar askew and the ledger under his arm. The hymn book he carried was not opened. He stood at the threshold and looked into the chamber as if it were a slow, personal betrayal. Emmet, Ruth said, because the cataloguing mind makes an introduction of facts. These dolls, there are fragments of liturgy sewn into their garments. I can match the phrasing to the abbreviations in your ledger. The binding vigil entry, it's not metaphorical, it's literal. Father Emmet's breath left him like a surrender. Nora watched him like someone watching a candle gutter. He stepped into the light slowly, as if each footfall were a physical answer to the past. I kept a ledger, he said. His voice was a dry reed. I wrote what I could carry. I thought, God forgive me, I thought if I wrote it down it'd be bearing it, so it would not weigh on others. It wasn't only your ledger, Father, Ruth said. There are names, family names sewn into seams, initials in the hems. Someone recorded the right in shortened. The liturgy, it's wrong, Emmet. It's not sanctioned. It borrows from Mass and from lullaby. She looked at Nora then, the look a historian gives another who has put context to an artifact. It was meant to make absence into presence. Absence had been Nora's companion for years. At night she made lists of things she had not said to her brother. She counted the regularities of his absence like some grim litany. Now, standing among dolls whose glass eyes returned her own, she felt the town's absence incarnate. Father Emmet's hands shook as he opened the ledger and let Nora see. The cramped script showed columns of names and dates, then a string of marginalia in the same hand. Binding vigil, a phrase in Latin scrawled and narrowed until it was shortened rather than prayer. There was a line that made her throat close, for the child's presence, a vow taken, to keep them in remembrance, in body and spirit, to keep them from being lost again. Nora asked the only question that mattered, who authorized that? The churchman answered without the authority of one who had been party to the decisions. "We did," he said simply. "We, those of us who were left. Mother's committee, choir parents, a few elders. It was not a mass. It was a thing in a darkened room with wax and paper and thread. We were desperate. We promised each other we would keep them close." Ruth's mouth was a thin line. "But you sewed liturgies into objects. You made the prayers portable and made them part of the dolls. That is not a personal vow. That's consecration of an object with borrowed ritual language. It's dangerous. It's not doctrine. It's a thing that holds itself together because people keep tending it." Nora felt in that instant the ambivalence of small-town decisions. They were easier when the small decisions were private, an apple pie left on a stoop, a hand on a shoulder. But when grief became collective and those left behind wrote it down as law, the geometry of life changed. A stitched litany was no longer just comfort. It was an obligation inherited by children who had no say in the making. "We thought it would help us sleep," Elsie said, the confession falling from hands that would later stitch tiny garments. "When the boy disappeared, we couldn't keep it in our chests. We would whisper to the dolls at night, tuck the little prayers into them like bread. We would think if we made them of liturgy, they'd be holy. We were fools. We were mothers. We were scared." Fear had a texture in the chamber, not loud, but pervasive. You could feel it in the way Jonna's shoulders stiffened when a villager whispered that someone ought to take the dolls to the museum. You could feel it in Ruth's jaw as she considered the implications of liturgy turned private. You could sense it in Father Emmet's slow, thick confession. Did you ever mean them to be more than objects?" Nora asked, though she hated the strain the question put on Emmet's mouth. He closed his eyes. The answer came like a confession you say into a pillow at 2 a.m. We said the words to hold them. Some nights I would stand with a candle and recite fragments because the mothers asked me to. I was a priest and I thought the words could keep a thing tethered. Then the soil took them anyway. We promised and we buried. We thought that would do it. Ruth looked at the dolls arrayed on the chapel floor and saw what Nora had seen, an architecture of consolation gone wrong. The way it's done is that someone borrows the power of ritual by repeating its cadence and incorporation into an object. It doesn't need a bishop to have effect. It needs belief, and belief is a combustible substance. Once you have it past parent to child, bedtime prayer to bedtime prayer, it can take on a life of its own. The practical consequences of that belief unfolded almost immediately. Word would leak. People would come who were not from the hollow curiosity seekers, profiteers, the devout, and they would rid their own meanings into torn fragments. Ains would insist on minimizing talk because the economy of the town pegged itself to peace. The revivalists would claim miracle. The fearful would want reburial. The children who learned fast and like whispers would begin murmuring fragments they were never taught. The town's internal geometry would not hold. For Nora, the personal edge of the discovery was sharp. She had come to a town she had fled as a child because of a hole that had never been filled in her life. Now she stood in a hole and realized the town had filled its own with objects and prayer instead of answers. The ledger's notation, Ruth's matching of phrase to seam, Elsie's confession, all of it braided into her own history. She thought of her brother's laugh catching on some unspoken vow, and wondered whether those in power had ever meant to keep their children with them in any way that involved the children's consent. They worked like a small council in that cathedral of light and dirt. Jonna measured the chamber and flagged weak supports. Ruth annotated, making a quick inventory of liturgical phrases and their likely meaning. Elsie began, with the ceremonial slowness of someone blesses bread, to sew a small label into one doll's hem. The label was not archival. It was a first step toward naming. "We should photograph each seam," Ruth said. "We should take rubbings. We should preserve the context. These aren't just curios. They are artifacts of a social practice. If we can show how the rite was fashioned, We can make people understand it as something created by grief rather than divine ordinance. Nora nodded. She had the professional looped inside her like a harness: document, preserve, interpret. But she also felt the ledger like a live thing in her pack, and the idea of publication pressed against the back of her teeth. Will that stop it? Jonah asked. Writing it down won't stop what's in the ground. Those things have weight other words don't fix. They were sewn by hands with names. Ruth's eyes were grey slits. What words do is make history legible, they don't undo what was done. But if we can show who made it and why, we can at least ask honestly whether the process should be continued. We can make it a choice for the living rather than a law passed down like an heirloom. The chamber's air seemed to press on Nora's ribs. The dolls watched them. For a child with a toy, the watch was protective. For a town that had bound its sorrow into ceramic and thread, the watch felt like a summons. She thought of Sam, of the ways children took up language like a seed. She wondered, with a cold certainty, whether someone would teach the children the fragmentary liturgy as truth, and whether the children would start to answer back. Outside, rain had restarted, a slow curtain against the chapel's windows. Inside, the damp smell of turned earth lifted like breath. Jonah built a crude cover to protect the chamber. They could not, with the tools at hand, jack the roof open or declare the area safe for archaeologists. They could only hold back the water and make a list. As they worked, Ruth tugged at a thread in one hem and produced a tiny scrap of paper tucked where a child's heart might be. The paper unfurled like a moth's wing. Faded pencil marks had been folded in careful, precise pleats. Nora held her breath. She knew, by the way Ruth's hands paused, that whatever the scrap contained would not be neutral. On the paper was a name, just a name and a date. Nora's body responded before her mind did. Her hands trembled. The name was not her brother's, but the date was eerily close to the time her family had been rearranging their lives in the wake of a disappearance. "We need to cross-check," Ruth said. She kept her voice low, the archivist's deliberate whisper. This could be the missing child's name. It could be a dedication. We can't say more, not yet. But it's another link. This is not random doll burial. This is memory bound into objects and buried here, because it's easier than facing it. Nora slid the paper into a plastic sleeve and felt the thinness of it, as if it were a promise she could not keep. She thought of the ledger again, of marginalia and shorthand, and the way people had tried to tidy grief. Father Emmett folded into a chair as if the day's labor had been a sermon preached by too many voices. He took a breath and, for the first time since they'd entered the chamber, fixed his eyes on Nora as if she were someone who could make choices for him. "What do we do with them?" he asked. There was no hiding the plea in his voice. It was a priest asking not for absolution, but for a way to make wrongs small enough to handle. Nora considered the pragmatic document, photograph, secure, and call in specialists. She considered the civic, tell Mayor Aignes, set up a meeting, let the town decide. She thought of Sam and the children, and the way liturgy taught itself to those who listened. But beneath the considerations she felt something harder, a moral axis that olfactory truth could not touch. If these dolls were made from liturgy, then they had been endowed with a kind of authority no one had the right to grant. "We record everything," she said finally. "We get the university or the diocese, whichever is appropriate, to send someone who knows about medieval and folk rites. We make sure the town knows the facts before anyone can turn grief into spectacle or sanctify what was never sanctioned. We keep children away from the site. And we find out whose names are inside those garments." Emmett nodded, and there was a collapse in his shoulders that looked like relief or exhaustion. She could not tell which. That night, after the lamps had been packed away and the temporary cover lay over the chamber like a lid, Nora sat in the chapel's cold back pew and tried to make a prayer out of the jagged, unfinished thought inside her. Her hands held the plastic-sleeved scrap like a relic. The rain was a distant drum. The dolls were under the floor, their small ritual garments catalogued, and their words mapped and partially understood. Knowledge should be a bomb, she thought. Knowledge should mean the end of superstition. But knowledge did not end the way of things. It rearranged them. It made choices visible. She thought of the names they'd found, of the ledgers shortened, of the women's hands that had sewn lullaby and mass together and buried them where they could be trod upon during communion. She thought of vows made in panic and baked into porcelain. When she closed her eyes, very briefly, she saw a child's face in the dark, and the note of a hymn turned sideways until it was something else entirely. The dolls were not inert. They were vessels of municipal consolation and of something more, an architecture of command stitched into cloth. She felt the town's silence like a held breath, and knew that releasing the syllables would change everything. Somewhere overhead, the chapel bell tolled once, a slow, dull sound that might have been counting the dead or marking an hour. Nora kept the plastic sleeve in her lap until her fingers grew numb. Then she tucked it into the pocket of her coat and carried the knowledge that had weight. Outside, the rain hollowed the world. Inside, the dolls rested, and the stitched phrases kept their mute rhythm. And in Nora's chest, a small new compass needle shifted. She had thought the present was a tidy, solvable thing. She had not yet understood how vows, even those made in panic, can outlive the people who bound them. She had not yet understood how the town's grief had been made into a liturgy that could be unearthed. She stood up and walked to the altar as if drawn by a force she did not yet name. On the altar, candles had been left unlit. Their wax had dripped into the same slow shapes that Nora's grief had worn into her sleep. She ran her fingers along the hard edge of the altar and found a nick in the wood, a notch made by some hurried, angry hand long ago. She thought of the ledger and of the stitched phrases and of a paper with a name folded into a hem, and she knew that the next thing they would find would not be merely another artifact. It would be evidence of an action that needed an answer. She felt, with the small, hard certainty of a person who had spent too much of her life on the wrong side of secrets, that the town would not accept the ledger's revelations quietly. The bell tolled again, a sound she could not ignore. Outside, the rain paused as if it were listening too. Nora turned from the altar into the dim nave and walked past the pew where Elsie sat sewing by the weak light of a lantern. Elsie looked up, and for a beat the old woman's eyes were steady. She held out a small scrap of embroidered cloth and places it in Nora's palm, a square of hem with a single carefully sewn Latin contraction. "Keep it," Elsie said softly. "So when they're asking, you know why we did it. Not to hurt, but because we were afraid." Nora looked at the stitches, the almost devotional delicacy with which the words had been made into cloth. They were small hands making enormous promises. She slipped the square into her notebook next to the photograph of her brother and felt two different histories pressing against one another. The private, small grief of a girl who had lost a brother, and the communal, public grief of a town that had made a thing of keeping loss at bay. At the door, Father Emmet's shadow fell long across the stone. He stopped her as if he had another confession to give and said, in a voice like a man stripped of ceremony, "There's an entry in the ledger. It mentions a baptism, a ceremony done in a kitchen. They said it would bind the child to the town. They said it would keep him here. We didn't follow doctrine. We made our own sacrament." Nora felt something inside her rearrange at that word, baptism. It had the weight of a sacrament performed outside of sacramentality, an attempt to make absence into presence by force of words and water. "We need to know everything," she said. "Who was there? When? What did they say?" Emmet nodded. He looked like a man who had been waiting for someone to put the questions into language. "There's a date in the margin," he said slowly. "Not a day, a season. But it's there. When you start looking at names, you'll see who was present." Nora stepped back into the rain and felt its cold slap like truth. She had come as a professional with an instrument bag, and she found herself a keeper of secrets she had not earned. The chamber below held porcelain and thread. The ledger above held marginalia that hinted at a ceremony that had been improvised in panic and named with a word no one had the right to borrow. A hymn scraped her memory at the edge of hearing, half-formed, like something a child might hum before sleep. Nora walked back to her car with the little square of embroidered cloth in her pocket and a ledger's marginalia echoing in her head. She thought, the next thing was the baptism. She thought, the next thing was answers or the scab picking that comes with them. When she started the engine, the radio in the dash played a half-remembered tune, childlike, slow. The song was ordinary, municipal, and in that ordinary moment Nora realized that the choir's syllables could fit into any lullaby if someone taught them. She turned the radio off and drove away, the chapel receding in her mirror like a small, stunned animal. Inside her notebook, the page for the chamber was already beginning to fill. She did not know whether the facts she would gather would be a bomb or a blade. She only knew that the ledger's line about baptism had opened a seam that would not hold. The town's old vow had been made in darkness. She would bring the light if she could bear it. And somewhere beneath the chapel, sewn into a hem and folded tight against a child's name, the liturgy waited, patient and precise, as if it had always meant to be read aloud. At the far edge of her hearing, where the rain met the road, Nora felt the first thin thread of a new dread, not the dread of what had been buried, but the dread of what the town might do when they remembered the words they'd made sacred. The ledger had given her a map. She had a choice about what path to follow. She closed the car door, locked it, and drove toward the hollow single street, the chapel's silhouette a dark tooth against the grey. The bell tolled once more behind her like a punctuation. She did not look back. She could not know, not yet, whether the next step would be to baptize truth into light or to drown it again in the dark. But she knew there was a name inside a hem, and that knowing made the ground under her feet less stable than it had seemed that morning. The night swallowed the chapel as she drove away, and the stitched liturgies beneath the floor kept their small, patient rhythm. She would return in the morning. She would read the ledger again. She would ask the hard questions. She would, in the meantime, try to remember what it felt like to be a child who trusted grown people not to turn grief into law. When the road straightened and the lights of Marrow's Hollow drifted into view, a child's voice hummed from a house close to the chapel half-lilted lines of a hymn Nora couldn't place. She slowed and listened. The last line dissolved into nothing, but the cadence remained, like a footprint. Nora tightened her hands on the wheel. She thought of vows and of the way they can calcify into structures that outlive their makers. The ledger's edge had cut open a memory that was not wholly private, and in that cutting she felt a new responsibility, not only to record, but to reckon. She drove home through the rain and the hollows hush with stitches in her pocket, and a ledger in her mind, and the knowledge that the next chapter would not be only excavation but confrontation. The chapel had given them objects and a name. Now the town would have to decide whether to answer the liturgy sewn into porcelain or to rebury the words along with the things that held them. It was late when she reached the boarding house, and the housekeeper had left a lamp burning in the corridor. Nora sat at the small kitchen table with the ledger open on one side and the photograph of her brother on the other. The square of embroidered cloth lay between them like a bridge. If anyone could remember vows and see them for what they were, it would be her. She had fled once to avoid the judgment of a town. Now she was the one who had come back with knowledge, and knowledge is not neutral. She turned the page and read Emmet's marginalia again. The word baptism was there, trimmed by time but legible. It took her a moment to realize the implication. A baptism that took place outside of the church's sanction would be an act of desperation, an attempt to take a sacrament and bend it into a talisman. It would be an act that consecrated fear and made it inheritable. She pressed her thumb to the paper until it warmed under her skin, and then, as if to anchor herself, she read aloud the single line and let it sound in the small kitchen. For the child's presence, a vow taken to keep him here, the sound of it was absurd, monstrous, and heartbreakingly human. Outside, a car passed and the tires hissed in the wet, funeral way of things losing purchase. Inside, Nora put the ledger into her pack and the embroidered square into her notebook. She switched off the lamp and lay awake. In the dark, the small sounds of the house were magnified pipes. The breathing of someone in a back room, the distant chuckle of a radio. She could feel the hollow of the town around her, its uneasy edges and secret stitches. She had found words in seams, and words change things. The next morning she would start asking who had been in the kitchen when the baptism was improvised. She would start to unspool the vow. Outside the house a child sang something like a lullaby, and the notes caught in the rain. Nora rolled over and closed her eyes and pretended for a moment that sound was nothing more than a melody. She could not pretend for long. Not with the ledger's word in her head. The town had sewn liturgy into cloth and buried it beneath their church. Now the stitches were known, and knowledge always demands an answer. She slept like someone who had finally laid a hand on a wound, and someone who knew she might have to peel it open to see what lay beneath. Morning would bring questions. Morning would bring people with motives that were not pure. Morning would bring the need to name who had been present in that kitchen, who had spoken those sacramental words into a panicked room. It would bring the first formal steps toward either confession or cover-up. Nora turned her face to the dark and let the rain's rhythm mark time. She had suspected that bringing light to the chapel would do more than illuminate mold. She had not known until now that the light would force everyone to the surface, and that surface would force choices no one could avoid. She did not know whether she wanted the town to choose truth and pain or secrecy and peace. She only knew that she would not be the one to decide for them. She would only be the one who read the seams and carried their names outward. Outside, in the folded ground beneath the chapel, the stitched liturgy waited like a breath held until someone spoke its name aloud. When Nora finally slept, it was with the ledger at her side, and the sense that she had touched the edge of a thing that would not let go no matter which way the town turned. At dawn she would return to the chapel, and the first thing she would look for would not be another doll, but the names in the ledger's margin. Whoever had been present when the baptism was improvised would be the ones who had answered grief with a vow and changed the town's children into something that could be commanded. She did not yet know whether that knowledge would be a blade that tore open rotten tissue or a salve that let the town breathe. She only knew it would be the fulcrum. And then, like a child's hymn half remembered, the question returned: what happens when the people who keep vows die and the objects that contain them remain? Who answers the liturgy sewn into porcelain when the original chanters are gone? Nora turned the page of her notebook and wrote a single line: find names. Cross-check ledger, secure chamber, protect children. She underlined it 3 times. The pen left a dark trail like a small incision. She slept in the thin dawn with the sound of rain blurring the line between wakefulness and dream. In the dream, a child sang the last word of a hymn and turned it into a command. She woke with the word on her lips and the cold certainty that the next step would be a baptism that had never been recognized, and that recognizing it would change everything. She rose and packed her things. The chapel waited, the ledger waited, the sewn liturgies beneath the wood went on keeping their patient, dangerous rhythm. Nora set out into the thin light, carrying the small embroidered square and the ledger and the smell of old oil in her coat. She had unlatched one seam. The rest of the town's clothing might fall apart when the stitches were pulled. She did not know whether she was opening a wound or inviting healing. She only knew the bell would toll and people would come, and that some of those people would not be kind. She started toward the chapel. Nora had never liked the sacristy at night. Even in places where gaslight replaced candles and locks clicked with modern bolts, spaces meant for rites kept a breath of their former economies of silence. The sacristy smelled of old oil, beeswax, and the particular dryness of paper that had not been touched often. Rain tapped the windows in a thin, persistent percussion that made her think of fingers on a coffin lid. She had come to the chapel with measured intent, catalogue the faults, mark the rot, and write a report that would let the heavy machines come in without sentiment. It had been a clean imperative, a professional rubric to contain the ache she carried. But this place had a way of opening her, as if cracks in plaster corresponded to cracks inside herself. Ruth Vance had left the ledger on the table like a small provocation. The book was worse than she had imagined, dog-eared, margins crowded with abbreviations, parish register pages folded and mended with brittle tape. For months, Father Emmett had kept a private copy of parish ministrations. Nora had seen his hands in the light, once how they trembled over the baptismal font, had watched him lay his palm on a child's head and whisper that same dozen syllables every Sunday without meaning or without knowing. But other hands had written in this book. The paper crinkled like old skin when she turned it. She read with the slow, attentive hunger of someone cataloguing wreckage. 100 names, births, burials, marriages. But between the tidy blocks of dates was a line that had been squeezed into the margin on a night that must have been not long after that vanishing in the hollow years ago. The ink had blood where rain or tears had touched it. The letters were cramped, as if the writer had wanted to keep the sentence small so it could be forgotten. Unlicensed rite, she read aloud to no one. Baptism performed at St. Jude's by E. Cole in absence of parents. Vow set oils consecrated with communal pledge to keep child present. Witnesses E. Harrow, J. Mercer, a Pike. Her mouth dried. The names were what made it sharp. Elsie Harrow, John Mercer, Agnes Pike, all of them alive in the town's marrow. People who'd smiled at her with a practical politeness the morning excavation began. Father Emmet's initial was there, the modest E, that had always seemed to belong to a man who wanted every deed to proceed as quietly as possible. The ledger was a map of the town's buried obligations. Ruth moved closer in the lamplight, her spectacles reflecting the page. "I've seen odd notations before," she said. "People trialed with folk religion after the war. But this isn't just a folk cure, it's recorded as a baptism. That's not how it should be." She kept her voice low, like someone rifling through other people's drawers. Nora folded the corner of the page with a practiced thumb. Then why did they do it? Why would a priest baptize a missing child without consent? Ruth's lips thinned. Panic. Grief. A community used to rituals they could not afford not to perform. There it was, the phrase that always followed such discoveries, a string of excuses that tried to stitch meaning onto action. Nora thought of her brother, of how old adults had clustered their faces stretched thin, and how a mother's cry could make sensible people do crazy things. But theory was not what she needed. She wanted a voice. She wanted someone to say what happened. Father Emmet had been avoiding the ledger since they found the dolls. He came at last with the slowness of someone who had rehearsed 1,000 small confessions, but none that matched this. The chapel smelled of damp wool, and he moved as if carrying a weight not visible to the eye. "Nora," he said, and his voice had that small, domestic worry to it, the same that had gotten him through funeral luncheons and parish potlucks. He looked older tonight, as if something had taken the color from the edges of him. "I didn't want you to find that the wrong way." "Then tell me," she said. She had kept to third-person distance for a long while because distance made work possible. But when the ledger was involved, she felt like a lit match beside flammable things. She had to be precise. She had to know what had been sworn. He sat because his knees needed it and because lingering gave words time to gather. "It wasn't standard, I know that. I know." But when a child disappears, you don't wait for doctrine to make you human. He folded his hands as if in prayer. There was a night, cold. The mothers, some of them were inconsolable. They wanted something. They wanted a thing to direct their grief. I was new here then, and I thought that if we gave them that something, they might go on breathing. It seems thin. It was thin. Nora watched his mouth shape thin and thought of other words that fit. Patchwork. Bandage. Lie. The ledger's line had felt like a scalpel. Now the man who had made that incision was before her with a bandaged conscience. They brought dolls, he said. Children's things. Of course they did. We could bury a child we had not found. So somebody elsey, I think, saw that the parish had objects, that the church possessed a language people trusted. We took oils, blessed water from the font, and improvised. He paused. We read a form. It wasn't the one in the book. It was his throat worked. It was words we thought would bind them to us. Bind them how? Nora asked. She had a sudden, irrational hope that this would be a painless legalism, a misfiled certificate, an old custom misinterpreted. Instead, the ledger had been a place where vows were not civic but possessive. To keep them close, he said. To keep them so that memory could turn to something we could manage. It was never meant his hand fell to the wood table as if to steady himself. It was meant to be comfort. But promises change with time. We were tired. We thought the dolls could hold the memory, and maybe the pain would not have to. Nora imagined them, men and women, in a tight semicircle under parish lamps, the parish book open, oil and water at hand, small toys held like reliquaries. The image was prosaic and monstrous at once. What did you say exactly? She asked. He hesitated, as if pulling words from viscous honey. We spelled out a pledge. Something like, as the parish gathers, so shall this child be kept within our keeping. We vow remembrance and presence. In so doing we bind our grief into objects that shall stand between us and the unmaking that comes without ceremony. The language was not Latin, and it was not canonical. It was desperate English, the kind of invented liturgy that, once said aloud, found its own gravity. And the dolls, Nora said, placed beneath the sanctuary. He said it plainly now, the confession delivered as a blunt instrument. Not as a burial, not as a replacement, as a token. We thought we were making a place for memory to live, so it didn't have to devour people. Devour them how? By making them live with the absence without relief. We thought an object might hold the H. We were wrong. There were many ways to be wrong. Nora thought of the lines of porcelain they had pulled from the earth, rows of small faces with glass eyes, mouths stitched shut. How a grief turned to duty could calcify into something with agency. Who decided? She asked. The words. Who wrote the vow down in that ledger? It was my hand, he said softly. I wrote it because people asked for a record. They wanted certainty. They wanted to be able to point to paper in the future and say, we tried. If someone asked, he pressed his palms together. Forgive me. You're asking for forgiveness, Nora said. It came out sharp. She had rehearsed other questions, legal implications, reparation, the morality of burying objects in consecrated dirt. But she had not rehearsed what it felt like to look at a man she had once trusted and feel the truth of his image fracture. He looked suddenly younger, like a boy in a borrowed collar. I asked for penance. I thought penance might be enough. I made a list of oaths and I wrote them down. I thought I could keep the town safe and that secrecy might be mercy. I thought if the actual story, if the truth as it is was kept, people would not be destroyed by knowing. I thought some people should be spared. Nora remembered her brother's last afternoons in the town, the way adults had kept their faces blank, as if hiding a chart. She remembered the sudden bloom of anger that had sent her packing all those years ago. She felt it now, coiling in her chest. Mercy withheld could become a weapon. Mercy could be the language people used to avoid facing what they had done. So you recorded it, she said, and not a single parish meeting in winters after. Father Emmet's voice was low. I thought if I did not speak of it, perhaps I could keep people from being named. I was wrong. I thought penance could be private. Perhaps there are sins that demand daylight. They were not the first to say that. Many in old communities wrapped their transgressions in the cloak of neighborhood, thinking silence was kindness. But the dolls had shown otherwise. Silence had fed them. Silence had given them places to sleep. Nora's fingers found the ledger's spine, feeling the grooves of time. She wanted the world to be simpler, to publish what she'd found, to get in a van and leave the town in a cloud of necessary scandal. But she also knew the social topology of towns, expose the truth and ruin people who had grandchildren, conceal and risk the doll's hunger growing. She had come to Marrow's Hollow to record the brickwork, and instead she had a ledger in her hands that might demolish a town. Outside, the rain gathered like a chorus. The chapel's bell hung silent, unused for years, and when it rang in Nora's head it was a warning. "You can tell me the names of those who were there," she said. "Elsie is on the page, Jonna. Agnes, they all had reasons. They are people who held out their hands. I need to know the words used, and the full text. If we understand the language, perhaps we understand the power." His face closed like a book. "I cannot give you everything, Nora. Some things cannot be birthed into public without more harm than good." Father Emmet, she stopped herself. She had always hated the supplication in that form of address. It suggested a hierarchical mercy that had been used to close mouths. "If you won't tell me, who will protect us from repeating whatever you set in motion?" He looked at her with an expression Nora had never seen on him. Fear that his confession might make him less than he had been in his own estimation. "The ledger is here. The page names witnesses. In time the truth will rise. I did what I thought was mercy then. I cannot be sure what mercy looks like now." There was shame in saying it aloud. It settled in the sacristy like a scent. Nora wanted him to be braver, to expose the whole ugly mechanism of their supposed safeguarding. Instead he closed up, a wounded creature retreating. She could not blame him, and yet she understood that his retreat was another kind of violence. "You made a vow in writing," she said. "The act of committing a promise, especially in a place like this, gives it weight." People said words into the air and called them binding. They put the promise into objects. They buried the objects beneath the altar. You believed that would hold them. It didn't hold them. It made them into something else. Emmet's eyes filled. "I didn't mean for that. I couldn't have known it would make a choir of toys. I could know it would learn to speak." He made a small sound like a man trying to choke back a sob. "We did what we thought would stop grief from ripping people apart. We made a place for remembering. We didn't ask whether remembering could become a monster. Monsters can be knit, apparently," Nora said with a bitter little laugh. She was thinking of stitched mouths and glass eyes, and the way a child's lullaby could be a hex. "So what do you want me to do with this page?" "To put it in a box. To hand it over to the council. Publish it." He blinked as if the question was a splinter. "I want to go on saying Mass. I want people to come and not see me as their judge. I want to be forgiven. I want." His voice thinned. He reached into the inside pocket of his coat and took out a small folded slip of paper. "There are things I added later. I thought the additional notations might be safer. They were meant as a kind of apology. But they might only be more obfuscation." He gave the slip to her. It was a cramped paragraph in a shaky hand that admitted nothing and excused everything. Notes about how they had sewn names into cloth, and how some had suggested reburying the objects 2 weeks later, but were dissuaded by those who thought secrecy safer. It was a bureaucratic grey of motive and whim. Nora folded the paper back into the ledger and felt the weight of decision like a bruise. "You can't keep this hidden anymore." "People will not thank you for honesty," Emmet said. "There are grandchildren in those families. There are reputations and legacies. There is a man on the council who will do anything to keep his business thriving. Agnes will not forgive me, whatever I do. She will see in me only a threat to stability. And if the dolls are left and they grow stronger, then perhaps some people will die," he said simply. I cannot know. All I know is I have tried to make up for the past with small mercies. I thought that was the only path I had left. Nora felt a hand on the ledger as if the thing were animate. She had always been a person of actions, measure, record, pen. But the pen had consequences. If she took the ledger to the district, the town might be raised by scandal. If she left it to rot in a parish vault, the dolls would keep learning. She had come back to atone for a ghost of a brother. What if atonement meant making other people suffer, to keep a promise to a dead child? The ethic of truth was treacherous in places like this. It promised justice, but often delivered only exposure and ruin. We need a plan, she said at last. We need to find the wording of the vow and understand whether it was a recital, some kind of litany, or whether it was a private prayer given life by repetition. If it was repeated as an instruction, then the dolls might be obeying an internal grammar. If it is a liturgy, we might be able to counter it. He looked relieved at the word counter, the way a drowning man might cling to a thread. I can show you the font where we used oil. The vestry where we kept the rag we used. But Nora, yes, you must be careful. People are fragile. They make hard choices to survive. And you, he swallowed. You carry your own loss. You are not only an investigator. Her face must have betrayed something, because he placed his hand lightly at the edge of the ledger and did not pry. I know what you carry, he said softly. You left, you have reasons. We all do. Later, alone, she would think he meant he understood the particular geometry of guilt she bore. And maybe he did a little. But at that moment it felt like an absolution he had not earned. She rose, the chair legs rasping on the stone floor, and felt the ledger's pages like teeth under her fingertips. She slid the book into her bag, careful as if moving a corpse. The rain had softened into something almost patient. Outside, someone was singing off-key in a trailer down by the hollow. The note carried faintly and then died. Nora walked into the dark with a ledger and a thin, returning fury. She went to Elsie's the next afternoon because watchful people had said the old woman would be the key to the kind of details a ledger could not hold. Elsie's house was small and smelled of mothballs and starch. She kept dolls everywhere, on the mantel, on a shelf by the sink, in boxes labeled with neat, shaky script. Elsie moved like someone who knew the worth of a moment. She put a kettle on and did not hurry to pour. They come to me in the quiet hours, Elsie said as she folded a tiny dress the color of tea. They've always come to me. Children trusted my lap. I thought they would be safer there. It seemed right then. Nora let the words land without comment. Elsie had hands that trembled, but not because of her age. Her fingers were old, but the way she worked cloth made Nora think of someone stitching a map. What happened the night you bound the dolls? She asked. Elsie's eyes closed a little as if memory came with weight. There was a smell of candle smoke and damp wool. We had the font water, and we mixed oil with a little of the bread from after communion, not for sacrilege, mind, but because we wanted a thing that felt holy. We said names. We put names into a scrap and sewed them into the dolls. Some names we knew, some we didn't. My hands trembled when I sewed. Why dolls? Because they were what people had. Because we thought a toy might not be as painful as bones. Because we wanted to hold the child's likeness and the child's absence at the same time. She looked at Nora with surprising clarity. You have a photograph, don't you? Of your brother. Her throat closed. How did you old women see the worth in a photograph the way priests see the worth in prayer books? Elsie said. We keep things because things hold a face. You should not hide from that. Nora thought of her brother's smile, half smirk, half challenge, and the way she had left town with it in her pocket. Elsie's confession did not give her the whole phrase that had been said under lamplight all those years ago. But it gave texture, the scent of oil, the sewing, the names stitched like charms. Ritual need not be ornate to be powerful. Sometimes it only needed a made-up liturgy and a community willing to accept the fiction. Were there dissenters? Nora asked. People who said no. There was Jonah, Elsie said. He did not like the idea. He thought graves should be graves and not places for our morning games. But the rest were tired and frightened. Fear makes people barter their sense. The pieces assembled themselves into a grotesque mosaic, a clandestine baptism, not of a living child but of grief, names sewn into dolls as talismans, a ledger entry that lent official weight to a desperate act. Nora felt the orbit of the whole thing tighten. Somewhere in the stitching of words and deeds there had been an instruction that turned the dolls from placeholders into something that listened and answered. She thought of the chorus of faces they had pulled from the earth and of the way whispers slipped through the village at dusk. Language, once cast, could be a spell. She left Elsie's with a head full of images and a notebook that smelled faintly of lavender and dust. In the car she thumbed the photograph of her brother and felt the ledger's line reuse the shape of old blame. If priests and old women and grave diggers had bound their grief into toys and then secreted those toys under the sanctuary, then the community had not only tried to keep loss, it had made a covenant with it. Coveting memory was a strange thing. It honored the dead while it also possessed them. And possession in time breeds demand. Back at the chapel, Father Emmet stood by the font as if waiting for a penitent. "I will show you the vestry," he said. "I will show you the cloths and the place where I kept the oils. I will tell you small things. But Nora, promise me you will think of the living when you do this. This is a town. We must be careful." He said the last as if it were a benediction, and as if benedictions could still function to blunt consequence. Nora looked at him, at the exhaustion and the plea, and she felt the old, furious clarity she had the day she left town. There were truths that demanded daylight, and there were people who would be crushed by that same sun. She was not sure whether she had the right to decide which would be burned alive by truth and which would be spared as collateral. "No," she said finally. "I won't promise that. I will promise only to try to do the least harm possible while telling what is true." He nodded as if that were an acceptable bargain. It was not mercy, not for him, not for the town, not for someone like her who carried her own absence like a blister. But it was an oath she could live with, an oath to the messy business of truth rather than the comfortable lie of silence. He led her to the vestry, and together they opened boxes and drawers where crumbs of those long-ago nights slept. There was a rag stained dark with old oil, a small vial with a cork still lodged in it, and a scrap of linen with a stitched name so faded she could not read it without a magnifier. The objects were prosaic and lurid together, household things made sacrament by intention. As Nora traced the thread with a gloved finger, she thought of the promises spoken, and how promises gain teeth when repeated. She thought of the way a child's voice could be trained to recite a litany, how repetition writes grooves into being. If the dolls had learned words, because the town had given them language, then the way to unmake the choir might be to find the incantation's source. But the ledger's page remained stubbornly partial. Father Emmet had confessed just enough to make the guilt cohere, and not enough to resolve it. The night after she left, Nora could not sleep. The rain had returned and a restless wind threw its voice against the chapel windows. She thumbed through the photograph of her brother until the paper grew soft. There was a noise outside like a child's humming half-remembered and off-key, and for a wild second she thought she heard the same vow read back to her in tinny syllables. She sat up, her chest tight as if fingers had closed over it, and realized that the ledger had opened something that could not be closed again. She had the page. She had witnesses' names. She had small objects and a confession that admitted complicit kindness. She also had a town to reckon with, and a chorus of dolls learning, patient and hungry, in the earth beneath the altar. The choice before her was not a moral parable with tidy edges. It was a knife edge that cut both ways, expose and demolish, or conceal and risk the choir's learning curve. Somewhere in the churchyard a crow argued with the wind. Nora sat in the dark and made lists on a scrap of paper. Words that had once been neat in the ledger now meant decisions. Father Emmet had given her the sliver of confession that made the town a house of mirrors. She could see herself in all of them, a wandering child, a priest, an old woman suing, a gravedigger with a shovel. They had all tried to keep hurt from exploding. They had all been wrong. At dawn she would begin to write the ledger she had not intended to author. She would not do it for penance. She would do it because words mattered and because promises once spoken had taken on the wrong shape. She would poke at what they had cast into the soil to see whether the language could be unwound. The dolls beneath the altar had been given a grammar. If she could learn its rules, perhaps she could stop their chorus from becoming command. Outside the chapel, the first birds of the day began to gather. A child's voice, no, too lifted on the air in a thin, tuneless duet. Nora's hand went to the ledger in her bag. The page with the secret baptism would be the place to start. She felt, distantly, the shape of something hardening in the place where grief had once been soft. It was not a solution she had wanted, it was work, it was a beginning. She closed the sacristy door behind her, and for a moment the building seemed to inhale, as if it had been waiting for that choice to be made. The rain's fingers slid off the eaves, and a child's hummed phrase, an old, patched lyric, carried across the yard and was gone. Nora walked toward the stone steps with the ledger heavy in her bag and a vow forming in the hollow of her chest, to follow the words even where they led, knowing that to follow could destroy as surely as any attempt to hide. Nora remembered the way Elsie's hands looked before the confession, those small, stained fingers caught in perpetual motion as if still sewing the world together. She had watched Elsie at the back pew a dozen times, making tiny garments for dolls, threading a needle with a patience Nora mistook for eccentricity. That morning, sun lay in a flat, grey plain over Marrow's Hollow, rain only a rumour on the slate roofs. The chapel smelled of old beeswax and damp linen. Nora had found a place on the second pew and sat with her field notebook balanced on her knee, pen poised. As if the very act of recording could keep the old woman's speech contained, measured, and rational. The pew creaked when Elsie came in. She moved like the hollowed parts of trees, all small and resilient arcs. Father Emmet lingered near the altar, a man worn thin as paper, hands clasped though the trimmer made the clasp a constant motion. Jonah stood by the doorway as if the air itself might slip through him and pull something out from beneath the floorboards. Ruth hovered a few paces away with a collection of fragile ledger pages folded under her arm. A few parishioners filled the room, murmuring like a loose stitch of community members, quiet, wary, waiting for whatever wound to open. Elsie sat and placed her sewing kit on the pew beside her, fingers closing over it like a small animal. She was smaller up close than Nora expected, and the lines on her face made maps Nora had not wanted to read. For weeks Elsie had offered partial memories, a lullaby stuck in a throat, a child's name that might be this one or might be another. Now she had come with a scrap of paper. The paper looked too clean for the years it had held, a rectangle of something thick, the edges browned where it had been folded and unfolded, smoothed by 1,000 tiny, compulsive touches. When Elsie began, her voice was low, the sound of a hinge given oil. Nora felt as if she were at the lip of something large and buried, and the old woman's words were the first small earthings of a shovel. "I promised them," Elsie said simply. "They asked me to promise. It seemed right then. It is not right now." Her fingers uncurled and the scrap slid into view. She read slowly like one counting beads of prayer. Names came first, not the cutesy parish names Nora had thought of, but the full, formal signatures of adults had seen at town meetings. They were names with reputations attached, the Pikes, the Mercers, the Vances, the Coles, as if those family lines had been braided into the fabric of the town itself. Elsie hesitated at the end of one line and drew breath as if to steady herself. "That night," she said, "we said the words together. We took up the robes. We bound what we could not hold. Nora felt the pen in her hand go still. The scrap bore a few phrases short, liturgical fragments in a cramped hand that had once been the hand of someone who thought in ritual. Keep them close, one line read. Do not let the cold take them. A scraped, halting script beneath it folded into something like a vow. We bind our sorrow into this place. We promise not to forget, and we promise we will not speak, that the town may sleep. The vow, read aloud in that light, had the shape of a crucible. It was small and human and monstrous at once. Nora's chest tightened. She thought of her own brother, a half-remembered laugh, a photograph yellowing at the edge of her field notebook. She had not known until then that other people's grief could be organized into liturgy. When Elsie finished, the chapel had grown almost unbearably quiet. The silence pressed against Nora like a hand. She could hear a fly somewhere near the sanctuary lamp. There were faces in the pews that did not look at Elsie, or at the ledger pages, or at Nora. There were faces that had learned, the way hands learned, how not to speak. Who else was there? Father Emmett asked, voice so small Nora thought it might break. Elsie named them. She did not flinch. She told of the ministers who'd been too tired to play the part of shepherd, of shopkeepers who'd flitted between grocery and sin with equal facility, of mothers who had clasped their teeth and done the wrong thing out of a frantic, exquisite need to keep a child near. The chapel's wooden ribs groaned as if in sympathy. The windows took the light of the day into themselves and offered it back filtered and grey. Names on the scrap matched names Nora had seen in the ledger Ruth had copied for her key signatures. Notations in the margins marking payments and prayers and odd entries that had been glossed over in standard clerical ways. This was the connective tissue Nora had suspected, but had not yet been able to bind into a single, clean narrative. The ritual had been communal, not the isolated sin of a fringe believer. It had been a town's collective attempt at salvation. After the service, Nora sat with Ruth in the gallery, where the heat from the old radiators hissed in an old, domestic way. You were right about the ledger, Ruth said, voice low. You knew. Not fully, Nora answered. She felt the weight of something she had not quite named. It was not only guilt that Elsie had described. It was an attempt at control, a pact where none should have been made. Elsie says the vow was framed as a way to keep grief from swallowing the town. Ruth folded her hands around the ledger's corner. Her knuckles were white as vellum. Sometimes people think if they pin their sorrow onto an object it becomes contained, like fixing an animal with a tag. But the tag becomes the animal's name. And then, Nora asked, names create obligations, Nora, Ruth said. When you name something, you bind yourself to it. That was the mistake. The vow asked for binding, and the binding answered back. A knock came at the parsonage door like a small thing waiting to be let in. Father Emmett shuffled to it, his steps hushed. Jonah stood in the doorway with his collar still flecked with soil, as if the earth clung to his skin. Agnes is on the line, Jonah said. She wants to see Emmett alone. Nora followed because where else would she be? She had been walking a ledge for weeks and knew how quickly the ground could give. The municipal office smelled like lemon cleaner and paper. The mayor's desk gleamed with the sharp pride of wood that had frequently been polished to keep fingerprints from marred surfaces. Agnes sat behind it with a file in her lap and a practiced, small smile. Nora had seen that smile before, the kind that can smooth a crisis into a memo and a tear into a statistic. We cannot have this getting out, Agnes said without preamble. Her voice was a taut chord of townsfolk diplomacy. Not now. Not with the grant negotiations and the festival coming. Think of the revenue. Think of the jobs. Nora calmly slid a photocopy of Ruth's ledger across the desk. It made a small Catholic clatter on the wood. This is not about money, Agnes. It's about people who were hurt and the sins that were committed to deal with that hurt. If you try to bury this, it will come back worse. Agnes' eyes narrowed. We have to be reasonable. Panic does certain things to a small town. People lose their livelihoods. Families break. We cannot, she stopped because Jonah had come in behind Nora, and because Father Emmet had the peculiar way of looking at Ains that reminded Nora of a man both wanting and fearing to be scolded. You mean we cannot have the town's reputation damaged, Nora said. Her tone was thinner and angrier than she had intended. You mean you cannot have your legacy questioned. There is a difference. Aang's smile hardened. You must understand how these things read to outsiders. News travels. Investors get spooked. You are an outsider, Mies Hale. You are welcome to your outrage, but you are not welcome to foment trouble. Outrage isn't the point, Nora said, and found that the thing she did not want to be true was already a stone in her chest. This is evidence. There are names here. People owe accounts. The children are repeating liturgy they never learned. There's always someone who wants to make a martyr of a town, Aang said. We will handle this internally. Emmet will issue a statement coaxing calm. We will rebury what must be rebured, and we will mourn quietly. That is what small towns do. Some of what you call mourning is cover-up, Nora said. And if you cover it up, you will be passing the debt down. Who gets to decide? Aang's. You. Mayor Pike. Close committee. Aang's chair creaked as she leaned back. Jonah will limit access to the site. He'll give you supervised time to record. We'll secure the site. We will ensure that the children are kept from the area. Her eyes flicked to Jonah with the managerial efficiency of someone who ran budgets and saw human hazards as line items. Jonah didn't answer. His face was knotted with something Nora recognized as distaste. It's not that simple, he said finally. You can't just cover things up and expect them to stay buried. I've known that ground my whole life. It's got teeth. We reopen it and it bites. Aang's gaze sharpened as if Jonah had said something dangerously impolite. You do as you're told, Jonah. We can't have more people pawing at the site. Not now. At the edge of the meeting, Deputy Miles hovered with that particular look Nora had learned to read in provincial lawmen, like a man who wanted to be the hero, but had not yet learned how to bear the weight of a decision. He kept talking about containment plans and community bulletins and composed social media releases as if that would act as a balm. Later, when Nora walked back toward the chapel in the rain, Jonah fell into step with her. The road smelled of turned peat and wet iron. She's going to lock things down, make it tidy, Jonah said, like a wound stapled shut. It won't stay closed if it needs air. You won't let her do it alone, will you? Nora asked. You know what's down there. Jonah considered that. He was a man used to speaking to the dead and feeling what the living could not, a practical man with a soft interior. My job is to protect the graves, he said. Sometimes that means letting things be left. But sometimes it means digging until you hit the truth and telling the town it's buried. I'm not sure which is more honest. Nora thought of her brother and the photograph she kept hidden between ledger pages. She thought of how often silence had been sold as mercy. Elsie named names today, she said. Jonah's jaw tightened. Then you'll make them uncomfortable. That doesn't go over well here. That night the town had other uses for its silence. Deputy Miles was at the station long after midnight, leafing through incident reports by the light of a desk lamp. Rain tapped the glass like nails. The reports said things in the circuitous language of bureaucracy, disturbances at the excavation site, an unauthorized presence near the dug chamber, a child's report of singing in the dirt. There were lines left blank where nervousness had stolen the ink. Miles could see how those lines would read in the paper. He could see the town's faces, the denunciations, the end of contracts and festivals, and the slow death of commerce. His rosary had worn smooth in his pocket. He rubbed the beads between his thumb and forefinger and catalogued the costs. After a while he found himself placing certain reports in a folder marked miscellaneous and stacking that folder behind others in a drawer he locked. The act felt small and corrosive, and in that smallness lurked the beginning of a rot. He told himself he was preserving order. He told himself that panic could kill more easily than the truth. He told himself anything that would keep his hands from trembling. Word spread by the time the sun lifted the next day. Town council would be meeting that afternoon. Agnes' plan to tighten control had been laid out like a neat stitch. Supervised access, limited public statements, a reburying where needed. Nora came with Ruth and the ledger in a folder that pinched at her fingers. She had expected resistance. She had not expected the look on the faces in the room when Elsie's names were read aloud again. This time in a public place where air could accelerate confession into rout. There were voices then soft at first, then sharper as if some hidden wind had found a seam and pulled it open. A woman from the audience cried out that she had a right to know. A man with the gait of someone used to making a living from tourists demanded proof before reputations were destroyed. Jonna's brother tried to keep tempers cool. Father Emmett spoke in measured, dusty tones. "We cannot let our grief become a weapon," he said, "but we cannot hide it either." His admission was small and terrible, like a tooth being pulled. Agnes moved through the room like a person costumed in duty. "We will control the narrative," she said. "We will ensure that families are protected. We will do what is necessary to keep Marrow's Hollow safe." Her use of the word protect was a paradox. Protection in her mouth had become an instrument to protect herself. Nora spoke then, with the ledger on her lap and the words like small stones in her mouth. She told the crowd what she had learned, what Ruth's pages said, what Elsie had confessed. She told them that the ritual had been communal and binding, and that it had consequences that reached into the children's mouths. "If we don't own what we did," she said, "the children will live into our obligations. They'll be the ones who pay for our silence." A low murmur ran through the hall. Someone hissed. Someone else cried. Aiden's face hardened, and in the quick hot wash of a glance Nora saw the inevitable calculation: sell the town's safety and deny the town's sin, or risk everything. After the meeting there were small acts of reprisal. A no trespassing placard appeared at the cemetery gate as if overnight. Jonah found a pair of his spade handles slashed, a childish act of intimidation masked as vandalism. Deputy Miles' drawer of miscellanea now had a thicker hum, and his rosary felt like a rope. For Nora there was a single, sharp piece of news. A councilwoman had called her a meddlesome outsider at the grocery, her voice loud enough to ripple milk and gossip. The ledger she carried felt suddenly like a live thing, heavy and hot, and liable to burn the hands that brought it into light. She took the ledger home and set it on her kitchen table like a sacrament. Then she opened the drawer where she kept the photograph of her brother and laid the two together. For all her work, for all the civic speak of names and evidence, a private H threaded through everything the knowledge that truth had a face that looked like her own memory. She slept badly that night, flinching awake to half-heard songs playing in the ceiling. The whisper of dull voices threading through the dark, like someone trying to find a name they'd misplaced. At 2 a.m. there was a soft rapping at Nora's window. She froze, breath a plum of cold air in her mouth. Someone tapped again. She rose, bare feet cold on the floor, and peered into the night. Nothing was there. Just the black sweep of the hollow and the whisper of trees. It could have been a branch. It could have been a bird. She lay down and tried to imagine the dangerous comfort of being wrong. Elsewhere, things were not resting. A neighbor reported an image of a child's hymn sung under the breath of an old woman. Jonah took to checking the site himself at odd hours. Father Emmett drank more and prayed less. Agnes wrote new memos that smelled faintly of the antiseptic of public relations. Deputy Miles continued to misfile reports. And Elsie, when Nora went to see her the following morning, had a new light in her eye, not a brightness that promised ease, but one that had the look of a person relieved, now that a confession had been made. "I thought it kept it safe," she said, fingers worrying at the seam of her cardigan. "I thought it would keep them close. But promises make cages, Nora. They do not save." Nora thought of the children repeating liturgy, of the ledger pages, of the town's attempt to manufacture absolution and call it care. "You told the truth," she said. That was a brave thing, Elsie smiled, and it was like a seam letting go. It's a late kind of brave, she said. But somebody had to be brave. If they would not name what they'd done, I would. As Nora left, Jonah pulled her aside. He had mud on the cuffs of his jacket, and something in his face that made Nora think of men who had dug graves, and then sat in the kitchen at night wondering whether their hands would always smell of earth. "Be careful, Nora," he said. "You know this town better than we like to admit. People don't like to have old debts called in. They get mean in ways you wouldn't guess." "I'm not going to stop," Nora replied. She felt the ledger's weight in her mind like the memory of something that would not settle. "We either tell the whole story or we keep making the same mistakes." He placed his hand on her arm briefly. His fingers were honest and rough. "Then I'll stand with you when it counts," he said. It was a promise that felt both small and enormous. For Nora, it was the only light she'd been offered, another set of hands willing to hold the ledger with her. The next morning the excavation was quiet in a way that made Nora's skin prickle. The crew had been reduced to skeleton staff. Agnes' signs for authorized access were crisp and formal. Deputy Miles watched from a distance with an expression that made Nora pity him. Pity, she realized, could be a dangerous thing because it lowered the moral standard to the level of personal trouble rather than communal sin. When she climbed down into the chamber later that day with Jonah at her side, the air was close and smelled of compacted earth and old glue. The dolls lay in rows like a miniature congregation, their glass eyes catching the headlamp in a dozen small, patient reflections. Some had clothing stitched into patterns Ruth had identified in the ledger as liturgical fragments. A small scrap of paper lay near one doll, a child's name in a hand that had been hurried and small. Nora crouched and cupped that paper with fingers that shook despite her will. She could not make out the letters at first. Dirt had caught at the ink. She brushed it with a fingertip and read. It was not her brother's name, but it might as well have been. The network of people who had performed that ritual was now visible and close enough to touch, and the knowledge sat on Nora's tongue like something she must swallow. Outside, the town tightened. Agnes called for another meeting. Deputy Miles filed a few more questionable reports into the drawer and then locked it. Jonah tightened the chain at the cemetery gate. Father Emmett spoke prayers that sounded like pleas. And Nora sat with the ledger and the names and the stubborn certainty that once a wrong had been named it could not be so easily unmade. She did not know, then, that the cost for naming would be paid in ways nobody could predict. She did not know how quickly the town's polite veneer would tip into ugly modes of protection and accusation. She did not know that she would, before long, be watching her back at odd hours, that the ledger would become a thing that men glared at in doorways, and that a child's voice would be used as an instrument to press a wound open. She only knew the taste of the paper, the weight of the names, and the way a confession could set a whole community toward either ruin or repair. The choice would not be hers alone. But by the time she closed her notebook that night and slid the photograph of her brother beneath the ledger's last page, she felt the first sharp certainty of the road ahead, that truth, once spoken, tended to find its own volume. And those who had once bound their sorrow into vows would do anything to silence the telling. The last sound before sleep was the distant echo, half dream, half memory of a child's hymn inhaled and then held, as if someone was learning new words. Outside in the dark, there was a scratching at the cellar door of the municipal building, brief and carefully measured. Nora would not know of it for another day, but the sound would be the sort that wakes a town in its bones. The sort that means someone else is paying attention. The ledger would be both talisman and target. She could feel, with a kind of cold and precise fear, how quickly the threads of guilt would begin to pull at one another. At the very edge of her awareness, a single small, suffused dread, naming the wound, did not heal it. It only made the wound someone else's business, and when other people's business touched blood, they changed. The chapter closes on a small domestic hook. Nora tucks the ledger beneath the photograph of her brother and, for the first time in years, dreams of a pair of small, glassy eyes opening in the dark. She wakes before dawn to the sound of rain beginning again, and a thought that is almost a prayer, that someone would finally listen to what the buried had been trying to say. Nora first heard the change in the way the children moved. At the market, where she had gone to buy coffee from a woman who kept her station beneath a flaking advertisement for a prayer meeting. A pair of girls skipped rope and counted off a cadence that folded in a cadence she recognized from the ledger, an old acclamation she had transcribed into her notebook earlier that week and then smudged into the margins. The rhythm of their game wasn't the innocent rhyme of small-town summers. It had punctuation, it had intention. It had the hungry cadence of instruction. She noted it and did what she always did, she wrote. But her hand, the habit she had cultivated through precise architectural notes and sterile condition assessments, hesitated. The letters were smaller, cramped around a phrase, tell them to open their mouths. Beside it she wrote the date and the hour and then, as if the motion could anchor the word to the present, added, Sam present. Yes. If the first revelations had been small, like a child's tooth in the grass, this was something bigger. The whispers in the dirt had been intimate hints, a breath. Now the choir's voice had teeth. It had begun to translate into instruction. People weren't just dreaming prayers, they were being told to act. She had watched Sam Holloway the week before, standing too still on the chapel steps, his freckled knuckles whitening around a cheap doll no bigger than her palm. He had recited, with frightening clarity, a line that came from a rubric they'd found tucked into a doll's seam, give voice and take root. At the time it had felt like a sick joke, someone's adult word playing tag through a child's mouth. Now it had the shape of a plan. Rain had been part of Marrow's Hollow's life for as long as Nora could remember, an unending attrition that polished stone and smudged memories. This afternoon the rain laid like a veil over the excavation pit, making the churned earth look like a wound sealed in glossy grays. Jonah had the crew pull their tarps tight and call it early. People drifted up to the rope line anyway, umbrellas like small graves they wanted to see. Some wanted to deny, others hoped for spectacle, something to feed rumor and the bars in the off hours. Nora wanted notes and clarity and had been keeping herself to those tasks with a diligence that was stubborn, bordering on cruel. But she felt drawn, as if stone called to the hand. He was saying things before the rain, Jonah told her when he came up beside her at the rope. He sounded older than his years in the slump of his shoulders, and the clay under his fingernails had to have been scrubbed raw at some point in his life. Sam. He stood there and spoke. Not the child's voice, Nora, some other thing. His breath fogged the air before them. Nora put her gloved knuckles on the rope and leaned forward. The pit was a black oval in the gray, the light sucked out of it like a memory people no longer wanted to look at. Someone in the crew had set a cluster of dolls, 3 this time, on a tarpaulin under a temporary canopy. Their faces, upturned and white against the wet dirt, were a chorus of flaws. One had a hairline crack across the cheek, another's eye was sealed with a thread-stitched lid, a third had a smear of what might have been paint or old sacramental oil in the cradle of its jaw. Nora's fingers went of their own accord to the photograph of her brother she kept in the inside flap of her field notebook. It felt like an anchor and a stone both. She traced, for the 1000th time, the outline of his small face with a fingertip, suddenly aware that she was breathing as if through a straw. "They've been saying things in town," Jonah said. "Mrs. Pike told me her boy woke in the middle of the night and started praying a line about keeping close. Could get him to stop. He bruised himself on the stairs while he was reciting it. That was what made the difference," Nora thought, watching the people around her take in Jonah's words. Not that children spoke the lines, kids' lips have strange echoes of adult memory, but that they acted on them in ways that left marks on the world. And then, before she realized she had consented, she found herself agreeing to go the next evening to a meeting at the little hall behind the feed store. There would be conversation, someone had said. There would be plans and perhaps a petition. She needed to observe, she told herself, and record. She needed to understand the social mechanics in order to map the phenomenon. It was professional prudence, she told her own chest when she brushed rain from her temple. But the hollow inside her, that had been waiting since childhood, the one that had tried to name her brother's absence, flexed in hungry agreement. The feed store's back room was lit by a single dangling bulb that made everything yellow and sacred in the wrong ways. A half-dozen men gathered there, their faces mapped with decades of labor. There was a Bible on the table with thin pages marked by decades of fingering, a stack of photocopied hymns, and, inexplicably, 3 rosaries arranged like talismans. A woman, Maggie Doyle, who taught at the school, a nervous sort with a pencil habit, sat with her hands folded. A young man who'd been a regular at the prayer meetings, an earnest sort named Keene, had organized the meeting. He had the energy of someone who'd been fed on revivals and certainty. When Nora arrived, the air smelled of wood smoke and boiled coffee. Keene was already talking, and his voice had the flat pitch of someone who rehearsed every phrase in private until it hardened. We can't let them have the dolls. We can't let them be used. They are not natural. They are what they are is made of porcelain and paint, Keene, Jonah said, hands tucked into the pockets of a canvas jacket. He had the posture of someone prepared to swing, and this dissipated whatever religious flourish Keene had been building. They are not a plague. We found them under the foundation, fine. They're objects. We can't have people carting them off and making spectacles of them. Keene's jaw worked. This isn't about spectacle. This is about saving people. If we can move them, if we can bring them somewhere safe, bring them somewhere safe. Maggie said, the pencil forgotten in her fingers. What do you think they'll do when you take them? What proof do you have that movement doesn't make it worse? We can bury them in concrete, Keene said. We can seal them. We can, it felt, Nora thought, like watching a slow train coming down a track with something tied to its front. She had a professional map in her head, catalogue entries, ledger cross-references, and yet, sitting in the tight yellow light, she felt a human thing, a rationality that slid into superstition quick as wind. People who lived in small places had to make meaning out of the terrible. They stitched meaning with anything they could find. The dolls had become a seam, and pulling at it risked unpicking everything stitched in the years after that terrible absence. The constable in the room, Deputy Miles Kearns, leaned forward. He had a rosary wrapped around a knuckle. Nora noticed it because she was looking for signs of ritual in the ordinary. Whatever we decide, he said in a voice that tried to be firm but sounded thin, we do it together. No one goes off to steal them. No one takes justice into their own hands. Everyone nodded as if they agreed to rules they were not sure they could keep. They did not keep them. The next night, when the rain was loud enough to make conversation a private, Keene gathered a handful of men and 2 women who had come under his sway. They met at the abandoned schoolhouse down by the river, and Keene's argument had the clarity of a sermon: remove the dolls, break the link, and the choir will lose its voice. Their plan was simple and foolish and struck Nora with the same unease she had watched in people's faces the night before. They would take a crate from the covered storage in the chapel's sacristy and move them to the old vault beneath the bank, where no one would hold services, where no one would confess. They meant to be quiet. They meant to be brave. All of those things in small towns have an inversion. Quiet can be cowardice. Braveness can be trespass. They moved like furtive children, torches glinting on the jars of moonlight strewn between buildings. Nora wasn't there, but Jonah was, because Jonah always was where the earth was involved. He said later he had heard them before he saw them, muffled voices like praying caught and ruined. No plan survives contact with a body. Jonah saw the men at the sacristy doors, hands moving clumsily as they opened the crate, breath visible in the cold night. He came up behind them and put his hands on their shoulders. "You don't understand what you're doing," he said. It wasn't loud. It didn't have to be. There are certain voices that carry weight by the mere fact of ownership. Because Jonah had held the bones of the town in his hands. Because he'd marked graves with his shovel that contained ancestors of some of the men moving in the dark. The man at the head of the group, the man with the most fervent jaw jerked. "They're an abomination, they're dolls," Jonah said. "They're not that." One figure lunged to shove Jonah back and the crate fell. It tipped on its side and 3 dolls rolled out into the sod, porcelain faces upturned. For a second everything froze, the rain, the torchlight, the breath between men. Then a glassy eye of a doll caught the flame, and the reflection multiplied into something like a constellation. There should have been nothing supernatural in the small motion that followed. There should have been just the slow scraping sound of porcelain on packed earth. Instead, the man who had lunged tipped over the crate, and his hand clipped a jagged edge of broken porcelain. He swore, a quick sound, and when Jonah shone the torch on the slice of palm, the cut was there, neat, white at the edges like something burned. Blood came slowly, as if the wound was unfamiliar with its duty to leak freely. Nora heard the story later, saw the photographs that lived under Milas' desk, and could still make out the way the wound looked like a small script, a line of red ink on paper skin. People say many things to explain what happens next. Some called it contagion. Some called it divine anger. Some said the dolls, newly uncrated, that night sang at the edge of the man's hearing, and he, swayed by an imbecile's courage, gave something to the choir by opening himself up. Whatever the explanation, the event changed the path. Sam had been on the chapel steps. Clara had made him stand there while she lit a candle at the shrine and murmured something about keeping him safe. He watched with the rapt focus of a child who believes adults know what they're about. When the crate tipped and the man was injured, Sam's lips began to shape words no one taught him, a liturgy that wasn't a child's rhyme. Jonah's voice later told what happened in the room like a man retelling a storm. He didn't seem like he was moving of his own will, Jonah said. Like music making the arms move in the church when we sing. But his face, Jonah's voice turned a little rough with memory. He looked older. At the same time, outside into the raw rain, the man with the cut felt an odd pull. He tried to scream textbook panic, and his shout was muffled by the choir of the chapel and by the rain. He began to mutter the words Sam had said. They were not pleas. They were commands. They told someone, somewhere, to gather the close ones and bring them near. The wounded man didn't go home. He staggered down the lane and past Mrs. Pike's porch, where a small boy slept, and tapped gently on the glass. The boy woke and, under the man's whispered instruction, half command, half suggestion, walked itself into the kitchen where, in a fit of compulsion that made no sense to his parents, he took a scallop of sacramental oil from the cupboard and smeared it on a bread crust. People watched the boy and felt an immediate panic, as if watching an animal do unnatural things. Nora got, the next morning, a message from Miles, "Keep your eyes open, don't write until we talk," and, in a smaller hand after the formal scrawl, "Don't trust Keen." She met him by the chapel steps, and he had tiredness piled on him like lint. He kept fingering the rosary, though he swore he wasn't praying. "It's getting directive," he said. "They used to hum. Now they tell you to fetch things, to kneel, to hold still." "Who are they telling to fetch?" Nora asked. Her voice surprised her. She was not a person given to rhetorical flourishes. She wanted a map, a locus, a logic. She wanted to render the strange into something the world could understand. "Mostly children and the folk who can't help but listen to them," Miles said. "People who lost early or never left. People who come from the old families." The wound in the palm of the man who had tried to steal the dolls was now a slow thing. At first it had scabbed and looked like any small injury. Weeks later, Ruth found the man at the market and saw that the scar had white ridges that caught the sun like a child's teeth. He kept rubbing it with the heel of his hand, as if the scar itself reminded him of a phrase. He could not stop repeating a line that had begun to root in the town's air. Bring them near, finish the word. Nobody had a plan that fit the fall. That was the terror of it. Removal had seemed practical because it was physical. You take away the object, and you take away the power. But in Marrow's Hollow, power had never been only about the object. It had leached into ritual, into vow, into the private places people had touched with their hands at night and soothed with prayer. It had sunk into children's games. A thing that was never truly buried vow and voice was not granite. It was living, and pulling at it made it sing. Nora spent that week like a person going to the edge of a cliff to count the stones. She watched Sam more than anyone else. She watched him in the lunch line at school, the way his hands folded without instruction. She watched how the other children would fall into the cadence he set, like flocking birds. She pestered Jonah for access to the site, for permission to catalogue the dolls again. He gave it to her with a look that said both no and yes. Be careful how you touch them, he said. Be careful of what you take away. He never said why. At night, Nora's dreams were crowded with porcelain teeth and children's hymns that turned into instruction manuals. Her brother's face would be there at the lip of the pit, older and accusatory. Sometimes she would wake with her fingernail bitten down to the quick, the taste of rust in her mouth, and the soft whisper of a child's song would be twisting in the hall outside her rented room like a stray cat. The day after the failed seizure, the town felt like a thing that had been rearranged without consent. People crossed streets to avoid one another. Agnes issued a public statement about calm and cooperation that sounded like varnish. Keane preached at a revivalist meeting and called for fortitude. His followers cheered, and the walls of the hall seemed to shake with a desire for closure so absolute it became dangerous. Nora took to writing in longhand until the spasm of fear loosened. Her ledger filled with exact notations, times Sam spoke, the phrases he used, the people present, the weather, the tone. It was her desperate attempt to turn the morphology of the choir's incursion into a taxonomy she could stare at. Taxonomies, she had learned as an architect, could be both prison and salvation. If she could name the thing, she might be able to map its movement. If she couldn't, the town would keep following commands it could interpret. Jonah and Etta began to host quiet meetings in the mortuary office. Their conversations were pragmatic and hushed between the smell of embalming fluid and the iron of the work table. Etta's hands were steady when she helped clean a wound. She said little, and everything she said was work-like and solid. People came to them not because they had faith restored, but because they trusted hands that had held bodies and knew how to close. You can't take it by force, Etta said to Nora one afternoon, slicing a thin piece from the ledger Nora had extended. Her voice was practical, almost theatrical. You think you can take an object and be done. You're a woman of structures, Nora. You'd think concrete or a lock or a seal could fix a thing. But people here made a promise over those dolls, and promises are not wood. They're not stone. They live in the spaces between people. Nora's mouth tightened. So what do? Etta looked at her as if she were troubleshooting a problem she could solve with a device. We listen. We name. We make sure people know what they did. We stop speaking to them like they are cursed. And if they're not listening to us, Nora asked. If they're listening to the choir, Etta's jaw set. Then we keep watching. We don't make the mistake of thinking we can quiet them with our hands. Miles continued to close doors. He filed reports that said little, and when Nora came in on occasion, she could see his hands shake as he folded them into his uniform. He would tell her things she had to write down, small, useful things like times when Sam spoke and when the children copied him. In the margins of his notes, he would sometimes write prayers in the thin script of a man who believed half and was terrified by the other half. By the end of the week, small acts had begun to appear in the town like sprigs of grass through cracked mortar. A neighbor leaving a pot of stew on a doorstep for someone who'd been shunned. Jonah taking down a plaque that had honored a family involved in the original vow. Elsie stitching a tiny garment and then refusing to sue anymore. People tried to restore normalcy in the only way they could, with the same domestic gestures they'd used to bury grief a generation ago. And yet the commands, those little whispers that asked for near things, compounded. They clustered like black birds at dusk. One child, left to play by the river, scripted a scene of ritual without meaning to, lining up rocks and setting dolls in miniature motorcars. Reciting a rubric he could not have known. Another child slapped a morning bell, a game that summoned others. It was as if the choir had learned the town's social rhythms and had begun to ride them like a cavalcade. Nora slept less and listened more. She knew the logic of things, that power mocked at the border of the physical and the symbolic. She knew too that she could not fix this with measurement alone. She was an architect by trade and a guilty sibling by fate. Both roles armed her with observation and burdened her with an itch to repair. But some things were not meant to be repaired like stone. Some things wanted not restoration, but a completion that had teeth. On a late, wet evening she sat alone on the chapel steps and watched Sam lead a small cluster of children in a cadence that was not a song so much as an instruction manual for the body's next move. Jonah watched from the gravestones like a sentinel of soil. The rain made the children's hair shine like dark beads. Nora felt the choir's voice as a pressure in the air, as if the town itself had become a throat, and the dolls were rehearsing the words they wanted to say when at last they had ears. She opened her notebook and wrote, under the date, 2 words, "They command." Beneath that she sketched a small diagram, a child's flowchart: who listens, who repeats, who acts. It was the closest she could come to a plan. When she closed the book, the binding creaked, and for a second the sound was like a tiny chorus, soft, incantatory, patient. If this chapter of Marrow's Hollow's story was turning, Nora thought, it was turning on a hinge that required more than force. The town could not unmake the vow with picks and torches. The attempt to take the dolls had proven that the choir liked being heard. It had also taught them the terrible lesson that human hands could, in their confusion and zeal, make the choir louder. The thing she was terrified of was not that they would lose the fight Christ. She had already tasted that fear, but that whatever they called a victory would be a different kind of losing. If the dolls demanded flesh in order to fulfill the old vow's promise, what would the town be willing to give? If commands grew bolder by the night, would the town answer them? Would it find, behind the ragged promise of protection and silence, a hunger that could not be sated by reburial or display? She closed her eyes and pictured her brother's small mouth forming a syllable he never got to finish. The image was like a child's puzzle with a missing an edge. Somewhere she didn't know where, yet there would be a solution that was not simply destroy or deny. If she didn't find it, she knew the town's next move would be more desperate and more dangerous. As she rose from the steps, the rain picked up and Sam's voice followed them, a small bell's chime in the grey air. It wasn't a plea. It was a sentence waiting to be finished. Nora had found, in the margins of an old ledger and in the hollow between 2 prayers, something that no amount of engineering could shunt aside. Once you taught a chorus to speak, silence might not be the answer. You might have to teach it different words. She walked back to the house that had been given to her for the project, with the notebook heavy in her bag and the outline of a plan forming like a map you only see when the fog thins. She would talk to Elsie in the morning. She would ask Ahmet to let her see the private entries he hadn't shown her. She would mark the hours Sam spoke and the cadence of the commands. She would keep a ledger of listening. and when the town woke in the morning, some would go to their work, some would close their shutters, some would try to pray differently. But someone she didn't want it to be anyone, not Keen, not Jonna, not herself would answer the choir's voice. That was the danger. Whether the answer came from fear or piety or misbegotten courage, it would make the choir not a thing underfoot, but a force with an audience willing to obey. The rain wrote a soft benediction on the road as she drove away. And the last thing she heard before she let the car take her was Sam's voice on the breeze, a child's syllable rounded into an adult command, "Bring them near." Finish the word. It was not a prayer. It was a request with edges. Nora drove toward the town and felt, in the slow drum of the windshield wipers, a cadence like a heartbeat that had decided at last to speak. Nora had learned to pay attention to small things. It was why she was good at cataloging decay, the hairline fissure in plaster that widened yearly by a nail's breadth, the way a pew's finish wore in the exact shape of a child's knees. Attention was a tool, and in Marrow's Hollow it was also a warning. The village showed its secrets by leaving them just out of comfortable sight, in the frayed hem of a choir robe or the scorched lip of a hymn book. That morning the chapel smelled of dust and something older, moraine and resin, the faint metallic tang of iron fittings left too long in dampness. Light came through the west window in a narrow, watery strip and pooled on the floor like a pale witness. She had been kneeling for a while, elbows on splintered floorboard, when Jonah's steps sounded in the nave, practical footfall. Not the stride of a man coming to admire architecture, but of a person who avoided art's soft center by staying practical. He did not comment when he saw her with a doll in her lap. Jonah's expression was weathered into that place between curiosity and discomfort that comes from repeated intimacy with the dead. "You found one over by the chancel last night," Nora said. She did not look up until the word had left her mouth. She liked to measure things into the air before she used them. "We found half a dozen," Jonah said. His voice had that rough gravitas of someone who had spent years telling the earth to keep its secrets. Jonah's team. Etta boxed a few. "Agnes wants them," for he stopped, as if speech were fragile there. "For what?" Nora asked. Jonah's jaw worked. "Tourism, mostly. People'll come to Gork, make a tourist trail, eat pie, light candles. You know how they think." He shrugged, as if shrugging could dislodge conscience as one might a piece of dust. It wasn't the municipal appetite for spectacle that frostbit her. It was the way he said nothing of what he'd seen in the boxes. The dolls weren't simply toys. They had been dressed with intent, clothed with scraps of hymn text, rosary knots sewn into hair, and small folded things tucked into seams. Jonah had buried his childhood in the cemetery and exhumes now. Nora had left her childhood behind in a different way, a memory half pulled from a photograph she still kept folded in the back of her notebook. She had come to Marrow's Hollow with the pretense of a job, to catalogue the chapel, assess structural compromise. She had also come because the old H inside her had called her back, the H that had animated a young Nora into leaving town in the first place. Father Emmett arrived not long after, moving through the nave with his habitual measured, almost apologetic gait. The collar sat like a white bruise at his throat. He paused at the altar, hands folded as if in prayer or in the attempt to remember how. He smelled, Nora noticed with the dry accounting passion of someone cataloguing decay, faintly of whiskey and rosemary soap. His eyes flicked to the doll in her lap, and there was in them a shadow that made Nora think of moth-eaten vestments, devotion and regret stitched together. "I meant to bring that to you," he said after a long silence. "I thought maybe you can tell me what it was they were aiming for." She handed the doll to him. It was no larger than a man's palm, porcelain cracked in delicate, ornamental ways that looked for all the world like a face wounded by time. Its dress was a scab of yellowed lace. Someone had tucked, with the care of a person who thought secrecy itself holy, a small square of rough cotton into the hem. "What's this?" Nora asked. He took the scrap between pale fingers and held it up to the light. The letters were cramped and frayed, but stubbornly legible. Tommy Hale, stitched in uneven blue thread. For a beat, the air in the chapel compressed. It was an ordinary sound, a little rustle of fabric, but it came to Nora like a bell. Tommy. The name sat inside her like a splinter. She hadn't spoken it aloud in years, had not allowed it to reside in the public world of present tense speech. Tommy Hale, her brother's nickname, browned and softened in the boxes of an old memory she had wrapped and taped. The ledger of her childhood, where she kept photographs and pressed leaves and shorthand notes, had a page with that name on it. The single line that began the list of things she could neither bear nor forget. For a moment she felt the odd sensation of standing in a room and watching someone else open a shutter inside her mind. How Father Emmet's question falls away as an echo. Before him, Nora thought of Elsie. Elsie, who had hummed lullabies not quite right, who had sewn tiny garments in the back pews, and then retreated when anyone had asked why. Elsie, who had been, in another life, choir director, midwife right hand, cradle of children. Elsie, whose name kept surfacing like a hard-shelled mollusk that refused to stay buried. Jonna's voice was a grounding rope. We didn't know. Nobody knew any of the names. We catalogued, boxed, set aside. Etta's taken most to the funeral home. Ruth's been poring over the registry. Agnes, he made a face. Agnes wants to know the best way to spin this. Spin that was the town's first instinct. Turn grief into money. Turn confession into a festival. Nora wanted, in a practical way she valued almost religiously, to make sure the found things were recorded, to know what belonged in a museum cabinet, and what ought to be left in consecrated earth. But with Tommy stitched in, the cataloguing was no longer simply professional. It was personal. She left before noon, but the day had already become a thin, taut thing that vibrated beneath her skin. She walked the cemetery rather than drive, because the stinging wetness in the air made her need the contact of broken stone, something with weight. Her notebook was closed in her bag. She'd been keeping her thoughts in the grooves of her palms and the angles of stone edges. By late afternoon a group had formed that Nora would later think of, when she told herself she was being rational, as the sympathetic cabal. Folks who wanted to finish what the old vow had started. They met 3 at a time and whispered in corners at the post office, at the diner, in a back room at the church where the light came in caramel through old curtains. They were not all of a mind. Some were revivalists, seeing a path back to God through the dolls. Some were sentimental, believing that something that had been given, no matter how distorted, deserved completion. They wore their beliefs like gloves, minimizing the claws. Elsie was the cabal's magnet. The old woman had begun to sit in the front pew again, suing even more insistently than before. Her hands moved with purposeful slowness over tiny fabrics, and when people asked why, she murmured about promises and children. She told them, in pieces, the story of a night where frightened adults had done something that felt like salvation, and then, in the slow light of morning, like a theft. People who leaned into her words left both comforted and unsettled. It was the unsettled ones, the ones who wanted to give the dolls a right, who formed the ritual group's backbone. That evening, a handful of them assembled in the graveyard at a place Jonna called the Outer Plot. Agnes had given grudging permission for a vigil, partly to manage optics, partly to keep people indoors, where they would be easier to shepherd. Candles, it turned out, had an immediate meetings effect. They made conversations feel ceremonial. They gave a purpose to twilight that had nothing to do with anything practical. The cable lit a circle of wax and drew closer. They did not invite Nora, though Ruth had told her of the meeting in hopes that she might talk sense into the more ardent among them. Instead, the villagers asked Father Emmet to speak, to lend the rite a rub of legitimacy. When he arrived, Father Emmet looked older than he had that morning. The collar seemed to hug a throat that had shrunk against it. He had been to many small funerals and quiet crimes. He had also been to his own drunker absolutions, and both things weighed on him. He had a folded page of notes in his hand, but his eyes kept slipping to the dark line of the chapel where Nora had opened the doll's sleeve earlier. He said he would think about it. That was his way of not saying no. Nora, Ruth had said, with the quiet authority of one who kept the records. We need someone who knows how to read the past without wanting to fix it into a souvenir. You're a restorer. You know the difference between conservation and glorification, and you think I'll be the one to perform the difference? Nora asked. She had not been invited to the vigil, and she resented the management as much as she resented how her chest tightened every time she saw a child's face in the town. There is a certain coldness that arrives with professional distance. Nora had used it like a coat. It did not keep out the memory of a small hand that had once been inside hers. We need your eyes. We need someone who can say what's been altered and what was meant. So she went. She went because she could not go. Because Tommy's name flagged her like a wound. Because a life that had once been hers might be lying under the town, stitched into a dress. The meeting in the graveyard had the air of something improvised and inevitable. They arranged themselves in a half-moon by lantern light, faces in haggard consolation. Jonah stood at the edge like a boulder that could be relied on to not fall. Etta clasped her hands and blinked slowly, as if each light was a point counting the beats of a heart. Elsie shivered with an energy that was equal parts zeal and frailty. They began simply, a prayer borrowed from a psalm, a lullaby muttered in a half-remembered cadence. Then, with a kind of trembling deliberateness, they began to attempt a completion of the liturgy the dolls seemed to carry. The words were familiar in shape, but odd in content, phrases that had the curl of old prayer, but the grammar of something else. Some of them were cribbed from the ledger entries Ruth had shown Nora. Some were improvised, as if the town were trying to make a sentence out of half a remembered dream. Nora stood in the outer shadow like an observer pressed to a painting. She felt the music of the words like a pressure in her teeth. She catalogued, hands held, breaths counted, 2 candles crowned in the shape of a child's head. The world had been reduced to small acts of attention again, and she was a specialist in that reduction. She watched Father Emmett bring his palms together and felt something break inside his face, something like the seam of a garment. Then the air shifted. It was not loud, not at first. She felt it in the bones of the churchyard, as if something beneath the ground exhaled. Sam Holloway, who had been standing a little off to the side with his mother, stepped forward as if called by a string. He was small enough to have the vulnerability of children and present enough to be an instrument. His mouth opened, and he began to speak in a cadence none of them had taught him. The words were not the exact phrases the cabal chanted. They were the doll's own counterpoint, old, bright, and terrible in their simplicity. The candle flames flared and guttered like a row of tiny temperamental altars. For a moment the villagers were suspended between hope and horror. Someone cried out, a farmer, agitated with fear, and the sound made the circle convulse. Father Emmet's hands landed on Sam's shoulders as if he could steady him, or steady himself through the child, or both. The old man's fingers were not steady. Nora felt a hand at her elbow. Ruth. She had that look Ruth got when she uncovered a document that changed the shape of everything, patient, astonished, and grieving. Ruth whispered, "Come with me." They moved closer to the chapel, drawn by the thread of something pulling toward the floorboards. Inside the sacristy a lamp burned a weak forgiveness. The dolls were still boxed in Etta's crate. Nora's fingers were small when she lifted the cloth that covered them. They were smaller in her palm than she remembered any child's hand should be. She lifted one and turned it with the careful, exact motions she used when measuring for mold or rot. Hold, observe, record. When she moved the coat aside, the stitch of blue thread glared at her like a small, stubborn wound. Tommy Hale. There is a sound a human body makes when memory slams into the present like a fist. Nora's knees almost gave. The scrap was as if someone had tied the last line of a sentence to her collarbone. She thought of her mother in a photograph once taken in summer light, of a little boy with a scuffed shoe and the hands of adults that had been too slow. She realized with an ordinary and terrible clarity that someone in that town had pressed Tommy's name into a thing meant to stand for him, or perhaps in place of him. The thought made her feel both rescued and robbed. Ruth's whisper came again. The ledger. The one I told you about. The baptism that wasn't. There are names. There are lists. Maybe her voice broke. She touched Nora's hand and then, like the bravest archivist in the world, took a step back. You need to see this. When Nora looked up, the cable was still at the graveside, its members in private argument about whether to bring the dolls into their circle or to bury them anew. Father Emmet had retreated to the step of the church, his outline a hunch of bone against the wood, and he seemed older than the chapel itself. People argued about rites as if rites were recipes and not acts of faith with teeth. Agnes, who had until now kept her voice low, was there in the margin, gauging sentiment as if it were a market to be read. The night ended in small pragmatics. The group would not move the dolls that evening. They would not yet draw them into the ritual. Father Emmet agreed to consider the possibility of a sanctioned rite, one performed in the light of doctrine rather than the dim corners of sentimental fear. It was an attempt at control. If they could script the song, then the choir might be coaxed into a less dangerous shape. That was what they told themselves. Nora left with the scrap of cotton pinned like an accusation in her pocket. She walked home through rain-light streets and felt like someone carrying a small animal with a pulse she did not understand. Her notebook remained closed, but her mind opened with a dry, eager terror, the ledger, the baptism, the soon name. The town had made a bargain in panic, and it had woven its bargain into porcelain and prayer. She had come to catalogue decay. Instead, she had unearthed a tether to her own past. She dreamed that night of a choir of small faces rising from soil like white flags. They sang without mercy, and one voice, young and stubborn, kept saying the single name that had always been both wound and guide: Tommy. It wrapped the name around the liturgy they tried to give it, and Nora woke with the syllable on her tongue. The next day would bring plans and petitions, and the low, officious bustle of people trying to map out what could be controlled. Father Emmet would make calls to a nearby parish to ask for counsel. Jonah would guard the outer plot like a man who had always between his shoulders the weight of the town's dead. The cabal would grow bolder. Agnes would think in terms of press releases and tourist brochures. Sam Holloway would walk the street in a manner that made neighbors avert their eyes simply because they did not know what to do with pity that looked like accusation. And Nora would not be able to stop thinking about the small square of cloth in her pocket. She had come to measure the chapel's cracks and to name their severity. Now she had to decide whether to measure the moral fissure that had allowed the vow to be made. She could step forward and urge caution, insist upon the ledger's publication, put the town's secrets into light. She could keep the stitcheries of the past private, rebury the dolls, allow the town its plausible myth. Or she could let Father Emmet's sanctioned rite proceed and hope the liturgy he would use had enough integrity to turn her hunger into rest. None of the options felt like salvation. Late, as she packed her things, Nora paused and smoked a cigarette she did not want. The smoke trailed in the same angles as the chapel's light. She thought of Tommy's small hands and the way, in the photograph she kept, he had leaned against a fence and looked directly into the camera as if he held a secret and did not know it. She thought of Elsie and how her hands had once held more than just lyrics. She thought of Father Emmet and how penance had become the clothes he wore every day. She thought of Sam and how open he had been to being used as a conduit without knowing. She folded the tiny scrap and put it back into her pocket. The cotton warmed against her skin like a pulse. Outside, the village settled into another thin night. Somewhere a dog barked and stopped. A wind that smelled of decayed leaves and far-off sea threaded through the eaves. In a house 2 blocks over, someone started a radio and a child hummed tunelessly in sleep. The hymn on the radio broke into half-remembered words and the air tightened. It is the particular cruelty of certain small places that their pasts do not die quietly. They lie in wait, developing new grammar. Nora understood that evening, with the heavy certainty that makes certain decisions inevitable, that she was no longer a neutral observer. The Soon name had taken her as surely as a moth was taken by the flame of a lamp. She would be drawn in whether she wanted to be or not. At the chapel doors Father Emmet stood with his palms clasped together. He looked up at the shape of the bell tower, as if seeking counsel from stone. The next day the townspeople would gather in the square and decide a plan. The cabal would demand completion. The revivalists would promise healing. Agnes would calculate. Jonah would dig. Ruth would print the ledger copies. Etta would lock the boxes or leave them open. Elsie would be both sorrow and insistence. And below the floorboards, in a chamber layered with votive prayers and dirt, the choir would be listening. Their stitched mouths might lack tongues, but in the way the town had found, they had been taught a voice. If any set of hands rose up to help them finish their sentence, Nora suspected with a precise, cold dread, it would be like giving a throat with teeth. She could imagine, briefly and horrifically, the ledger's neat script echoing like a curse, unfolding into a rite with consequences no one had budgeted for. She went to bed that night with the odd hope that waking would make the reverberations shrink. Instead, she woke knowing that the next step would be an attempt at containment that was also an invitation. The cabal, she knew, believed they were being sacramental. Father Emmet knew he walked a razor between penance and complicity. And she, who had come to fix things that could be fixed, must now decide whether a thing so enmeshed with grief could or should be finished at all. In the hollow things waited, listening. Nora had expected the chapel to be cold. It was in that mechanical, predictable way old stone buildings keep cold in their ribs. But what surprised her was how close the air felt, heavy, almost viscous, as if it had been waiting and now, by arrangement of bodies and candles, had decided to press inward. There were more people than she had imagined would risk coming, townsfolk who normally avoided the nave except on high holidays, a handful from neighboring parishes drawn by rumor, and one man in a linen suit whose voice had been promised to lead them, all out of whatever darkness they believed had crept into Marrow's Hollow. Father Emmet sat near the front, his hands folded so tightly around the little prayer book that the paper softened at the edges. His collar was askew, the white dull with years of rosary fingers. Nora watched him with a gaze that was part professional assessment and part personal inventory. She catalogued the tremor in his shoulders, the way his mouth pressed against thin lips, as if trying to hold something back. He looked like a man rehearsing a confession that would not fit into a single breath. Jonah stood at the side by the choir stalls like a boulder placed where a leaner cliff might have crumbled. He kept glancing at the thick wooden doors, at the windows where late autumn light had been washed into orange-gray sky. He had a shovel propped against a pillar nearby, more talisman than tool, and every so often his jaw worked as if in rhythm with some distant strain he could not quite hear. Sam was in a small patch of light near the center aisle, seated in a straight-backed chair that had once belonged to the vicar. The child was thinner than Nora had remembered from the market. His hair fell into his eyes, and he gripped a cotton stuffed doll with both hands as if it were an anchor. When Nora looked at him, he lifted his head, and their eyes met for a breath. There was no childish mischief there, only an old, unnatural seriousness, like a small person who has learned too early the ways of adult grief. Reverend Harlan Shaw moved among them with an ease that seemed rehearsed. He had the kind of face made for persuasion, unlined, quick-boned, a smile that arrived too quickly and read as calculation by Nora's habit-trained perception. He was one of those men who wore certainty as if it was sewn to the inside of his chest, and when he spoke the sound of his own voice seemed to comfort him. "Friends," he said, "we come to finish what the town began and failed to end. We are not here to shame, only to restore." Restoration, thought Nora. An architect's word that had become a local currency. People used it to talk about porches, about reputations, about the tidy faces they wanted to show the world. Nora wanted to stand and correct him, to say that some things cannot be restored, only arrested, but she stayed in her place. She had come to witness, to record, to measure. The ledger she carried in her bag had become more than a list of defects. It was now a witness statement. She was compiling one breath at a time. Father Emmett rose. He cleared his throat and spoke with a voice small and rubbed raw by doubt. "We have called for help," he said. "We have asked for light." His hands moved as if to bless the congregation and faltered, and for a moment his face folded inward like a map being refolded along an old seam. Nora watched the minister place a small dish of oil on the altar, a length of twisted rope next to it, and the child's doll that Sam had brought. The doll's face was smudged with age, one glass eye loose and reflecting the candlelight in a way that made it seem to watch past anyone's focus. There was a hush like a glass held between two palms. The ritual began with speech that was carefully simple. Reverend Shaw intoned phrases that had the cadence of revival meetings, calls and responses, phrases built to move crowd emotion like tides move reeds. He spoke against the darkness, promising deliverance. People leaned forward. They wanted to be rid of the whispering, of the itch of prayer, at the edges of sleep that had been tugging at their children. "We will not be ruled by old vows made in shame," Shaw said. "We will not let fear claim our young." For a while it worked. Voices joined in, cautious at first, then swelling like breath. Nora noticed the particular timbre of rural voices, how certain syllables softened and others sharpened. She recorded words in her notebook the way she had once traced stone mortar, with attention intended to be neutral, cataloging for posterity. But that neutrality eroded with each second. Something else was layering beneath the ceremony, a thin counter-text of syllables like moth wings. It started as a small disturbance at the back of Nora's hearing, a whisper that seemed to run along the bases of the rafters. She attributed it at first to wind or to the hollow in the chapel's bowels, to the way the old building made voices sing back soft and strange. Reverend Shaw's voice rose and fell. The congregation echoed. It should have been simple enough. Then Sam's voice came. He did not stand. He did not even turn his head. He began, quietly at first, to repeat phrases that matched Shaw's cadence but were not the same words. The syllables were older, not modern. They had a dry, liturgical edge that belonged to ceremonies no one in Marrow's Hollow had recited in decades. Nora felt the hairs at the back of her neck prick. The words had geography. They belonged to a grammar of sacraments that outran the humble language of revival. "Blessed be the keeping," Sam whispered, his voice a small bell inside the chapel. "Blood to bind, presence kept, lie not hidden." Eyes turned to him, faces abrupt with disbelief. Shaw hesitated and then, perhaps to assert control, repeated the phrase in a louder voice. "Blessed be the keeping," he said, and the effect was immediate and terrible. The carved stone of the altar seemed to lean inward, as if listening more closely. A candle on the altar guttered despite the lack of draught. The flame bent and stretched, elongating into shapes that made Nora's stomach twist. The dolls reacted. It was not a movement Nora could have catalogued with the clumsy lens of sight. Their faces remained porcelain still, but the sound that flowed through the air aggregated into a chorus. At first it was a layering, a harmonic undercurrent, syllables that undercut the minister's phrases with older cadences. Then the choir gathered itself, folding like sheet music turned to a new page. The voices overlapped and multiplied until the chapel had a second language laid over it. Reverend Shaw's face did not lose its color. He smiled with the professional composure of a man used to holding a crowd. "We will send them away," he declared. "We will cast them into the earth and seal them." The congregation responded louder, and there was a sound like a tide going out, and then an answering sound like pebbles tossed into hollow water. Nora's pen moved as if of its own accord, scripting fragments with clumsy fidelity. "Bind, remember, resurrect, not alone." She had grown used to measuring damp, to mapping rot, but none of her training prepared her for the acoustics of a thing that wanted to be sung into being. Someone at the back began to cry. Jonna looked at Sam and then at Father Emmett with an expression that was all friction and suppressed action. His hands closed into fists and relaxed. Elsie, who had come forward to the altar with shaking hands, began to hum. Her voice was frayed, but it fed into the chorus like a moth into flame. The first physical disturbance came when a small wooden statue on a side altar vibrated. It was a carved angel, a child's offering left decades ago, and it began to resonate against its plinth, emitting a sound that seemed to come from inside the chambers of the chapel, rather than from flesh or wood. The congregation backed away as if a fault line had opened, moving like a school of fish in some animal manner of communal fear. Reverend Shaw spoke over them again, louder, the cadence now inflected with something like anger. "In the name of the Father," he said, and he thrust his hands forward, as if throwing a noose of words. "In the authority of the church, I command you to be gone." But the choir was not gone. It was learning the minister's tones. Nora felt the air thickening, as if sound had become texture. The doll's chorus adopted Shaw's phrasing and sang it back with inflected precision, as if each syllable were a worming response designed to mimic, and thereby claim the power of the speaker. The effect on some in the congregation was immediate. A woman in the front pew began to speak in tongues, rapid syllables that scraped the edges of language, while a man near the back clapped his hands to his ears, and then pulled them away as if to open them wider. Sam's body arched, his small hands clenched on the doll so tightly that the stuffing groaned. He did not fall into a fit those Nora had seen once in a clinic years ago. This was something else. His mouth worked, forming words that belonged to no single theology, an amalgam of nursery cadence and sacrament. "We were kept," he said, voice layered now with other voices, some higher, some like pebbles rolling inside a tin. "We were promised. Finish. Finish." Panic began to rip the ordered assembly. People shouted, some in prayer, others in command. A man lunged toward the altar, and Jonah moved like a single solid thing, planting himself in front of the intruder and holding him back with a grip that was more terror than strength. Reverend Shaw, who had until then been a pillar of composed action, began to shout for order. His voice, used to steering crowds, now seemed feeble against whatever grammar the choir had learned. At the back, a cluster of revivalists who had come to see a miracle pulled out a length of rope and declared in clumsy fervor that they would bind the dolls and throw them into the earth. They made for the open pit where the excavation had begun, and a shoving match broke out at the edge of the nave as lines were drawn between those who wanted to seal and those who wanted to heal. Deputy Miles pushed through, trying to keep the peace, but his hands trembled and his pocket rosary slid like a rock against his palm. Nora's hands had been steady when she first opened her notebook. They were not steady now. She wrote with a grip that felt like a vice clamp, scrawling notations that later would be checked and cross-checked, ink plumes forming small ink blooms where her pen paused too long. She recorded a woman's laughter that snapped like a blade, a child's whimper that sounded like a small animal trapped, and the way the lamplight caught on the powdered faces of the dolls, now displayed on makeshift benches at the chapel's side. Then the candles went out, not all at once. One guttered and then another, and the light began to stutter like a failing heart. Where flame died snuffed, not by wind but by some unseen pressure, it left rings of cold on the wax, and in those circles images seemed to swim. Some in the congregation swore they saw the dolls move. Others swore at the minister. In the brown smear of dark, a chorus rose to full voice, and now it was not only sound but command. "Bring us bones," the choir said. "Bring us names. Call us by who we were. Finish the liturgy," people answered. Not everyone at once, but many. The instruction seeded itself where fear lay thin. A younger man grabbed a pew hammer and began to strike at a display of dolls. His face was wild and certain. The doll's head split on the third blow, and a small paper scrap fluttered out like a moth. It bore a child's name and a date. The paper brushed the floor like a confession dropped into open earth. Jonah lunged for the man, and the two of them fell in a scatter of hands and fists. The chapel, so recently a place of ordered liturgy, turned into a melee in which religious idioms were used as weapons. People quoted scripture like slurs. Reverend Shaw, trying to regain control, stepped toward Sam, but found himself flanked by an angry cluster who accused him of using the town and its children for his own ends. Someone in the crowd spat. Someone else knelt to pray, the fragments of ritual and common violence braided together until neither could be disentangled. Sam's voice climbed. "Sing it to us," he said, or rather, the voices through him did. "Sing what you promised." The living in the chapel, exhausted and furious, obliged. They sang the bits they remembered from childhood. They hummed lullabies. They recited names. The dolls answered back in a chorus that took those words and made them into a thing that tightened like a noose. Nora's vision narrowed. She saw Father Emmett go to his knees, not as a man seeking power, but as one finally confronted with the weight of action and inaction. He tore, with hands that looked like they had been doing penance for decades, a page from his ledger and held it before the congregation. His voice, when it came, was stripped to its bone. "I kept a record," he said. "I kept a promise. I thought I could keep the harm buried. I was wrong." Whether confession was meant to appease the choir or to unburden himself, it had the immediate effect of moving some people to tears and others to outrage. A great many took it as permission to act. Windows were shattered not by physical force in every case, but by the collective psychic surge that hit them like hail. A chair leg snapped across a pew, throwing a woman into the aisle. Jonah wrestled with a man who had been a neighbor for 20 years, and both of them came away with faces raw and bleeding. Nora could not tell if the choir wanted to resurrect the lost children or merely to be named. Perhaps the two were the same. But what she could see with brutal clarity was that the attempted purging had changed nothing except to escalate the choir's hunger. The dolls' chorus had learned to echo the authority figure's words and then to twist them into commands. Attempted exorcism had given the choir vocabulary it had not previously possessed. Sam fell into silence at last, not asleep but empty. Someone lifted the doll from his lap, and with a motion that seemed both practical and sacramental set it on the altar. No one moved to stop them, and no one moved to help Sam rise. He sat like a small statue in a windless place, the blood draining from his cheeks. Reverend Shaw lay against the base of a pew, forehead against wood, eyes unfocused and raw. Father Emmett began to weep aloud, not a private grief now, but a sound that filled the chapel like rain on a tin roof. By the time Nora stopped writing, she realized her shirt was damp at the collar. Her chest ached, as if she had been running. She closed the ledger she had opened that morning and felt the hinge of her sternum tighten. The candles that had not been snuffed lay in puddles of wax and melted wick. Some had splintered into little stubs, their flames punched out as if someone had pressed a thumb into the light. Outside the chapel, the air was cold, and the first leaves of late November drifted across the churchyard like small grey birds. Inside, porcelain had been cracked. A child's doll lay in two pieces with a small scrap of paper fluttering at its foot. And the choir of ceramics had been given words it had been promised decades ago. Nora thought of the vow Elsie had confessed in the back room months ago and felt the edges of that promise like a blade against her ribs. They had come together to end an old sorrow with new script, and instead had taught the sorrow how to speak the very words that would call it into being. Nora knew, with the philosopher's clarity of someone who had watched structure fail before, that truth told badly can become a weapon. She also knew that silence, as well, had weaponry of its own. When the last of the people staggered out into the cold, when the minister and the priest and the gravedigger had been left with their injuries and their trembling, when Sam's mother arrived and covered her son's small face with both hands and sobbed in a way that broke the quiet for a full minute, Nora lingered under the stone arch and put her hand to the lintel. The chapel had always felt like a living mouth when the wind was right, God and wind making the same vowels. Tonight that mouth had been used to call something up. She opened her ledger again and made one more entry, purging attempted, choir amplified, child affected, violence followed, ledger and testimony to be secured. It was antiseptic and legal sounding in a space that had just been full of sacrament and fury. But she could not write the rest. Not yet. There were things no ink could bear without ripping. She closed the book and turned away, the words in her head a litany she could not yet say aloud. What if the choir wanted not only remembrance, but a body to stay in? What if the thing the town had promised decades ago had been something that could learn to ask? As she stepped onto the stone path, a draft lifted like the turning of a page. From inside the chapel, a single faint voice threaded into the night, a child's voice repeating, softly, a phrase that Nora had heard in her nightmares for years. She paused and listened and meant to write that phrase down when she returned to her car. But before she could commit it to page, the voice concluded with a word that caught in her throat and did not let go. Finish. She walked to her car with the sound of it inside her. A knot that would not loosen. Behind her, the glass eye of a doll on the altar reflected the moon like a far-off lamp. She thought of the pit and the soft earth and the thin things we call vows, and she understood that the next step for Marrow's Hollow would not be tidy. Inside her notebook, a blank page waited. She clicked her pen and began to write, but the words were flat next to what had happened. She wrote anyway because the record had to exist, because someone had to remember without adding. She wrote until the ink ran low and the chapel's doors were long ago closed behind her, and the whisper of voices bled into the dark like a tide, receding from a shore that would, she feared, return. At the edge of the graveyard, Jonah stood for a moment and pressed his forehead to the cold wood of a fence post. He was covered in dust and wax and something darker. He had held back a neighbor tonight. He had also watched a child's voice become a chorus. He did not know whether to be ashamed of his hands or proud of them. That was the small personal cruelty of such nights. Every gesture meant victory and defeat at once. Nora started the engine and let it warm. The headlights cut a white path through the mist. On the radio, an old hymn shuffled in, looped and thin. She turned it off suddenly, as if the sound might stitch the night's events into some meaning she did not want to grant. She drove away with the ledger in the passenger seat, the town receding in her rearview like a photograph of a place she no longer trusted. Behind her, somewhere under her feet and sisters and brothers of the Hollow's soil, the choir hummed on. The vow they had been given had been taught new words tonight. She did not know whether the voices were closer now because of what had been attempted, or because they had always been biding their time. The doubt nested in her like a cold thing. When she pulled onto the main road, she turned one last glance in the mirror. For a second the chapel's silhouette was a black tooth against a thinning sky. She thought she heard someone singing, softly, a child's hymn carried on the wind, or else it was only the last reverberation of the night in her own ears. Either way, she felt a shift within her, a break, or perhaps the beginning of a seam that would never fully mend. She drove until the hollow narrowed and the radio station's signal sanded down into static. Somewhere ahead, the road climbed and turned, and for now the town's lights were behind her. but the ledger on the passenger seat was heavy, and like all heavy things, it demanded attention. It would not be enough to record. Someone would have to act, and the action would be dangerous in ways this night had already demonstrated. Nora tightened her grip on the steering wheel, and for the first time since she had arrived in Marrow's Hollow, felt the old H of her past fold into a purpose that was not purely professional. She would not let this go unrecorded. She would not let the children become mere echoes of a broken vow. Her pen, in the pocket of her jacket, left a faint shadow on the fabric where it had been pressed all day. She reached for it before the road took her wholly into the dark and wrote 3 words on the inside of her palm. A private litany she could repeat as she tried to sleep. Remember, resist, return. She did not know which of those words would be a command or a prayer, or whether they would become indistinguishable in the days to come. The hollow behind her kept breathing out that single-syllable finish. She could feel, like a distant drum under the earth, the slow counting that the choir had learned. It was not a number she could yet read, only a rhythm that would, if it continued, demand attendance. Nora drove on, and the wind took the faint residue of singing from the chapel and scattered it across the fields. The night swallowed most of it, but not all. In the margin of the ledger on the passenger seat, near a notation she had made earlier about rotted joists and shifting footings, a new line waited to be crossed. She would cross it. The cost of not crossing it, she understood now and with terrible clarity, was something the town could not pay back. The Choa's voice had been amplified, given words, and in doing so had made an invitation into a command. Whether Marrow's Hollow would answer it with more silence or with a dangerous kind of naming was, she realized, the choice of the next days. The chapel still smelled of smoke the morning after the purging had unraveled. Wax pooled in the corners like pale, terrified puddles. Soot dusted the hymnals, and the carved angel over the chancel had one wing nicked as if by a hand not careful enough to be reverent. Nora moved through it all as if through the debris of a small war. Her notebook hung heavy at her hip, pages swelling with damp. She kept meaning to write, to make neat lists and measured observations. But there were moments when the world simply demanded to be noted in breaths rather than formal records. She breathed the smells tallow, old wine iron, and tried to translate them into facts. The facts weren't consoling. The congregation still clustered where it could, a ring of damp coats and hands rubbed raw with anxiety. Faces she thought she knew from the market and from reading the ledger 100 times appeared stranger in the raw light. Aiden's Pike looked small without her civic armor, her jaw working. Deputy Miles looked as if he'd swallowed his gun belt and been left to keep the metal alive in his palms. A woman with knitting tucked awkwardly under her arm wept with the dry, embarrassed sounds of someone whose sorrow had been waiting to be useful until it wasn't. Father Emmett sat on the chancel steps with his head in his hands. He looked like a man who had been told his life was a prayer he had misread. Nora had seen him confess once before, a slow, careful unspooling of a sin to a small cross-strewn pew. Then he had recovered some of the priest's quiet. This morning, in the bright but grey light, he was a broken ledger from which all the ink had been sloughed. When he lifted his head, his eyes were glassy and red-rimmed, and there was that faint sweet smell of alcohol about him that had always made Nora uncomfortable. She moved toward him because she could not help herself. "Emmett," she said softly, "we need to sort what happened last night." He stared at her for a long moment, as if assessing whether she was another phantom of duty. "Sort," he echoed. His voice had been a minister's baritone, but now it was paper-thin. "We needs to put right what's been put wrong. We need facts." Nora's voice, she discovered, was steadier when she forced it into the practical. Names, what was said, who led them. He smiled then, and it was the kind of smile that frightened her. "Not all facts are ready to be discovered, Nora. Some things wait. Some sins are like seeds. You dig around them and you find roots. Before she could answer, a shout split the air like glass. A man with rain in his beard strode from the back, eyes wild, knuckles red from clenching the handle of a garden fork. A woman screamed. Jonah was across the aisle in 2 long strides, and the world contracted to the moment his hands met the man's shoulders. To muscle and the smell of earth and the small sound of a body being checked. Jonah's voice was low and rough. "Not here," he said. "Not yet." The man's shoulders were as wide as Jonah's, but Jonah had the steadiness of someone who had learned to hold the ground steady. Outside, the churchyard was a mess of churned mud and torn sod, where the excavation had become an argument you could stand on. A crowd milled someone had left a tarpaulin over a heap of disturbed soil, and the rain made it glisten, as if whatever lay beneath were a slick new coat. Etta kept at the edge, her apron thrown back, staining on her hands. She stood with the practical calm of a woman who had looked at bodies and not been surprised at what they could demand. "Keep them away from the children," she said when Nora passed, as if that were a reasonable instruction to the disaster of the morning. They had been sure last night that the purging told in the thick-souled language of revival and exorcism would force whatever had lodged in the ground to speak common sense. Instead, the opposite had happened. Ritual, when performed without knowledge or restraint, had let loose an ordering no human had the vocabulary to control. The choir had grown louder. The children's voices had become a chorus of things that no longer belonged in any single mouth. Sam Holloway's words had spread the panic as much as the whispers. In the schoolyard the day before, the small boy had said a line from a liturgy that none of the teachers recognized, an older, foreign-sounding prayer that squeezed a hollow in someone's chest when it landed. Mothers called for prayer and for police, for keeping the children at home. Others called for the dolls to be saved. Agnes called for the ground to be covered again, a neat civic bandage to hide the strange veins beneath. There was no neatness. There never had been. Nora found Ruth Vance crouched by the sacristy door with a box of tarred parish records on her knees like a small fort. Ruth's face was all pinched concentration, the paper of her cheeks catching the light. "They think they found bones in the fill," Ruth said flatly. "I hoped it was animal. Jonah says a fox or a dog, but there are fragments small, too small for complete burial bones." Nora's throat closed a fraction. Ruth nodded. They were bundled. Strings. Little knots. Someone wrapped them. "There are name tags. I can't read them here." The idea of names tied to bones made Nora's stomach lurch. In the ledger and in the thin air between them, people held memories like moths, delicate, dusted, irreplaceable if mishandled. "Show me," she said. They took the ledger page into the sacristy, where the light was worse but more private, and for a moment the chapel wrapped them like a cradle. The page they brought was damp along one edge and smelled faintly of iron. Ahmet had written in it, she was told. He had always kept a private hand in the margins, a smaller truth under the larger prayers. There was a margin of names in a cramped script. Beside some names were crosses, beside others small circles. The writing ran on and then turned ragged, as if the pen had been moved faster by stress. Nora held the page with both hands and read it aloud, as if it would be kinder to give the words their own voice. Ruth Vance present. Jonah Mercer present. Elsie Harrow nigh. We promised to hold them close, to keep child's memory from dew and corruption, to bind with oil and words, to keep them near the altar so that the town might remember properly. We bound them and called them the sentence fractured at the edge of a blot, and then a line came in a different hand, hurried, like the scrawl of a man who had found himself suddenly late for confession. Laid her with them, sealed in seam. We said the vow and the ground took what was given. Ruth's breath hitched. "It's Ahmet's hand," she said. "But read the whole thing," Nora demanded, but the rest was a blur where water had smeared ink. There was no explicit declaration of murder. There was no neat crime to lay before a jury. There was a phrase that implied, only by the angle of the verbs, that the child had been laid with the dolls. Laid where, Nora thought, with a cold that had nothing to do with the morning air, on a slab, under a tombstone, under the earth with the seam-sound toys. The ledger was a riddle with a face like an accusation. Outside, voices rose as people read the same line in rumors that folded into the morning like a snowdrift. What does laid her with them mean? They wanted to know. Who is her? Who consented? The town had for years held it secret like a bad root. Now the root had been touched, and it released a smell that made neighbors cough. Ain's push to control the narrative with the necessary smallness of a politician who had to bolt a barn door over the flood. We cannot hand the town over to rumor, she snapped in the yard, voice hard as glass. We will follow procedure. We will call a hearing. We will choose facts. A man who had raised shepherds in his youth pointed at Aignes like an accusation. List of facts, he mimicked. We buried a child. You would manage that away with meetings and minutes. More than one fist tightened, more than one face went red. Entries. Ledgers. Rituals performed in panic could be explained by hymnals and committees. But bodies had weight that committee language could not lift. Jonah kept himself between those who wanted immediate violence and the fragile order they had left. He held the shovel handle the way a priest might hold a crucifix in a storm, a thing of work that could steady. You think dragging it into the light fixes it, he told a group gathered around the first disturbed grave, his voice low and blunt. You think swinging at each other will bring peace to the bones. It won't. It'll only bring us to our knees. Then do something! One man barked, the rain making his hair flat to his skull. Do something! We have names. We have ink that says she lay with them. Who are you protecting, Jonah? Why'd your family keep graves this way for generations if not to hide what must be hidden? Jonah's jaw moved. My family's job is to hold the dead steady so the living can measure their grief. My father's hands didn't hide nothing. He kept the ground honest. I'm not here to be scapegoat for what men swore under fear. Rage and fear braided into accusation, the most dangerous form of speech in a small town, because it could turn a neighbor into a monstrous other in one sentence. Nora watched and took notes in the margins of how people looked as they became less themselves. She wrote the curve of a mouth, the way someone's eyes slid away. A register of ruin. She felt as if she were gathering shards to glue a child's face back together. Inside the vestry, Sam trembled and spoke. Nora went to him because a professional itch and a private act nodded to the same thing. The childness in him reminded her of the brother she had lost. Sam's small body was a hard thing to hold when he wavered between the voice that was his and the voice that was not. He sat on a small chair with a worn bear of a doll in his lap, and the choir lived in his throat like a second heart. When the first syllables came, the hairs on Nora's arms stood up like listening reeds. We gave our word, the voice said, and it sounded both like a dozen children and like an old priest reading an indulgence. We promised to keep her near the stone. We called her name. We vowed a saving that would not let the town forget. Sam's face fluttered. When he spoke, he did not sound like the freckled boy who liked to stack marbles. He sounded like a litany. There was a rhythm that was memorized, a cadence that had been taught in a hush. Nora put a hand on his shoulder, because some hands are remembered shapes that can steady another person on impulse. The child's skin was warm and trembling. The doll's eyes caught the morning light and flashed like a tiny, pitiless coin. Who taught you that? Nora asked. Her voice was smaller because the question itself was a kind of pleading. Sam blinked and was Sam again for a beat, hungry, childish. My mam lets me watch them, he said, meaning the dolls. They tell me songs. Elsie says prayers. They say the name she told them. Nora, Ruth said behind her. There's more. We found a tag in the seam of one doll Clara Reed. The name was folded and soon and... Nora had been awake for 3 nights before Maggie Doyle brought the schoolroom to her. There is a particular kind of sleeplessness that slows a woman's thinking down to small, bright worries. Nora had known it from grief, a focus on detail so sharp the rest of the world fell away. On the first night after the dolls were found, details had been her refuge ledger entries, cracked porcelain rims. The way the chapel's lime mortar had been worked in coarse hand strokes. Now the details gnawed. She could hear Sam's voice in the thin hours, not because he called but because the town's quietness kept bending toward him. Maggie stood on Nora's porch like someone who'd been carrying a weight too long and finally could not. A half-light rain braided the eaves and made black streaks down the clapboard. Maggie's face had that tautness of a person who had tasted a new fear and found it familiar enough to recognize. She held her phone up like an accusation. "Listen," she said. Nora pressed play in the kitchen. The recording was grainy. Children's feet, coughs, the scrape of a chair leg. Then a voice thin, almost thread-like. Then others, quickening into harmony. It wasn't a nursery rhyme. It was an old cadence, a rhythm of syllables arranged like prayer, but older than any prayer Nora could name. The words were not, strictly speaking, words shed heard in church. They had an archaic syllabic weight. Ave Ma turned into something new. Maggie told Nora about recess. She said the children had been tracing hopscotch squares and, like children taught a new game, had fallen into the chant. A boy had stopped mid-skip, put his heel down, and said a line that made Mrs. Doyle's skin go cold. The parents had been called. There had been defensiveness. Some had laughed it off. Some had looked at their hands as if they were seeing them for the first time. "Nora," Maggie whispered, "they're saying things. Things my grandmother would have recognized, but she left town before I was 10. Nora's own old ache, her brother's face in an old photograph. The frayed edge of a name she could not say aloud, tightened like a wire. She could have taken the easy, professional path, file the report with the excavation board, note the mental health angle, recommend a pause. But the professional had blurred with the private. Her left hand, the one that had traced the chapel stones at first touch, began to tremble. They started small and meticulous, the way Nora had been trained to do her work. Ruth Vance arrived with a stack of lined pages and a pencil that gouged at the cheap paper when she pressed too hard. They sat in the funeral home back office, where Etta had cleared a fold-out table and pushed aside tins of polishing paste. The room smelled of old wood and a cleaner that evoked hospital floors. In the corner, a small white casket sample leaned against the wall like a statement. They made a schedule. Etta would take the early watches. Her experience with bodies gave her a way to be present without becoming hysterical. Ruth would comb the records for liturgical patterns and for names that reappeared with frequency. Nora would collect the audio phone recordings, a borrowed digital recorder. A small microphone she'd learned to hide in pockets when she needed proof. "We are not doing anything theatrical," Ruth said, tapping the edge of a page. "We gather, we label, we test, we preserve, lens to thing, dictaphone to voice. Evidence matters, and if evidence hurts people," Nora asked. "Then it hurts them correctly," Ruth said without malice. Her voice had the clipped patience of a teacher. "We have to know what this is." They began at the school, but before they could make a plan, the phenomenon made a plan of its own. The first incident they documented properly happened on a Thursday. Nora sat with Maggie at the back of the classroom, notebook open but neglected. Children fidgeted, swapped erasers, drew with two-handed concentration. Mrs. Doyle's voice was steady, the kind of lullaby pitch teachers use when a room threatens to tilt. At first it was a whisper. A boy in the middle row, a quiet, freckled child, began to hum under his breath an idle sound that seemed to mimic the rhythm of the school bell. When he looked up, the class was there, a small symphony of eyes and folded hands. The hum solidified into a line. It wasn't the Lord's Prayer. It was older, a layered mosaic of consonants and vowels that felt sewn into bone. The syllables pooled and then rose in a cadence none of the children had been taught. Nora felt the sound move through her like cold water. She is a person who remembers textures: mortar, paper, bone, and this had a texture. It sounded like small glass beads rubbing together, like breath through a reed. It sounded like the dolls, somehow, if she remembered their glassy eyes and stitched mouths. Maggie's hand found the phone in her apron and started filming. When the room's audio played back later, it would be impossible to claim pure coincidence. The children's pitch matched the recordings from the chapel site. Each child took up a fragment, then handed it off, as if memory were a hot potato. No adult taught them. Nora could see this on their small faces, a seriousness, not play. Play would have laughed her. This had a solemnity older than their years. After school, the parents came. They crowded the hallway with the same quick human impacts Nora had seen in other small town clusters: rapid talk, rising anger, pleading eyes. Clara Holloway arrived with Sam at her heels. He did not seem surprised to be the center. His voice had a new authority when he spoke, as if he had borrowed a volume he was used to wielding. He started muttering at breakfast, Clara said. He wouldn't say where he learned it. He just kept folding his hands and humming. I thought it was a phase, Nora. I thought it was. She broke off, a small sound of error. Northern rain made rivers on her cheeks. Nora put a hand on Sam's small shoulder. For a moment his face was a child's perfectly ordinary skin. The next, lines of something older passed across his eyes. He closed them and began, not quoting but continuing, a phrase that belonged to the Choi's pattern. It made the adults stiffen. Even the deputy, who had come to control the crowd, looked hollowed. We have to watch them, Jonna said later, when Maggie had gone home and the school had turned into a pocket of dark rooms. Jonah's voice had gravel from the cemetery wind. We don't let them be alone. Not now. It became protocol watches, 2 at a time, shifts scheduled like funerals. Eto insisted on keeping paper copies of the audio. She printed transcripts in her tidy, unsentimental script. Ruth cross-referenced the syllables with the fragments she had pulled from old liturgical texts in the parish archive. They matched in disturbing ways. Not whole prayers, but cadences, turns of phrase, the same syllabic skeleton. It's as if someone taught the cadence and not the words, Ruth said. Or someone taught them an older tongue, a grammar of rhythm that's been changed. Nora thought of the dolls again. She had handled them. On her gloved hands the porcelain had been colder than the morning's air, and the seams of their tiny garments had been stitched with prayers. Someone had folded prayer into cloth and put it down like a stone. Now the stone was rolling uphill. The town began to diverge. A small revivalist circle, furious and hungry, declared the phenomenon a sign. They met in the bare back room of a storefront and talked about pilgrimage and miracle. Mayor Eggins tried to keep commerce from collapsing and spoke about sensitive communications and protecting families' words designed to keep the Hollow's name clean. A few men with ideas of power began to speak in barbed tongues about using the choir to revive the town's fortunes, tourists, curiosity, money. Those conversations found Nora in the middle like a seamstress between teeth. She could not see a way to file a report without it being sterilized by politics. She could not speak to the parents without making them complicit in her curiosity. She could not bear to do nothing. So they documented and they protected. They gathered the children who showed signs: Sam, a sister of a man who worked at the mill, 2 children from the housing row next to the chapel. They took them in shifts to Etta's funeral home after hours when the smell of embalming fluid could act as a strange antiseptic against hysteria. There they sat with hot tea and paper cups and gentle, watchful eyes. Etta, who could lay out a body like you might set a table, knew the human rhythms of comfort. We are not locking them up, she told Nora the first night they set up a rota. We are keeping them away from the spectacle. And if something happens, I can tell the difference between fever and something else. Don't look at me like that, child. I'm useful. It is a humane thing to keep watch. It is also an invitation. When you gather the strange and look at it constantly, you give it shape. Nora felt that with the same brittle certainty she felt holding a ledger open and waiting for a confession. Night in Etta's office was a private kind of terror. They would feed the children toast, coax small smiles, play card games with clean edges. Yet the recordings ran in the background, a tapestry of noises and small voices that occasionally rose into phrases none of the adults could claim to own. Nora listened until the words doubled and turned like fish in a net. One night, Sam woke and walked to the window with a small doll in his hands. He stood like a sentinel and began to sing. It was not a child's croon. It had the roundness of prayer and the wrongness of something remembered by a shard. Nora could hear the chapel's harmonics in it, could see the doll's glass eyes in the dark of the workshop. When he sang, his face was impassive, a child's mask. Then he looked at Nora. "They want a body," he said, clear and small. The sentence was not quite speech. It was more a report. It fell like a verdict. "What do you mean?" Clara whispered from the doorway, where she had been sitting like a tired owl. He folded his hands. "They keep asking for hands, for names, for mouths. They keep offering songs. They say the songs will give them a place." Nora's hand went to her mouth. She imagined, absurdly and then not absurdly, glass eyes mirrored in living pupils. She imagined what resurrection could mean when the thing calling for it was made of porcelain and needle thread and the guts of grief. They tried to reason with the adults. They told the town council, quietly at first, who then told the mayor, who then convened a cautiously worded press release. In the interim, a small group of anxious parents organized a petition to have the dolls destroyed. Another group, more fervent, asked for prayers to be said over the excavation site. Arguments bled into barstool shouting and into the market square where neighbors faced each other like people measuring up bones. Deputy Miles tried mediation and found himself swallowed by it. He spent his days ferrying nervous parents between homes and the funeral parlor, spending the evenings trying to sleep in a squad car. His rosary's beads were worn shiny. When he pressed the crucifix to his lips, it made no sound. "We need to be precise," Nora said at one meeting, when Ruth had laid out transcripts and Etta had explained the children's sleep patterns. "No dramatics. We record. We keep them safe. We don't hand this over to people who'll make it a spectacle." "And who decides?" Agnes asked. She wore an expression Nora had seen on many small-town politicians, polite indifference with a blade that could be hidden in a smile. "You. The mortician." A group of anxious school teachers. "The last thing we need is hysteria. The last thing we need is silence," Jonah said. His voice was low and steady, the kind of voice that pulled a shovel through soil without complaint. "We will watch. We will keep them out of crowds. We will keep the parents informed." The compromise was a brittle thing. Watch and record. Keep the children out of all public gatherings. And present a single narrative to the outside world, a narrative of precaution. In practice, it meant more late nights, more exhaustion, and a new, raw anger among those who wanted immediate action. More dangerous, it meant that someone began to think of the choir as a resource for revival. People with motives that smelled faintly of money and tourism started to circle, asking officious questions and making careful, polite proposals. Nora found herself increasingly alone in small moral decisions. She would feed Sam crackers at dusk and feel the old ache in her ribs that had been there since the photograph of her brother had gone missing off the mantel years ago. She noticed small parallels, a child absent at a bake sale, a hush that had once settled over families like a benediction, a vow made in darkness. This was not merely a case about odd memories. It was a pattern of adults using children as repositories for their grief. One afternoon, Ruth found a scrap of paper in a ledger that had not been noticed before. It was a child's name, one Nora had seen in childhood photographs, tucked into the seam of a bound volume like a pressed leaf. The ledger's ink had been rewritten at least once, crossing names out and replacing them with others. The edits were performed by hands that had emergency and shame in equal measure. "They pressed the children's names into the cloth," Ruth said quietly, "like anchors. They thought it would keep them. They didn't understand what they'd made." The town in that week felt as if it had been soft-boiled, its shell cracked, white-hot inside, danger and hope curdling together. Some nights the choir of children's voices would swell in the distance, as if practiced in the sleeping houses, and keep Nora awake until dawn. She would go out to the highway and stand under the sodium lights until she could feel the world again as a place with edges. The chapter ended in a way that felt like a hinge. A group of parents, armed with a kind of righteous fury, broke into the chapel's excavation site at twilight with the intention, declared loudly and in broken breaths, to destroy the dolls. They were stopped, not by law, but by the chorus of children's voices answering from within the town, simultaneous and precise. The sound met them at the edge of the excavation like a physical force. People fell to their knees, hands gripped throats. The scene became something between a miracle and a seizure. Nora stood on the road, across from the commotion, and felt the old ledger of the town open beneath her feet like a book left unattended in the rain. She had tape recordings, testimony, and a stack of documents that would make rational minds shiver. She had the faces of the children who were being rearranged into instruments. She had a town impatient to heal, and a town terrified of being remembered. Sam's voice rose, clear above the others. He called a phrase and then another, and the crowd answered as if it had done this before. It was not a comfortable sound. It was not full resolution. It was not a victory. It was an incantation that felt like a summons. Nora pressed a hand to her chest, as if she might hold memory steady with a palm. She thought of the ledger she would compile, the evidence she would bring with her outside of Marrow's Hollow, and of the terrible ethical question that would not soften. To speak was to name. To name was to expose. To expose might finish what the choir demanded or might finally bury it. She walked toward the chapel with Jonah at her side, and as they went the children's song threaded the air, equal parts plea and demand. A chorus that wanted more than attention. At the chapel steps, Father Emmett stood with his collar open, his face raw as cut cloth. He looked like a man caught between absolution and the kind of secrecy that kills quietly. He saw Nora and lifted his hands in a small, tired gesture. "We keep watch," he said. His voice had the dust of old sermons in it. "We keep them safe. We pray. We do not let the story be cheapened." Nora wanted to ask him about penance and about whether confession could be a salve or a tender. Instead, she watched Sam, who stood with a small doll clutched to his chest, content as a child with something warm. The choir pressed at the world, and the world folded slightly in response. The last line of the night was not a solution. It was a question that would open the next wound. If they kept the children from the spectacle, did they also keep them from the agency they would need to choose? If they published the ledger, who would be hurt? If they buried the dolls, would something else, less visible, learn new words? Nora kept the recorder in her pocket. The town hummed around them. The children's voices went on, a thin line of prayer and insistence that followed Nora to the graveyard's edges and into her dreams. She pressed her palm into her pocket as if to still the instrument and, in the dark, could have sworn the recorder warmed to her skin like a small, living thing. The market was never meant to hold a trial. It was where jars of pickles and cold pies met the light, where late summer tomatoes blushed under the noon sun and gossip was bartered like change. On the day of the meeting, the market held something else, a sound that sat under people's lungs, a readiness for accusation. Tents sagged with the weight of clouds. Chairs were set in rows that ended in the cracked flagstones, and a single generator coughed in a corner like a sleeping animal. Mayor Agnes had ordered it so no one would have to rely on memory alone. Nora had come with the ledger folded into the breast pocket of her coat, the paper warm with the sweat of hands that had shoved it there. Ruth walked beside her like an outline, small steps, spectacles askew, a notebook clutched to her chest. The town had swelled into the square the way a bruise swells silent, except for the undercurrent of private questions. Faces Nora had seen in the chapel pews looked back at her in a crowd imagination had polished into the communal. Some nodded, as if the ledger were a remedy. Others watched with the narrow look of those who had always known they were nearer the cliff's edge. Ains climbed onto an upturned crate and became, for a moment, a small statue of civic authority. Her voice was clean, the practiced cadence of someone who had learned to make bad news sound like necessary bureaucracy. "We are gathered to discuss the excavation under the chapel and to decide our next steps," she said into the microphone, a faint whine running under her words from the generator. "There will be no panic, there will be facts. We will." A murmur, not of dissent but of expectation, rose and folded itself through the crowd. Nora could see Father Emmet standing near the back, his collar a pale slash under his coat, hands kept fisting at times as if to still a tremor. Jonah leaned against a lamppost, broad shoulders hunched not from cold but as if bracing. Clara Holloway hovered near the edge, clutching her shawl like a talisman. The revivalists had taken one corner of the square, their faces flushed, banners folded against their knees. Across from them sat families with mouths pressed thin, as if trying to hold things inside, where they might be less dangerous. Ruth found her at the edge of the crowd and handed her a stack of copies. The photocopies smudged at the edges where the toner had sat stubbornly. Nora felt the paper in her hand like a lit surgical instrument. "Are you sure?" Ruth mouthed. Nora's throat had a dryness that felt like sand against her teeth. "We either tell them or we put it back under the stone and keep living like it never happened," she said. "I won't let them bury it again because it's easier." She had rehearsed the moment many times, the economy of language, the names that couldn't be withheld, the way to let the truth fall like a measured tolling. In practice, the rehearsal was less useful than the ledger's own stubborn clarity. She had promised herself to be precise. She would not be theatrical. There would be no pleading, only the ledger, and the ledger's handwriting, cramped, circles swept, guilty. Agnes signaled to her with the microphone and a long, diplomatic gaze. "Mies Hale has something she'd like to say to the town," Agnes offered. She made it sound like a favor. Nora climbed the crate beside Agnes, the crowd spreading out below her like a map of small betrayals. Up close she could see the ledger's margins in the photocopy, names and dates, abbreviations, the kind of shorthand that seemed to compress history into a single breath. Ruth's breath moved beside her like a small bell. "Thank you," Nora said. Her voice surprised her clearer than she felt. "I came here to catalogue a building. That is the job I knew how to do. But while I was here, I was given access to Father Emmet's ledger." She held the top photocopy up so people could see the cramped script. "This ledger contains names of people who attended a ritual in 1959 and made a vow. It lists that they used donated children's dolls and sacrament oils, and that they bound those vows to the ground under the chapel. Silence is not empty in small towns. Silence in Marrow's Hollow carried a texture and intake, a shift of weight. Phones were raised. Faces that had been folded into polite neutral expressions hardened. A woman near the front put her hand to her mouth and began to sob without sound. "We have copies here," Nora continued. "Ruth Vance has corroborated some entries in the parish register. Elsie Harrow has testified about her presence that night. I did not want to be the one to make this public, but secrecy has already made a thing monstrous. A vow made in panic, no matter the intention, has been allowed to grow. The dolls under the chapel are not merely objects. They were bound with promises, and promises are not inert." The word promises had barely left her mouth before someone in the revival corner shouted, "They're miracles," and a thin cheer rose. Someone else yelled, "They're abominations," and booing rippled from the opposite side. Agnes' face was a study in controlled alarm. It had been her political instinct to minimize, to keep things municipal and manageable. Mayor of Marrow's Hollow for a decade, she understood how history could corrode commerce as surely as water could corrode stone. "We will not forward conspiracy," she said crisply. "We will commission a committee and commission a committee," an old man called. "When there's something in the ground that sings to our children." His voice was flat and stunned. His hand trembled around the handle of a cane. Nora's eyes found Father Emmet. He had gone paler. His hands were clasped so tightly the knuckles were white. The ledger, which was Emmet's private thing, a repository of regrets and names, had been his protection and his prison. Nora understood why he had given her access with the hesitance of someone offering the map to a buried well. From the crowd, a man Nora had seen at the pub stood and shouted, "Why would you bring it out now? So everyone can look at each other like strangers. Is that what you want?" His voice had the rough punctuation of anger and fear. Faces turned toward him. Even the revivalists didn't seem to enjoy the sound. Ruth moved up beside Nora then, and in that shift the crowd focused on two women who had no right to be the center of anything. "I cross-checked the ledger with the baptismal registry and the choir rolls," Ruth said, voice steady though her hands fluttered. "There are gaps and redactions. Some people who signed never left town. Some names match those of council members and founding merchants. The patterns suggest a deliberate act of concealment at the time people worried about scandal raising the town's ruin. But what was done in fear should not be made sacred." A ripple of conversation that was more like a swarm stung the square. Agnes' jaw worked. Harlan Pike, who had sat stolidly like a block of town fire aid, shouted that the copies were forgeries and would ruin the town's reputation. "You can't drag us through the mud because you're craving attention," he called at Nora. "I'm not craving anything," Nora said, surprising herself with the clarity of the counter. "This ledger is a record. I'm a professional. I record things. I owe nothing to reputation. I owe the truth to anyone who was harmed." A woman in the crowd, young and tired, pushed forward. "And what if the truth hurts us more?" she demanded. "What if it's safer to lie so the kids can be kids and the town can keep selling apples at the fair?" "Safer for whom?" Nora asked, and the question was not rhetorical. It lay there, small and exact, and pulled at the loose stitches of civic complacency. From the back of the square, Clara Holloway's voice rose, thin and frayed. "My son Sam," it was the first time Clara had spoken publicly in weeks. "He was reciting things he shouldn't, strange prayers at night. He is only 5. If the dolls are inside our ground and they are singing into our children, what good is safety if it is only silence?" An old man, Rourke stepped into the light. He had the look of someone who had watched many seasons and folded them into his bones. "Secrets are a kind of rot," he said. "You keep them and they eat you slow. But you tear them open and they smell worse than you expect. Both are poison. Pick your handling, but do not pretend there is a harmless middle." The crowd bristled, opinions carving the air. Mayor Ames tried to restore the civic frame. "We will rebury what needs burying under consecrated ground and limit access. We will establish a historical review and seek independent counsel. Panic solves nothing." The man who had shouted earlier stepped closer to Nora, as if the same air that had held the ledger would burn him. "You speak like you're outside of us, like you can fix us with paper and facts," he said. "You left town. Who made you the moral compass back here?" There was a small, concentrated shudder that went through Nora, part revulsion, part the old hollow H. She had left once. She had come back. Her justification was not cleanliness of conscience, but the messy truth that sometimes required reopening the scab. "I left because I could not stand the fits and silences of this place," she answered. "I came back because I'm tired of silence being our policy." Somewhere near the edge, a pair of men began murmuring over an entry and plotting a defense. Reverend Dwyer, a charismatic man from a revivalist sect with thin hair and an overbright smile, stood and pronounced, to those who would listen, that the dolls were a sign and that burying them would be burying God's hand. He had followers nodding as though they had been given fresh fuel. Jonah pushed through the gathered bodies and took Nora's side, not with words, but with the animal steadiness of presence. He stood with his hands in the pockets of his jacket, and when the shouting began to build again, he raised his voice. "We do what keeps kids safe," he said simply. The simplicity of it carried. It was not a political statement, but a practical one. Jonah had shoveled graves with hands that remembered the contours of earth and bone. Protection to him was not image control. Deputy Miles tried then to reassert a fragile order. No violence. We do this by vote, like decent people. We will form a council. He was drowned out by a shout, and then by the piercing, clean voice of a child. Let us all be brought home. It was Sam. He stood near the back, hands folded as if in church, face pale and small. He was reciting lines that Nora recognized then. The same liturgical fragments that had been in the edges of the ledger's notation, old words that belonged to an older strain of worship. For a moment the square held its breath. The sound was so unexpected that it cleaved low-level panic from the crowd like a scythe. A woman screamed. Some hands flew to faces in a reflexive attempt to block the sound. Others leaned forward, captivated. The revivalists cheered as if a miracle had been offered to them on a platter. For Nora, the noise was a sharp, subdermal recognition that whatever they were arguing over, the choir had already chosen a place to speak. Father Emmett moved then, not with the theatricality of a man reclaiming a pulpit, but with a small, tremulous authority. He stepped between Sam and the crowd as if to shield the child from being used. No more demonstrations with children, he said quietly. No more using them as signs. Elsie, from a folding chair, made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. She dug in her pocket and drew out a scrap of cloth, a tiny sleeve she had sewn once, faded with age. I kept them warm because I thought keeping them close would make the missing ones come back, she said, voice breaking. We bound our grief because we didn't know how else to keep breathing. I am not asking for your pity. I am asking you to know what we did. We thought it was mercy. The air in the square tasted suddenly of old starch and iron. Aggressions mounted, accusations crossed like thrown stones. Allies coalesced in corners. Agnes, who had wanted municipal neatness, watched the polity she managed begin to tear along older seams. The town's functions, trade, school, funeral, had always relied on a tacit covenant that permitted selective blindness. The ledger had no such mercy. When the meeting finally fell apart into smaller, angrier groups, Nora stood on the crate and felt the ledger heavy against her ribs. It had made a new kind of wound in the town, one that would not be sutured by a committee. People would either talk now, which might hurt them to the quick, or they would close ranks and become dangerous. Either choice favored the choir in its way. Open wounds invited air. Closed ones bred rot. Jonah came up beside her. You did the right thing, he said, though his voice did not fully cover the tremor. Did I? Nora asked, though she already knew. There was a cost to truth that she had not fully tallied. Names spoken aloud would make new histories. Families protected would bristle. People would choose sides. And somewhere beneath the chapel, something that had been singing in slow persistence would hear the change and choose its own next words. They were all walking toward a market that smelled of onions and rain and fear when a child, unnoticed in the press, began to hum. It was a thin, lilting thing, and it threaded through the arguing voices like a needle through cloth. The hum changed the tone of the day. Heads turned. People grew still. Nora felt the hair on her arms rise. The hum grew into a line of old liturgy, one that matched the ledger's fragments and the rhythm of the doll's half-prayers. And then it stopped, leaving the square with the impression of an unfinished sentence. For the first time since she had arrived, Nora felt the certainty that speaking the truth might not be the same thing as saving anyone. It might, in fact, be the very act that unlocked something they could no longer reseal. She folded the photocopies back into her pocket. The weight of them would follow her long after the market had been swept and the signs had been taken down. The town would profess to want the truth, or to bury it, or to make sermons about mercy. But the ledger's names were no longer ink on paper. They had become a kind of witness in the open air, and witnesses do not conveniently vanish. As she left the square with Jonah and Ruth at her heels, Mayor Agnes called after them in a voice that tried for civility and landed somewhere in between. "We will convene a council at 9. Bring your evidence, Miss Hale. We will vote on what to do." Nora did not answer. She had no illusion about votes. The next few days would be about bargaining about how much silence cost and who could pay. The choir, whoever or whatever it was listening. So was she. And on the corner where the bakery's light bulled onto wet cobbles, Nora heard, as clear as wind on glass, a child's phrase spoken into the wet air. "Let us all be brought home." Somewhere under her feet, under flagstone and mortar, the ground tasted like bone and incense. The ledger was a map. The map had been read aloud. Now the town had to choose whether to follow that map into daylight or to fold it and pretend among themselves that the cartography had been wrong all along. Nora's hands were cold in her pockets. She had imagined many endings for this work: paper filed, chapel cleaned, reports stamped and shelved. None of them were sterile. The ledger had refused silence. The market had split into 1,000 private verdicts. And the child's voice, lingering like a bell struck once before the fall, had set in motion something she could not unhear. At the edge of the square, a revivalist lifted his hands and began to chant. Across from him a woman spat into the cobbles and told a neighbor she would never forgive the people who had made the vow. Father Emmet walked away toward his small, grey church and did not look back. Elsie, still clutching her scrap of cloth, sat with eyes closed, a posture that looked like both prayer and surrender. Nora realized, with a cold clarity that was nearly physical, that the ledger had split the town into two kinds of people: those who would fight to keep their stories secret, and those who would not. Neither side was safe from the choir's next move. She walked away from the square with the noise folding behind her like a door. Somewhere in the thin drizzle, a child's hymn, only a half-line, floated from a house and settled inside her like a question that would not be answered for a long time. By dusk the market was empty but for the paper cups and a folding chair left askew. The generator had been cranked down. Agnes Crate stood like a small abandoned lighthouse. The town had a decision to make, that was certain. What was not certain was whether any decision of theirs could be the right one. Nora's ledger was a promise shed made to the dead and the living, and promises, as she had learned in small, painful doses, had their own dangerous life. She pressed her hand to the photocopies in her pocket and felt the ridged texture of toner. When she finally walked up Main Street, past the bakery and the hardware store, and the church with its bell like a finger pointing at things that had been hidden, the last light of the day fell in a thin, hard slice across the chapel's steeple. Behind that thin light, beneath the floorboards, the dolls listened and rehearsed new syllables, and someone, somewhere, perhaps a child, perhaps something older, murmured a line of prayer that was not quite prayer at all. It would be a long night in Marrow's Hollow. Nora had watched town meetings before small towns had a way of turning ordinary civic business into theater, but nothing in her professional life or in the file of dry municipal minutes shed read before coming back to Marrow's Hollow prepared her for the way the chapel looked tonight. It was not the architecture that startled her. She had measured naves and tolly-holed rotten joists enough times to know the anatomy of a crumbling sanctuary. It was the way people made a church look alive. Faces leaned to the stone like supplicants, the rain turning hair into dark hallows. Shadows moved like confessionals. The chapel's iron doors were down to a sting of black rivets and scabbed rain, and the crowd outside pressed against them in a tight, shuddering mass. A living shell against sealed wood. Jonah stood planted on the threshold, one shoulder braced, shovel held like a stave between palm and belt. He looked absurd, so wide and solid against the narrow doorway, until Nora saw the small tremor in him when someone on the street cried out. Father Emmet's hand was at the lock ring, fingers fumbling among keys that had not been turned with such urgency in decades. His collar might as well have been a hallow for the way he rocked beneath it, small and human and unbearably tired. Nora's ledger, a battered thing that had been functionally inert when she arrived, thudded against her ribs with its own kind of heartbeat. "You can't, people are frightened, Father Emmet," Mayor Agnes said from the crowd, her voice sharpened by strategy as much as fear. She had the shape of someone who had learned to speak at high volume to control noise. Tonight she carried that tone like armor. Father Emmet swallowed. The sound was wet, like a man coughing in a parish house after a long fast of prayer. "Agnes, please. If you keep it closed, they'll think you're hiding something. If you open it, you let God or the devil or whatever this is into the square. We need a plan." Her eyes found Nora as if to recruit. "Nora, speak. Tell them what you've found. Help me find a middle ground." Nora felt the ledger like a limb she had grown used to carrying. She had not come back for politics. She had come for stone and wood, for rot that could be measured with calipers. But the ledger was a thing that held hands and names. It had a dense, terrible gravity. She began, and the words were taken from her by a sound that made the hairs at her nape stand up, a small, obedient chorus from somewhere beneath the stone. It was a patient sound at first, like nails tapped on glass, then a sequence of syllables that resolved into rhythm: 3-click. 3-click, then a sliding third that felt like a breath held and released. The crowd went quiet as if some conductor had cut the dampers. Nora felt the rhythm in the soles of her shoes, in the quickened blood in her wrists. The dolls had been whispers until now. This was a metronome. Someone on the far side of the square began to clap, ironically, to break the spell. And that hand-turned percussion was swallowed whole by the chorus that answered with a lower, almost liturgical double beat. Jonah's jaw clenched. Even Mayor Agnes' practiced face betrayed a hint of something like superstition at the cadence. "We've called Deputy Kearns is trying to keep the peace," Agnes said, and Kearns, who had been standing beside her looking every inch the small-town officer, who had been given duties larger than his training, lifted his hand in a weak salute. His rosary moved in the motion, beads clicking like a prayer counter thrown into motion by fear. Nora made for the door while Emmet finally found the correct key and pulled. The hinges were ancient and complained with a long, tired groan. Inside, the chapel smelled of old wax and cedar and the lived-in sweetness of a place that had been inhabited by grief for 100 years. Candles along the altar had been prepared earlier, that day. Father Emmet's small attempt to make the chapel feel less naked, less exposed. The first thing Nora noticed was the light. Candle flame had always been a fragile thing in the chapel, shy, flickering, but tonight it threw up shadows with sharp teeth. Dust spun in that light, visible like pale motes in a beam of ellipses. The gutted pews were crowded with people who had pushed inside. A knot of revivalists led with theatrical confidence by Rev. Paul Hargrove, a group of older women who had come with rosaries and baking pans of casseroles, a phalanx of television-leaning parishioners who had decided tonight would be the night to judge. At the far side, Jonah had gathered the children into a tight circle, Sam among them, his doll clutched so hard the fabric had white frayed fingers. Sam's face was the color of the underbelly of a leaf. Calm, but still, the sort of calm that frightened Nora more than weeping ever could. "Keep them back," Jonah barked to anyone who would listen. "Not all of you. Some of you go outside, we don't need a stampede." Eta moved with a purpose that made her seem younger than Shed looked at the market meeting, lifting blankets and assessing limbs as if mortality were a blunt instrument she was paid to blunt. Ruth hovered near the vestry door with a crate of microfilm and a small, battered reader that hummed with the dull promise of evidence. She held a rolled sheet of microfilm like a talisman. Father Emmet had positioned himself at the chancel rail. He looked smaller here, reduced by the architecture that had once magnified him to a preacher's silhouette. He placed both hands on the rail and began to sing soft at first, his voice dry and tentative. It was a simple penitential phrase. A line from an old hymn Nora remembered from childhood like a bruise that would not fade. She felt, absurdly, that the smallness of his voice was an act of defiance. The dolls answered him, not with syllables so much as with a pressure. It gathered itself and pushed back in a sound that blended the childhood vowels with the precise cant of liturgy. The rhythm tightened into something like counting 1, 2, 3, then again 1, 2, 3, as if measuring time toward an unseen appointment. A man from the back began to shout, "Rev." Hargrove took the shout as invitation. He strode forward without asking, grin bright and teeth as white as his perch of confidence, and when he raised his hands, a swell of voices followed. "This is a sign!" he cried. "We are not the ones to bury signs. We will answer." "We will," his voice snagged like a line across skin. The choir, the dolls, or the thing moving them, whatever it was, added a note beneath his sermon. The cadence snapped into the crowd the way a bell can break a window. A few people felt the note as instruction. A young woman dropped to her knees and began to mutter a phrase Nora recognized from Ruth's translations as an old, botched liturgy. Another man stepped forward and tried to unzip the case that secured a box of dolls in the corner, as if to steel them for the revival. Jonah moved like a blade through rope. He intercepted the man, and they came together in a tangle that knocked over a hymnboard. The physicality of the shove undid something like restraint in the room. Hands reached for chairs. Someone shoved a pew so hard it lurched and skidded across the flagstones. Candles toppled and hissed, little flames that made the rugs smell of wet wool. For a moment Nora thought the whole place would go up in a hush of singed prayer books and furious, useless light. "Stop." Father Emmet's voice was suddenly different, sharper, as if some inner mechanism had clicked into place. He stepped between two men who were about to come to blows and put his hands on both of their chests. The gesture was at once priestly and utterly human. "Put away your fists. This is not the way." He looked at Jonah, at Nora, at the crowd, earning respect by way of exhaustion. Outside, a rock sailed through the tall stained glass of the north window. Glass shivered into 1,000 tidy slashes. Shards winked like a rain of silver. Someone yelled that the police had arrived. Miles Kern's car lights swept the rain-sheened street like a lighthouse. He moved through the doorway looking young and old at once, uncertain where he should place himself. Ruth had already unrolled microfilm on the altar rail and was feeding the reader with the practiced motion of a woman who had made too many late nights from too much paper. She held up a fanned-out page of the ledger, names, dates, a clotted notation in ink the color of old blood. The crowd pressed around her as if scripture had been shown, leaning in to see, hungry for the story. "Look here," she said, voice calm and precise despite the surrounding storm. Nora could see the equation of guilt and salvation written in the cramped handwriting across the page. Elsie's name, faint at the bottom, like breath on glass. A child's name tucked between two hurried lines. The dolls answered Ruth's showing with a phrase that bent like a finger at the page. It repeated what she had read and then, sharply, clearer than the rest, added a new syllable, a name. It landed in the chapel like a stone thrown into well water, ripples going out to touch every face. Nora's stomach unmoored. The syllable was not one of the common parish names. It had a consonant cluster she had not expected. It was the name she had loved into a photograph every night for years. She had no right to the panic that climbed into her chest, but it was hers by possession. She felt suddenly very young and very small, as if the moment had been designed to affect her with surgical precision. Father Emmet's eyes flicked to her, and in that instant she saw the whole of his shame and fear, and an understanding that this name, this arrival, would bend the rest of the night in impossible ways. "Nora," Jonah barked. He was between her and the exit now, a living barricade. "If that is the ledger's line, we don't let it go. We get it out, or we put it where it's safe. Agnes, call the county, get me a van. We move this thing before someone uses it as ammunition." Agnes' mouth tightened. If you move it, people will call it a cover-up. If you leave it, people will break open the boxes. Around them, the chorus deepened. The counting slowed, then quickened in a way that made Nora's teeth ache. Sam's voice rose above the hum, unexpectedly adult and clear. Finish us. Finish us. The words had a pleading that did not sound like childish mimicry. Etta went stone still, and Jonna's hand tightened around his shovel into a white knuckle clamp. There was no clean way out. For a moment the choices were only small arcs of damage. Jonna's plan was to move the children out through the sacristy and load them into Etta's truck. Father Emmet wanted to keep the chapel intact. Ruth wanted to photograph everything and lock the ledger in a county safe. Nora wanted truth on the record and a way to make confession mean something other than revenge. Agnes wanted to keep doors closed and tourists unalarmed. Rev. Hargrove moved like a spear into that fan of needs and offered a promise. Let us at the dolls, he intoned. Let us finish what was begun. Let us let God through. His words were polished for moments like this, loud, easy to shape into crowd action. But the dolls' chorus, as if in commentary, picked up the measuring beat and transformed it into cadence that directed more than ears. A man in the back tried to pull a box from the corner. The chorus moved and the man's hands slowed, as if a hand unseen had taken hold of his wrists. Someone across the aisle laughed, a short barking sound that could have been defiance. The chuckle died when the chorus picked up a third note, like a conductor calling for silence. The human tide of flesh and argument began to feel orchestrated. Nora found herself thinking of strings attached invisible to eyes. She felt them tug at people like puppeteers, and every tug was calibrated to a memory or a fear. She checked, absurdly, that her own hands were still her own. The ledger was heavier now in her coat, as though the air pressed against it. A woman screamed outside, having seen a child in the street repeating lines, fingernails scraped into palms. Deputy Kearns moved toward the sound, and then stopped, as if what he would do had been decided for him by a chorus note. He turned away and fixed with sudden fervor a neat little plan to calm people that had not existed a moment before. Nora watched the slate with a cold, academic interest despite the quickening in her chest. The dolls no longer whispered. They instructed. Jonna took advantage of a lull and herded Sam and the other children through the sacristy. Etta followed with tin lunchboxes and an armful of quilts. Her jaw set in the way Nora now recognized as the line of someone who had steeled themselves for consequences and held to them. Keep their heads down, Jonna said, not unkindly. Keep them from hearing. Sam looked up as Jonna passed. His pupils were too large, like a child's widened by night. He reached for Nora as if the ledger were an anchor, and for a second Nora saw in his face the old, impossible mirror of her own brother. She felt the old ache as a fresh bruise. Will they sleep? He asked a child's question with the cadence of somebody who had been taught by small languages to ask for permission from ghosts. Nora bent, forced a smile she did not feel. Well try and keep them safe, she failed. A bang at the north window made everyone flinch. There was the sound of a splintering hymn, cloth tearing. The revivalists surged forward at that small invitation, as if violence were the sacrament they had been waiting for. Jonah met them in the only way he knew how brutal, hands first, the way you dig a grave, with definitive, endless motion. Glass fell across the pews like a rain of miniature stars, glittering and sharp. Someone shoved a candle, and it rolled into a gutter of wax, spilling with a thin, sulphurous scent. The chorus changed pitch, and the counting sped up. It no longer felt like an organ keeping time. It felt like a countdown. Nora's breath quickened to the beat. Father Emmet moved to the altar and lifted a chalice he had kept for such moments. His hands were not steady. He began to say a prayer aloud, simple words of protection and contrition braided together. The chorus answered by repeating the prayer in segments that were not his own. At the end of one phrase, the dolls added a word that was not a word at all, but a sound that translated with a clarity that made the air buzz. Come. The chapel held its breath. It was a choice in that millisecond, 1,000 small decisions. Agnes could have ordered retreat. Hargrove could have yelled for calm. Jonah could have hauled a pile of people through the back door and away. Instead, the men in the front row rose like a slow wave. Eyes wild with zeal, some of them laughed in a way the room would not forget. Others moved with the calculated calm of people who knew violence as performance. The first blow landed like a punctuation mark. Someone no one Nora could identify in the thunder of movement crossed the chancel and grabbed a box of dolls. They were small, pale things, stitched mouths, eyes like light bulbs. The man lifted one and the choir normed to his motion like a stampede of small instruments. He pressed the doll to his forehead and something in him sobbed out, prayer or madness, Nora could not tell. The doll's glassy eyes caught the candlelight and reflected it like two small moons. Then someone hurled a hymn book. The air became an ugly mosaic of religion and rage. Nora stumbled backward, her ledger knocked from her coat. It skittered across the flagstones like something alive. She went for it because the ledger contained names and because some part of her knew that if the ledger left here, it would leave the truth to rumor. Her fingers closed on it with the greedy hope of a child rescuing a precious thing from the tide. A voice close to her ear, Father Emmet's, steady now in some illicit well of resolve, said, Nora, get to the vestry. Seal the records. If they want war, give them only truth. If they want cover, we cannot give that. She nodded and moved, pushed by Jonah's shoulder and Etta's hand. The chapel seemed to elongate into thresholds and battles all at once. The chorus counted down again. The counting had become insistent. The rhythm of something building to an increment, and Sam's voice rose and was echoed by a dozen small throats. 1, 3. The chorus answered. 1, 2, 3. It ended with a command that was not a command and yet landed like a gavel open. The chapel doors were flung inward in a sudden, violent answer. The rain smacked in with the people who had been kept at bay, wet coats clinging to shoulders, faces streaked with rain and determination. The whole of Marrow's Hollow had decided to press in, and the dolls had learned to ask in a grammar that made people comply. Nora's ledger was heavy in her hand and suddenly lighter, because the choice she had not yet admitted to herself no longer felt hypothetical. This was her ledger and these were her people, and the ledger could be a weapon, or it could be a bomb. She ran past Jonah, past Father Emmet at the rail, and toward a small closet that held the original sacramental oil and a sealed box of parish records. She worked with shaking hands, metal and leather, and paper all rendered holy in the immediacy of threat stacking and pushing and bolting. A hand caught her sleeve. Sam looked at her with unchildlike sincerity. If they open it, he whispered, they will wake her. Nora felt the name like a stone. It lodged in her throat, and she did not have a lie ready that could make it soft. She could say nothing. In that silence, the chorus rephrased itself into something softer, but for Nora's ears it was now personal. It sang a phrase she had hummed into pillows at 12 o'clock in the night for decades, and it did so in a voice made of china. She closed the closet, slid the bolt, and felt the wood hit its mark with a small, decisive sound. The choir answered in a long, drawn note that felt like triumph and mourning braided together. Outside, the battle at the altar turned more physical. Jonah and Rev. Hargrove grappled near the front pews, two men with different urgencies. Father Emmet moved between them again and again, offering up his body in place of ideas. Ruth's voice pitched above the chaos, precise and insistently human, as she read aloud ledger entries into a small recorder, names, dates, promises, each syllable a small fire thrown into the dark. Nora pressed her back to the closed closet and thought of how easily the world could be split, those who would bear witness, and those who would supply answers. The doll's counting slowed, and then, with a clarity that made her bones feel thin and new, they said a final pair of syllables that none of the assembled could misinterpret. Remember, the word landed like an accusation. The chapel tilted into the knowledge that whatever happened now would be preserved in memory. Nora felt the ledger in her hands as if it were an organ being listened to, a record of hearts. She had choices, and around her the town made its own, to bury, to shout, to break, to confess. She did not yet know which would be the one to keep the choir silent or to feed it. Outside, more people pushed in, rain-sodden and hungry for holy answers. The counting began again, steady and inexorable, and Nora found herself moving toward the altar because there was nowhere else to go. She stepped into the glow of candlelight and into the roar of voices, and there, for a breath-thin second, the world bent and all the options collected like a storm cloud over the bell tower. Then someone reached for a doll, and the room split on a sound that would be remembered. The chapter ended not with the settling of dust, but with a single syllable that punched the air clean, a name. Nora heard it as if it were being spoken from the bottom of a well. It was a name that belonged to someone she had loved and lost. And in that instant the ledger felt like an impossible map, and the chapel like an altar converted into battleground. She had a decision to make, but the dolls had already set the tide. The last thing she felt before the chapter closed was the weight of the ledger like a heart in her palm, and the chorus small, precise, inhuman, counting down to whatever came next. The chapel smelled like a throat that had held its breath too long, beeswax and cold stone, and that particular iron tang of old grief. Light came in crooked, bruised bands through the east window and fell across the aisle in strips that emphasized the dust motes, each one spinning like a pale planet in the hush. Nora sat with her knees pressed together, the field notebook forgotten on her lap, while faces turned toward the front as though the congregation were a single animal lifting its head. Elsie was smaller than anyone remembered up close. Aging had reduced her to the size of a memory-tight bone and deliberate, a bun like a white fist at the back of her skull. When she rose, it was with less ceremony than Nora had expected, no tremor of sainted martyrdom, only the slow, frictionless movement of a woman who had decided finally to speak. Her shawl had the thin, sore smell of long-worn cloth. Her fingers were stained from mending doll dresses and not from ink or ledger. She did not go up to the pulpit. She stood halfway, closer to the front pews, close enough that Nora in the second row could see the tiny red veins spreading through the pale skin beneath the back of her hand. There was a beat, a single long beat, and then the room leaned forward as if prodded. Even Mayor Agnes stopped, arranging her face into what she thought a civic expression, and allowed something softer to pass, cautious attention, like a woman listening for a ticking under the floorboards. When we did it, Elsie began, and there was no theatricality in her voice, only the flatness of someone reciting a long, remembered recipe. We thought we were saving them. The way she said saving made Nora taste blood. We thought the defensive parenthesis of a town that had slowly sewn itself into silence. Nora felt the word as if it were not a sound, but a bruise moving beneath her ribs. Elsie told the story the way old people told dangerous things, in small, unavoidable pieces, each one a steady stone dropped into a pond where rings washed the shore. She spoke of a summer when the river ran orange with tannin and the children swam too far. Of eyes that refused to forget a single detail in the days and weeks after. Of desperation that gathered into a plan. She spoke of a mass held in the dead of night in the lower vestry, of hands that gripped one another until the knuckles whitened, of oil warmed until it smelled like the inside of a lamp. It began as consolation, she said, a way to keep a peace when there was nothing to take. They sent dolls, and some of us stitched names into them and whispered the prayers we had forgotten. It was small, at first favors to ourselves like a child keeping a pebble. But vows are greedy things. She said the word vow as if it were an animal that had been starved. It lifted its head when called. Nora listened as Elsie recited the wording, the litany they had used, the phrase that bound a child's name to the thing made of porcelain. The words were not elegant. They were functional, a patchwork prayer meant to fool absence into being presence. Elsie said them slowly, the syllables falling like stitches. Keep them close. Keep them unforgotten. Bind the sorrow into a shape. There were names. Small things almost incidental, tucked into seams of dresses, delicate handwriting on yellowed paper that had outlasted glue and moths. Elsie spelled them out, and for a moment Nora's pulse irregularly matched the list. Parents at the back of the chapel pressed knuckles to mouths. Father Emmet, who had spent the week like a man trying to hold a leaking rope in his hands, folded and refolded the edges of the private ledger he had thrust at Nora weeks earlier. Jonah stood with his hands cupped around the hems of his sleeves, as if he could hide his fingers there. We called them our choir because it made sense in the dark, Elsie said. We thought if we sang for them, feeding them words and promises, they'd stay. We could not bear the empty chairs at the next supper, the unsung hymns, the thin air where laughter used to be. It was mercy, we said, selfish mercy. We thought mercy would make the absence bearable. Someone in the back, an old man whose face Nora studied and failed to place, let out a small sound that could have been a laugh or a sob. It was impossible to tell in the chapel grammar which was closer. But the vow changes who makes it, Elsie said. Her voice went thinner, a thread pulled taut. When too many hands tie the same knot, it becomes not a comfort but a thing with hunger. We bound it to the ground, and the ground answered. The way Elsie said answered made the hairs on Nora's forearms rise. The memory of the first doll's porcelain hands pushing against dark soil like pale moon children re-entered her with the clarity of someone waking to the smell of smoke. She remembered, so clearly her head buzzed, the first evening after the chamber was opened, the sound of tiny syllables pressed up against the dirt, like a secret tapping on the underside of a lid. That night she had tried to be clinical in her notes and professional in her manner. Now Elsie used words that no ledger could hold and transmuted Nora's clinical distance into a raw, vertical sensation. "Did you know which children?" said Nora, before she could think better of the immodesty of asking. It was not a direct question to Elsie, it was a plea to the room, to anyone who had the shame enough to keep it in their mouths. Elsie looked at her then as if measuring something greater than time. "We knew the names." "Give them to us." Then a woman whispered, "Tell us." Which ones? Who? Elsie began to list, but the names were not comforting ritual. They were slippery, coming out ragged and raggedly worn. She gave them slowly. She gave tradespeople and teachers and the quiet names of children who had once sat cross-legged on the nave floor, while she conducted a choir no larger than a handful. Some names dragged old Marrow's gossip along in the syllables. Faces in the chapel hardened and broke. Where there had been placid civic armor, lines snapped. It was not until the middle of the list, something like the turning of a page, when Elsie's voice struck something inside Nora that made the world recalibrate. She said a name that Nora had kept folded into the private liturgy of her grief. She said a name that had been, for Nora, an H in the middle of sleep. Thomas Hale, Elsie said. The sound of that name knifed the hush. It was not raised, and yet it had the weight of a bell. Nora's mouth went dry. For a moment the chapel existed as an aquarium. The faces at the edges of the glass blurred and stretched. Jonah's jaw moved against the skin of his neck like a man trying to swallow rocks. Father Emmet's knuckles whitened on the ledger so violently Nora feared the paper would crumple. "Nora," someone of the pews said gently, like a reminder or a rebuke. The room exhaled together, as if it had been holding its breath. Her heart hammered with a naive hope and the same old terror. "You knew him?" she asked. Her voice sounded thin and too small. "You knew my brother?" Elsie nodded once, a curt, tired flicker of the chin. "He was spoken for," Nora echoed. In her mind that phrase was an old weathered gate between what could be and what should never be. Her brother had been a child who disappeared, and whose absence had been a permanent geography of her family's life. The town had always been present in that contour, half sympathetic, half accusatory, like neighbors who polished unrest into a civic ritual. To hear his name in Elsie's mouth tenderly included in a list of relics was to feel the muscle of her own history torn open. Elsie tried to shape the confession, like a woman struggling to fold a stiff dress into a drawer. We did not mean malice. We thought to hold him. We thought you could keep him, Father Emmet said quietly at the lectern. You thought naming him in a binding would keep the missing from being truly gone. We wanted a place to lay our grief, Elsie said. When there was nothing to bury, we made something to bury our grief into. It was a sin of love, we told ourselves. We bent the rules because our hearts had been mangled. We begged the Lord for a thing to fill the hole. A woman at the back began to weep so quietly that it sounded like a faucet. Nora had the perverse clarity of a professional observer and the gut knowledge of a sister. She catalogued the effect on her own body first. Her hands went cold. Her palms pricked. The ledger she had with her, that battered notebook she clutched at night, like a rosary, felt suddenly elemental. A thing that might expose her to something more than she had bargained for. Where is he? She asked. The chapel spun. What did you do to him? We did not take him, Elsie answered, and her voice was both a denial and an ordinance. We called his name into the thing we made. Whether that brought a softness to the ground I cannot say. But we tied him to a habit, Nora. We used words we were not allowed, and we buried those words with dolls. The ground kept them like a wound keeps a voice. What grew in the dark was not merely memory, it was willingness. Nora could have screamed. Instead, she held still while the old woman spoke the terrible plain English of her complicity. There was no flourish, no attempt at dramatic absolution. Elsie spoke like someone laying out shirts, orderly, mortifyingly exact. There were 6 of us that night, Elsie said. I and Father Roach. She stopped at the name of Father Roche like the syllable burned, and Mrs. Pike's grandmother, and 3 others who are long dead now. We tied names into seams, and we soaked them with what we thought holy. Then we sealed them and put them under the altar. We meant to keep them safe. We meant to keep them close. Agnes' face contorted. Her hands tightened on the armrests until the nails went white. Around them a different kind of silence pressed in, the argument between civic self-preservation and the ragged, human truth of what had been done. Why now? Ruth Vance demanded, speaking from the back like a woman who had mapped this whole place in facts and footnotes. Why tell us now, Elsie? Because the ground opened. Elsie's answer was simple, and in its simplicity was a hard, salvageable duty. Because things began to sing back. Because the dolls don't want quiet, Ruth. They remember what we told them. There was accusation in the air, old bones rattling into modern light. Nora thought of the ledger's smudged entries, of the way Father Emmet had once asked her to promise that whatever she found would be handled with care. She thought of Jonah, who had kept his face a constant mask until discipline gave way to the rawness of a man whose earth had been disturbed. The town's neat binaries, innocence and guilt, civic pride and shame began to fray. Is this why they whisper? A young woman asked. Do the dolls speak because we made a promise to them? It's not that simple, Father Emmet said. His voice had the wire of a sermon and the jag of a man losing his balance. Vows are complicated things. They can be righteous. They can be selfish. They can be blown on the same wind. But what we did, what was done down there, was not sanctioned. It was a private liturgy that bound the living and the dead together unnaturally. Unnaturally, Jonah echoed. His voice, usually gravelly and steady as a ploughed furrow, had a higher edge. You stitched names onto dolls and lied to yourselves that you were doing justice. You turned our grief into machinery. We were broken, Elsie whispered, a faithful incantation of humble responsibility. We were small and we were afraid. Do you ask me to stand here and tell you I've been sinless? No. I've told you everything I remember. I have sown and I have broken and I am old. I have lived with my hands in my lap while children sang to stuffed things beneath the stones. I have been part of the rot. There was a shifting in the pews as several men and women rose. Nora watched Mayor Agnes' face go from controlled fury to something more strategic, damaged but salvageable. It was a calculation about power and preservation, not absolution. "I will not let this town burn on an old woman's confession," Agnes said. Her hands came up, palms out, a bureaucratic gesture meant to damp flames and claim authority. "We will investigate, quietly and properly. The excavation will be managed. There is no need for spectacle. There is no need for cover-up either," snapped Ruth. Her glasses flashed in the colored light. "We have evidence. We have ledgers. If we are to be honest, if we are to atone, there must be a reckoning." The argument that followed was not a tidy one. Accusations ricocheted through the rose denials, pleas for patience, ugly pointers that sometimes landed on those sitting with their hands folded. Old loyalties bent under the weight of new knowledge. Father Emmett tried to mollify and to take responsibility, but his words were laced with confession and a fatigue so deep it sounded like a plea. "I let it happen," he admitted at one point, voice bare with the rawness of that admission. "I did not stop it because the town was bleeding and I believed I could ease the pain by making a place to put it." Nora felt the chapel shrink, like a world reconfiguring to fit a new truth. Her own private map of what had happened to Thomas, what the town had done and not done, redrew its borders. For years she had lived with the idea that her brother's absence was a hole in entirely private skin. Now the hole had names sewn into it, and hands that had tried to stitch it closed. When the meeting broke up, it was not with answers, but with the brittle business of damage control. A small group clustered by the side door, Ruth and Jonah and Nora and Father Emmett, while Mayor Agnes and 2 councilmen whispered into their sleeves. Elsie sat back down alone, shoulders rounded as if someone had stacked stones there. Jonah reached for Elsie's arm like a man checking whether a body was solid. "You sure there's nothing else?" he asked. His voice had the grain of a man on the edge of losing something more than face. He feared the town's literal safety. Elsie smiled, a worn, sardonic thing. "There are always more things. Grief is an inexhaustible coin, but I have told you the worst of it. I have told you the way we promised. I have told you the names. If the ground rose and gave a voice to our knotted words, let it be known what we did first." Nora stayed behind when the others left, lingering as the last stragglers filed out into the rain. The chapel emptied with a soft shush, leaving a place that felt stranger for being quiet than it had in the midst of noise. She stepped close to Elsie and knelt as if the old woman were an altar. The air smelled of wet wool and old books and a faint, almost unbearable, sweetness, sugar from children's things left too long in damp basements. "Why my brother's name?" Nora asked, the question so simple it sounded obscene in the stillness. "Why Thomas?" Elsie touched Nora's hair, the gesture tender and shallow. "Because he was small and because someone in his family came to us believing prayers could cover all debts. He was easy to call. And we were desperate. Who in my family there are things we cannot change, child," Elsie said, and used the old word child like a bandage. "Some of those here knew your family needed a place. They meant help. Meanings twist. Nora, one hand reaches for comfort, and the other loses what it holds." Nora's chest tightened until she could not decide if the pressure was grief or righteous fury. "I left this town because I thought leaving would unmake the part of me that hurt," she said. "You locked his name into the things that have been singing. Did you think I wouldn't come back? Did you think the grief would stay obedient in the ground?" Elsie turned her head, and in that simple movement Nora saw the whole of an old life, the women and men who had sat in this very chapel, suing and praying and deciding in the half-light that they would do what they thought right. "We thought," Elsie said, and the 2 words again and again were the only explanation she had. We thought ourselves into a failure." Outside, rain threaded down the panes. There was a distant metallic sound, a little like a child's toy being wound, perhaps the sound of the excavation rigs slow turning, perhaps nothing at all. and yet it threaded through Nora's bones. She thought of Sam Holloway's small face, the way the child had held himself at the last service. And she thought of all the other small faces who might yet be called by the voice in the earth. If we tell everyone, Nora said, the plan like a thin, bright blade she had no right to wield yet. They'll either do what we've already seen deny, or they'll try to stop it and only make it angrier. There's no safe way out of this. If people know that their grandmothers were present, they'll kill to hide it. If they don't know, the things will go on. Truth does not make peace, child, Elsie said. It makes choices. You must decide whether to put your hand in the wound or to let it be. Nora closed her eyes. The ledger she'd been keeping scribbled notes, names. The page where she had once written her brother's name and then crossed it out in a childish superstition felt suddenly heavier in her bag. She had come back as a professional. She had intended to catalogue moss and mortar, and to take home only the architecture of decay. Now she had the tangible architecture of sin, names sewn into fabric and buried like small, jagged bones. When she stood to leave the chapel, the place felt older than the town itself. Elsie watched her go with the look of someone who had given away the last useful thing of their life and now waited to be judged for the generosity of their wrong. Nora took one last, private inventory, the smell of wax and wet wool, the way the light fell over the stile, the taste of the word vow on her tongue. Outside, the rain had eased to a thin, sullen wash. The village smelled of wet gravel and diesel, of the small human commerce that went on whether confessing changed anything or not. People clustered at the market under tarps, whispers like paper in the hush. Nora walked toward Jonah, who stood under the cemetery gate, shoulders hunched against the drizzle. You heard her, he said. The question was not idle. Every word, Nora said. She said Thomas. Jonah's face closed in a way Nora had not expected, part protectiveness, part stunned sympathy. We have a lot to do, he said. But it's good we know. Good? Nora asked. Is this good? He gave no answer that would comfort. It won't be quiet anymore, he said. Not for a long while. Nora looked back at the chapel, a small, crumbling promise against the dull grey of the hollow, and felt something inside her shift again, suddenly and irreversibly. If Elsie had told the truth, then the town's silence had been not simply a mission but an active, desperate attempt to make absence into presence. If that was true, then the doll's terrible chorus made perverse, understandable sense. But answers bred more questions, and the hardest of them bruised her tenderly. Had Thomas been a voice spoken into the earth to keep a town from going mad? Or had saying his name there done something worse, something that reached down and touched a reality that had no business being touched? She had come to Marrow's Hollow to inventory a building. She would leave with the ledger of a people who had tried to be saints and turned into something else. There would be lists, there would be names, and there would be decisions. Elsie's confession had given them not salvation but choice. As Nora walked away, the choir of the town's small voices at the schoolyard, the distant hum of a factory, the wet slap of rain on roof seemed different to her, as if layered now with an old, unquiet thing beneath. She kept thinking of the small porcelain faces, glassy and cracked, with names tucked like seeds in their hollow backs. She thought of vows and how easily they became soil. At the last step before she reached Jonah, she hesitated. The question that had been quiet and private, folded inside her since childhood, rose up with the sharpness of a newly knotted rope. If we admit this, Nora said, voice low as a confession, what do we owe them? Jonah did not answer at once. He looked toward the chapel as if he could see the place where the dolls lay like pale, patient sleepers. We owe the truth, he said finally. And we owe them not to make the same mistake twice. Nora felt the weight of that promise in her palm, heavy as a stone. For the first time since she had returned, she allowed herself to think of the ledger not as a professional document, but as a litany, an account that might, if rendered honestly, save the future from repeating the past. As they walked away together, The rain picked up in a staccato, beating small drums on the chapel roof. Something small and high in the inside of Nora's mind repeated the words Elsie had once spoken, we thought. And beneath the thought, like a second, colder chorus, another voice, quiet, insistently grammatical, answered with the vow that had been buried, and that, once spoken aloud, would not be easily silenced. When the chapel receded behind them, and the village folded into its ordinary business, Nora clutched the notebook to her chest and felt, for the first time in years, like a person who had been given a terrible inheritance, not coins or land, but a ledger full of names and the knowledge of how a town had tried and failed to hold on to its dead. She had promised herself before she came that she would be careful. Now she understood that care had to be something more than cataloging cracks. It would have to be an ethic of truth, which might mean war. The rain hammered harder, as if something below the chapel listened and welcomed the noise. Somewhere in the deeper dark, the dolls waited. Somewhere in the wet earth, the vow learned it had been named. Nora felt the echo of that learning move through her like a cold pulse. She could not yet see what shape the reckoning would take, but she knew, with a clarity like a burn, that the town had entered a season in which silence would no longer be possible. The decisions that followed would be ugly, and they would be sincere, and for the first time in a long while, Nora understood that her leaving would not be clean. The ledger was not a thing you could close. It was a wound that required tending, and there are many kinds of tending, some of which change the world more than any brick or beam. She let Jonah fall into step beside her, and they walked on, two figures under a sky that had learned a new rain. Behind them, in the chapel, Elsie smoothed her shawl and hummed a lullaby without melody, a sound that might have been penitence, or might have been something closer to prayer. For the town, for Nora, and for the small, glassy-eyed audience buried beneath the stones, that sound had become the first loud thing. It was not an ending. It was, before anything, a calling, and somewhere under the altar, the dolls listened. Nora had imagined rituals as things that belonged to old books and quiet rooms, inked rites with neat marginalia. A priest's hand that folded prayers like paper cranes and set them on a shelf where time could look at them and forget. She understood ceremony as architecture, order, repetition, clean lines. What happened in the chapel that night rendered architecture into weather. It rearranged how breath moved in a room. They had chosen a Wednesday because it was one of those weightless days between harvest and winter, when the village's calendar slowed and people could spare themselves for the promise of closure. The chapel held more of the incoming rain than the sky. On the flagstones, the puddles reflected the high windows the way television screens do, a flat, pale version of the world. Nora arrived close to dusk, the field notebook she always carried feeling suddenly like the lead weight of something she could not lay down. She had rehearsed her objectivity a dozen times all day, remember the ledger, the names, the facts, but when she stepped beneath the arch and saw the ring of candles, its neat, brittle flame seemed wholly unlike anything in an archive. Father Emmet was there before the others, collar soft against his throat, his hands folded around a small, dented pyx had cleaned until the brass had a dull, human sheen. He looked more fragile than the ledger made him out to be, like a figure carved from old cheesecloth, precise, thinning, draped in the sort of penitential light that made the rest of the room look muddied. He met Nora's eyes for a single, long second. In them there was a hope so taut it might break. It was the hope of a man who had been given the possibility of being a pivot on which a wrong might be righted. Jonah hovered near the back, his arms folded over a chest that had punished spade and shovelful for years. His face was an apology and a warning at the same time. He moved like someone who had translated prudence into a physical habit. His eyes slid over the dolls arranged in a crescent on the nave's stones, and then away. He didn't like the way the children stared at them from the doorway. He didn't trust any look a living thing gave that should have been dead. He had been the one to dig the first hand out of the earth. He had been the one to see the rows and make sure they were photographed and catalogued. He had also been the one to bury his own private injunction in the small folds of his chest. Do not let this become spectacle. Elsie was there too. She moved with the slow, habitual grace of someone accustomed to small stitches. Her hands smelled faintly of lanolin and dye. The sewing kit at her hip seemed an extension of her fingers. She hummed low as she sat in the third pew, and the hummed melody braided through Nora's bones like a cold wire. For all that she brightened fabrics and sewed names into garments, there was a hollow in her that no thread could fill. She sat forward at the first sign of liturgy, the way one leans through a doorframe in case someone needs help on the other side. Ruth had her notebook open, pen poised. The Mayor Agnes Pike sat with a slim, white glove folded in one lap and a look like a woman counting calamities on her fingers. Sam's mother, Clara, was in the second pew, eyes red-rimmed and small fingers twisting at the hem of her coat. Sam himself sat unnaturally still beside Jonah, clutching his tattered doll like a rosary, lips pressed in a line. The child's shadows were too wise for his face. Nora had expected to hover, to observe like a fulcrum. She had not expected her throat to tighten as Father Emmet raised his hands and began a speech that was less a script than a translation of the ledger's cramped, guilt-scorched phrases. He did not use the words of any church ceremony she had ever read. That was deliberate. The ledger's entries were not orthodox. They were desperate. They were welded together from a yawning need to keep something present rather than to let it rest. We bring them as witnesses, Emmet said, and the words sounded both like prayer and like confession, not to call what is beyond our ken, but to finish for what was left undone. His voice trembled not out of fear but out of a kind of holy fatigue. It made the chamber feel older than it was, like a lens that filtered the fog of 100 small wrongs. The cabal had chosen instruments for their ritual with the clinical tenderness of curators, rosaries knotted into dolls' hair, a small vial of sacramental oil whose rim still smelled faintly of forgetfulness. They had placed hymn fragments, pages torn and sewed into linen, edges browned where the choir of dolls could see them. Nora saw the carefulness and it frightened her. Grief that has been catalogued becomes an art form. The small group formed a ring. Father Emmet stood at its center, Jonna at his shoulder like a bouncer for God, Elsie moving between the dolls with a needle and thread as if binding seams of memory. The revivalists, there were a few among them. Earnest men with stickers that read "Save Our Children" had taken to this sort of hands-on piety when the town's official structures failed them. They were not wholly wrong. There was an argument for action. The problem was that their action mistook the direction of power. The first words of the rite were humble and made of air, 3 petitions, a naming, a promise. Emmet spoke with the modest cadence of a man reducing himself to a single task. His liturgy did not call for banishment. Instead, it called for completion. We pledged in terror to keep them close, he said. We pledged with the clothes we folded and the dolls we bound. Tonight we make that pledge whole. Let memory give way to presence, let absence be answered. Nora's pen, which she had used to make the ritual's careful inventory, hovered uselessly. The word presence in Emmet's mouth trembled like a flake of rust. She wanted to speak up, to say the ledger had no right to remake doctrine, but words barricaded themselves behind a different hunger. She wanted to know whether the vow could be honored without becoming something else, without the town's silence, turning into a demand. At first, the response was small and human. The dolls breathed, if one could call the barely audible lift of air from porcelain a breath, and the glass eyes caught the candlelight in 1,000 little falls. Nora felt the way a child might feel reading a book under covers, illicit and warm. Then the sound moved like a tide, an undervoice that swelled and thickened into phonemes. It was not speech as she knew it. It was syllables that fit over one another like layering music. The language was not wholly human, but it contained the skeletal structure of prayer. Mater, someone whispered. Amen. The doll's stitched mouths gave a sound that slipped between amen and a child's half-syllable. It was as if small throats under stone found air. Ruth's pen scratched faster. Elsie hummed louder, a suing hymn that blurred with the chorus. Jonna's jaw clenched until the knuckles showed like pale fish. Father Emmet's voice steadied, and in that steadiness there was a dangerous conviction. We do not summon, he said aloud, and then, to the chapel's listening seam, we complete. There is a particular human cruelty in procedures meant to comfort, when you set them against a force shaped from the love you meant to give. They can be answered with the literal reading of metaphor. Nora saw the dolls tilt just so, the way a congregation lurches in sympathy. The glass eyes did not merely reflect the candlelight. They took on facets of memory. They showed a porch swing in June, an old shoe set aside, a mud-smeared boot. Each was a private photograph and a public indictment. The images were not only recollected by the dolls, they were offered as currency. Sam, who had been still as a carved thing, began to breathe in a manner that suggested his lungs had borrowed rhythm from elsewhere. His doll, which his small fist had clutched like rosary beads, slid partly free and lay on the flagstone, face up. Nora noticed the seam of the doll's dress as if she had been waiting for that observation. Inside the linen was a name, penned in a child's hand so shaky it might have been done with a thumbprint dipped in coffee. It was the name that had been at the edge of Nora's nightmares for years. The name she had traced on her brother's faded photograph, and then turned away from when the world made its necessities of silence. Nora, she heard someone say, pinprick Jonna, asking if she was all right. She inhaled, and in that inhalation felt the name like a burn. She wanted to avert her face. Instead, she leaned closer. The name was not her brother's, but it matched an entry in Father Emmet's ledger, a ledger entry that had been half-formed, a scribble of a confession. It was the point where the small villages earlier vow braided with her personal cartography of loss. If the ritual sought literal completion, then whoever had sewn that name into the doll had sewn a demand into the action. She had rehearsed on the way to the chapel the clinical possibilities: psychosomatic contagion, group suggestibility, the power of shared grief, but everything she had rehearsed existed as tidy edges in a laboratory. The chapel dissolved that tidy boundary. Candles began to gutter as if the room's air had been made thick with understanding. The smell of wax deepened into a metallic tang. It was the taste of an old coin in the mouth. Nora felt suddenly as if she were reading the margins of her life and discovering that someone had written a new sentence in a different ink. Emmet's voice, steady now, rose to a cadence like a bell. He spoke verbs that asked for body and name, nouns that demanded motion. "Arise to be answered," he said, and somewhere under the floor a reply answered not with words but with movement. The flagstone gave not in a crack but in a shiver. Nobody noticed at once. People exhaled around the same time, in a collective rhythm that made the heating of the room feel like breathing in unison. Then a small sound, a scraping, came from beneath the choir's feet. The dolls emitted a clustered chorus of high, childlike noises that could have been delight or pleading. The sound tugged at Nora's gut as if she had been unstitched. The cabal's leader, Aubrey Holt, the earnest man with the Save Our Children sticker, took at that shudder as confirmation. His face lit with a missionary's fervor. "It's answering," he whispered, and gripped the rail of the nearest pew as if the room were fragile. But the answer the chapel gave was not a simple easing. The dolls' voices thickened and found a register that made the hair on Nora's arms rise. They sang not only the half-litanies the cabal had fed them, but overlaid them with syllables that were not in any ledger. The sounds stitched into prayers and into imperative grammar. They were asking to be completed as much as they were asking to be fed. A childlike voice, the chorus, magnified, found a tone that turned a petition into a command. "Finish," the sound suggested. "Finish," Father Emmett faltered. He clutched the pyx. There was in his face a flash of knowledge, of lines crossed, of doctrine perverted. He drank from a small flask he had hidden in the folds of his coat, the citrus tang of spirit sharp as confession in the air. For a second he looked utterly alone. Then he straightened. You could see in the way he breathed that penance had become purpose. "We cannot go back," he whispered to no one. It was part prayer and part apology. "We will not leave them uncalled." The chapel changed then, not just in temperature, though the heat in its body rose palpably, but in purpose. Candle flames leaned like curious faces. The doll's eyes glittered like a set of small, terrible stars, reflecting not the room, but memories swelled to a stage. Jonah stepped forward at a movement in the crowd that promised to turn into something worse. He pushed back a man who tried to leap to the dais, palms wide and cursing. "Enough," he barked, and the shout seemed rude against the liturgical cadence. Yet the shout was human, and in a space that had rapidly become heretical in its sacral geometry, human voices were anchors. Then there was the affair of sight. Nora's attention snagged on a doll whose dress had been one of Elsie's earlier projects, a tiny shift of thread, a stitched hem. The plastic-laced name inside it had been the hinge. As the choir sang and the chapel's stone vibrated, the doll's glass eye turned of its own accord. It did not merely follow a flame. In that eye Nora saw, like the lens of a camera instant, capturing a frame, the small room where she'd last seen her brother, the wallpaper with the faded daisies, the window half open. The image held and then dissolved. She felt an almost sacrilegious gratitude pulse through her chest, so quick and obscene it made her want to throttle herself. Sam's small body was taut as a wire, and his skin glowed with an odd, reflected light, the light of those doll eyes. When his lips moved, they did not form words Nora knew. They made the cadence of the ledger's strange prayer. For a moment she thought she heard a remembered lullaby from her childhood, the one her brother had liked, braided with a phrase she had only seen in the ledger. Something in the chapel was cross-referencing memory with vow and sequentially executing the code. "Stop this," someone hissed. It could have been Jonah, it might have been Nora. The intention mattered less than the fact of it. A human hand trying to turn aside what used to be inscrutable. The cabal's leader raised his arms, eyes rimmed with hypnotic disbelief. "If we finish, they will rest," he insisted. "If we finish, it will end." There is always the cruel lesson that doing violent things in the name of salvation often births a thing that looks like salvation but acts like hunger. Their finishing did not rest. It recognized the binding and sought to see how far the binding might be stretched. The doll's chorus threaded into the air like a rope, and then pulled. The chapel floor groaned. A hairline fissure unspooled across several flagstones. Wax fell in slow beads. The doll's small stitched mouths went taut, and then Nora did not know how to describe what that motion meant, opened, as if to breathe or to sing. It was not an anthropomorphic transformation so much as an activation. The thing that had been held inert by vow found its voice. In that voice Nora heard not the mercy they claimed to provide, but the whole town's compacted shame. They asked for a body, the voice in the back of her head said. Not one of the doll's voices, but something older, memory speaking like a living thing. They asked to be kept close. The cabal's miracle turned immediate danger. The air vibrated. People took half steps back and then forward. Jonah moved like a man trying to keep a lid on a pot about to boil over. He pushed at the nearest congregant until he had created a breathing space around Sam and the altar. Father Emmett dropped to his knees and beat his fist once on the stone, not in anger, but as if testing its resistance. When Nora looked up at him, his face was wet tears or sweat, she couldn't tell. He mouthed something that looked like a confession, and then a benediction. And then, as if the last line of a tale was being written in the margins of the chapel. A sound like someone dragging a fingernail along the underside of heavy wood rose up and threaded through the doll's chorus. The flagstones that had guarded bones and dust for a century shivered. A quick, rising pressure sent a thin breeze under the skirts of candles and down the back of Nora's neck. The choir answered with a cadence that was no longer merely litanic, it had become imperative. "Finish," the dolls intoned in a full, aggregated voice. "Finish." Nora felt the word like a summons. She closed her eyes briefly and remembered standing at her brother's bed, the smallness of his wrist in her hand. She remembered the way questions had been smothered in a house that could not bear them. She opened her eyes to a chapel that seemed to have one function left: to answer an old, literal vow. She wanted to run. She wanted to grab Sam and shove him out into the rain and onto the road, where it would be impossible for any him to make him into a thing not his own. She wanted to tear down the candles and smash the dolls into enough pieces that no glass eye could ever reflect another child's memory. But there were people here who believed they had been given a rare chance to mend a wrong. There were also people who would use that chance to rewrite narrative and fortune for the town. There were too many calculations in her head, and the ledger she had compiled felt suddenly like a lie if she did nothing and a weapon if she did. Father Emmet's hand reached for her in a way that was both apology and plea. "Nora," he mouthed without sound, then louder, "stand with me." She did. She did not know if it was guilt or duty or the sudden, biting hope that she could finally name what was missing and thus make it stop. She stood and let her fingers press into the cold of the flagstone, and through that cold she felt a new movement. Something beneath the floor answering the call to be finished. It began as a tremor, then a yielding. The dais at the altar shifted as if a beam beneath it had thinned. Dirt sighed under masonry. A small, sharp sound, the sound of something brittle separating, fell on the air like a syllable. The cabal broke into urgent song, louder and more precise, as if by answering with sound they could direct the force they had unleashed. The dolls' voices braided through them, and the sound compounded itself in layers like archaeological strata. Nora's last clear thought as the chapel began to rearrange itself into something new and unreadable was that no ritual built on a town's silence could be hinged to anything but a returning of that silence in a new costume. What rose might be the child they'd tried to keep, might be memory clad in plaster, but it would also be the town's long, unadmitted crimes, finally given a body. She saw, because she always did, the line where grief blurs into possession, the seam that would split open and make the next chapter hard and ugly. And then the floor gave a sound like the first note of an organ pulled in the throat of the earth, and a chorus no longer a whisper but a tide moved into the aisle. The candles flamed, a child's laugh, or the echo of one unfurled. And the chapel, which had once been a place of settling, leaned forward like a thing about to speak its true name. Nora's pen slipped from her fingers. Somewhere beyond the lanterned windows, the rain sharpened into a drumbeat. Inside, the air tasted ready to split. The choir had been answered. It was not a peaceful answer. Nora had never seen a church turn on its people like a beached animal. She had restored lintels and repointed keystones, patched roofs that leaked like old tongues, coaxed life back into stone and wood. She had never watched a sanctuary become a trap. The night the ritual fell apart, the chapel smelled like everything Marrow's Hollow had been trying to keep buried: wax gone sweet at the nose, dried sacramental oil, the iron tang of adrenaline and blood. The pews held faces pulled tight with hunger and righteousness, and the kind of curiosity that makes a crowd lean in where they might have helped. Some had come with rosaries and folded hymn sheets. Others had come with municipal concerns, with cameras pressed into shaking hands, with the thin armor of an outsider's notebook. Nora had come because work had become obligation, and obligation had become a kind of elegy. They had packed the nave like a jar stuffed with paper and flame. Candles lined the chancel in a trembling, feverish ring. Father Emmet, paler than Nora had ever seen him, The collar clinging to his throat, like a admitting bandage, stood behind the altar. He had agreed to the ceremony with the slowness of someone measuring a step into cold water. His voice, when it rose over the gathered murmurs, was thin but steady. A man trying to paper over something that could not be concealed. Nora's hands had been clumsy. She kept returning to them as if to check for invisible ink, the battered field notebook sealed into the interior pocket of her jacket. The ledger copies Ruth had handed her in a damp envelope. The photograph she had learned to fold in her palm like a coin her brother's face, the edges worn soft from too many nights of being reread. Tonight there was an ugly, maternal current under her attention. The child's face on the altar, Sam's, kept sliding into the photograph of the boy she had lost. They had expected, or at least hoped, that ceremony might be a bridge. The idea had been vulgar in its simplicity. Perform the liturgy half remembered in the ledger with the care of a fidelity-minded group. Let the choir hear a completion it had been denied, and watch it relax into silence. For some tenacious parishioners it was an offering. For Agnes and the town council it was a controlled act meant to prevent worse spectacle and to show management where there had been chaos. For Nora it was another attempt to understand the logic of people who thought grief could be cordoned off and made tidy. It began like any ritual gone slightly wrong. A cough rose in the back, a candle guttered, and then danced like a tiny animal. Elsie sat near the chancel and hummed, a thread of vibration that both anchored and loosened. Her stitching kit, the tiny garments she had made for decades, lay like a secret altar beside her. From where Nora stood by the second pew she could see a dozen dolls arranged on a cloth behind the altar, small faces turned up, glass eyes catching the candle flame and returning it as accusation. Sam stood on a step before them. He had been led forward because the revivalist cluster and the more desperate among the parishioners believed a child might be the key to coaxing the choir's attention. Sam's mother, Clara, had come and sat rigid in a pew, her knuckles bleaching as she mouthed prayers that matched the ones Sam spoke without understanding. Sam held a small, fraying cloth doll. Its head lolled when he moved, and its little dress was smeared with dirt and something darker that could have been jam or rust. Nora's chest shortened into a brief, irrational panic. The way he cradled that cloth figure mirrored the way someone's hand had been curled around a toy in her own foggy memory. Father Emmet began with the Lord's Prayer because it seemed a concession to orthodoxy, and the thankful crowd needed the comfort of order. The words slid out of him thin and measurable like a worker's sigh. Then a visiting minister took over loyalty and hunger in equal measure, a man from out of town who promised reclamation and used words that acted like glue. They moved through the phrases Ruth had identified in the ledger, weaving the archaic inflections with the more familiar lines until spoken sound layered on spoken sound. At first it seemed to work. For a few slow heartbeats the chorus of voices merged into an odd, mournful harmony. The doll's glassy eyes reflected the hymn in impossible micro-liturgy, and Nora felt, ridiculous and forbidden, the sense that the room had shifted closer to whatever arrangement the choir had desired. People inhaled as if relieved. Then one of the candles popped. It was a small, soft noise cotton in a warm oven, and then the sound multiplied. A dozen microscopic fractures rang like the notes of a glass harmonica. The choir, which had been under the floor and in people's mouths, stepped outward and sharpened. The doll's chorus was no longer a suggestion. It was a lead singer tuning the rest of the crowd. Sam's small body went still and his mouth opened. The voice that came out of him hadn't the age to belong to the boy. It was high and terrible, layered like the sound of children receding down a well, then closing in until every eave and stone in the chapel vibrated. People mouthed the phrases, unaware that they had become actuators of the choir's will. Complete, 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 Sam sang, and the word was both a plea and a command. A woman in the front pew who had never been in a choir, who had, in Nora's last memory, been a woman who folded laundry and was kind to neighborhood children fell forward and began to chant under her breath. The old bell rope by the narthex rattled without anyone touching it. Someone seized the altar cloth in a reflex, and it came away as if some hidden hand had cut its stitches. The linen revealed a darkened circle beneath it, where oil had stained and pooled. It was as though the building itself had decided to cuff up its interior. The ritual, which had been a careful, human-directed thing, turned in the space of a breath into a thing that used them. It took the syllables offered and returned them sharper, as directives. People began to act. A man shoved another to claim the center. A woman rose with a candle and hurled it across the aisle in a wild flick, meant to illuminate a friend, but instead to set a hymn book alight. Jonah's voice was a rasp of practical alarm. His body was between Sam and the altar before Nora had properly understood what she was doing.
Get him away from there!
Jonah barked, and his hands closed on Sam's small shoulders. Sam did not resist. He did not have to. The choir's voice had a way of making the living into instruments. His eyes rolled white with the thinness of it, and he swung his head toward Jonah like a doll waiting to be picked up by an indifferent child. Jonah pulled. A woman reached and clutched Sam's sleeve. The tug of war unspooled into panic. Nora's hands found the child's face. She had meant to cradle him the way a clinician steadies a hurt animal. Instead, her fingers dug into his shoulder, and the pad of her thumb found a seam in the cloth doll he held. Under the pressed linen there was a slip of paper small enough to hide inside a toy, inked in the same cramped hand Nora had seen in the ledger. Her fingers tingled with the knowledge of it. For a second she was a child again, prying secrets out from a neighbor's attic. She tugged the slip free, and then the world turned. Someone, Agnes, maybe, or a revivalist zealot, screamed the notion that the dolls must be freed, that burying them again would doom the town to an eternity of half-memory. Others answered with equal fury that the dolls were abominations and should be smashed. The two impulses collided like misguided tectonic plates. A man from the back, referred to in whispers as one of the council's older patrons, charged the chancel and reached for a porcelain face arranged on a small velvet cushion. His fingers closed, and the doll fell with a high, unnatural cry as something in the seam let go. Porcelain shards scattered across hymnals. The sound was like bells breaking in miniature. In the instant of the doll's fracture, a new note went through the choir's voice, a laugh with the wrong timbre. The man staggered and clutched at his chest. Blood bloomed where his knuckles had scraped the candle's wax. A cut on his palm turned the linen to sudden, theatrical red. People shrieked. Hands swung. A pew bench cracked under someone's weight, and a child toppled and hit her temple on the floor. Her cry was a tiny animal's yelp that made everyone hurry and then become more dangerous in a panic. Father Emmett stepped into the chaos, clutching the small bottle of oil he had been saving for last rites. His mouth moved with prayer, but now the words sounded like a threadbare cord being wrapped around a herd of knives. He tried to call the people back, to restore ritual order and intention with the authority he had left in him. "Stop, please stop this," he said, and the plea was ineffective because the choir wanted something else. The voice in Sam's mouth took on a measure of authority that made people listen in a way that made them obey. Nora heard the scrape of a shoe on stone behind her and turned to see Ruth being shoved into a pile of hymnals. Ruth's thin glasses were crooked. She bared her teeth as she fumbled the ledger pages free and clutched them like a talisman. Etta appeared at Jonah's side, the mortician's composure gone into a thin glaze of panic. She said one clean, sharp thing that was both command and grief. "Get him out."
Take him out of the building! Now!
They moved as a single, ugly organism, Jonah lifting, Nora supporting, Etta covering, Father Emmett calling down the Lord's names, as if he could use them as shackles. Sam went limp in Jonah's arms, where prior he had been managed like a puppet. His voice did not stop. The choir had threaded through him, and now the words became a mantra that seemed aimed at the building. Finish, bring them open, complete. A revivalist lunged for Jonah's flanks and was shoved back by a councilman who wanted to keep order and a rival parishioner who wanted to protect the sanctity of the altar. The shove set loose a cascade of bodies. Someone tripped and flung a basket of rosaries. Beads rolled like spilled pearls across the flagstones. A woman with a sharp face whose husband had once been mayor struck out and hit another woman in the jaw. That blow set off a chain. One man hauled a pew to create a barricade. Another reached for a sconce and ripped it free. The bench became a battering ram, the sconce a club. Where decades of small resentment had been folded into polite meetings and polite silences, now it found a body to move. Nora tasted metal and fear. A shard of porcelain nicked the side of Jonah's hand, and he cursed an animal sound that gave him a keener edge. Jonah's shovel lay near the sacristy door, abandoned in haste. He grabbed it with the inevitability of someone who had spent his life splitting earth and pushing back something that refused to stay down. With it he warded off a man who had a soft face and looked as if he might cry. The man swung at Jonah and missed. The shovel rang on the chapel stone with a sound like the first blow of a bell. In the crossfire, something slammed into Nora's shoulder and spun her. She collided with a pew and the world unstitched. For a second she saw nothing but pale wood and a child's shoe upside down and the small, ridiculous face of a doll caught in the light like a dead moon. She heard Sam crying, not the old voice, but a thin, small wail, and then a different sound behind it, a clucking. A layered chorus from under the feet of dozens of people, as if aeroplane strength waves moved beneath the floorboards and found air. Father Emmett reached the altar and fell to his knees. He tried to perform the words as the ledger suggested, a last attempt to reclaim the liturgy with correct intent. He lifted the vial of oil and moved through the motions with the focus of a surgeon. In Norman he began, but the words that fell from his lips were not wholly his. The choir returned them, braided with a new demand. The room trembled. A bell in the belfry that had not been rung in years began to toll as if on its own coaxing. The iron clapper asked and struck, and the tolling blurred into a tremor that seemed to convulse everyone. In the minutes that followed, Nora's mind condensed to present tasks. Protect Sam. Keep his face away from the altar. Get him out. Keep the smallest children away. Shield them with bodies if necessary. Ruth's ledger pages had been ripped and puddled in a spilled cup of sacramental oil. One page peeled free like a leaf and floated into Nora's hand. It read a name she knew, one that had been at the center of the town's old grief. And then the paper went soft and stuck to her fingers like the skin of something living. By the time they got Sam into the cold night, the chapel had become a bruise of ruined ritual and spent violence. Outside, people gaped at the stained doorway. Mother and son clung together on the chapel steps, Clara's arms around Sam, as if she could shield him from the choirs that had found him earlier, and a policeman from the county with a hard jaw tried to make a report that would make sense of the wreckage. Ain stood at the edge of the crowd, her immaculate composure ruined. She had traces of candle wax in her hair and a smear of red on her cheek from an accidental blow. She looked in the bruised blue dusk, like a woman who had seen the calculus of her life collapse and couldn't yet measure the new remainder. Inside, the scattered evidence of violence collected itself into images, a line of porcelain faces along the chancel like uncanny saints. Some cracked and some with eyes still whole. A sprinkler of little garments that had been Elsie's, now torn and stained. Pews with gouges and a streak of blood along one bench that might belong to nobody or anyone. Father Emmett sat in the pulpit steps, one hand pressed to his forehead, while a small cluster of people tried to form a chain around the altar. Someone sobbed in the back. The sound was merciless and like a child being unmade. Nora's own body thrummed with a physical memory that had nothing to do with the ledger, the smell of damp hair, the weight of a small hand in hers, a game they'd played in summer when the churchyard had seemed a field instead of a mausoleum of choices. She thought of her brother then not as accusation but as a hinge. The work she had come to do, the assessment, the ledger, the public record, none of it encompassed the need that pulled at her. She had no penance to offer up. Only action, and the ugly knowledge that actions have costs. The immediate price had been paid in someone's blood and a dozen shattered toys. The deeper cost, Nora realized as she watched Sam sleep in a chair in the vestry later that night, would be the way the town's seams had been peeled. Denial was no longer workable, neither was neat confession. The chore had not been silenced. If anything, the violence had refined it. The voice in Sam, though quieter, hummed like an undercurrent. The dolls in the chapel, those not broken, seemed to have aligned their glass eyes toward the vestry door as if they could see beyond their cases. Father Emmett found Nora there, hands washed at a basin, eyes old and fierce in the way of someone who has been keeping watch and is suddenly told the thing they watch is changing. "We failed, Nora," he said, the quietness of it raw as open skin. "We were trying to bargain with a thing that didn't want bargaining," Nora said. "We gave it words and it returned a demand. We need to keep the children away. We need to make a record." She felt iron in her voice and, behind it, something like a vow of her own she hadn't known how to articulate. Emmett looked at her with an almost boyish pleading. "Can a ledger do what a prayer will not?" Nora had the ledger in her bag, pages wrapped carefully in plastic. "It cannot stop what it cannot name," she said. "But it can make people accountable. It can make them choose." She thought of the cost again. Choosing meant ripping hidden ties and naming the people who had held the town's sin like a lifebuoy. To choose was to break or be broken. Outside, the bells had stopped. But too many small things kept moving, a child scrabbling in her sleep for a toy that had been taken away. The steady drip of wax from a candle left to cool on a sill, the soft scrape of shoes as people left the chapel with their secrets heavier than before. The porch light guttered, and a breeze nudged the belfry ropes, loose until they tangled again with a sound like slow sobbing. Nora sat with Sam in the vestry and felt his breath like another small rhythm to match to. His cheek on her knee was warm with the heat of a body that had been used and set aside. He murmured something in his sleep, half the old hymn and half a phrase Nora could not place. Somewhere under the floor, the choir sang on. She did not know in that long, exhausted hour what the next right move was. She only knew the wrong ones, burying it and pretending nothing had happened, declaring it supernatural and letting the town's politics continue like an unaddressed wound, or trying to destroy the dolls outright and risk making them into martyrs of a ghastly creed. Each option carried the taste of rust. Her ledger would have to do for a map. Father Emmett's confession would have to be a key. Jonah would have to be the muscle, and the steadiness, and Etta the burial's backhand. Ruth would have to be the historian, and Agnes would have to face the cost if she still could. They needed a plan, not a panicked ceiling or a performative spectacle that pleased the town for the moment and damned it later. They needed truth, but Nora felt it might not be enough. The choir had discovered new words, and those words had teeth. As she watched Sam sleep, she noticed the child's small doll lying on the vestry floor, the slip of paper, now dry, still tucked into its seam. She picked it up with gentle fingers and flattened it on her palm. The ink had rumored a name she thought she knew, an old, unquiet name folded into gilt. The letters seemed to move when she blinked. Her chest went cold with the recognition of it, and then colder still with the knowledge that recognition demanded action. She folded the paper back into the doll's seam and slipped the cloth figure into her pocket. It felt heavy. Outside the chapel, the town stitched itself with sirens and whispered collaborations. People left in pairs and small, muttering groups. Someone put a hand on Agnes' shoulder and steered her toward a waiting car. Jonah stood on the steps and watched the crowd with his shovel slung across his shoulder like a flag. Ruth came out with a small pile of ledger pages, eyes rimmed with a fatigue that was almost holy. Elsie lingered in the doorway, her small hands curled like petals around a new, tiny garment she had sewn in a moment of compulsion earlier, and then abandoned. It bore no blood and no stain, and that made it worse. Nora stood with Jonah for a long time and didn't say that she had felt the choir's voice in her mouth, aligning syllables with a comfort that frightened her. She didn't say that the boy had been her mirror that night. She didn't say that her brother's photograph had grown a new crease in her palm. She only let the night breathe at them in a cold, damp rhythm and listened to the faint, uncanny hum that slipped beneath the chapel boards as if the choir, momentarily repulsed, had retreated to gather strength. When she walked to a car, that night the radio inside it played a children's hymn, an old country time arrangement that belonged to no revivalist and no ledger, and Nora felt the line between song and command bend until it was difficult to say which side of it the world now lived on. Somewhere below the ground, beneath the stones and the spilled sacramental oil, something learned new words. Nora drove away with the vestry door's echo in her bones and the weight of the child's cloth doll in her pocket, hoping fierce small things could yet be saved and fearing that the choir's demands would ask for more than the town would give. At the edge of Marrow's Hollow, the rain began again, thin, fine, as if the sky could wash the night's guilt away, and Nora's headlights carved a wet white line down the road. Behind her, the chapel stood bruised and raw, and for a moment the stained glass in the rose window looked like an open eye. She thought, as the hollow receded in her rearview mirror, of vows that were never meant to be literal, and of how literal the town had made them. When the road straightened and her engine hummed the same old steady note, she realized the ledger would not be enough to stop the choir, but it might be enough to make the town choose. That choice would be a wound. It would not be clean. She had made her decision without knowing yet whether it would save anyone. And somewhere underneath stone and silence, the choir learned a small new intonation, less pleading now, more coaxing, and the night answered it with a sound like a child's song warped by an adult throat. Nora drove on, and the hymn on the radio shifted keys as if in acknowledgement. Nora woke to a sky that had forgotten how to rain and remembered only a cold, constant drizzle that made every surface seem as if it would dissolve. The chapel's broken stained glass soon the air with black-green light. The pallid dawn pooled in the nave's ruined ribs like old breath. She had slept in the parish hall on a cot that had made no promises and kept none. When she pushed the hall door open, the taste of smoke and oil came to meet her, a metallic memory that belonged to the night. The ritual dissolved into something else. The bells had ceased to be a comfort. They had become tonal reminders of something that had been undone and, possibly, of something that had only been remade. She moved without thinking at first, the professional parts of her walking ahead of the person who kept that battered field notebook in the inside pocket of her coat. There was a compulsive attention to the smaller things that grief and training shared, the way the pews had been scuffed by anxious feet, the smear of black wax at the edge of the altar, where someone had tried to anchor prayer with flame, the particular way a hole in a plaster wall let the damp through in a jagged fan. She stepped carefully, because her boots could have been clumsy intruders over the scattered china of lives turned relic. Porcelain lay like teeth, whole heads with glass eyes staring at the rafters, an arm with a glove of cloth threaded through it. Shattered faces with paint flaked into the mortar, every piece a sentence torn from the book the town had been writing for decades. Jonah was already there. He stood at the center, hands on his hips as if trying to keep himself together with posture alone. His shovel leaned against a pew. He did not look like a man who could be surprised anymore. The surprise had used up its energy the night before. His face was a map of clean fatigue and lines of iron around his mouth. Etta moved like a shadow behind him, an order in black, impossibly practical, carrying a small wooden box lined in velvet. Father Emmett sat on the steps to the sacristy, his collar open, a hand to his forehead. And when Nora crossed the threshold, he looked up and his face folded in on itself like paper. "You shouldn't be here," he said, though he didn't sound like he wanted to mean it. His voice had that thin, tired softness that reminded Nora of hospital lights and hymnals that had been used one too many times. "I should be," Nora said. Her voice surprised her. She had meant to be quieter than that. "You need a record, a Met. You need to know what they did here." He let out a breath that was half laugh and half sob. "We needed silence, Nora, for a long time. Silence held us in place." Silence had lain on this town like a second layer of earth for generations. Nora had come back to Marrow's Hollow because she wanted to be paid for cataloging a building, and because the photograph she kept folded in the back of her notebook had a boy's face with a hole where a memory should be. The shrine of the chapel, the ledger of sins, the porcelains, these things were now threads in the same tapestry she could not stop pulling. They worked in a strange, sober choreography that morning. Nora recorded while Jonna and Etta moved. Ruth Vance hovered with a soft, frantic competence at her shoulder, turning pages of the ledger Emmett had offered up the night before like contraband. They photographed shards, labeled envelopes, and numbered the things they could not yet name. It felt clinical, a ritual of the other sort, archiving the wreckage to prevent another ritual of forgetting. "This one's soon with hymn notation," Ruth murmured, holding a fragment of cloth between thumb and forefinger. The cloth was a child's thing, pinking at the edges, embroidery running in tiny, rigorous letters. "Look at the stitch." Whoever did this knew how to write music into cloth. Nora took it without thinking, fingers smelling of smoke and the faint perfume of damp wool. The embroidery was minuscule and initial, a loop of thread forming as... Her throat tightened at the curve. She had seen that shape before in a list at home once, years ago. It was foolish to let her heart find hope in an initial, but grief had a way of sharpening superstition into weaponized certainty. They carried what was intact into the parish hall tables lined with the things that had once been companions in a child's bed and had become instruments of a town's unease. A small girl doll with eyes wide and a petticoat frayed with time sat next to a soldier whose paint face was peeling in an arm's-length waterfall. A cluster of heads stared up at the ceiling. Jonna put his hand over one of the faces and did not laugh. The gesture was private, full of the kind of affection that did not need words. "What do we do with them?" Etta asked. She had a box of matches in her pocket and a ferocious practicality. Her mouth flattened when she asked the question, the same way she had practiced 1,000 sentences for funerals. Jonna's answer was the one Nora had expected and feared. "We stop them from being used again," he said. "We bury what's left. We put the rest where no one will pray into it." Nora's fingers tightened on a ledger page. The words on it bobbed like fish. "And who chooses what to bury and what to keep?" she asked. "Who decides what this town gets to forget?" For a moment no one spoke. Father Emmett stared at his hands, at the scribbled confessions in his private book that had been a promise to hold things in. Nora had seen the way his fingers trembled when he closed the ledger. The trimmer had the same rhythm as his prayers and his revolts. Ruth cleared her throat. "Whatever we choose has consequences. If we bury everything again, we preserve silence. But silence is what made this possible. If we keep things in the open, we risk the town ripping itself apart. The ledger is evidence, but evidence can be used as a weapon." Nora thought of the photograph she kept of a boy with a gap in his grin, and for the first time she felt the full weight of a choice. She had come to measure wood and stone and old plaster. Now she measured moral cost. Her hands trembled in a way that had nothing to do with cold. The decision made itself in small increments. Agnes Pike arrived in a dark coat that wanted to make the town appear already solved. She moved across the hall like a woman arranging the chessboard after the pawns had been scattered. "We bury them," she said, as if the words were a sealant. "We rebury and consecrate and let this be an ugly footnote. There were nods and there were faces that did not nod. Jonah and Etta exchanged a look. Etta's fingers tightened on the box she had carried in from the chapel. "I want to have some tourist brochure of our children's graves." "Not after this," she said. Her voice was flat and low enough to be almost prayerful. There were other hands at work in the background, some townsfolk who wanted spectacle, who whispered about revival and signs, who wanted to place the dolls in a kind of perverse reliquary. A small, bitter group had already begun to chant a need for miracles, for something to hold on to that felt holy and purposeful. The town's frayed rope of solidarity began to be pulled from both ends. When dusk came, they agreed on the practical part. A portion would be reinterred under new consecrated ground, the rest would be sealed in boxes and hidden. Nora was given the task, or rather she took it, of making a ledger that could not be calculated away in a press release. She wanted names, dates, exact words, places where fabric had been sewn into seams. She wanted to put the town's choices into a language that could travel beyond Marrow's Hollow and call them to account. They worked through night. Candlelight and the single lamp in Jonah's kitchen made a small pool of hard white on the table. The rest of the house was a dim wash of familiar domesticity mugs at the sink, a child-sized sweater thrown over a chair where the grief of another life once lived. Outside the window, the rain kept on with that steady, patient insistence. Inside, the three of them, Nora, Jonah, and Ruth, assembled evidence like surgeons packing a wound. Etta arrived after a while with a tray of coffee and bread crusts. Her face was set but not unkind. She wiped her hands and took her place at the table, the box with the intact dolls wedged under her elbow. "We can't have everything out in the open," she said. "People break things when they panic, but people also break things when they protect them." Jonah replied. He had cut his palms on something in the chapel. The skin was raw and red. "We can keep some evidence. We can put it in a place where it will be accessible to historians, not to revivalists, not to the curious." Ruth tapped her pen against her notebook, the sound tiny and bright. "We can photograph everything. We can transcribe the ledger. We can write the names of those who were present at the binding ritual and make sure someone outside the town knows." Nora's fingers moved faster than her mouth. She wrote details that made her sick to record, the names in Father Emmet's hand that matched names at the market. The notation of a date where a baptism had been improvised, the soon hymns hidden in dolls' clothes. She added her own observation about the pattern of the dolls' placement, rows like pews, heads facing upward. The words felt like teeth, useful, necessary, and somehow always pointing toward a mouth. "Listen," Jonah said, abrupt. He lifted a small porcelain hand wrapped in cord. "This one has a name sewn into the cloth under the arm. I found it when I tried to. When I had to do something everyone else wouldn't." He swallowed. I pulled the thread back. There was a name. Nora came closer. Her breath fogged in the lamplight. Jonah's voice had an edge of something that might have been reverence. He flattened the cloth over the table so the tiny letters could be seen. They were, at first, no more than scratches of thread LH. The loop of the L was very familiar. Nora's heart knocked. The initials matched a name she had seen in a list her mother had kept folded into a Bible years ago. "Could be any L," Ruth said, but she was not sure. "Could be my mother's," Nora said, but that was only partly true. It was also a name she had learned to pronounce in the private language of her grief. Her brother's name had been simple and stubborn. The initial hooked at her like a fish bone. "We need to document it," Ruth said. "We need to make sure this doesn't just get buried." Nora wanted to shout back until the walls took the sound and held it. She wanted to ask Father Emmet why he had signed that name, why, if he had been present at a binding, he had not done more to prevent the thing that followed. She wanted to demand why silence had seemed kinder than truth. Instead, she did what she always did when grief grew teeth. She wrote. She catalogued the cloth, the weave, the stain of oil, the slightly amphibious smell of candle smoke soaked into the fiber. Etta, when she finally spoke, surprised them all. "I can hide these," she said, "not to protect the town from discovery, but to protect them from being misused. We bury some at the funeral home. We take what must be kept and put it in places where only the dead and the living who care for them will know." Jonah's face hardened. "You want us to be keepers of them?" he asked. "You want us to play priest and undertaker and confessor for something that cost blood?" Etta's hands were steady as she placed the small box in front of her. "I have a coffin that's been waiting for a winter funeral. Small, wooden, not yet used. I can put some of them in there, wrap them in linen. If they belong to someone, they belong in a place of rest. If they are rife with something else, burying them in a coffin under chapel soil will at least give them a grave that someone tends." "And the shattered ones?" Ruth asked. "Those that are broken beyond being reassembled. We keep small pieces for the ledger," Nora said, "for the record." They spent the rest of that night in work that had the gravity of a sacrament. They wrapped. They catalogued. They photographed. Father Amet sat sometimes, the priest who had failed and tried to atone in equal measures, and he read aloud small passages from the ledger that made his voice crack. Once he stopped and pressed his face into his hands, and for a long time the room was only the sound of rain and the ticking of an old clock. When they were done, Jonah walked Etta's box into the back of his truck beneath a cover of oilcloth. He drove the winding road to the funeral home with a stealth that felt less like secrecy and more like a funeral procession. Etta met him at the door with the keys, and a look that told him this was not a temptation, but a necessity. She opened the embalming room and turned the light on. The air smelled of formaldehyde and lilies. It was the world of caretaking, of making decay presentable and private. Etta slid the small box into a hidden compartment beneath a set of storage planks. She used a chisel and hammer until the box had a place like a secret in a tooth. "Nobody will find this," she said. "Not unless we tell them." "And if they demand to see?" Jonah asked. "Then we bury them again," she said simply. "We do what must be done." Nora left the funeral home with the ledger packed under her arm. The town was quieter than it had been since she arrived. There were small gatherings here and there, families who did not yet confess, others who had confessed too much. Agnes came by the parish hall in the morning and spoke of reburying with an eloquence that was all civic comfort. Her fingers fiddled with a list of contractors and grants. Her speeches were polished so that they might reflect sunlight rather than truth. But not all truth can be polished. At noon, a child in the square began to chant a line of the liturgy under their breath while hefting a dripping ice cream cone. And someone else answered without meaning to. The melody floated innocent and insectal, and Nora felt the old cold of under-earth memory prick the back of her neck. There was a sense that the town had only changed the furniture of its fear. The house itself remained inhabited. That evening Nora climbed the hillside behind the graveyard. The sky was a washed bruise, the trees a row of black teeth. She sat and opened the ledger. Pages of testimony and photographs lay folded between stiff cardboard. The small swatch of embroidered cloth was in a clear envelope at the front. She had not wanted to look at it alone, and yet she had to. The letter was a small thing, a curl of thread, but in the hush of the hill it seemed enormous. Her memory was not clean. It arrived in private flashes instead of a single narrative. A boy running toward the river with his coat tails flapping, her mother's hands fumbling with the telephone, a church bell at a wedding. Loss had shaped her into someone who hunted details the way other people hunted solace. The initial might mean nothing, or it might be a map. She was unable to decide which terrified her more. Below her the chapel roof drew an uneven line against the sky. The consecrated ground they had poured cement over earlier that day glinted like a promise broken and remade. A soft wind moved through the hollow and carried, impossibly, the sound of a child humming. The tune was fragile and felt like an accusation. Nora's heart lodged under her ribs and would not move, and yet something hard and stubborn in her set itself into place. She would not let the ledger be seared by the town's convenience. The choices the town made in the days after were compromises that tasted of iron. Some dolls were smashed. Some were reborn into graves resolemnized with prayer and salt. Some were boxed and hidden away in places of trust at a secret compartment, the bottom of the old well at the edge of town where the water kept things muffled, the back vault of the parish office where they locked away objects they did not wish to touch. Agnes called a meeting and announced a plan that pleased the eye but asked little of the conscience. The revivalists stomped their feet and claimed martyrdom. The families of the missing demanded the names of those who had been present and got instead a municipal plan. Nora kept writing. Every conversation she had, she recorded. Every fragment of testimony she could collect she turned into words. Father Emmett gave her pages from his ledger at odd times, sometimes folded like confessions, sometimes pressed into her hand as if they might burn him. He looked better when he was doing something tangible, like handing over pages. He was worse when he drank and told stories that later had to be retold by others into the ledger because his memory refused to hold the sequence with any trustworthiness. At night she dreamed of porcelain. She dreamed of rows upon rows of small faces lifting to the surface like white moons. She dreamed of her brother's gap-toothed grin opening like a question. She woke with her notebook open and her pen moving, because there was an urgency now that was not simply professional. She had to make sure the ledger could resist the town's appetite for tidy endings. There was an incident toward the end of that week that confirmed the ledger's necessity. A man from the revivalists came to the parish office with a camera and a contagious smile. He claimed he could arrange a display, a museum-quality exhibit that would draw pilgrim money and tourists. He wanted the intact dolls. Agnes met with him, flattered by the idea of publicity. Nora heard about the meeting and intervened. She found them in the library where Agnes had set out promotional pamphlets. "You can't put them on display," Nora said. Her voice held a steadier edge than she felt. "They're not artifacts, they're evidence and they're harm." The man shrugged. "Look, impractical. People love the macabre. We could bring in revenue. We could rebrand the town, and you would feed the thing that wants to be seen," Ruth said quietly. "You would give it what it craves." Agnes smiled in a way that did not reach her eyes. "We can't run a town on fear," she said. "We run it on commerce and narrative. The narrative here will be one of recovery." Nora's face must have been blunt, because for a moment Agnes' smile slipped. "Do you want to run this place?" she asked. "Do you want the ledger to be the thing people read in order to vilify us?" "I don't want anything that will let this happen again," Nora said. "I want the ledger to be a record, not a weapon, not a showpiece, a ledger." In that exchange there was the shape of everything that would follow. People wanted to use the dolls as leverage, to turn them into a tourist curiosity, to base a revival on them, to bury them and forget. Nora wanted witness. Father Emmett wanted penance and to keep his parish alive. Jonah wanted practical peace. Etta wanted to ensure the dead were not used as spectacle. Ruth wanted history, to be honest. None of their wants lined up neatly. They agreed to a compromise, a sealed archive accessible to vetted researchers, with an advisory board that included Ruth and Nora and one impartial historian from the state. The dolls that could be saved without risk were sealed and photographed. The rest were given graves or destroyed. Agnes signed the paperwork and smiled for the record. The town breathed out, a long, exhausted animal sigh. But endings in Marrow's Hollow did not behave like the sort of final things books like to print on the last page. The next morning there was a line of ants marching over the altar where a saint had once been. In the laundry of Etta's shop a small child's handkerchief was folded into a drawer that belonged to no one and everyone. Sam Holloway hummed to himself in the schoolyard and, in the luxate silence between classes, dropped a phrase that had been heard in the chapel: "For these we keep. For these we call." People turned and stared. The phrase had not been taught. Nora stood by the phone in the parish office and watched the light on the ledger where a minute detail had been circled. The photograph of the child's face she had once kept like a talisman lay beside it. The initial L she had found on the doll's undergarment had been recorded and cross-referenced. There were too many L's in the town for it to be proof. But it was a thread she could not let go. Her decision had hardened. She would not let Agnes' tidy narrative be the only history. She would make sure that the ledger went out into the world in a way that could not be painted over. Before she left the hollow, she went back to the hill at dusk. The town below blid lamps. She laid her palm on a stone and felt the slow, patient warmth of something older than policy. She thought of the faces she had catalogued, the cracked mouths with threadbare hymns sewn into them. She thought of Jonna's hands and Etta's coffin, of Father Emmet's hands pressed together and his ledger of sins. The choices had been made. The town had decided to be partly honest, partly quiet. A car drove past on the road and a radio inside the dashboard gave a snippet of a hymn, soft, a childlike melody half remembered. Nora listened and the sound threaded through her like a needle. From somewhere below the hill there came the almost imperceptible suggestion of a hum, like someone testing a throat. She could not tell whether it had been wind or voice. She folded the ledger into the bag, felt the weight of it like an anchor and a bell. She had mapped the damage and tucked it into order. That work was not reconstruction. It was witness. She had not closed the wound. She had catalogued it so it would not be painted over. As she drove away from Marrow's Hollow a few days later, rain finally letting go and running in sheets along the windshield, she listened to the radio, and the DJ laughed at a joke, and the music changed to something simple. The melody was familiar in a way she could not name. She fingered the photograph of her brother in the pocket of her coat, and felt for the first time both the possibility of having to tell the world and the certainty that she would not let the town forget. Behind her, the hollow kept its secrets in new shapes, boxes in coffins, shards under floorboards, stories retold at kitchen tables. A small thing moved in the glove box when she braked at a light, a scrap of frayed cloth that she had tucked there as she left Jonna's kitchen. She looked down at it at the tiny initial stitched into the thread. It did not decide anything for her. It was only a letter and a thread and a reason to ask more questions. On the radio, a child's voice hummed a phrase between songs, so soft she could have imagined it. For a moment the words felt like the edge of a key sliding into a lock, and index of something that might be opened again. Nora's hands tightened on the wheel. She faced forward into the rain, into the road that would take her away and back, and felt in the hollow of her chest the stubbornness of a ledger that would not let go. She had not ended the choir. She had not buried the past. She had, for now, survived the immediate storm. There were pieces left to mend and pieces that would never be whole. The town would continue to make bargains with itself. Some promises would be kept and some would be broken. The dolls, wherever they were buried or boxed or shattered, had taught the hollow a new language, and language like water could find a seam and seep back in. Nora thought of her brother and of the small, careful handwriting in the ledger. She thought of how some words become prayers and some prayers become weapons. And when the highway finally opened up ahead of her, and the hollow became a smudge in the rearview mirror, she heard once more, as if from the earth itself, the faint, queasy curl of the hymn. She tightened her grip and drove on. The ledger sat in her passenger seat like a small, persistent accusation. And she sewed the town's truth into a book that might someday be read by someone willing to call the thing by the names it had earned. The road unfurled, rain on the windshield. And the last thing she heard before the DJ cut to a commercial was a child humming the end of a verse she did not know she knew. It was only a single line. It was enough. Hook, as Nora crosses a county line, the radio drops to static, then a child's voice slips through. reciting a single, incomplete liturgical line that matches the hymn stitched into the doll's clothing. Prove that the choir's words have learned new ways of getting out. Nora had expected the meeting to be a slow, procedural thing. Minutes approved, a statement read, a polite clap or two for the men who'd worked the earth, and the women who had arranged sandwiches on paper plates. She had pictured the mayor in that sensible dress of hers, the town council lined up like a small, reluctant choir, deputies in the back with their hands folded. She had not imagined the market square full of people like a wound, open and raw, the midday sun not warm so much as mercilessly bright, lighting every face in harsh detail. Dust rose from where the millstone cracked a path through the square, catching in the air like tiny bones. Ains Pike read from a folded page with a voice as lacquered as the podium, a statement of intent and of containment. We will rebury what can be reburied, she said. We will take such steps as are necessary to preserve our town's reputation, to ensure safety, and to allow our grieving to proceed in private. A murmur ran like an undertow across the crowd. Nora felt it more than heard it, as if the place itself remembered how to be cautious. From behind Agnes, a small cluster of revivalists, young women with hair braided like rosaries, a man who smelled faintly of camphor, had begun to chant a refrain. It was not the same as the liturgies the dolls had taught them, or the ones that had slipped into Sam's mouth. This was opportunism, hollow-sounding syllables meant to draw attention, to build a movement that could be monetized and mobilized. Nora stood at the edge of the crowd with Ruth beside her, laptop bag across her shoulder like a satchel of truth. She could feel Jonna's presence like a shadow to her left, and Etta's practical, watchful eyes farther back. Father Emmett stood between Agnes and the people at arm's length, an ecclesiastical island buffeted by cheery hats and angry faces. He looked thin and glass-like in the sun, his collar catching an odd glare that made him look like a saint with a hairline crack. When Agnes finished, polite applause prompted by a few council members sounded like the chirp of crickets. The crowd answered differently. Clara Holloway stepped forward, cheeks wet, voice brittle. You say Ribery Mayor, whose hand will bury what was yours to hide? She demanded, and her question was not for Agnes alone, but for the many who had been quieter in the story's early chapters. A shout followed, names thrown like stones. Nora had rehearsed what she would say. She had the ledger in her bag, digital copies, and Ruth's orderly stacks of photocopied pages. Each entry a small mutiny against the fog that had settled over Marrow's Hollow for decades. But rehearsed lines always felt smaller in a crowd. When she stepped forward, the square seemed to narrow. People tilted toward her as if to hear a bell toll. You cannot make it go down into the earth and call it absolution, Nora said. Her voice surprised her, low but steady, the kind of plainness she used on site visits to point out a corbel or a rotten beam. You cannot rebury memory and expect it not to rot underneath your feet. Agnes's mouth pressed into a line. She had the practiced politician's capacity to appear calm while her jaw clenched. This is not about reputation for its own sake, she said, though everyone could see that her hands, gloved by sun needles and years of press conferences, had folded in front of her like those of a woman learning to be crucified in stages. It's about tourism, it's about property values, it's about not having reporters on our porches. We will reinter what must be reinterred, in a manner consistent with safety and decency, she finished. As if those words could forestall the catalogues of grief that had been clawing their way out of people's throats. Safety and decency do not equal silence, Nora answered. She felt Ruth's fingers tighten on her arm. The pale pressure of a woman who had lived in a town of books and found the spine of one of its volumes chewed away. If the ledger shows who was present, who swore what vow, it should be known. Otherwise you will have buried the dolls and kept the vow, but not the truth. And the dolls, they will not be satisfied with bones alone. Someone in the crowd hissed like a pulled string. Father Emmet's face went a color between ash and clay. He stepped forward, hands out in a gesture that was part blessing and part plea. "Sins confessed find the way to grace," he said. "There must be privacy, Nora. There must be room for repentance without the town rising up as prosecutor. Repentance without reckoning is just theater," Nora said, "and not the right kind." The market splintered into 1,000 looks, some admiring, some afraid, some furious. Deputy Miles came up alongside Father Emmet with the ingrained reflexes of a man who had been raised in a place where far worse things were settled with a look and a shove, or with silence. "We have to keep order," he said, "quiet and brittle. Disclosure will bring investigators and headlines. We can't have that." A woman near the front, older, her hands calloused from years of dishwashing, pointed at Agnes. "You put a lid on things before," she said. "Tell us why. Tell us who." Jonah spoke then. He had not shouted. He had not spoken as an orator. He spoke like a gravedigger who had spent 3 generations burying neighbors. "I know what hiding does to ground," he said. "It makes it sore. If you bury it all again, if you bury the dolls and don't let folks see what it did, you're only letting it sit until the roots take hold and it grows worse. But truth can be harder to dig. It takes more time and hands." There was a splinter of agreement. Etta stood with her mouth a hard line. The mortician wore no illusions about how death looked when you tried to make it neat. "We do not rebury to save face," she said to Agnes, and the mayor's composure seemed to thin by a thread. "We rebury if we must for the dead's dignity. But if the dead are civilians of a sin, we should know whose sin." Agnes bristled, and then she did the thing all small-town politicians do when they feel cornered. She tried to invent compromise. "We will commission an independent review. A forensic team. Nothing leaves town without counsel. We'll rebury what's necessary and we'll catalogue the rest for study, sealed under supervision. We will not make this a spectacle." The phrase independent review drew a cautious breath from some and an ugly scoff from others. Ruth, small and fierce, pushed herself onto a crate and spoke in a voice like pressure on a vein. "Independent reviews are a joke if you don't make the ledger available to someone outside the town. You cannot call a review independent when everyone on the panel worships the same idea of keeping the town safe." Agnes flung a survey glance at the council members beside her. None met Ruth's eyes. For a moment Nora saw how the town worked the silences like stitches, the way obligations were sewn into lives until they became indistinguishable from flesh. A man at the back, red-faced and trembling with cheap fury, shouted for the dolls to be destroyed. The word destroy sounded like a bone being snapped. People started to echo it. Many wanted rupture, burn what was wrong and be done. Others wanted preservation, believing the dolls to be evidence or relic. A few whispered for legal action, for prosecutions to name the names of those who had sworn the vow. Nora thought of her brother in the small way people carry their dead, a photograph in a wallet, a scent at the back of a drawer. She had come to the Hollow to be an architect of wood and stone. Instead, she had become an accidental archivist of conscience. The ledger had been an accidental key. When Shed found the brittle entries, she had felt a portal open, not purely to blame, but to the understanding that people had once tried to fold grief into objects because they did not know what else to do. The crowd argued itself into factions, some that wanted private rights and reburials, some demanding publication and inquiry, some calling for the dolls' outright destruction. Plans were sketched in furious shorthand, sealing the chapel, calling in anthropologists, an anonymous benefactor offering to buy and preserve the dolls in a museum. Offers were made and refused. Accusations flew like knives. When the noise reached the pitch of a storm, voices layered with the small betrayal of neighbor's father, Emmet stood on the steps of the chapel and shut his hands into a shape like a cup. He looked older than anyone else in the square, as if his life had been condensed into a single sigh. "If you seek vengeance," he said, and his voice trembled, "make sure you seek it for the right reasons. Confession is not a thing to be auctioned. If you demand publishing of names to ruin lives, do you not become what you complain of? A hush answered him, the kind that falls when a thing is said that cannot be unsaid. Nora hated the reductive frame. She had no interest in ruin as a sport. But she also believed that shadow did not absolve the hands that had buried a child with vows and then asked the town to be content with a quiet stone. She stepped up on a crate beside Ruth and looked out over a tide of faces. This ledger does not exist to crucify people who are already broken, she said. It exists as a map. We can use it to shape a process, truth then reconciliation if that's what people want. But we must have truth. We owe the children that much. We owe ourselves the reminder that silence built this. A woman 2 rows back, one of the revivalists, cried out that truth would be weaponized by greedy journalists, that children would be harmed, that the town would crumble. The dolls have given us a voice, she said. They call to us. If you silence them, you are silencing God. In the crowd, a small child began to recite a litany, one of the phrases that had been growing around the town like mold. It was not loud. It was a hopeful, innocent note. But when multiple children started to echo it, the murmur shifted into something colder. People looked at one another as if the air in between them had been replaced by a material both combustible and damp. Agnes, sensing the political minefield, tried to reassert control. We will form a committee, members from the council, from the parish, from the community, and an outside council. We will hold hearings. We will hold hearings until hearts harden into more lies. Jonah cut in, his voice rough as a newly dug trench. Hearings don't help children. They don't stop the chant when they wake up at night and say words they haven't learned. The square fractured into 1,000 small arguments. Nora's throat went dry. She had wanted, in a soft-eyed way, to be believed. She had wanted to make the ledger a protection rather than a weapon. But she felt it in the grit between her teeth, that people did what people always did when pressed. They protected themselves. They split into teams and took sides like small animals choosing caves. By the time the meeting dissolved into groups arguing on porches and under the shade of the elm trees, nobody had what could be called a resolution. Agnes had announced the committee. Jonah had announced that he would not be party to any effort that meant the dolls were turned into exhibits for the gullible. Father Emmett had announced he would meet with parishioners privately and encourage confessions. Ruth had made a call to a university archive that promised a preliminary consultation. Deputy Miles said he would enforce order as best he could. When the crowd finally thinned, Nora stood with Ruth and watched the sun tilt toward late afternoon, the light softer now, forgiving in a way no one could rely upon. Jonah found them and took Nora's hand, a firm, plain thing, and did not say anything about the fragility of compromise. Etta joined them with a thermos and 3 paper cups. She poured coffee that tasted, to Nora of promises not yet kept. They walked into the chapel together as the doors closed behind them like a mouth. Inside, wax pooled around candles, and the walls kept the muffled arguments of the town as if they were the distant ringing of a bell. Father Emmett sat in the nave alone for a long time, hands tucked over a rosary. When he looked up, his eyes were wet but not uncomprehending. "I will confess," he said to Nora, quietly. "I will put what I can into the ledger and make it known. But I am afraid of what that will do to the people who are still alive and who thought themselves spared." Nora heard the fear, the small creak of a man's bones under load. "Confession without preparation can be carnage," she said. "There will need to be support counselors, mediation, someone to shepherd the response so it doesn't become a witch hunt. If you are willing to confess, Father, you must be prepared not only for the consequence, but for the work of repair afterward." He nodded as if that was a weight he could measure. "I will perform it, Nora. I will." The word perform made her flinch. There would have to be authenticity. Otherwise, the confession would be another ritual, another garment stitched to body to hide a wound. Nora moved toward the vestry where the ledger pages that Ruth had photocopied lay in a neat stack, blueprints of culpability. She lifted the top sheet and reread the line that had made her stomach cave weeks ago, the name she had only half expected to find. The one that fit a corner of her own family's map like the last piece of a jigsaw. She had thought perhaps it would give her closure, or at least the cold comfort of clarity. Instead it tangled more things together: debts, shared shame, a spread of small complicities that no prosecution could clean. Outside, a small group had already begun moving earth in the churchyard. It was the late afternoon when Jonah came to tell her. They had placed a few dolls in a shallow mound, wrapped in cloth. They argued in whispers about which should be retaken to private hands, which would be sealed in boxes. Deputy Miles had been there, looking as if he had stepped into the line of a hard winter and had not yet learned to wear his new coat. Nora watched them work and thought of the ledger again. Choices, she understood in a way that felt like a bruise, were not singular. A decision to publish would not be neat. A choice to rebury would not be pure. There would be consequences like echoes, some immediate, and some that would arrive years later like unmarked letters. She felt the town around her as a map of pressure points, fatherless houses, debts, bargains made under the strain of grief. The dolls had become the town's focal problem because they were concrete. But the real problem had always been the way people handled absence. When night came, the market square was almost empty. Lights hung from windows like slow, watchful eyes. Nora went home to her rented room at the inn with the ledger copied onto a flash drive and scrawled notes in her battered field book. She had made a decision, not a sure one but a direction. She would press for the ledger's partial disclosure to a trusted, external institution, with the town's consent and with safeguards for children. It would be imperfect, but it would be a start. Before sleep would come, she stood at the window of her room and watched the church spire cut the sky into a black tooth. The wind smelled faintly of peat and old paper. Somewhere a child began to hum a line of one of the choir's stolen hymns, not loudly, not with malice, but under the breath as children do when the world is something they do not yet own. Nora thought of her brother in the photograph she kept folded in her field book, his crooked smile, and the year the sky looked surer. She could not promise him peace. She could not promise the hollow anything but a truth that would hurt. But she would carry the ledger. She would make the attempt. That felt like a construction she could actually build. At the edge of sleep, a faint sound, less a hymn now, and more like the scrape of a seam, rose from the chapel, voices halting, not yet a chorus. As if the dolls themselves were listening to the town decide. Nora's heart went cold. Her last thought before the dark was not of closure, but of a vocabulary she could not yet pass. When a town chooses silence, how long before what has been buried learns to make its own grammar? Outside, beyond the thin glass, the bell of the chapel tolled once, twice, and then a slow, uncertain third time, as if the building itself could not decide whether it intended to ring for the living or the dead. And in the hush that followed, Nora understood that consequences would come like weather, slow, inevitable, and often violent. The town had made its choices that day, but they were only the beginning. Somewhere beneath the soil, in the dark room lined with cracked porcelain, the choir clicked their glassy eyes and rehearsed the words they had been taught. Nora clutched the field book to her chest. She would not be the one to bury what needed seeing. She would, instead, try to hold the ledger like a lantern. Outside, a child began to sing one note, at first off-key and delicate. Then another voice joined. The sound floated up the lane and into the window, and Nora let it keep her from sleeping, listening for whatever the next choice would demand of them all. Nora organized evidence the way she organized ruins, by patience and light. She treated paper the same way she treated plaster, laying it flat, tracing its edges with careful hands, feeling for the grain that told of age and use. In Jonah's kitchen, under a lamp that hummed like an old refrigerator, the ledger became a thing with weight. Emmet's cramped script, Elsie's trembling notations, Ruth's photocopied registry pages. A child's scrap of him tucked into a seam. Nora stacked them, and then spread them across plywood, like a mason laying out tiles before the mortar set. Rain kept at the windows. It had been a slow, steady day of March weather that turned everything rinsed and brittle. The kettle clicked double on the stove, then stilled. Outside, the cemetery leaned into the wind, the same stones Nora had sketched weeks earlier, now scored with dirt and new memory. Jonah sat at the far end of the table, elbows on his knees, chin in his hands. He watched Nora like a man watching someone remove a bandage, necessary, unavoidable, and about to reveal something raw. "You think anything of this will mean what you want it to mean?" Jonah asked finally. He used his shovel-scarred hands to flex his fingers, as if massaging away a cramp. Nora looked up at him. Up close, Jonah's face was open and honest in the way of a tool-worn thing. Truth doesn't mean anything on its own. It's what people do with it that changes things. Him trying to give them a chance to choose. He snorted softly. Choice. That's not a very Marrow's Hollow thing. People pick safety. They pick what lets them sleep. She turned a page, the ledger's spine whispering like a gull. Ruth had arranged the pages in chronological order, and Nora had inked notes into margins, names circled, dates cross-referenced with baptisms and funerals. A smudge where Elsie had pressed a fingertip so hard into a note that the paper bore a bruise. That bruise was where Nora had found, tucked in the seam of a doll's skirt, a child's handwriting, small, slanted letters spelling Henry with a line through the year beside it. There it was, the name Nora had been running from. Her throat tightened in the way she had practiced and still never quite mastered. The photograph of her brother, corners worn, the edges of his face blurred by hands that had traced him too many times, sat folded against pages Dora had given her, and sometimes she would open it and let her finger memorize the light on his cheek. Here in the ledger, a name and a smudge, the world constricted into a thin place where the past touched the present with teeth. Ruth had come and gone with a stack of documents and a face bright with the discovery of facts turned into meaning. "This is everything the parish tried to tuck away," Shed said, her pen sharp and excited. "There are baptisms listed as private code, really names that don't match birth records, notes in a different hand about keeping them close. It explains the objects in the dolls. It explains how good people can become architects of bad things," Jonah said. Elsie had been the hardest to reconcile. In the ledger, she did not write with Ruth's surety or Emmet's clerical loops. Her lines broke where memories broke. She had written single words, phrasings that read like a child's rhyme or a kitchen prayer, promise, soft hands, sing to them and bury the sound. Nora had set those pages aside because they made the ledger feel like both an inventory and a confessional. When Nora left the kitchen for the chapel, she had to coax Emmet into making the choice. She carried a stack of photocopies, 2 pens, and the terrible gravity of the thing she was about to ask. Afternoon was narrowing into something like evening. The lamped glow in the church stained one side of the nave and left the other in blue dusk. Candles had been lit earlier that day, their smoke a thin wash that smelled faintly of wax and old prayer. Emmet had wanted to meet in the sacristy, a small room that always smelled faintly of cedar and mildew. He stood when she entered, slow as if he had taken on the afternoon's exhaustion, and wrapped it around his shoulders. The collar looked fragile against the hollow at his throat. Behind him, a shelf of chalices shone like small moons. "You shouldn't have come back here if you were looking for absolution, Nora," Emmet said without pretense. He gripped a ledger of his own smaller, private a book had kept like a stone in his mouth for years. "We've made choices because we thought them holy. Or we thought them necessary." Nora set her photocopies on the table. The pages made a soft, accusing rustle. "It's not about absolution for me," she said. "It's about truth. People deserve to know what was done in their name." He closed his eyes. The whites were thin, the color gone from the rest of his face. When he opened them, They were the old glass eyes the dolls wore, reflective, full of a haze that never quite cleared. Do you think they will forgive? Do you think they'll want to know? It was a question that had nothing to do with Nora personally. It belonged to the town, to the way communities calcify around convenient myths. I don't know, she said, but hiding it hasn't helped anyone. Not really. Ahmet considered this like a man reading a page in a book he wrote in youth, and now could not decide whether to burn. Forgiveness is not the point, he said finally. Repentance is, but repentance can't exist in public theater. It has to be messy and private and real. Public shaming doesn't heal. You saw what public reaction does. It flays. Nora tapped one of Ruth's copies, the photocopied ledger page where names were written in a hand that trembled. There, in the tightness of the ink, were the names of prominent families, merchants, council members, ones who now argued about grants and tourism with loud certainty. Isn't transparency part of repentance? How is the town to learn otherwise? He looked at her full, that look of a priest listening to a parishioner, but knowing his own hands were stained. Do you think exposing them to ridicule will bring the dead back or teach a living child the meaning of contrition? Will it repair the living? Nora heard, beneath his words, the memory of a service gone wrong, the rusted hinge of some old ritual cracking. She also heard the small, steady, implacable voice she had come to trust in herself. Truth is not tidy. It doesn't respect the ways we want to hold it. They argued until the dim took on a shape of its own. Jonah's impatience and Ruth's scholarly bluntness and Elsie's fragile insistence that some moral honesty be told pulled at Nora like tide. Agnes waited in her office like a caged bird, ready to swoop, while Deputy Miles measured public reaction by the number of calls he had to return. Nora tried to show Ahmet the ledger as if it were an object that could be opened and read, and then put away. Every page she turned seemed to open another wound. At last Ahmet reached inside his cassock and took out his own small ledger. He pushed it across the table to her like an offering, though all of them knew it was a trap. In it his handwriting wavered between a priest's neatness and a man's tremor. He had recorded confessions, or rather, he had written the skeletons of confessions. Phrases that read like sermon notes, and like a map of how people had tried to navigate an unfathomable loss. I can't let you publish everything as is, he said softly. Not everything. There are names in here tied to old wounds that will create new ones. You wanted truth. I have truth and I have weight. I cannot, in good conscience, hand the town its own blood on a platter. Nora felt a coldness unwind down her spine. So you decide, I don't want them shamed. I want them to make reparation. I want to make reparation. Public humiliation doesn't help the dead or the living. You'll make a book if you want. But the ledger, the parish book, stays with me. I will timestamp a confession. I will call the families. I will demand things you cannot. I will be accountable in ways you'll never see. It was a priest speaking in the tones of someone appealing to the deepest part of faith, an insistence that the sacramental can be salvific if handled with care. Nora had seen what handled with care meant in Marrow's Hollow, a slow suffocation of truth. You're asking me to trust you, she said, and the phrase tasted like one of Emmet's old sermons. You didn't deserve trust in the first place. You helped bind this. He folded his hands until the knuckles whitened. I know, I came because of my hand in it. I will not be hanged for that. I will confess here. I will write my account and sign it. I will ask for council review. I will beg those I failed for reparation. But I cannot hand everything to the world in a rage. That would be revenge, not justice. Nora felt the ledger in front of her like a hinge opening. The town's future pivoted their public exposure that would force change through scandal or private reparation that might be trapped in the same cycles of concealment they were trying to break. She thought of Sam Holloway repeating liturgies in a voice that belonged to the dead. She thought of Elsie's small hands stitching and stitching until the fabric of her life had nothing left except the seams. She thought of her brother's photograph, of the way memory could shelter and smother in equal measure. When she left the chapel, it was almost dark. Emmet had made his sacramental act, a formal confession read aloud in the presence of a witness, his words simple and granular, and more terrible for their honesty. It was a private thing. He handed Nora a photocopy of his confession with a soft request: help him ensure the families in it answered the moral summons, not the court of public outrage. They agreed uneasily, with more compromise than either had hoped. Some pages of the ledger would be published, enough to force conversation and set a record. Other pages, names that would bring only ruin without accountability, would remain with Emmet under the supervision of a provisional council Nora helped craft. The dolls themselves, a small group, would be reburied under consecrated soil, prayers said by those who had helped create the choir and those who had tried to save it. Others would be sealed away in Etta Mercer's funeral home, locked and catalogued, the boxes stamped and numbered. It felt like an architecture of half-truths built to hold a flood. The ceremony of reburial the next morning was a strange, flat thing. People gathered like a jury and a congregation in one. Some wore prayerful faces. Others wore the sharp lines of civic duty. Agnes stood with her arms folded, mouth a fine line. Deputy Miles shuffled, rosary in his pocket like a talisman he might one day need. Jonah dug while his hands worked like a metronome, precise and unable to articulate the quiet rage in his chest. He lowered boxes of dolls into the belly of the earth and tamped soil with a force that made the ground complain. Elsie knelt with a small cloth-wrapped doll pressed to her breast. Her lips moved in a rhyme that had no place in the liturgy, they said that morning. A few of the audience wept. Others watched the scene as if watching a play in which they feared they might become characters. Nora stood near the edge, the ledger heavy in a satchel at her hip. She watched, catalogued, and felt the slow, inevitable sense of closure that never came. When the earth had been tamped and the cross planted, when Father Emmet had offered a private prayer and then an official one for the town's sorrow. And when the crowd had dispersed like a skittish flock, Nora walked the perimeter and touched the stone that marked the reburial. The stone was new and pale, and it took the rain differently than the old ones. It was, she thought, a clean thing on the face of a wound that would not heal. Ruth came up to her, braid whipping wet hair from her forehead. "You did the right thing," she said without much heat, more like an attempt to comfort herself. Nora wanted to agree. She wanted the world to be healed by tidy facts and unambiguous pages, but the ledger had taught her otherwise. "I don't know," she said. "I did what I could." That night, alone in her rented rooms on the edge of town, Nora arranged the copies into a final order. She numbered a sequence for publication, careful, partial, designed to attract scholarly attention and public conversation without setting a lynch mob in motion. She copied Emmet's confession into a page that would be public and another that would remain private, sealed in a folder with the names of the families who had pledged to answer its summons. The ledger closed with a small, violent sound, as if shutting behind someone leaving a room. She had done what she'd come to do, and still there was a soreness in her chest. Truth, she had wanted to believe, was a salve. Now the truth she had gathered felt like a series of surgeries performed without anesthesia necessary. But the body afterwards would never move the same. Before she left town the next morning, she visited the chapel one last time. The air there tasted of old wax and sturdier things. It smelled of confession and the rosewood of the pews. Emmet met her in the doorway. His face had the wary kindness of a man who had tried to make repair. "You could publish everything you want and run, Nora," he said. "And maybe the world would know. Maybe we'd be better for it. Maybe we'd be worse." He folded his hands like he might break them against one another. If the core is still learning words, if those things can still rise, then perhaps a quiet watching is safer. But if silence means the same wound gets made again, then we have failed. Nora thought of the radio that morning in her car, the children's hymn that had matched the choir's half-phrase. She thought of the little voice of Sam Holloway when he had spoken like a bell. "We can't let them forget again," she said. "But we can't weaponize their pain." He nodded, and for a moment they stood like two people at the edge of a dangerous shore, both understanding that either path, exposure or concealment, would change what remained of Marrow's Hollow. She drove away with the ledger in her bag and the photograph of her brother in the glove compartment, one hand on the wheel and the other worrying at the edge of the seat. Rain turned the road into mirror. Somewhere behind her, the chapel bell pealed a single note into weather and stone. It sounded like an answer and like a summons. Nora didn't know which. As she passed the sign for Marrow's Hollow, the radio chimed low in the background, and then a child's voice, a hymn from a station she didn't recognize, slipped into the cabin. It was a half-remembered line, "Sing out, and we will come." Nora felt the phrase like a small stone dropped into her heart. She wondered, as the road took her away, whether a one that had been acknowledged and bandaged could still teach itself new words in the nights when no one listened. The ledger was closed, but the wound remained open, tender under the skin. Nora realized that some truths did not resolve so much as rearrange. They made people who could look at themselves differently, but it took time, and it took courage, and sometimes it took the fragile, dangerous thing of hope. She thought of Elsie's humming, of Emmet's confession, of Jonah's hands in dirt. She thought, too, of her brother's photograph, and the way the light had once fallen on his face. The journey she had begun for the sake of her profession had turned at last into something else, an act of stewardship. She had not saved the town. She had not undone the core. She had, with trembling hands and imperfect choices, created a ledger that might one day be used to keep others from making the same mistakes. The road climbed, the town receding like a bruise into countryside. Rain made the night incandescent in streaks. In the silence of the car, Nora heard a sound like paper being turned soft, insistently, as if someone somewhere were still reading aloud. She tightened her grip on the wheel and drove on. Nora woke that morning with the sky already grey and persistent rain that softened everything it touched: the chapel's stone, the market square's brick, the tower on the council office roof. Rain had a way of erasing edges here, making whole towns feel like they'd been painted on the underside of a cloud. Her satchel sat at the foot of the bed, the leather bulging where the ledger lay wrapped in brown paper. She had slept badly, small, cuffing dreams full of candle flame and children's voices, the kind of sleep that left you raw and talking aloud into your pillow. She dressed with the economy of someone who had left and come back enough times to know the small routines that steadied her. Coffee in a chipped mug, bread from Ruth's porch. The field notebook-worn pages creased tucked into the outer pocket of the satchel, where she could find it without thinking. She had not expected the ledger to feel like an animal, but when she lifted it the first time it was weighty with more than paper. The decisions of a dozen people, crooked in shame and guilt, sat there in Aunt Mary handwriting she had come to recognize in the cramped, deliberate mark of Father Emmet. Between them were slips of ribbon and the tiny scraps Elsie had pressed into seams, all of it a tangle of intention and memory. The vicarage kitchen smelled of boiled tea and the damp linen that never quite dried. Emmet was at the table before her, the collar of his shirt damp, where the rain had caught him on the walk over. He looked thinner than the last time she'd seen him stand at the pulpit for the hastily convened community service, thinner and somehow steadier. Years had cracked the softness from his face. Where guilt had once swollen like a bruise, it had been pared down into something lean and sharp. "Nora," he said, and the name had a pleased surprise in it. There was relief in his expression that he hadn't managed to hide even from himself. "You have Ruth to thank for the tea. I can smear it across the front pages for narrative verisimilitude, if you like." She smiled because it was easier than answering the question in his eyes, "What do you do with what you know?" No theatrics today, father. I need to finish things. Pack. Talk. Make sure what we've collected stays together. He reached for the ledger as if by instinct, and then hesitated, fingers hovering over the paper like a person at a bad window. I thought of locking it in the vestry safe, he said. But that's cowardice. It belongs. He stopped and looked at her. It belongs where it can be seen, even if the sight hurts. She set the wrapped ledger between them. The brown paper showed the faint grease map of many hands. The thing had an authority she had not expected it would. She thought of the page Shed added in the night before, a careful, clinical account of the last days, the failed purging, the ledger entries Shed transcribed, Elsie's rambling but salvageable testimony, and then a folded scrap Shed not yet opened. Emmet's hands were less steady than Shed's seen in weeks when he finally took the bundle. He unwrapped it with the reverence of someone handling a relic and not a file. You don't have to take this out of town, he said softly. Well, no. She shut him off, not unkindly. A different kind of plan had been forming for weeks, answering itself in the small rooms of her mind when she couldn't sleep. It doesn't belong here. Whatever we do next, publications, historians, legal counsel, it needs a distance. People here will protect or bury it depending on whether they can afford the price. I can't be the only one with it. Emmet exhaled, slow and theatrical, as if letting out a held breath. You always were a legalist, Nora. He tried to smile and failed. Fine, take it. But promise me if something in there makes you doubt what you remember about your brother. She closed her mouth. For a moment she had to steady herself on the table. The photograph was where Shed put it, loose between two pages, the back corner damp from a leak the week before when the chapel gutters failed. She had come to stare at that photograph in the night and rename it, not just a portrait but a puzzle. It had been taken on a summer that would not let her go. A brother at 9, sunburned nose, hair falling into his forehead, a grin she had memorized like scripture. She had always known the thing to be true. The ledger had given her facts, names, signatures, the cautionary scrawl of men and women backing away from a promise that could no longer be afforded. If you need me to notarize anything, he began. You have your confessions, she said, more sharply than intended. You did what you did and it will change you, not make you lesser or greater. That's for you. He folded his hands and made a small sound, half sob, half sigh. I will do right by them, Nora. I can't promise restitution will be neat or just. But I will not let it be buried again in the way it was. They didn't say the other things out loud, the lawsuits that might come, the families who would never forgive exposure, the likely deaths of reputations that had been held by 100 small lies, but everyone felt the ghost of them in the kitchen, bright as a cutting wind. Outside, Jonah had already begun his day's labor, had sent a text early, start on section B, I'll be at the yard, coffee later, need hands. It was a thing that Jonah didn't often say without reason, need hands. Jonah moved like someone who had been tasked his whole life with making ends meet out of difficult things. For him, the ground was as familiar as skin. Now it felt, in a way that made him hush even to himself, like a testament he could not read without knowing the end. She walked down the path to the graveyard because she could not let the moment pass unobserved. Jonah stood at the edge of a dug pit, shoulders hunched against the drizzle. Etta moved beside him with a box of tools and a sewing kit she kept for unexpected repairs. Dirt clung to their clothes as if it had an affection for them both. Jonah looked up and gave her that half grin that never reached his eyes. You're taking everything out of town, aren't you? He asked. I'll be taking a copy and the originals to people who can help us document and keep safe what needs keeping safe. She didn't say she would also be taking the photograph. She didn't feel ready to say how private of a cargo that picture had become. They worked in silence for a while. Jonah's movements were efficient, sod placed, headstone reset, tamping the earth with his boot so it wouldn't settle crooked. Etta hummed a low baritone tune that had been threaded through so many of the town's funerals it felt like an ancestral chord. She stopped now and then to knit a tiny garment from whatever cloth she had handy, binding it into a box, as if to enshrine what she could not bury whole. The cloth smelled faintly of lavender and embalming fluid, a combination that might be unique to her, and that would haunt Nora later when she stood in airports and felt the lavender on her coat, and thought she was back in the chapel's quiet. When they paused and Jonah leaned on his shovel, his face was open. "What's the plan when you're gone?" he asked simply. "Live," she said. It was the truest. Try to make sure the story you couldn't tell without killing the town doesn't get misread as spectacle. I want the ledger to be a repository, not a weapon. He spat into the rain in contempt. We don't get to decide it won't be a weapon, Nori. People are people. They'll twist it until it fits the shape they like. She remembered the market meeting, the accusations hurled like stones, the mayor's tight mouth and subsequent press release promising stability. Agnes had shown up for the final count because she was a politician and because she thought of permanence as the necessary balm for any scandal. Nora could see Agnes now in the doorway of the town offices, hair perfectly arranged, voice carefully modulated. Agnes' instinct had always been to protect the town's commerce. She was a woman who measured worth in taxpayers and tourists and school enrollments. Some things you could not change with ledger pages. You could only whisper them into other people's ears and hope they listened differently. Ruth came down the lane and joined them beneath an umbrella like a thin, precise authority. She had printed copies of several key pages, the ink black and homicidally neat. "I photocopied everything that might be taken as evidence," she said, and handed Nora a thin stack. "Electronic copies, too. I've uploaded them to a secure server. I can get them to a university archive, anonymously if need be." Nora took the pages, feeling the papers in different thickness under her fingers. "You always think bureaucracy will save us," she said. "It can be a kind of ark," Ruth replied, "not a salvation, a record." She left in the late afternoon. The town's goodbyes were short, practical. Father Emmett escorted her to the vicarage gate and took both her hands in his, rough fingers curling like a benediction. "If anything happens, if you hear anything, call me," he said. "I will," she promised. She wanted to believe it. She wanted to believe anything that would put distance between her and the hollow that had shaped her into a person who could not sleep because of a hymn. Inside the satchel, the ledger sat under a towel for padding. Nora checked the photograph again, not out of superstition but because curiosity was the scaffolding of her grief. The edges were soft now from the damp, and the way Shed had to fold it to hide it in her pocket the night she first read the ledger's implicating lines. The back bore a smudge of ink that hadn't been there before. She stared until her eyes stung. Had she imagined that smudge? Had it been on the ledger? Had she added it out of some private need to mark the thing as unreliably memory? She tightened the strap on the satchel, then did something she hadn't planned. She slid the photograph into a separate envelope and sealed it with a strip of tape. She wrote the date on the outside in a hand she did not entirely trust and slid it into an interior pocket, not hidden, but not exposed either. It felt ridiculous and prudent both, like leaving a light on for a house you didn't know if you'd return to. The road out of Marrow's Hollow was wet and she drove slow because the geography of leaving small towns seemed to require reverence. The market square was a smear of color under rain, Agnes' car already gone, the bakery lights dim. Jonah and Etta bent over a crate in the yard with a kind of private choreography. She watched them until a bend swallowed them, and the road narrowed into the usual countryside horizon. She had expected to feel elation, an unfastening, but instead there was a hollow in her chest, as if she'd been cut, and the edges had not yet knit. On the radio an old hymn station hummed static, and then a children's choir singing something steeped in the kind of holy light that made Nora's teeth ache. The melody was not the same as the choir's, but there was a cadence, an intangible thing, that made the small hairs rise on her arms. For a second she imagined the voice of Sam, tinny on a call, reciting words he had no business knowing. She shook her head to break the thought, focused on the road. Halfway down the highway she reached into the satchel to retrieve a bottle of water. Her fingers brushed something cold and hard tucked at the bottom of the interior pocket. For an instant she braced for the familiarity of the ledger or the slick cardboard of an extra photocopy. Her hand closed around a small, round thing that should not have been there, a single porcelain eye, the glassy sort used in the dolls. It was warm from the satchel's interior and oddly weighted, like a pebble smooth from the surf. For a heartbeat she sat frozen, the car humming under her and Rain talking to the roof. The hymn on the radio swelled into a chorus, and then dimmed. A truck passed in the opposite lane, and the world returned to ordinary motion. She had an internal inventory of where every last doll had been, shattered, reburied, boxed, sealed. She had been at the center of that inventory. And yet here was a single eye that had no place she recalled putting it. The sensible part of her mind supplied possible explanations. Jonna had handed her a crate of paperbacks for the long drive, and one might have contained an old button. The eye could be a bead someone had thrown in as a joke. The satchel might have brushed into a place where someone had left an oddity while they worked. It could be nothing, but Nora's life had been trimmed by not-nothings for so long that she no longer trusted the substitution. Her hand tightened around the eye, palm sticky with the condensate of the day. She could have stopped the car at the next pull-off and opened the satchel, called Jonah, turned around, stayed. She didn't. The reasons were not heroic. She was tired, and the ledger waited in a place where it might do more good. She also wanted, she thought, if she was honest, to understand what it felt like to leave with an unclosed account. So she drove and the road took her away. Fields blurred. A dog stared from a fence post as if signaling some domestic geography she had missed. She passed the church spire, a small grey tooth against the rain, and felt the old shape of the town shrink. The porcelain eye was cool beneath her palm as she reached for the water again, and when she unclasped her fingers to move it from one pocket to another, it rolled and clicked like a bead along the leather seam. She told herself she would examine it at the first rest stop. She told herself many things to make the car hum with the illusion of forward momentum. The ledger lay heavy and quiet under the towel, a silent animal in a cage. The photograph was folded and sealed in its envelope. The rain blurred the windshield into an impressionist map, and the hymn on the radio streaked into static. Once in the static, she thought she heard a child's voice sing a phrase that might have been part of the liturgy the dolls had learned. The thing with the eye mattered not because of its origin, but because of the way it made possibilities act, like a mirror. The town had rearranged secrets and pulled some of them into daylight. People had confessed and buried and boxed and sworn. But for every act of disclosure there was the arithmetic of concealment, a grave patched, a ledger section removed from public view, Annetta sewing a doll's garment into a crate and postponing the necessity of destruction. Her phone buzzed once, Ruth's name blinking, no message attached, and then again, this time a text from Clara telling her about Sam's night sleep. About a line the boy had sung in the dark and then refused to explain. Nora thumbed a reply and wrote something that might have been comfort and might have been obligation, keep him close. Don't let anyone make him the story. The words were small and clumsy, but Clara answered with a line of thanks that felt like a bandage. By the time the turnpike closed beneath her and city lights scattered themselves into a possible future, Nora's hands were tired. She had not yet opened the envelope with the photograph. She did not yet know what the ledger would mean in a world that could publish and analyze and, perhaps, forget in other ways. She thought of Father Emmet's voice, "I will not let it be buried again in the way it was," and knew he meant different things than she did. He meant private atonement. She meant public record. He wanted to repair a parish. She wanted to make sure the ledger prevented other parishes from doing the same. At the rest stop she filled the car with the thin illumination of convenience store fluorescents and bought a paper cup of coffee that tasted of the traveler's eternal consolation. She sat in the driver's seat with the cup between her palms and finally opened the envelope. The photograph was still there, sun-creased and small. For a few moments she looked at it and felt again the neat H of loss. What might have been a cord had been cut. And then she noticed a pencil line on the back she couldn't remember making. A smudge, a date in a different hand. She turned the photo over and over until the light in the parking lot made the pencil look like a map of a different life. She slipped the photograph back into the envelope and then, with a compulsive gentleness, pushed the porcelain eye into a plastic bag and sealed it. She put it back into the satchel, not because she thought it would be safe there, but because it felt foolish to throw it away. To throw that small, glassy thing into a trash bin in a halfway service plaza felt like a sacrilege she could not commit. She had always been sentimental in ways that embarrassed her. Sometimes sentiment was just how a person mislaid their caution and made room for grief. When she finally drove into the blue smear of the interstate, lights unwinding into a new geography, Nora understood something that was not revelation so much as acceptance. There were some wounds you carried because you were the kind of person who could carry them. The ledger would be the kind of burden that might save or might damn. Father Emmett would have to learn to live as a man who had confessed his parish sins. Jonah and Etta would tend circles of ground with new knowledge and the delicacy of people who knew how to close things without making too much noise. Agans would mend the town's face and attempt to keep the money and the festivals and the schools humming because the business of a town is its survival. The sky was thinning at the edges as she passed an overpass and a billboard that advertised something bright and small, vacation homes in a place that had never had ghosts. The idea of a ghostless place felt naive. She clenched the wheel and felt the small, absurd, animal desire to throw the porcelain eye out the window and watch it catch the edge of night and be carried off. She didn't. She'd learned that endings can be faked with great skill and then hang on your conscience forever. Nora drove toward a city with a ledger in her bag and a photograph she could no longer trust fully. She felt both liberated and encumbered, a duality that made her step on the gas and then lift her foot, then press again. The road hummed and the radio murmured lyrics she couldn't place. The porcelain eye moved in her satchel when she hit a dip, its glass edge bright like a thought she couldn't think away. She made a promise to herself, vague, moral, alive only in the way promises are alive when made in cars between one place and the next. She would set the ledger down where it could breathe. She would not be its only witness. She would, if she had to, be the ledger's careful, bored guardian. She would keep the photograph, even if the edges of it no longer fit the memory she'd had. She would answer the phone at odd hours when Father Emmett called. She would help Jonah when he needed hands. She would watch for Sam's name in papers. She would be a thing in the world that forced memory to remain legible. As the city lights smeared into the horizon like a second dawn, Nora took one last breath and felt the carton of her life shift faintly. Her fingers brushed the satchel's inner pocket and the porcelain eye clicked, a sound small enough to be secret. It was nothing and everything at once. She drove on. Outside Marrow's Hollow, in the rain, under the damp and careful sod, where Jonah had tamped the earth and Etta had sealed her box, small things rearranged themselves in the dark. Somewhere a child dreamed a hymn that had not been taught, and somewhere else a woman hummed a lullaby she thought she had sewn into a seam, and perhaps had not. The town would go on, wearing its clean shirts and bandaged hands, and Nora would carry her ledger and an untrustworthy photograph and a cold, glassy weight in the bottom of her bag. She did not look back. But the road, like all roads, held a memory of every place it had passed, and the sound of children's voices collused, careful. Impossible lived in the interval between the rain and the radio, waiting to be remembered again. She drove until the highway sighed and the map flattened. Then she drove some more. The light changed, the hymn faded, and the porcelain eye, sealed in a plastic bag, warmed a degree against the leather, as if the small thing itself were practicing being alive. She glances down at her satchel, feels the small weight, and, without deciding whether to open it, turns the radio up just enough to drown the thought. A children's choir on the station somewhere sings a phrase that curls like smoke, a single fragment of liturgy, half remembered and wrong in a way that is almost tender. Nora's knuckles go white on the wheel. She will not be able to leave what she has carried intact, and the ledger will not let her forget that memory can be a weapon as well as a shield. There is, at the very edge of the road she drives, the sense of something returning, not in the dramatic way she has feared, but in the slow, patient accretion of small things, an eye in a bag, a hymn on a radio, a photograph that will not fit its beside memory. The ledger is in her satchel, so is a promise, so is the small glass thing that feels, for reasons she cannot name and will not yet confront, like an invitation. The hook remains as she crosses a creek and the city lights flare into existence ahead. A child's voice, thin, clear, carries across the radio, intuning a syllable from a liturgy the town had once tried to bind below the earth. It threads the air between Nora and the future like a needle through cloth. She swallows and presses the accelerator. The road carries her forward, but the hymn settles in the car like a new, private passenger. Nora had learned, in the months since the chapel broke open like something you couldn't control, that endings were fussy things. They required decisions, and decisions required hands, and hands could be frightened or brave or clumsy in equal measure. They could choose concealment or confession, ritual or erasure. Endings, she discovered, did not cut lace neat, they frayed, and the threads that were left behind knotted into new shapes. On the morning she meant to leave, the sky over Marrow's Hollow was the color of wet pewter. The rain had given the town a gloss it rarely deserved. Shop signs stuck out of their awnings like words half-formed. Nora packed in silence, every gesture a small liturgy. She folded the ledger's loose notes into the back of the leather binder Shed bought at the university for field work and had come to regard as a talisman. She slid a thin photograph into the ledger's back pocket, a Polaroid of a small boy in a too large sweater, cheeks sunburnt, smile crooked with the kind of trust that later hardened into absence. She did not tape it. She could not bear the permanence of a taped memory. Instead, she let the photo breathe with the papers, and, when she closed the binder, the picture landed on the ledger's last page like a private plea. The ledger itself was bulky, now Emmet's cramped confessions in spidery ink, Ruth's carbon copies with careful marginalia, Elsie's scrawled recollections that began as lullabies and ended in accusations. There were diagrams of doll placement and notations about sacraments misapplied. There were names, the names of families who had sworn and sealed and kept their mouths closed until keeping was an obligation rather than a solace. She sat for a long time at the edge of Jonah's kitchen table, the morning light a thin bar across the scarred wood. Jonah was not epidemic with consolation. He brewed coffee that tasted like boiled paper and put a plate of toast in front of her. "You don't have to go yet," he said. It wasn't an invitation, more an observation. He had watched her the way someone watches the sky for weather, practical, resigned, alive to the limits of prediction. "I have to," Nora said. Her voice sounded like a record she'd played too often. "If I stay, I become part of the town. If I leave, the ledger goes somewhere it can breathe. Someone needs to read it who isn't bound to Marrow's choices." Jonah made a face as if he'd bitten into something sore. "People'll burn it. People'll keep it hidden. Or they'll put you on a platform and call you a liar. Or they'll thank you and forget." His hands opened and closed. "Do what you think is right." So she did. She also did what hurt. She told Father Emmet she was leaving. He came to the rectory barefooted, his collar soft with sweat, eyes filmy as if someone had smeared a drop of oil on glass. He stood in the doorway like a man unsure his feet could hold him. "You don't have to go alone," he said. The words were proffered in the old priest's cadence, gentle, unclaiming, but beneath them lay a tremor of need that made Nora's chest constrict. "I do." They spoke then, in the hush of the rectory, in a language made of small admissions. He admitted the ledger had been his attempt to balance a life that would not balance. He admitted the page he'd written, years ago, the faint ink where he had made a vow he could not now translate into redemption. He admitted an H that was not only for the dead children, but for the living who had been damaged into silence. He would not say the child's name aloud. There were things his throat closed on, but he pressed a hand into his palms, as if holding an invisible prayer. Nora listened and wrote. Writing had always grounded her. In the ledger she could set down Emmet's shame and the town's complicity, and let it be something legible and thus accountable. But even as she recorded, she watched the priest. He had made a small, private altar in a backroom, candles, a scrap of oilcloth, a silver crucifix so tarnished it looked like pewter. "We have to rebury some of them," he said at last, "and we have to seal others away. There are families who want bare to have them opened." There are relics that he stopped, the sentence trailing off like thread. "Relics?" Nora asked. He looked at his hands again, at the knuckled bones. "Objects used in the binding," he said, and the words came out small as if embarrassed. "Knitted rosaries, vows written on slips, the sacramental oil they used. We cannot pretend those things are neutral." The decision that followed was not the tidy one Nora would have wanted. It never would be. Sharp, practical. Mayoral had campaigned for a reburi under consecrated ground with certain dolls reburied and a selection kept for a sealed municipal archive in the mayor's office, out of sight, out of threat but not destroyed. A revivalist faction demanded preservation as relics of sanctity. Jonna and Etta insisted some should be destroyed, shattered, and their parts dispersed. Elsie wanted them left alone, because leaving them in place was to finally respect the original vow, perverted though it had become. The town, in short, stuttered between various languages of grief, erasure, concealment, memorialization. Nora took notes like a scribe in a tribunal. Ruth Vance insisted on legal phrasing that could protect the archive and the town from claims. She wore thick glasses and a look of exhausted righteousness. "We need to make a record," Ruth said. "Not to indict necessarily, but to make sure the past stays legible. People can misremember. Paper resists polite forgetting." So the ledger went into two forms: the living copy Nora would take to the university, and then the press if necessary, and a municipal copy sealed and signed in Mayor Agnes' office with a set of legal affidavits. For some people that was closure, for others it was a bargaining chip. For many it was neither. Nora helped dig and rebury. It was Jonna's idea to do it at dusk. The light folding down softened the action into something that looked less like an erasure and more like a burial ritual. They carried wooden crates, some cardboard, some splintered pine down the slope to the chapel's old foundation. The earth smelled of rain and last year's leaves. The townspeople who came were a ragged cross-section, those who'd been there the day the dolls were first found. Teenagers who wanted to touch a story bigger than their lives. The stoic residents who had always lived under the bone-grey sky of obligation. Elsie came with a basket of tiny garments shed-made in secret. She was smaller now, the bones settled near the skin like frightened birds, but her eyes were fierce as braziers. She chose a doll, one of the softer-faced ones with a seam in the neck, and patted its back as a woman might comfort a child. "Go on then," she told it, handfuls of thread clinging to her fingers. "You be quiet now." They could not silence everything. Even as they lowered the crates and shoveled, words rose like breath. If the dolls had made the town say their prayers, now those prayers were returned as the living shambled through their own rites. People whispered for forgiveness, for protection, for the children who had never come back. A humming sound threaded the dusk like a poor man's hymn. No single voice led it. Father Emmet performed a small act, not a full mass. He would not risk calling the Vatican down on them, but a true prayer, hands cracked and honest as any man could manage. He anointed the earth with diluted sacramental oil and traced a sign over the graves. "I cannot fix what was done in the name of grief," he said, "but I can name it." Afterward, the crates were lowered, timber and nails and an old train case that bustled with rusted rosary beads. Etta, pragmatic and unromantic, had rented a box and placed labels that mattered. Reburied Consequence Jar 1, someone joked with a dry smile. And for a moment the laughter was thin and sharp and necessary. They did break some. Nora watched a shard flying the way a small comet does across the kitchen linoleum, and the sound it made as it struck tile had something like a promise in it, if not of ending, then of action. The shards went into a fire pit Jonna dug behind the funeral parlor. They fed old boards and inked papers to the flame, and when the doll's eyes spidered in crackled ceramic, it felt like a sacrificial geometry. It felt also like theft. Breaking them made some people breathe. Others looked as if they'd been robbed of a memory they had not known they needed. Nights after the ritual, there were fewer public whispers, but Nora learned to distrust reduced noise. The core had felt, from the start, like something that did not simply diminish with time. It translated. "What you bury finds another grammar." She'd read that in the ledger it was printed in a sentence Ruth had underlined, "Memory mutates into language." She thought of the doll's glass eyes, now resting under stone or half-burned in an ash pit, and thought of what eyes do when they cannot be seen. They watch. Elsie did not live much longer after that night. Time had been harder on her, and the confessions had taken at least a year's length out of her chest. She breathed out small, clean sentences in the hospice bed. "We meant to keep them close. We were afraid they'd be gone. You have to tell it true." Nora stayed the day Elsie died, more out of a sense of obligation than any sentiment she could name. She sat by the bed with Ruth and Father Emmet. The room smelled faintly of lavender and mustard oils. Elsie's fingers curled around Nora's thumbnail, small yet steady. When the old woman left the room for the last time, she did it like someone closing a door Shed unlocked after a long absence. "Don't let them make saints of us," Shed told Nora earlier, in that peculiar voice that had swung between lace and gravel. "We were cowards and lovers both." Nora had 100 answers, and none of them fit into the clean categories people wanted: confession, punishment, absolution. Shed learned, painfully, that truth was not necessarily liberating. Sometimes truth was an incision. You could stitch it, but the scar remained. She sat in the dying light with Emmet and Ruth and thought about stitches and the economy of pain. There were things she refused to do. She refused to let the ledger be a hammer. She refused to let it be a spectacle. She had considered sending it to some national archive, and then thought better of exposing a town to the prurient attention of strangers who would take names like meat to a market. Instead, she took copies legal, annotated, and promised herself to deposit them at a university library that dealt in dark artifacts of cultural memory. She wanted responsible scholars, not sensationalists. She wanted the past to be legible in a way that honored the dead without devouring the living. The morning Nora left, Father Emmet walked her to the edge of the parish boundary. The chapel's silhouette stood like a thumb from the low-lying fields, small, resolute. He had rubbed the bridge of his nose until it shone. "We will try to keep watch," he said. "We will pray." Not because prayer is a tool, but because it is what we have. She wanted to tell him that prayer had not always been what it claimed. She wanted to tell him that sometimes prayer is a wound's echo, and sometimes it is a weapon worn with a velvet glove. Instead, she hugged him, clung to the linen of his collar the way a child might cling and let go. Ruth came out with a thermos and a stack of typewritten letters that would be mailed in Nora's name. Jonah kissed Etta on the cheek in a quick, functional way and hefted her a small cardboard box of things he'd taken from the chapel, a length of rope, some cloth, a pewter bullet of a bell. Claire Holloway and Sam came by too. Sam stayed a respectful distance, clutching the same small cotton doll he always dragged about with him. He wouldn't look at Nora, but she did not need his eyes. She had seen tragedies in small faces enough to know what the look meant, that inside him was a cupboard of remembered verses and something like shame. Mayor Agnes, sharp as ever, came out to watch the car load, Agnes whose hands spent more time on legal pads than on folk hymns. Agnes who had done what she thought she must do to keep the town breathing economically. She said nothing to Nora. Her mouth was a thin line. Later, Nora would learn that Agnes had expanded the municipal archive to include a sealed vault under the town hall. Agnes had made her choices and kept her ledger too. When all was ready, Nora climbed into her car. The binder lay across her lap like a small, heavy thing. Jonah clasped her hand and squeezed once, a human punctuation. "Don't let it go quiet," he said. "I'll try," Nora answered, but she knew how impossible promises were. She drove past the chapel and the churchyard. The light was brittle and cold. The town receded, roofs and chimneys, a collective of small houses clasping one another like fingers. As she pulled onto the road, a part of her tried to inventory what shed left, the broken dolls, the crates, the boxes in the municipal vault. Elsie's small garments sewn with rue and love, Father Emmett's lifted confession, Jonah's steady shovel, Ruth's meticulous filings, Agnes' vault. The list read, in a way that made her stomach cold, like an inventory prepared for the gods. She turned the radio on to push back the silence that always threatened her. Static was the first thing that fed into the car like a small animal. Then, between the stations, a thin, halting chorus began, childlike melody laced with a hymn. The voice was not live, it sounded like a memory. The melody fit together wrong, as if someone had tried to remember a tune from a dream. The lyrics skittered at the edges of sense. The vowels elongated the way people elongate words when they do not want others to understand them. Nora felt at once annoyance and sharp elevator-like fear. She listened. The hymn on the radio carried a lyric she half remembered from the doll's stitched garments. A line about keep them close, spoken in a voice that didn't quite belong to the radio's music. The cadence was unmistakable. Nora's hands tightened on the steering wheel until her knuckles blanched. The photograph in the ledger shifted slightly, and she reached to tuck it deeper into the pages, as if the position of a picture could be defense. She told herself it was coincidence. She told herself the airwaves found strange old hymns to play, and that someone in the next town over had a tape of a children's choir. She told herself the choir, if it still existed, had been contained to stone and ash. But there, in the thin bar of morning light between hedgerows, the melody picked up a stuttering phrase that made the hair at the back of Nora's neck lift. A child's voice, clear, bright, and then an inflection too precise to be casual. In the soil they told us words to make them stay. The road stretched anonymous and long. She turned off the main highway at the first rest stop and pulled over. Rain tapped an uneventful tattoo on the hood. Nora opened the ledger and read the names again. She read the final pages Emmett had signed with hands that shook. She tried to call the parish, but the line was busy, the way lines sometimes are when people are holding a last conversation. She tried to tell herself that the world made room for sorrow, and that her leaving meant only the ledger would be walked into a safe room and catalogue. She put the motor on, then off, then on again. The radio hummed a thin static she could no longer stomach. She turned it off. The silence that followed was not peace. It was an animal in a narrow cage. The road unfurled forward like a ribbon someone else had chosen for her, and every mile she gained from the town felt less like distance than like a bandage pulled half off, painful and clarifying at the same time. Nora slid a hand into the back pocket of the ledger and felt the photograph of the boy. For a moment she considered folding back the page and reading his name aloud in the empty car. She did not. She had no proper language to rename her loss. Instead, she tucked the ledger under the passenger seat and started the car again, slow, careful. The hymn returned on the radio in a different station. A faint thread picked up for a breath. We were told to keep them close. To keep them close. The lyric stammered into static, then righted itself. Nora's throat made a sound she could not classify, part laugh, part sob. She had thought leaving would be a severing. Instead, it felt like carrying a fruit that held seeds. In the rearview mirror, the town shrank. In the side mirror, the chapel lingered like an afterimage, small, stubborn. Somewhere inside the ledger and inside the boxes, and inside the little stitches of fabric Elsie had made, the choir had been given words. Words were slippery. They could leak, they could barter, they could teach. She had carried some of them out, and the rest they had buried or burned. That was the sum of what people could do, act, and then be responsible for what the action called back. As she slid onto the highway, the rain loosened and the sky opened to a pale coolness. Nora drove until the town was a folded map behind her. She did not know if her decisions would keep the choir quiet or teach it new songs. She did not know if a future child would hum a tune from the ledger and summon a different grammar of resurrection. She did not know whether the photograph of her brother would be the last proof of a memory or the first piece of a puzzle she had yet to solve. She had the ledger. She had the sound of a child's voice like a wrong prayer in her ears. She had the taste of ash on her tongue from the night they burned the shards. She had the weight of Eli's last sentences pressed into her mind. Don't let them make saints of us. The road took her on. The radio finally offered a commercial for a late-night talk show, a triviality so ordinary it made her stomach catch. She turned the dial and the childlike hymn flared, then sank into a station that played nothing but static and the distant hiss of thunder. It was, she thought, exactly the kind of thing that would make a good story later, the small, perfect wrongness of a hymn on the air between towns, the photograph that no tape could ever reconstruct. It would be a neat line in someone else's essay, but Nora was not a story for other people's neat endings. She drove on with a ledger under her seat and a photograph of a brother she could not trust entirely anymore. Behind her, Marrow's Hollow rearranged its silences. Some names were spoken aloud, and some were newly secret. Some promises were kept, however improperly. Some dolls were buried, some were boxed, some were shattered. And when she finally reached the town sign that marked the point of no small return, Marrow's Hollow, Est. 1823, she passed it with her hand on the binder and the sense that a language had been taught beneath the stones. At a traffic light she stopped, and the radio caught a faint, frightful harmonic, a child's voice, near and impossibly clear, singing half a hymn into the static. Nora's breath stalled. The words were wrong, but so precise she could not dismiss them as accident. She felt the ledger under her hand like a second heart. The light turned green. She drove on, she listened. She did not, in the end, trust that leaving would mean forgetting. The road is not a cure. It is only a direction. And somewhere along the way, between stations and rain and the small, private rituals people make to mark themselves as less alone, words learn new tongues. The hymn on the radio broke into silence, then spine-tinglingly resumed on a distant station with a half note off from the remembered melody. Nora slowed, not to turn back but to attend, to register. A child's voice, Sam's maybe, or someone else, sang Keep Them Close and then moved into a line that did not belong to any hymn she knew, an odd, pleading clause that sounded like the beginning of a name. She could not place it. She could not make it mean anything clean. The ledger, as it slid against her thigh, felt heavier for a moment. She thought of the people she'd left behind, Amet, Jonna, Ruth, Agnes, Elsie, and thought of the ways they had tried to put the past into boxes. She wondered if boxes were ever really closed. A rest stop with a sign that read next services 24 miles appeared ahead. Nora took the exit and sat in the car, engine idling. The hymn, in a different register now, threaded through the static like a needle. Nora opened the ledger, again not to read the names but to feel the paper, a physical thing that accounted for their acts. She smoothed a page where Emmett had made a shaky cross and set the photograph of her brother half revealed on top. The picture watched her like an old accusation. Outside, the rain slackened. The road would take her west until the map changed. The radio scrolled to a different station, and the hymn dissolved into an advertisement for a mattress store. The mundanity felt like both blessing and instruction. She thought of bones and of vows, and of the way a child's voice learns the wrong tune and teaches it to the next generation. She started the car and drove away. The ledger was beneath her seat. The photograph was folded in the back pocket. The hymn had been there, perhaps accidentally or perhaps not. She had learned the town's secrets had been taught words, and words, once known, have a way of finding mouths. And beyond the turnpike toll booth, a child's voice hummed exactly wrong and enormously human, like breath through a keyhole. The road went on. Nora went with it. The wound did not close. It merely traveled with her, a private radio station tuned to frequencies the world mostly ignored. As the horizon opened, Nora tightened her grip on the wheel and let the ledger thud softly against the passenger seat, a book of small, dangerous truths. She wanted to believe that having that weight in her car would make a difference. She wanted to believe that words could be caught before they taught a new grammar to grief. But the last thing she heard before the landscape smoothed into endless fields was the faintest echo of a child's voice replaying itself on a distant station. A half-remembered hymn, a fragment of a vow, a syllable that felt like everything and nothing. She kept driving. The end, she knew, was only a map folded differently. The chorus, the choir had learned words. Whether those words would become prayer or poison, praise or summons, Nora could not say. She only had a ledger and a photograph and a road that would not stop until she had to. The sky opened a little more, and somewhere on the radio, a child's voice hummed on, learning new words it might one day teach others. The light along the road seemed, for a moment, almost ordinary. Then the highway took her away, and the hymn stuttered into static. Nora drove on, and the hollow of the town grew small behind her, a place where words had been left in the soil and may some day be learned again. The road was long, and the radio, stubborn and imperfect, kept trying to find its voice. She listened until the radio lost the hymn in the white noise, and she felt impossibly that someone, somewhere, was repeating the words, teaching them into their mouth. She did not know whether to be relieved or afraid. She kept the ledger closed. She kept the photograph folded. She kept driving. And the hymn, somewhere ahead of her and behind, hummed on the air like an unfinished prayer.